with Hoopa is that there's just so much flexibility on top of what was already a meta Pokemon. And of course, taking the Espeon, great choice.
Teams really like to play it, but Spraggles on that preview show.
Yes,
Our first draft of the day, the first draft of the North American Regional Finals. Exile on the left, Ignorance on the right.
All right, we're already hearing the crowd pop off for some North American
मेरा फोन कहाँ पे है? स्ट्रीम चालू हो गया क्या?
and Tyranitar band. Wow, so much respect shown to these all-around hyper carries throughout the game. I said maybe not so much Blaziken because it's got competition. Well, if you ban all of them out, I think we're going to see some Blaziken. But there it is.
Share करता हूँ फट.
Exile will be that Sylveon. Simp really likes to play this Pokemon with the hyper voice style of build, but they might flex around a little bit depending on what Ignorance is going to be drafting.
Yeah, I feel like having the ability to play hyper voice is a little more difficult to be able to flex the other direction.
गौतम दिख रहा है ना तेरे को से?
We are going to see the Crustle actually coming out pretty early. That's something we're going to follow maybe a little bit more before he's a really strong defender.
Whoa, Metagross and Mr. Mime. All right, we told y'all we were going to be seeing some brand new stuff. This is going to be a very interesting look. Oblivion on this Metagross is going to love to brawl up close and personal, and Mr. Mime is a great way of forcing the enemy into engagements just like that. Ignorance, though, highlighting this Hoopa, very clever decision. If you can pull out with the very popular Trick Phantom Force build nowadays, you might be able to negate a lot of the effects of Pure's barrier walls.
Yeah, I mean, Trick Phantom Force, it's so incredibly strong. I mean, the thing with Hoopa is that there's just so much flexibility on top of what was already a meta Pokemon. And of course, taking the Espeon, great choice as well. There we go, the Blaziken coming in, which does set them up for some interesting paths. I mean, gonna be interesting how Exile decides to spread out their Pokemon, but also on the other side, the Garchomp.
Interesting. Okay, I really am
Alone
wondering
Wax is
what's
there
going to go central. So normally, Freak does like to play Blaziken in the central area, or at least is our central area player. However, Metagross and Gible both have very good last hit secure. However, they take a long time to scale. So it's almost like we're matching the ability of the top path for both these teams up against each other. Could be a bit of a slow roll. It's going to come down to the early flank from Protein Shake on this Leafeon to really shake up that top path. Surprisingly tanky Pokemon.
Yes, and then continues to be tanky. Everything does end up going well. But honestly, this is going to be a pretty, I would say, difficult team to take down. The comp of Exile, especially once we see what the Sylveon ends up going as far as a build, it's going to be very hard to take down pretty much anybody on that team. And I think that's a really cool strategy to go. It's that they've got a lot of choices, support or attackers. It really doesn't matter. Every single one has just incredible survivability.
Yeah, I can't, personally, and we're picking out a Pokemon or a player to watch up in this matchup, I cannot wait to see what Pure does with this Mr. Mime. We don't see too much tank-style build of Mr. Mime in competitive play outside of maybe Europe with Bruv, who's kind of iconic on that specific pick, but Pure loves to kind of trailblaze new defender options within the North America region. Honestly, I feel like we could credit the amount of Crustle we see these days a lot to that player who really started playing it a lot, and now you see it everywhere, namely on the Ignorance side of things. Double evolution for them in tandem with that Crustle, Espeon and the Leafeon.
Oh yeah, we didn't really get to talk about the fact that the Leafeon is on there. Leafeon's so very commonly banned for quite a while, but we're in an interesting spot. And we are going right into this, our first game. Of course, we're losers, so you've got to win this set or you are going home. X on the left, Ignorance on the right. First game of the day.
Yeah, chat, people who watch, the viewers, we are going to be focusing on the knockout matches throughout the day to make sure that every team has a chance to be on broadcast and we get the chance to see what these teams are being able to put together. And look at this, Simp on this Sylveon taking the red buff and it's going Mystical Fire, already hit that evolution. These evolutions incredible at taking just one piece of the wild Pokemon in the central area and immediately being threatening.
That's one of the biggest reasons. Again, for anybody out there who maybe isn't as familiar with how the competitive meta goes, the evolutions are strong. They get online so quickly, and these are some of the scariest to do it currently in this game. The slower ones are actually not in the game, which would be the Glaceon or maybe the Umbreon, but we're going to see a fast start.
It might honestly come as a shock to some people that we only have 3 out of the 5 available.
मैंने वो देखा 100 thieves का विकेट कर दिया. किसका 100 thieves का
4-player push from Exile into this
20 किसी ने कुत्ता बना दिया उनका.
on the bottom side on that
Max है भाई, Max है ये देख.
Exile though are reaping the rewards. Solar Blade able to take a little bit for
उस पे देख ले फोन पे, फोन वाले फेंक के अच्छे से. Maximum quality यही है.
To a magician, a berry, but it only serves the enemy team as they get KO'd or they get even consumed.
And this is going to be
उन्हीं
such
की
an
वही है,
interesting
उससे ज्यादा
matchup.
मैं
We
नहीं
do
कर
see
सकता.
really heavy aggression from both sides early on because they do have the power of that early aggression. Pure is going to knock
मेरे स्ट्रीम पे देख ले,
down
उस पे
back into
फिर
that
भी
wall,
अच्छी है.
try and get away, not going to be able to make it happen. But again, that both those Pokemon that we saw in that fight are very, very strong early game, and I feel like both these teams are really trying to get their strong late game Pokemon online by
किसकी विकेट डाली?
Yeah, absolutely.
ये तो पहले मैच है.
It is going to be that
हाँ
hyperspace.
नहीं मैच तो ये तो पहले ही मैच है.
I think concerned about the iron.
मैं उसका बोल रहा था, VCT का बोल रहा था.
100 thieves की डाल दी.
अरे हाँ, अरे वो बूस्टे उछलने लग गया. 12-9 के स्कोर था, उन्होंने 12-12 किया, ओवर टाइम में दे दिया, और उसके बाद 12-1 मारा. 12-1 नहीं 13-1 स्प्लिट में, नहीं उसमें सनसेट में. ये एस्पियन
भाई वो खतरनाक टीम थी
कैसे
वो भी.
बड़ा बीसी पैसे नहीं होगा तो जैसे पड़ ही जाएगा ना भाई. उनको पैसे था उस पे नहीं होगा, उड़ गया होगा भाई. जस्ट बूस्टेड हो गया. अभी देखने लगा हूँ मैं तो. मैं तो जस्ट सर्वरों पे डाल रहा था.
Yeah, very spiky defense around these goal zones for both squads. I mean, it was a very
यहाँ पे क्या मैटर
ambitious
इनको
push with
मिलेगा?
that Garchomp,
ऐसी
only
वाली
at the
देखने को
fight
मिलता
level.
है.
They tried to dragon rush a few targets away
Oh,
from the
उनको
goal
defender
zone
Mr. Mime
knock
है.
them out without that healing. But then, of course, the response, Solar Blade weakens up the targets enough that Store Power just does cleanup work, and Neon pulling up right at the perfect moment. They now have the Espeon Unite move, so that Psychic Soul
full
Layer
ready
is
for
available.
engage test
A very
series
threatening
है क्या
option
भाई
for
उसमें?
Sim.
लेकिन वो बिटो भाई मेरे को नहीं पता है,
At
बस
8
मेरी आईडी लेके रजिस्टर हुआ है वो.
This is such a strange stalemate. It feels like neither team can play all that aggressive now.
है क्या
But
उसमें?
that's
ये
going
तो
to be a
बता.
first huge push. We are going to see something
तो
on
सब
United.
कौन रजिस्टर किया है?
KO going down. It's just going to be Mr. Mime.
KY?
He's getting extremely low. Solar Blade, an amazing way to secure that. One of the best in the game. That's going to be
KY है भाई हम पे. KY आई किससे मैच?
You will be running back on that Mime, but this is going to be the 4v2 or 5 if you include the Regieleki.
Oh, that's so much shield that Oblivion was able to pick up with just one Gyro Ball. In the meantime, Freak was able to solo the bottom Reggie as well. And now Regieleki with no partners who really help
भाई
push
फर्स्ट
it
राउंड
into the
सोचो
goal
किसका है
zone.
क्लाउन
It's gonna
5
be
से.
defeated
किसी से हो
before
भाई
it can land.
क्या
And
फर्क पड़ता है?
still,
क्लाउन 5 तो
the
नाम भी नहीं
tier
रखना
one
था
goal
टू बी
zone on the
ऑनेस्ट.
top path from Exile remains at 80 out of 80 HP.
किसी से हो आ जाएंगे ज्यादा ज्यादा. स्ट्रीम करने लग जाऊंगा आगे तो. रैंक पुश.
Does want to take one more attempt here. They did just get the evolution into the Metagross finally, who we saw was so difficult to take down, and immediately once again, we're not even seeing them in a Garchomp fight. They've been KO'd so many times in a row. That tier 1 gold zone going down, and like I said, the late game Pokemon need to get on board. And Metagross, I wouldn't say it's like super late game. It can fight early, but it's on board.
क्लाउन 5 वर्सेस लेट्स गो. डेडली मैचअप. टीम वालों नहीं होगा तो जीत जाएंगे. टीम वाले ही हरवाते हैं भाई मैच.
They've been soloing it, but they haven't had too much to contend with because Ignorance has been trying to make these pushes work on the top side time and time again. Exile racking up even more points. Ignorance really struggling to find an opportunity to get in this game.
अबे साले.
The Garchomp at 9, but they were getting outpaced, and Exile still has so many Unite moves available.
This point lead is gigantic. That was a rude little 2-point goal right there. That was unnecessary. It's like, well, I mean, we've got like over a 200-point lead, but we'll just make it 202 just for fun. But Exile getting everything that they want. This next Regieleki is going to be gigantic as well. It does seem like we've got quite a few really strong Unites up that could be used very, very freely right here. And if they manage to take it down, there is
क्या खेल रहा है? स्टोर पावर खेल रहा है?
नहीं मतलब किनको मारेगा वो? मारेगा किसको? वो बोल रहा हूँ मैं. एस्पियन का भाई था ना इनको अगली चला दे क्या पता, लेकिन अगली चला नहीं पाया. हो गया जीजी. ये गेम तो नहीं जीतना चाहिए भाई. इग्नोरेंस तो किसी भी हालत में.
अगर ये जीत गए तो पता चल जाएगा कितने लोग हैं सामने वाले.
नो लग तो नहीं रहे.
ठीक ही खेल रहे हैं भाई. कंटेन करके खेल रहे हैं. इसको टारगेट करना उसको कर रहे हैं.
However, Pierre making an amazing case in the backside of the fight. He's able to take out Espeon, and now it's a race to KO the Regieleki.
Ooh, that's going to be pretty freely going there to Scrubble, and they're going to be able to use that Unite to help push everything down. But will they be able to take this Tier 1 goal zone? That has eluded them for the entirety of this match. In fact, interestingly enough, it looks like they may not even be going for it. There's a rotation. Maybe they're trying to take a Tier 1 goal zone, but end up going down to the bottom one, as nearly everybody on that team is going to be rotating down. They're not using the mobility of the Hoopa, but they will be catching out 2 members of Exile. Not sure that they were going to be pushing all the way down, but I don't think they're going to be able to get the KOs. So close to the reset, but it was left over there a little bit late. And once again, Ignorance's push is shut down.
Yeah, I'm really surprised.
Hoopa अच्छा है भाई, कर तो रहे हो काम,
with their Unite move.
बस बंदे बच नहीं पा रहे.
Available to take it and retreat back home, but they decide to instead push the aggression. They do trade KOs. They take out the Blaziken, but instead give themselves up. And yes, Blaziken is a high EXP target, but again, it feels like we're feeding the Metagross a little bit.
लेवल डिफी है जो दिक्कत देगा, नहीं तो बाकी तो सेम ही चल रहा है. गोल नहीं हुआ बस इनके.
Damage dealer until this final fight, and they're already at 12, very close to that level 13.
Fight player तो उनको भी दिक्कत होगी सामने वालों को.
Win this last fight. There's basically no other way to win. Their big opportunity is here once they took that top Regieleki, but they just weren't able to find anything from it. There will be a few fights here. I mean, you can get KO'd here relatively freely. It's basically just going to delay you a little bit more for this final fight, but it's definitely going to be a Rayquaza angle for Ignorance. Exile, they can play this a few different ways. With how tanky and hard to KO,
इसको तो दबाने वाले हैं, मेरे को लग रहा है मेटा को.
a lot more patient, but they've got to be careful because you can burn down so fast when you've got that Garchomp available.
That's true. Mr. Mime and Metagross, though, they do love the ambush
Garchomp
play.
को
They can get
kill
an early pick,
तो
and
मिला
one
है
of these
level
fights
13
will be
का
so much
comeback हो
easier for
सकता
Freak and
है.
Oblivion to really get to work on their hyper
लेकिन
carry
Garchomp
Pokemon and
मतलब
remove the enemy
किसी
squad.
को हर
Ignorance
मिस्टर
playing
माइम
into that
में
quite well, though. They
है,
have
वो
won the
राउंड तो
positioning
नहीं
battle.
होना चाहिए.
They are not really warned at all by Exile.
ये जो खत्म कर दे तो
Here
जाके
does
ठीक
take about
रहेगा.
half their HP bar down.
फिर heal नहीं
Sim put a
रहेगी
bit of
उनके
a
पास
flank on the
कोई.
Sylveon, mostly
लेकिन
just
बैन भाई
for
3 ऑलराउंडर
information
बैन किए
gain, but they
ब्लेजिकन
take
और वो
that
2
1v1
ऑलराउंडर ले
with
लिए.
Sylveon.
बचा ही नहीं है कोई
Could
अच्छा
be
ऑलराउंडर.
devastating. Sim taking so
लूका
much
बचा है,
damage,
लूका.
but notably still has their Unite available.
3 ऑलराउंडर बैन है, 2 उन्होंने उठा लिए. राफ्ट तो बहुत सोच समझ के किया एक्साइल वालों ने.
दे रहे हैं.
ये ले मिस्टर माइम. अखाड़ा भी गया. लेकिन उनके भी गए.
Wow, Freak is able to make it out with a sliver of HP. Ignorance is extremely low. Scribble not during their Unite move. That Hoopa on bound so much damage potential, but they do not have a chance to put down the hyperspace hole to get their team to retreat. So we are looking at a refight, which is devastating for Ignorance. That was a great fight for them, but not able to close the gap. Means they're going to have to take down Exile a second time if they want to get this Rayquaza kind of unaffected.
And now we have basically no Unites. Only Blaziken, which doesn't really count because it only has Unites available. The Mime Unite just coming up. That could be gigantic for this fight, and they're going to be starting it off. The Mime is going to be using that Unite to stop the aggression coming out from that Garchomp. That's 2 members down again for Ignorance. A 5v3 for Exile. They're just going to go and clean up this Leafeon. The damage is going down on Rayquaza, but it's not going to be able to be This should be a guaranteed win for Exile. Every member up, 50 in every pocket.
अच्छा तो कर दिया था उन्होंने 3 गेम निकाल के.
Sim cleaning up with a KO streak at 3 on that Sylveon. It's so devastating when you watch that Pokemon Mr.
पर वहाँ पे Garchomp को क्यों नहीं आना चाहिए था? अगर वो नहीं आता तो
you know that there's no really reason to chase them down, but you cannot ignore their damage either. So much consistent firepower from that Pokemon, and Blaziken as well. Freak doing a great job all game, keeping the level lead in every situation, taking so many objectives. Exile taking every single one available to them outside of the Regielekis, but they never even let it hit their first tier goal zone.
Right, an interesting first game of the day. This was so, I guess, late game focused, which is interesting because the teams were built that their early game was very strong on both sides, but it really was about who managed to pop up first. And it was really kind of the Metagross versus the Garchomp in my eyes.
Yeah.
And we could see very clearly scaling up further and earlier, and it was just natural.
अरे तुम दोनों का पावर खेल लूंगा मैं सालों में जो ब्लू प्ले का नाम आ रहा है. अरे कैप्टन साले शर्म कर ले. तू तो बेफालतू बोल रहा है कि चैट दिखाओ क्या भाई.
The Garchomp is a great call out, Wonder Chef. I also think if you're playing that Leafeon, you were expecting to win those first couple engagements in the top path. It's why you draft that Pokemon. It's why you have such an aggressive start, especially going solar play. Looking for an early KO and to sweep all that EXP, but not really finding either. Great shutdown by Exile to prevent that and keep that Metagross in the lead. If you have Metagross Unite before you have Garchomp Unite, it is devastating.
It is. That Unite can be very, very scary. And it's one of those Unites, too, where, like, it is so much more scary, regardless whether it's Garchomp or any other Pokemon, when the Metagross is further ahead, right? When you're behind, you're kind of like, wait a minute, I'm trapped in here with you. This is not good. But it can be very, very scary if you can manage to hold on to that pace, which is exactly what Exile did. So a very strong job of that. Of course, Exile being down in the losers bracket, I would say, is a little bit of an upset. Ni how the team
गार्चोंप के लिए भाई इसमें कुछ और भी तो ले सकते नहीं हैं.
was kind of the first one to knock down Exile here, making it, I believe it was Nihao to do this, right?
Well, Nihao Ignorance were in the same group, so maybe in the qualifier bracket at some point in time. But yeah, either way, some amazing moments in that first game. Ignorance finally having some momentum, but with only Espeon, Crustle, and Hoopa up, and just very low on HP, they didn't have the firepower or really health pool to take down Rayquaza in time, so force that refight in Exile just feeding off of that. Mr. Mime still having Unite was amazing for Pure. We didn't get to talk too much about Pure's Mr. Mime throughout the match, but there were some really clever walls throughout that game. Very impressed with their gameplay. Very early walls a lot of the time. Sometimes we see kind of that bloodthirsty Mr. Mime
अरे कल वो है बच्चम पता है क्या इनका अलग ही फॉर्मेट है कल वो जो तो बोल रहा था ना LCQ टाइप उसमें से 3 टीमें ऐड हो जाएंगी इनमें कल वाइटी वालों पे भी चांस है.
Everyone plays a vital role in our team. For example, Jupiter is definitely the comedic relief. He knows how to make everyone feel better, feel calmed down with his comedy. Soup Chef is more of the stable one. He's the leader. He tells us what to do, what we should be doing. Scribblenut is definitely more of the logistical one. He knows the information, he knows the details. So that
वाइटी तो एलिमिनेट हो गई ना कैसे ऐड होगी
नहीं LCQ
comes in with a calm attitude.
आज LCQ चले गए ओपन ब्रैकेट से उनमें जो 3 टीम आएंगी वो डे 2 में ऐड हो जाएंगी कल.
And I'd like to think that I bring a nice
LCQ चल रहे हैं कहाँ चल रहे हैं
ओपन ब्रैकेट मैं नहीं खेल रहा हूँ तो टूर्नामेंट में क्या अरे पता नहीं अच्छे मैचेस कौन कौन से टीम के हैं नेम बता वही देखने हैं सारे अच्छे मैच हैं सारे देख म्यू अरे म्यू बहुत ज्यादा नर्फेट आज कोई नहीं खेल रहा म्यू मतलब वो रोम ही नहीं खेला भाई वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट म्यू.
अरे वो सीएल का खेला था ना
हाँ सीएल का खेला था लेकिन एक ही मैच ना पूरे टूर्नामेंट में 2 दिन में एक मैच बस.
हाँ हाँ मॉक्सी वो खेलेगा फॉक्सी खेलेगा भाई फॉक्सी ने खेला भी होगा अपने लीजन में.
My apologies, the wrong team name shut out. They say that they are bringing the vibes to the team. They're bringing a lot more than that, by the way. They're averaging a KO matchup stat of 6
नीचे वाले टीम में से तो कोई नहीं लग रहा मुझे अच्छा भी प्लेयर.
Average of 4 throughout all attack. Average on the KO hunt. Ignorance have some.
पिछली बार बता पाया गोलियां पे नहीं किसी ने.
The call out to Exile.
And once again,
दो राउंड दोबारा बैन एक्साइल वालों का फेस ही कर
question. Obviously, Tyranitar is running through kind of solo queue ranked mode, but to see whether or not it was going to be banned or picked.
Overload का भी है yes overload का भी है match.
And now we're starting to see the answer at least in game number 1. But we're going to be switching on to the other side and getting the first pick Sylveon now for Ignorance.
All right, Phalanx still available in this matchup so far, right? Did not get banned this time around. We're adding the Comfey into the mix, but Exile very confident in their Metagross to the point where they are first picking it, leaving defender options like
one target down.
Banned away, but Slowbro ult still available. Soup Chef going to be highlighting the Crustle currently. They really liked it in that last pick. We're going to see what Jupiter wants to bring to the table. Taking away Blaziken makes a lot of sense, but no way. We're picking Mr. Mime out of Pure's pocket?
Mr. Mime भी ले गया
Mr. Mime. Okay, I guess. That's awesome. Hey, I mean, it was working. All right, now the Cram coming out. Of course, I'm very excited with
क्या पता देना चाहते किसी के साथ लिंक अप बनाएंगे इसके साथ बना सकते हैं ना
जुपिटर के साथ
जुपिटर के साथ भी बना सकते हैं 2
अपनी टीम में
everything about this is going very cool.
This is really interesting. Cramorant, so basically Phalanx loves attacking enemy
attackers.
They love to get into the mix and they
नहीं
very easily. They ignore a lot of the critical hit style of damage as the passive. That Phalanx has a 25% lower critical hit ratio, so very, very good at negating some of those options. We have Free locking in the Scyther as this final option. Very interesting. Normally when you see this kind of speedster style build of this bug Pokemon, it's in the squishier targets, but they're ready for the fight. They can trust Metagross to carry some of these bigger team fights, and Scyther can be on cleanup duty. I think that's the major call, especially when that Cramorant Unite Gatling Missile, amazing spread damage, but it has a tough time closing out knockouts sometimes.
Broten के साथ वो करेगा ना,
Enemies nowhere
Broten के
to
साथ
get out of it.
मैच
Well,
है
when they
उसका,
run, Scyther just cleans
तो
up.
उसको भी heal
This
चाहिए.
is going to be a strong option as far as damage goes for Exile. On the other side, though, I'm really interested to see how Phalanx goes. Again, like I said, we got to see kind of what the Japanese meta was previously, but now it's time to see how NA
अरे ब्रैकेट की फोटो भेजना कोई मेरे पास है.
and also, just of course, like we mentioned before,
मैंने पहले तो देखा था, अभी ध्यान में नहीं आ रहा
have a
था
lot
आपके
of options against it within draft, and we now get to see the beginning very late in draft, which is smart.
Yeah, that's true. And of
Simp.
course, we have to give our player of the game shout out to Simp on Exile in that last game.
एक Simp India में भी है.
I really think proving that this Pokemon is so strong.
वो
First
भी
picking
मार रहा है
up
आजकल.
twice, 2 for 2 so far in our tournament, running the double glasses and the band. Very safe, very consistent build when you're playing this Pokemon in Path.
And of course, yeah, it's
इनका थोड़ा लो स्टैंडर्ड लग रहा है जापान देखने के बाद, है ना?
जापान का वो सेम था भाई WCS वाला.
वही तो इनका फीका लग रहा है.
Blaziken and a top path not.
Ooh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, so far we've seen Exile hold the Blaziken in the bottom path almost the entire match after taking blue buff, of course.
अज्ञान में मैं कमेंट्री था नहीं वो जहर हो जाएगा. कर तो सकता हूँ but जहर हो जाएगा.
Leaving Metagross a chance to try to build up their experience as quickly as they can. Jupiter on this Phalanx, ready to showcase the newest Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, this is kind of
लूजर ब्रैकेट से शुरू किया है, विनर बाद में होंगे.
Somewhat similar Pokemon amongst what they chose, not that many, but
पहले लूजर आएगा ना, लूजर के राउंड हो जाएंगे 2, इसका मैच और नीचे वालों का मैच, उसके बाद ऊपर वालों का मैच होंगे ना, फिर आएंगे वो टीम्स नीचे. पहले ये तो पता चले बाहर कौन जा रहा है. ये जो नॉकआउट मैचेस है ना, इनमें से जो आ रहा है वो बाहर.
In the tank and supporter position, no true healers in this matchup for this squad. Scribble not taking a ton of damage, and yes, the Sylveon gets a KO, but the top side going in Exile's favor as they are getting knockouts, and a bunch of scores go for Ignorance in the bottom path. Trades on either end.
You can see really where they are prioritizing all of their efforts. So we're going to see Cooper actually just kind of go down, but everybody from Exile is going to be running into that center. We are seeing a good amount of aggression trying to steal away some of that center area XP.
Also, I think that
ये गेम तो है ignorance का
level 5, we have a freak locking in
ओवरलोड का मैच
the
करता है. देख अगर लूजर वो पहले स्ट्रीम करें तो इससे अगला मैच ओवरलोड का है.
We do not want to take these teams.
ब्रैकेट कहाँ पे दिखाऊंगा भाई, आएंगे तो दिखा दूंगा.
We want these ones to be as long
अगर लूजर से चालू किया तो अगला मैच ही है.
and a great amount of health regain and
इसने क्या लिखा है?
ले भाई हक दिया उसने.
ओवरलोड लिख दिया इसने.
You know, I do actually like this.
ओवरलोड लिख दिया उसने लोड की जगह.
Outlast in team fights from Exile.
ओवरलोड तो इंडिया का प्लेयर है ना कोई.
The Umbreon, they've got the Scizor, they've got Cramorant who can basically just kind of try to stay out of range, and they can just sit there and just wait. That could be a strong strategy. You're going to be jumping though immediately on Soup Chef. They can really get out of there, but still a great option for aggression. And wow, what a quick little turnaround.
Yeah, there you go. You're starting to see the damage potential as Phalanx, as Jupiter just jumps into that battlefield, is able to take out one. Oblivion picks up a few shields with that gyro ball, but look at this.
कितने बंदों को लगा था
enemy. The special defense shred from the Sylveon might not help out the Phalanx in particular, but those Mr. Mind Confusion Blasts are going to hit harder if that special defense damage or our defense drop has hit from the Sylveon.
And this is going to be another really difficult situation where the ability to defend these goal zones from Exile is going to be very strong because they're just going to be able to sit on there and just sustain forever. So that attempt to push it from Ignorance, like we saw in game number 1, is just not really finding any fruit, really. It has just been tough. We are going to see the Hyper Voice, though, which we didn't get to talk about as much, where they're going to need that extra damage and just jumping over there, taking out that Scizor very quickly.
Yeah, if you could stun that Scizor for a moment, like Scribblenaught was able to do with that barrier, you'll prevent them from using the bullet punch, which will then
अच्छा यूज कर रहे हैं वो रेंज का अपनी.
snarl from Pure, though, hits multiple targets, and now Exile trying to rally back on this defense. Huge overheat from Protein Shake, but they're going to get too low, and Eldegoss chases them down. Great KO by Neon, but now the Crustle getting to work again. Soup Chef showcasing that this Pokemon is still meta-relevant and is absolutely taking down these targets one by one.
Oh, wow.
Does put them in the rock ring, and now Cramorant with the Unite move, the Gulping Gatling Missile, taking down targets one by one. Failing's trying to escape, but I think that might be a bit too much to ask as Sib chases them down with
that was a great play altogether by Sib. They managed to solo down there the basement Reggie, and then they came up, they managed to get a sneaky little Unite in that tall grass. They managed to use the eject button to get it even a little bit further, getting all those clay KOs, cleaning up everything on that defense. So just getting so much mileage, and they are very high as far as level goes.
And we're starting to see the preview of these long fights, right? He's one by one, even getting one KO. Takes so much time. Jupiter again taking that fight, but of course it will be Protein Shake getting credit for the KO. It's just Pure left to defend this goal zone. One Snarl will stop all those targets, and a big foul play will push a few away, but the scores will still reign in. Failing's able to jump a few. Big push, that Iron Head, giving them the boosted or enhanced auto attacks for a few seconds after. When all the Failings are glowing, you know that they're throwing in a ton of damage.
That's when you've got to be afraid. Nice.
Not
get hit by that overheat. Just the last few ticks of that Hyper Voice as well, and now Exile's going to be pushing down on this bottom tier 1 goal.
Hyper Voice Sylveon का damage fail ही नहीं हो रहा उनको.
On Neon, making sure that they're not going to be able to use the Unite as well as they would like to, but regardless, this defense is going quite well. 2 respawns coming back up.
बोलते दो बंदों को खा गया भाई Sylveon.
It's hard for anybody to push anywhere in this game.
All right, Neon, bringing the vibes, bringing some heroic moments for Ignorance in this game number 2. They might not have the score lead, and one of those reasons, we haven't talked about too much about this, but the Failings started very counter draft. Well, that Metagross Gyro Ball can hit every target of Failings and get shielding from every single one. That is why you see Oblivion hard targeting Jupiter in those fights. We have the Cramorant Unite move trying to do as much damage as they can, but of course we have Protein Shake hard targeting them. They will eventually fall as Exile is able to win that little engagement. Potentially Protein Shake taking some extra damage, but not going to find any knockouts from it. Meanwhile, of course, Scribblenaught
Protein Shake भी है क्या इनमें कोई?
and they get a small
यही तो है क्या नाम है ये Blaziken Protein Shake है Protein नहीं
Not at least the Mime Unite, which we keep seeing is extremely powerful, especially
पुराना
with a
player
team
है
like this. But we'll see if they can actually collapse on this. Reggie like already starting to get low. They haven't found a good way to initiate, especially with that Unite.
All right, Pierre's going to take a ton of shields with that Moonlit Prance. However, the first KO is going to be Freak going down. Sylveon gets that first knockout. Oblivion has so much shield. The X-Scissor KO before another Gyro Ball can come back. Pierre takes so much damage they have to walk away, but Neon does take down Mac Russell. Simp still fighting in this matchup. They will eventually go down. That Hyper Voice just so strong from Neon. Absolutely unstoppable. Reggie like he is available, but Ignorance doesn't really have the firepower to take it down yet, so instead they are just farming as quickly as they can.
They did get quite a bit of EXP from that. They are actually slightly in the points lead now, and slightly in the EXP lead. First 13 in the game is going to be Neon.
अभी तो अच्छे मैच नहीं है, बाद में होंगे अच्छे मैच सारे. शुरुआत में सबसे बोरिंग मैच निपटा गया एक टाइप से.
Jumping into the lead, and it is a very small lead, but especially considering the last game that we saw, where it was very much Exile dominated up until forcing that Ray fight. This is looking a lot better for Ignorance. They've just got to try and close it out.
And what a showcase of Mime Walls from both these teams. They are absolutely crushing it right now. I mean, we have seen last game, of course, Pure on it, and now Scribblenaught, but these Mime Walls have been devastating for both teams to deal with. You saw Oblivion on that Metagross loves to jump into the fray of multiple enemies, but those Mime Walls really shutting them down at every turn.
Oh, was that a Unite forced out of the... No, that wasn't the Unite. What was that?
No Unite, yeah.
That visually looked like Unite, but
speed, I think, but yeah.
It must have been, yeah.
सामने heal है नीचे जो फाइट जीत गया निकालोगे फाइट ओके फाइट कितने पोकेमॉन है काटे
all-rounders putting out so much work. Mr. Mime going to be the first target to take down the
आगे आए Exile काटा लगा के सबको
Protein Shake. Freak gets into the work as well, and that's
Protein Shake नहीं बनने वाला.
2 members down for Exile. Sylveon on the top side, Blaziken on the bottom side, but Exile all around the Ray Rayquaza currently.
Yeah, they know that they have to deal with probably both the
But
Sylveon
melt
and
नहीं
the
होगा.
Blaziken
5 points
before
का
they do
gap.
anything with
Close
their
back कर.
Rayquaza. They're still not in the lead. There's not
भाई
been
कितने
any
Pokemon थे भाई
significant
अखाड़े
back and forth.
में.
Still 5-point lead for
दो तीन
Ignorance. So Exile does
दोनों
not
टीम
regroup.
के थे.
They
दोनों
maybe
टीम
didn't
के
want
थे
to
भाई
try to force
Pokemon.
anything. They did have a slight numbers advantage, but it wasn't going to be enough that they could guarantee themselves something safely. The secure on the side of Ignorance is very, very strong, and they've got to make sure that they get
Next
a
होगा
true
ना match
win
होगा.
here at
Yes,
the
next
center.
overload का
Right,
match
a nice
होगा.
little rock tomb, but there's just not enough backup from Ignorance, who's playing extremely defensively.
I was just gonna say, Ignorance are playing this like they have a 200-point
Yeah,
lead,
I
but they
know.
are confident in their 5-point lead right now. Exile finally making the first move. Simp jumps in the middle of the Ray Pit and starts doing a little bit of damage to that Rayquaza. It's barely been touched, but they have definitely
Lal
started
side तक
this
बैठा
initiation.
तो
Sylveon and Blaziken are on the bottom side of the minimap. Keep an eye on where those Pokemon are as they are trying to get that engaged. Pure and Oblivion scare them
देखो
off.
भाई
As, of course,
flip
now
सीधा.
Ignorance is working
क्या
their way
चालू है?
towards the Rayquaza. Good positioning battle victory there.
बहुत डैमेज आ
Sim's
रही
gonna have to back up. They're getting very low, and they do
Psycho
see there's
जैसे
a
flip क्यों
vulnerable
नहीं करते
target
भाई?
in the form of Sim. The Kermit's
5
getting
point का
very
gap
low.
है तो अंदर
Getting
team
walled
को
off
नहीं
as well.
उठाया.
Unite coming out from the Scizor. That's gonna be a big jump. Exile has to move in. There's 26
Ah,
seconds left. They've got to win this fight.
दे
दे दिया दे दिया दे दिया.
हाँ QRS आ गया भाई QRS
Got to
उसका
get more.
winner.
A big, huge dunk in from Ignorance. It's getting them a 60-plus point
Let's
lead, and then
like
Rayquaza is
भाई इन पे
extremely
हिलक भी नहीं था
high
फिर
health.
भी निकाल गए ये
Running
मैच.
over the back cap.
Yeah, Broti Chick's gonna be doing just the
Run
same.
कर
Pure
दिया
attempting
भाई.
to score a hundo burger in the top hat.
अरे ऊपर almost हो गया था
defend
तो.
1v2 on that
C5
top
से
side,
देखते
holding
हैं.
down the fort.
फिर
तो
भी नहीं
वो
जीतते
C5
ना
नहीं है
ये
भाई
वाला
वो
तो.
कोची
But the
दोनों
rally
की
back from
C5 है.
Superchef is gonna shut
नाम
them
C5
down,
रखा
and
है
we're going to
इसने.
game 3.
Ignorance fighting their way back in. Game number 1 looks tough, but that was just confidence. There's no other way to put it. Like you said, they were playing like they had a 200-point lead, and they had a 5
भाई लेकिन ये 5 point का gap में क्या ही 30 सेकंड तक कुछ नहीं करे बंदे.
But they played so well. That's
लीड
where
भाई लीड होती है.
Pokemon Unite really shine.
close
एमजी
back.
वाले मैच में 1 से जीते हैं भाई.
हाँ वो तो अरे वो तो बहुत काफी मैच वो सैड हारे हैं भाई.
That was just a great way to show it off from Ignorance. I'm glad we're seeing this go to this game 3.
Ah, me too. And we were talking about how the Mr. Mime kind of a debut for these teams. Looking at the stats, it's looking like that's not the case. Scribblenaught actually, Mr.
Portal
Mime
भी
is
तो
the
है.
third most picked Pokemon. And I mean, we talked about it, the no healer composition, no power swaps, which would be the opportunity to heal up their targets. But Ignorance has been kind of well known for this for quite some time. Of course, they will be winning the MVP, EXP share, Buddy Berry, and that Resonant Guard with a potion as well. Ignorance have a few potion believers on the team. Scribblenaught, one of those players. Resonant Guard, though, a great early game item to get that extra shielding, but they're also running that EXP share for the squad.
Yeah, it's funny. Really, the potion meta has returned. I feel like
It
we're
has.
कैसे बात रखते हैं ये आने वाले.
And Ignorance have been there, but everybody's catching up.
सालों में ऐसे घर से बाहर कभी निकले ही ना हो.
Just ahead of the curve, or maybe so far behind the curve that they're ahead of the curve. We'll see which one it is. But no, clearly Ignorance playing an extremely strong game in that last one, and really cool to see again the Failings for the first time in North America. First opportunity to see Failings.
बहुत डैमेज आया होगा भाई
Now been
सीजन
banned,
में.
and it's been at least picked very well in one.
डैमेज दिखा दिया.
Yeah, it's true. Really cool stuff to see from these squads. I did want to let everybody know, in terms of Pokemon selection, it is Exile who love the variety, by the way. Oblivion with over 9 picks so far within the North American Regional Tournament, and now we're adding Metagross to the mix, which is a brand new look for them. Simp also debuting their Cramorant within this tournament with that last game as well.
Yeah, Cramorant's another one that's really been fighting their way back into the meta, and it really, I mean, it showed off exactly how strong it could be. That was a close game, of course.
Yep.
For so long, we were sitting within 5 minutes of, or sorry, 5 minutes, 5 points of each other.
Yes.
Well, there were 5 minutes, half the game, I guess. But 5 points of each other.
वो लास्ट वाला भर रहा था भाई होने वाला को.
Smart pick. So I feel like going
हारते के
into this
साथ
last
ही.
game, we are going to see probably some more shifts again as well, which I mean, it's kind of obvious.
You think we
do
see
some
Sizzler
games,
again?
but I like the idea with Scizor, but it was getting KO'd a little bit too fast, I think. I mean, again, the idea that I pointed out of just outlasting in the fights, I think it was cool, but Scizor, it can have some
Same
trouble.
man.
जल्दी मैच हो
अरे
गया।
वो बैन कर दिया, इस बार टीटा को खोल
The
दिया।
bans have already happened, and there we go. A
आने वाला
Sylveon
टीटा
ban
तो।
finally enters the battlefield. Gyarados, Phalanx, Trevenant, and Sylveon being the crew. Tyranitar's available. Hello, North America.
All right.
Crystal क्यों ले गए भाई
Finally,
टीटा?
Red
Zoinks
Bull भी
gets to
अपनी
see
जाने देंगे।
Tyranitar, and
लो,
Duke's
हाँ,
Next will
Crystal
not
अच्छा
make
है।
fun of him for enjoying that
Super
ban
Chef.
for the first time
Protein
ever
shake.
in the history of Pokemon.
That's very optimistic of you to say. I do think they will be making fun of me, but that's all right. Protein Shake and Soup Chef going to be locking in some of their
Leafeon
comfort picks.
आ गया।
Protein Shake currently 0-1 in the Leafeon. In that game number 1, they were not able to get the W, but Soup Chef has made this Crustle look amazing. It looked like a hard scissor counter in that
ये तो
last game. So
है,
very
तो
excited we're going to see it
मस्त
yet again. Freak back on that Blaze again. Pure back on that Mr. Mime. Is this going to be the weekend of Mime? Like, how much Mime are we going to see here?
It might be. I was saying it's so hard to guess this meta, but we do have a 100% win rate for Mime so far. Now, oh, the Machamp coming back out
Machamp,
as
भाई ये तो
well.
टीटा नहीं बगा।
Interesting. Scribblenet does have an interesting choice to make here. They were hovering the Comfey for quite some time.
ये तो बहुत
Both
घटिया
Leafeon and
कॉम्प
Champion
लिया है
look very, very
चोटिया को।
solid with that
लास्ट में
particular
क्या आएगा?
option.
डेलफॉक्स
But
या
I think
गार्डी?
right now, Ignorance has to be thinking in their draft
गार्डी आ
strategy,
सकती है।
how do we shut down this Tyranitar? And so far, out of all the options, I don't know if any are hard counters to this Pokemon.
मैं
In
इसका
fact, I
build
think
भी
it's gonna be
मेरे
quite
वाला है,
difficult
focus
for
on
them.
weakness।
This pick, though, might be the secret
Delphox
sauce. The
वो।
Delphox Fire Spin is devastating for
अच्छा,
the
अच्छा।
Tyranitar to deal with. It doesn't have any moves that just inherently give Tyranitar unstoppable. Blaziken, though, does have a couple of options. They can ignore that Fire Spin, but double support on the
Ulti
side
ult
of
खुलेगी
Mr.
भाई उस पे तो।
Mind Tank, Eldegoss healer.
डबल एट में गैप हो
I
सकता है
love
वो।
this Delphox pick. You were just talking about it. I think that it's such a strong Pokemon. Honestly, this has been a Pokemon that's been very strong, but not really early picked a lot for, I want to say months. I want to say like half a year at least.
Been too long is how I like to say it.
It is, yeah. But every single time that we see a strong player pick it in a smart situation, which does tend to be the best team,
हम
to do that,
पीछे
I
हैं।
feel like it is so impactful.
Now,
5 मिनट
remember
पीछे
back to game 1 when Pure was
क्यों?
playing that Mr.
क्योंकि मैंने
Mime.
लेट
We were
चालू किया
talking
था
so
मैं वो
much
बीच
about
में
how
कुछ
it's
तो
amazing
काम
the
जुम चालू था
walls
तो मैं
can
काम करने
force
चला
the
गया
enemy
इतने में
to
आया
have to
चालू
deal with
हुआ
Metagross
मिला
up
मैच
close and personal. You know who likes that even more is Tyranitar. Yes, Sandtomb gives you a little bit of a dash, gives you some mobility, but if you can prevent the targets from escaping a Sandtomb, a Stonehenge, or even just
लेकिन लड़की वाले बार हार गया तो मजा तो आ सकता है।
Oblivion is going to be able to profit
रेस तो करेगा ये।
so I think this is a very, very cool composition to do this. Of course, it'll have to be very early preemptive mime walls, very aggressive barriers, but Pure has shown that they can take a hold of that strategy.
Yeah, and of course, for anybody who hasn't been following the meta of Unite, of course, we're here at an international championship. I want everybody to know exactly why this is all so cool. Of course, Tyranitar was considered one of the weakest Pokemon in the game, got some buffs, has been destroying ranked, and now we get to see it in competitive in game number 3 here. This is the last chance for one of these teams. I mean, I guess they do have the final stretch, but here at the North American Regional Finals, this is their last chance.
Yeah, whatever team takes the loss here will be eliminated from our regional finals tournament. And whatever team takes the win will be moving on to play the loser of one of those winner's side games. So important that these squads can put everything that they have gained throughout the season right on their backs now. Oblivion trying to defend his goals over Larvitar is not going to be able to slow down 3 targets. Neon doesn't get the level 4 of that, which is a little frustrating for that Fennekin, I'm sure. But now they have to contend with the Larvitar secure.
This is really interesting. They are just not giving Oblivion any help here, and it turns out like
काफी मारा
give at least a little bit of help.
हो गया रमेश
All the
सर के तो
invasion
स्टार्ट
going on. We're actually going to
होगा
see
भाई
counter invade doing quite well for the side.
ऑटो अटैक मार दिया उसने।
Exactly if they were able to steal away anything, but at the very minimum, it's an interesting strategy to go alongside, trying to build some space maybe for that currently Larvitar.
All right, finally, the early Leafeon pick is going to benefit Jupiter at that level 5 because of it. Scribblenot caught in a really difficult position. Jupiter does dynamic punch into that fight, but gives them enough time to pull back. Very safe return from the Hoopa.
Yeah, that top path is actually going to be quite difficult to challenge now, but we are going to see Protein Shake trying to steal a little bit from the side of Exile, and tries to get the hit there. They may be going down. They're going to be so low. They try for a little bit more damage, but this is actually going to be double KO altogether for Exile. Looks like the final hit was actually from... Oh, no, I'm sorry. There was another KO up on top from Eldegoss that I saw at the same time. So
Exile तो हो चुका level 6 भाई. सामने कोई level 6 ही नहीं opponent पे.
अरे मारने के बाद भी हो गया वो.
Idvis भी ले गया बस आगे.
हो गया भाई अब तो.
Almost 7 level.
Revenge going to be going in for Protein Shake.
Yeah, and we did manage to see Ignorance doing quite well in that center area. They were able to KO Oblivion. That's exactly the KO that we were just talking about. And they look like they were able to get the majority of the 8-minute experience, which is going to be very, very important in the game of Pokemon Unite. Getting just basically all of these big chunks of these spawns that spawn multiple Pokemon.
It's Mystical Fire. So this is probably Mystical Fire Flame Charge from Neon. Now, both of the Delphox movesets are probably on paper counters to the Tyranitar. Either able to dash away and move from that target with your dash kind of abilities of Mystical Fire Flame Charge, or you try to lock down the Tyranitar with the Fire Spin. It's really dealer's choice, but it seems like with Neon specifically, they want to go with a little more damage-oriented moves.
Highest level.
You could also technically probably get through a Mime Wall, right?
Yeah, he's a blue.
I guess, maybe. I actually have never seen that interaction before, but we've seen it definitely go over Rock Tombs. But of course, Rock Tombs on their own side. So I guess if your teammate accidentally locks you in, you've got a way to get it. But right now, that Raid-based Reggie is going to go pretty much uncontested, I think, to Exile. Getting a good work done. Going to be there in time. Regieleki, though, is not being taken down as we're just seeing stacks going in up top.
करने वाले हैं.
लेकिन हो गया भाई काफी जल्दी हो गया वो हो गया
ले भाई
कर दिया टीटा लेकिन अल्ट भी मारा
it's level 9. Pollen Puff is also available for this Eldegoss. We're seeing the damage that Exile can do. Everybody raining in some points. Oblivion going to break that goal zone, and now 139 the scoreline for Exile as they're having a chance to push into the enemy central area. Try to take that blue buff. Doesn't spawn in time, I suppose. Up here going to try to run.
अभी बच गया वो.
About a distance gained, and no one is going to be able to earn that knockout.
Just a little bit of EXP in the center area going to, the interesting Simp. So we haven't had a chance to see Simp as much in this game, but that is going to be...
मचे कुछ तो कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे.
We're going to go back to the dive, basically. And
कुछ होएगा ही नहीं.
वो पकड़ लिया भाई.
But we are going to see them, get caught out a little bit, but hey, the big buddy of Tyranitar running into the defense, and Soup Chef in particular is going to have to really be careful of that. The Unite's coming out from the Cramorant to help them try to close that down. They just
चैम खोलने वाला yes
nobody's going to push in that area.
यो लो अल्ट तो मस्त मार गया भाई मैं चैम ने
बाहर ले गया वो भाई. लेकिन साइड मार दी.
There for the big push. However, Delphox is going to get absolutely shredded. I don't think they were able to see free charging of that overheat.
लेकिन उनका अल्ट काफी ब्रोक दोनों टाइम टीम अल्ट तो अच्छे हैं. अल्ट झुला तो सकते हैं.
It was a great Delphox Unite move to cover the
अच्छा डेल्फॉक्स
and Oblivion is just starting to shred these enemy Pokemon.
11 level टीटा
at holding up against the
नहीं होने वाला इनसे. बहुत मुश्किल है टीटर के मरे बिना तो.
अरे टीटा वाले टीम लीड में है बिल्कुल नहीं होगा. पीछे हटो फिर भी चांस रहता है.
Shutting it down in the early game. Well, and Exile has made it.
ये डेल्फॉक्स साइड में मर सकता है वो. चांसेस कम है.
The Machamp and the Crustle in particular, I feel like they just want to be so far forward. The
वो टीम टीटा पे डिपेंडेंट भी नहीं है भाई. क्रैम भी उतना ही कैरी करेगा फाइट में ब्लेज भी करते. तो उन पे कोई मार रहा है. तो उन पे कोई कैरी करने वाला पोकेमॉन ही नहीं है दूसरों पे.
Sitting here defending, doing so much AoE damage, is one of the best defending in the game, but there's still going to be a lot of points going in.
एक बार तो विकेट हो टीटा की.
Popping into that unbound form, getting some huge stuff.
I can't believe it. Got some KOs before it goes down.
Hello, अरे पता है भाई पता है
teammates were falling beside them.
Whoa, yeah, sad.
As will they. Exile did another great defense of that goal zone. They currently have a scoreline of 251. And it's the Eldegoss picking up the 3 KOs.
लेकिन शेडो में गया कुछ.
A lot of Eldegoss KOs. I think
जब मैच पिच चल गया तो चैट में स्पॉइलर देगा.
Right now, we've got Neon just kind of sitting here trying to get as much experience as they possibly can, but we're seeing a little bit of a flank from Exile going back around through the
अगर जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ वही होगा तो मजा आ जाएगा भाई.
This time on the Hoopa, and now this Regieleki is pretty free for the taking. We could see an attempt from the champ. Cross chop already used the Ignite coming out, trying to get that steal. It was an inch away. I love the attempt, and there's not going to be too many other opportunities to use that Unite. They would kind of have to use it defensively right there anyway. It would have been cool to see, but that does mean that Exile is going to be in a similar situation to game number 1.
Yeah, Exile currently have 2 Registeals to their name, and now
Pressure का level ही no
Ignorance has not been able to pick up a single objective
भाई
in
लास्ट
this
को कोई
matchup.
रिडीम कोड मिला नहीं पता भाई मेरे को तो रिडीम कोड का मैंने आज तक किया ही नहीं है
कोई shutting them down at every turn. Pure lines up an amazing barrier, a huge push in with the Psychic. They're going to have to recall back through the base.
Ooh, this is a 1 minute away from the final 2
मैंने
minutes.
खुद नहीं कोई
One
रिडीम
of these
कोड यूज
teams
किया अभी तक तो
guaranteed
नो आईडिया
going home. We'll have to see which one it is. And again, although I said it was similar to the first game situation, this is looking more even. It was a 200-plus point lead on the side of Exile. The problem is, once again, they're going to have to find an answer for that Tyranitar. And the fact that we're going to have, especially a Unite from that Cramorant backing it up, you're going to have to deal with so much damage from 2 different directions at once. They're going to have to find a really strong pick, and it's going to have to be on somebody very important as well.
Oh, of course, yeah. Man, if you can take down one of these big threats, you're going to be feeling so much better about your final fight, which we are fast approaching, by the way. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. A third Registeel. 3 for 3 on the Registeel. Pretty big payout for Registeel fans, as now an attack buff is going to be going onto every member of Exile currently.
That's a jackpot there, and we'll see if they can use that to close out this game. There's not going to be enough time for that top ranger like to spawn, of course. We assumed that was going to be the case. And now, again, a 128-point lead or something like that for Exile. They can be the first ones to push in.
Oblivion gets a ton of damage on a Soup Chef early. Soup Chef has to immediately retreat to that hyper.
ये साथ में अरे क्रैमल हेलो
brings them down to about half HP. That Crustle is only at
हो गया भाई
having a really difficult time getting any experience.
क्रैमल बहुत ज़्यादा क्रूशियल टीम फाइट है उसने कब कब कर दिया
but still that is not the time that you want to level 11. Yeah, rather be
अब तो बस होपा हाइट के इंतजार है
क्रैम प्ले को तो बनने वाले हैं ये एक्साइल वाले मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ एक तो भरा जाएगा अरे क्रैम का खत्म है वैल्यू कुछ नहीं यूज कर लास्ट की फाइट में आरटी यूज अरे बाय 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 ये तो गया उन्हें भी बचा है
क्या बचे भाई वो
इस बार तो यूज हो गया ये भी गया ये भी गया
डेटा तो नहीं होने वाला
डेटा चढ़ क्या लेगा डेटा भी गया ये भी गया नीचे वाला भी गया फाइवमैन वाइप बोलते
as well, and now it's all down to the Rayquaza. This all 5 members KO'd of Exile and Ignorance. All they need to do is take out the Rayquaza.
Their burn is very low. They're not ripping very fast, but Rayquaza will go down before anybody from Exile can come back. And that's going to be Ignorance actually giving them time to get everybody up and getting those shields. They still got to score at least 130 points to manage to make back this lead, but it's looking quite good for them. One mom's not going to be able to stop that.
चिल्लाने लगे भाई लोग आवाज आ गया चिल्लाने की ऑडियंस
that Tyranitar does true damage, which hits below the Rayquaza shields, but Ignorance not too worried. Tyranitar can only defend 1 gold zone at a time, and with 10 seconds left in the matchup, Ignorance has just knocked Exile out of the regional tournament.
Going down a game and making it all the way back, 2 in a row. Ignorance are going to be the first winners on the big stage here. A good showing from Exile.
कौन दवाई इसमें से बता दो जल्दी.
Fourth or above throughout the series. Top squad for them. They will have a strong of the year. What a time to peak for this squad. Taking down one of the best teams in Exile.
Okay.
भाई वो तो रोने जैसा हो गया एक्सो
in the final stretch, but really tough to start
भाई वो
the day in a
गया.
matchup you're very confident in.
बगेंगे ये भी बगेंगे आपस में बाहर वो एक की स्ट्रीट फाइट
मेरे को थिएटर प्लेयर लग रहा था भाई छोटा वाला.
भाई उसने सिम्प ने तो हगा ओब्लिवियन था गया इनमें टी टाइप वाह ओब्लिवियन भी गए
on that Delphox.
भाई लोग ने कितने सारे टीम्स यार बहुत सारे डैमेज देख भाई कितना
really pave the way for Ignorance to take over this.
डेल्फॉक्स का डैमेज कम है लेकिन वैल्यू बहुत ज्यादा है.
Fox had given so much it could and just being was
आगे ले जाओ भाई सीधा लाइव दबाओ.
We are pumped.
अरे ये अन्य वाले कास्टर बसते हैं भाई, कुछ ही बोलो, कास्टर तो है अन्य के।
डूब स्नैक्स है ना ये तो।
Those are great vibes when
नहीं।
you're just like carrying the game.
Neo
Incredible vibes,
Yes.
dude. Incredible vibes. The Delphox is
ये
bringing
भाई
it.
लाइव
डूब स्नैक्स ही तो है वो बैठा हुआ साथ में।
Shell Bell players I
Snacks
think we have out there these days. You
वो
gotta
नाम नहीं
remember,
पता
in
भाई
competitive
मेरे
play
से।
in the Unite Championship Series, emblems are not allowed, so you don't get that
मस्त भाई,
lock
मस्त।
emblem cooldown advantage. However, Shell Bell
Neo
and
ने कर दिया
Energy
भाई।
Amplifier, both items that will lower the cooldown of moves. Delphox, one of those Pokemon, if they have a blue buff,
ये तो वही है ना, बड़ी बी।
consistently get those moves off way quicker.
Yeah, man, I mean, it's so much more rare
Altaria.
nowadays. More typical like mage type special attacker Pokemon that are really depending on all of their special moves as much. And this is, I mean, a great opportunity when you could use something like that. So really cool to see
Altaria.
how these players are
भाई Luminosity जल्दी आओ।
amongst the ability to kind of go a lot of different directions nowadays.
Yes, of course. I think that we just got a peek into the variety.
पहला
We're
मैच
gonna
शायद
be
दूसरी
seeing
टीम
all
जीती थी ना?
top 8 as well, by the way. Phalanx, Tyranitar,
पहला
Blaziken-
हाँ, पहला एक्सेल जीती थी।
फिर लगातार तो इग्नोर
Ignorance ने 2 जीत 2-1 कर दिया।
ब्लेजिकन तो काफी गलत बफ मिला, बहुत ज्यादा पावरफुल हो गया, बट किस टीटर बोलना चाहते हो क्या भाई? तो और ये किसका मैच होगा? ये NAIC चालू है भाई, NA के क्वालिफायर
Yeah, that is already
Overload
so
के।
gigantic. Also, just as a note, I mean,
जैसे
Kobe
पिछले
and
वोच पार्टी में
Korea
जापान के
and
क्वालिफायर थे, भी अन्य
it's
वालों के हैं।
really interesting, and so many of these Pokemon do play similar roles, right? I mean, we're going to see a lot of like the
Oh, Mr. Lonopi, hello.
banned out or fought over, or where you end up deciding to
एक्साइल और इग्नोरेंस का था भाई मैच, विकेट डाल दी।
worth a lot. But stuff like mine being, we're stealing away to see, but the coolest thing to me, looking back at this entire set, is
हाँ भाई, एक्साइल पहला मैच जीती ओब्लिवियन वाली टीम, इग्नोरेंस ने रिवर्स मार दिया।
we're stealing away Pokemon that obviously
कौन कौन
play
एक्साइल में?
Pokemon. Looking
पता
back
नहीं,
at
कोई
this
तो
entire
प्रोटीन
set
शेक
is
वगैरह
the
है।
ability to steal away Pokemon.
प्रोटीन शेक
भाई ये मैच भी
Yeah,
इन्होंने
these
थ्रो ही
teams,
किया
we're
एक्साइल
stealing away
वालों
Pokemon
ने,
that steal
5
away
पॉइंट की लीड,
Pokemon taken.
सो पीछे थे एक्साइल वाले। कौन जीता है दोबारा देखते हैं। ये भी डांसर भी बुला रखे भाई, एक्साइल वाले जीतते हुए। देख अभी LG वर्सेस लेट्स गो। रुक दिखाता हूँ, अरे रुक दिखाता हूँ।
उसके बाद है
ये देख
ये क्या
भाई, इन लोग में टोटल कितने टीम हो गए? अभी तो 8 टीम है भाई, आज 8 है, कल बढ़ जाएंगे। ये देख
कुछ ज्यादा ना यार, मैंने कुछ ज्यादा ही है भाई ये गेम भी होना चाहिए। पूरी बारात
तो है भाई, लेन तो है।
ये आने वाला अलग लेवल का लैंड कर रहा है इतना तो वर्ष में।
एंडे जापान भाई क्या ही चाल है।
जापान का भी ऐसे ही था क्या?
नहीं, जापान का लेकिन सेटअप मस्त था ना, एनिमी ऑडियंस भाई। देख भाई क्या ही लैंड करवा के पूरी परेड निकाल रहे। स्टार्टिंग में देखो, हाँ स्टार्टिंग में तो था ही कैसे, स्टार्टिंग में तो ये बैठे हैं, फिर वो लैंड का सेटअप है। ओ ये क्या हो भाई, अरे बहुत सारे गेम है, सिर्फ एक पोकेमॉन यूनाइट नहीं है भाई यहाँ पे।
कुछ तो है 3-4
स्प्रेगल्स अभी डांस कर रहा था। किस टाइम पे? टाइमिंग बताओ भाई, टाइमिंग बताओ।
क्रेसिरोस पास है।
क्रेसिरोस थोड़े ना कास्ट ऑफिशियल कास्टर नहीं है भाई। अच्छा ये इनमें होगा स्प्रेगल भी, एक तो वो गड्ढा भी है।
तो पॉपुलैरिटी बहुत है यार।
चलो तो बस जाए लहन तो।
इसने मेरे जैसा ब्लेजिकन तो नहीं दिखा होगा।
ब्लेजिकन भी है, ब्लेजिकन क्यों नहीं है?
क्या बैन दे रहे हैं?
ट्रैप टीटा ओपन कर दिया तो उठा लिया बैठा के। और
इंडिया वाली
11 टोस बैन।
और इंडिया के बैन सिमिलर ही है। जापान के खतरनाक ब्रांड आते हैं।
And the Pokemon video game. Pokemon Unite will be hosting 2 events this weekend, with the first capping off our NA regional finals later today. The other titles are gearing up to battle all weekend in order to reach Championship Sunday. Now, it's time for our competitors to make your way to the play tables. Flash play. North America
International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming to see the competition is vast. It's going to
for Pokemon that we think will be most played throughout the weekend. I have it at #1. Apparently,
येलो वाला देखो
as
स्प्रेगल
well.
हाँ हाँ मुझे भी स्प्रेगल जैसा ही लगा था वो
I
सही
threw
बोल
the
रहे हो
Mimikyu in at my 4th spot, mostly just because I know a lot of these North American teams really.
1 मिनट बचा है मैं खाना खाते हुए देखता हूँ अब आएगा ओवरलोड का मैं उसके बाद भी ऑरेंज जूस और जी का है
स्लैश उसके बाद स्लैश का मैच है
ओवरलोड कैसा गेम है वैसे दिखता है बहुत सिंपल दिखता है वाटर प्लेयर्स को देखो अब क्राउडली को देखो भाई ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत तगड़ा गेम प्ले आएगा
रुको भाई 1 मिनट में आएगा
अरे क्राउडली भाई स्ट्रीम करते हो आज कर दिया ऐसा मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा था make sure to follow some chance to get up.
The battles have begun here in New Orleans.
I am
The
back.
North American International
I am back.
Championship.
Street-
One team has
street
already been
channel
eliminated
right?
from the North American Regional Finals, but it's time now to see
मैं तो रहने जा
the
रहा हूँ
world champion team in the losers bracket.
The only world
All
champion
of
team
the-
that exists in Pokemon Unite because we've only had 2 years of the world championships and one team has won at both rounds. Luminosity Gaming with a brand new look, just Overlord returning on this squad from the roster of last year, but some incredible teammates on that squad as well. And they are going up against one of the most formidable squads, at least in your opinion, and of course, one that you were a huge fan of. It's the Brave Birders.
Brave Birders sweep, let's go. I love
Brave
the Brave
Birders
Birders.
follow?
One of the
मुझे खुद नहीं
most
पता
consistently sticking together squads.
Yes.
In
इतने बंदे
the
team
most
में
consistently
कौन-कौन
stuck
खेलते
together squad, I would say, probably in all of North America for a very long time. And returning to the North American regional finals, they were at last
कौन
year's, and
जीतेगा
now they're back.
देखते हैं कोई भी
But
जीते
they've got to
समझ
fight
गया
this superstar team of the new Luminosity Gaming, which there are so many players on the team that I'm a huge
जीतते
fan
कोई
of.
भी
One
मैं
of the
लेकिन
best
हेल्दी चाहता
plays
हूँ
of the
जीतते
entire last season of Season 2 of competitive Pokemon Unite was
Not
made
about
at
the
this
game,
stage. And North America International
LG
Championship
जाने
जाने
awarded
चाहिए।
that as
लुटानो है
well
भाई
by
LG में
fan
फेवरेट
vote.
प्लेयर
The best play of the entire season was
No,
Lutano
can
versus
favorite,
the
that's
Brave
what we
Birders
did.
on the Solar Beam Venusaur.
Lutano बहुत time से
5
जानते
KO
थे, पता है
streak
लोग।
to save
but
the
उन लोगों
game,
को
take
first
the
world
Ray,
cup से
win
ज्यादा
the
जानते हैं।
tournament eventually. Spoiler.
Spoilers,
But-
it's only a year old, but spoilers.
But we are going to be seeing that matchup again. Lutano currently
But
taking the
the-
stage for Luminosity
the-
Gaming and Brave Birders sitting across from them. This is going to be a fantastic matchup, Wonder Chef.
It is, and this is a real big question as well. Of course, the current roster of Luminosity Gaming is filled with just so many top players. However, a lot of them kind of joining in from other different teams, very, very different than what we saw before. Overlord, Joey, Jail, Lutano, and Stockings. I actually didn't know that. Is Stockings playing on the team for this tournament?
Looks like it. Locked in on the squad. Oh, I guess we'll have to see once we get another look at the stage shots. But still, so many incredible members on this squad. Overlord probably taking the spot for most people's choice for the best to ever do it currently. I mean, definitely the farthest ahead on that race. But, you know, it will be Otter playing in. I believe Stocking's potentially the sub for this squad. But Otter is going to be locking in. Another Delphox expert, by the way. We might see some more of the Mystical Fire style build.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, Stockings was playing in some of the qualifier matches because a player was sick, and so there were it's hard to explain. But on the other side, Brave Birders. Of course, I am a huge fan of Brave Birders. Kontang, Asha, Vinny, Red, and Snagsy. And they are, like I said, they're a team that has, they've been here on the stage before, this exact place. I mean, different venue, of course, different city, but NAIC regardless.
Yeah, a squad that has kind of always been on the outside looking in, almost into that upper echelon of squads, but is still looking for their breakout performance. However, EUIC, last year's NAIC, they are no strangers to the stage either.
Yeah,
so Kontang definitely the player that gets the most accreditation on this team because they in fact play the Talonflame, never Brave Bird, by the way, but they do play the Talonflame. However, this might be their meta because the other Pokemon they are picking every single game is that Sylveon.
Yeah, I mean, that's assuming they can actually get it, but that has been their pick for 2 years now, basically. So we will see one way or another whether they can get it. However, yeah, they were, you mentioned it just very slightly, they're one of the only North American teams to actually travel and enter the open bracket at the AOS Cup in London. So you can tell that they are a dedicated team that has been playing together. However, this big all-star team of LG is going to be very interesting. And I was starting to talk about it earlier, but we know that every single member of this roster is an all-star player. They are a hero player. They come from so many different strong teams. But the big question is, how quickly have they gelled together? Obviously, they are in the losers bracket here for a good reason, but maybe this last month has given them enough time to really gel and become potentially, we'll see if they can win Worlds again. But they've got a long way to go.
Well, let's ask them. I believe we had a video with Overlord talking about the very subject you're bringing up. So let's take a look at what Overlord had to say about LG.
Alright, so I'll start with JL, our support. He's like very, I'd say like smart player in a way. He kind of like likes to do his own thing, but like not like in a solo queue way, you know, like he brings kind of like that like the randomness to the team, a randomness factor, which is definitely interesting. It's good for the team. I'd say Lutano, our jungler, he's very calm, right? He kind of keeps the team calm. He's a lot of like the majority of the team's calms. I'd say Otter is very good with drafting. He does a lot of kind of goes over like the strategies for the game. And Joey is our defender. He's definitely like the most aggressive player on our team. He's definitely the one making most of the plays, like trying to be aggressive on play on the enemy team's side. And me, I guess, I'm also very aggressive, but I guess I'm also pretty mechanic again, I'd say. So we've only been playing together for about 2 months, so we'd definitely be able to. It'd be nice to be able to prove ourselves, you know. Now that I think we've gotten our bases down and that we're a structured team now, it'd be good to, I guess, prove to everyone that we're still the best. So.
Good to hear from Overlord and, of course, this squad of Luminosity Gaming. I was taking a peek at some of the stats that we have here, Wondership. And some interesting things. One of the cool stats we have is the Rayquaza Rayquaza wins the game, but you got to think about the previous moments.
ये लोग टाइम पास बहुत करते हैं भाई. अरे लैन पे टाइम पास होता ही है भाई. लैन इवेंट है, ऐसे ही होता है यहाँ पे. बहुत ज़्यादा ही टाइम पास होता है.
Impressive. Brave Birders sitting at that perfect 50%. Rayquaza secure rate. So both these squads obviously have had great performances. However, Luminosity yeah, and that's actually a stat that we've seen be a very varying stat.
अरे कास्टर के बाद थोड़ी तो बिठा देता हूँ.
अब फिर से डिवीजन अच्छे कराते हैं पहले से दूसरे
तरफ some of the teams in Europe were like 85% secure rate. Right. How did you even make that happen? But it does really get to kind of show the playstyle here. We can see Overlord versus Colin, Tang, and kind of some of their stats as well. Which wow, there's such a higher number for Colin. Just higher numbers in general as far as wins and losses.
Playing the Sylveon a lot more, I think, might be one of the main things, but also, playing a lot more best of threes. Very interesting, we're now adding the KFA, or the Knockouts Feints Assist stat, to a lot of these cards. Currently, Overlord averages 9 knockouts a game, 1 feint a game, just 1, and 5 assists per game. Very, very impressive stats for, obviously, a hyper carry level of player.
Yeah, that is a reason why Overlord is very, I would say, up there as far as what people consider the best. But here we go into the draft, and
बहुत
immediately
टाइम हो
that
गया
Sylveon is
हम
gone.
भाई यही बैन चलेगा एम्ब्रियन बैन, लेकिन अच्छा एलजी वालों ने एम्ब्रियन बैन किया, वरना एम्ब्रियन ओपन हो रहा था।
Umbreon banned so far. I believe in that first set. I could be wrong. I don't think I remember it correctly.
नहीं नहीं हमारे
Overlord is
इसमें
going to lock in that Leafeon first pick. You saw it on their stat card. Their top picked Pokemon. They are going to be grabbing it immediately.
Yeah, Leafeon's such a great Pokemon in a bunch of different ways. Not only can it kind of play as an assassin, but it has some of the best secure in the game. In a meta where, honestly, a lot of the secure has fallen out of the meta. So, we do see that being able to, you can pop off, you can take a check. First pick Snorlax.
First pick
I
Snorlax.
think that Doomstax had Snorlax
बहुत
on his,
ठुकाई
like,
होने
no
वाली
combo
था,
seamless,
हंसने लग गए थे। ब्लास्टोस ले लो,
All right,
ब्लास्टोस।
locking that in. I mean,
अरे
portals
ब्लास्टोस
tend
लो,
to have a tough time
ब्लास्टोस।
when an enemy Snorlax is on the enemy side. You take out one of those crowd
अरे
control
जोई
options.
ब्लास्टोस। ये तो ब्लास्टोस गेम था भाई।
Defender game. This is absurd.
ब्लास्टोस
North
डिफेंडर था ये
America
तो।
is loving the mime.
Yes, this is...
Meowscarada? What is happening?
And honestly, it's
Let's
so weird
go.
that this is a rare thing, but the Inteleon coming back, which we've not seen for quite a while, even though it's still very strong. And then on the other side, the Phalanx is here. And then on the other side, are we going to see the
Talonflame calling
Where
tag.
do we start on this? Where do we start on this?
It's not,
क्या जाए कौन पे भाई
it's
दोनों?
not gonna be Bravebird. Chat, I know you're excited. It's not gonna be Bravebird. Colin Tang never does it. But I am pretty pumped that Bravebird is building a double dive composition to try to counter what Luminosity Gaming is doing. Tough to stop them with walls when they are just leaping from the heavens, or Meowscarada is trying to fake you out with some double team action. Overlord will have, I'm sure, a tough time getting some early experience with Leafeon, but I don't know. They might be able to cut through the enemy. What do you think, Chef?
I'm thinking, okay, a few different things. First of all, it's almost like triple dive with Snorlax potentially in its own weird way, but this could very easily be Trick Hoopa. I think that would be so good with this comp. I would be so excited to see that. Just being able to kind of jump in with either of these speedsters and immediately get them back out to safety, or if you're really trying for like a hard engage with the Snorlax, you can bring them in a little bit more
ओवरलोड तो मेन पोकेमॉन ज़ोरो है ना। नहीं भाई, ओवरलोड के सारे पोकेमॉन ही मेन है, वो बंदा सारे अच्छे खेलता है।
Portal and there's
लुटाना तो वो खेल रहा है
out in a lot of good directions. So I like this Brave comp. That's why.
All right, well, we have the two-time world champions, Luminosity Gaming, versus the underdog, Brave Birders, in our first game of Losers Round 1. NAIC, make some noise as we get into our Game 2.
That's right. I'm so excited for this one, and we've got to see. We can hear the crowd out there. I don't know if y'all can, but we're backstage, and they are loud. The Unite crowd always goes wild here, and we love it. We're gonna scare the players though because they're too loud. No, seriously though.
Oh no!
I know. Whoa, what happened? Oh my gosh! But no, this is going to be. I mean, hey, I'm excited here. With we only almost talked about even just the Brave Birders comp, but the LG comp was wild as well. We get to see the Cramorant come back out. We get to see the Phalanx, which we already saw so well earlier, and Joey, who is we're actually going to see a double invade from the side of Luminosity Gaming.
Ooh, going to come up a little bit short to take that blue buff, so not going to have the option there. However, JL on the fast track to take that red buff. Joey keeping vision of Colin Tang primarily, so that'll allow JL to get to work on this chance. 1v1 versus Vinny, and all of a sudden it is going to reserve red to chase up to the top side on the Sobble. X speed from Joey to chase down the KO, and the K opener goes to the Mr. Mime as the Fletchling goes down.
That is a great way to commit to an invade because honestly, when you're Talonflame and you're going into that center area, you are very vulnerable early on. You actually take quite a bit of damage even with your clear, which is a really unfortunate thing to happen. You eventually get it back if you clear fast and you're on. That's nice to reverse KO. I mean, getting that on Overlord is actually pretty gigantic.
Yeah, big Astonish from Hoopa on the side of Brave Birders allows Asha to be able to clean up that KO. Wild to see them want to pick other than Machamp, by the way, but it's been quite a long time since we've seen that. Asha will go down, JL taking credit for that knockout, and it will give them the Blissey evolution. It's so aggressive, right at the start of the day. Between these two teams, you know we're getting into the excitement immediately.
Yeah, this is not looking super great here for Vinny. They're gonna, I mean, they're gonna back up from but they're only gonna get a few few points in, I think, on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Could have been a lot worse.
Eject
I
tackle.
like that. That was a very aggressive counter option, saying, no, that's my parry. I'm Snorlax. I get more out of that than everybody else. You are not taking that away from me.
Yeah, I've stood on this forever. The funniest animation or the best animation of this entire game is Snorlax. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. But if you add the check button and tackle to it, I think we're all in. Lutano gonna get that KO. A central area player that throughout the history of Unite has had amazing performances, but doesn't exactly get the credit I feel like they deserve a lot of the time. A pretty passive central area player doesn't get as many KOs, but if you're partnering that with a player like Lutano, like Overlord, I think it's an incredible synergy that they're gonna be able to put together. I love this.
Right now it's looking quite good, and honestly, I mean that's a big thing. Overlord got KO'd early, and then it allowed a lot of EXP to go to the side of Bravery up the top. But Lutano's been running around doing whatever. It's been looking quite good. Next to get out of that situation.
Aston इसका मस्त लगता है भाई. लगा लो भाई.
Yeah, like you said, the weekend of mine looking quite good.
तभी मैं सोचूं brightness गिरेगी एकदम.
On that Phalanx as well. While in the no retreat form, your Ironhead is very short range, but while in dispatch formation, you have a huge range on Ironhead. It gives you a big dive. So you see them cancel the no retreat formation and then immediately leap as far away as they can. Big double by Lutano and Overlord. The damage carries, and they clearly take out Colin Tang.
Right now, we are going to see OO just not be able to escape. Just trying to delay it a little bit longer. This goal zone looks like it could go down. Yeah, they are going to be getting a slightly 1 point more overdunk. It's going to be about 22 strong, but they've got a good lead already. Almost 140 points, 136 or something like that. And that tier 1 goes down on bottom means that they're going to be in great position to
And Inteleon has finally hit level 7. So the snipe shot will be the main reason you're drafting this Pokemon in its entirety. We do have Lutano winning the bot side matchup against that Hoopa for the secure. They're going to take it, and this goal zone will also be breaking. Luminosity Gaming start.
This is looking quite good as far as just positioning goes. I was just mentioning before, but the more goal zones that you get rid of on their side means that the less that they have. So being able to just take basically everything that you want out of the situation. Line escape? I don't know if they're going. They're going. One free KO and maybe a few points in that bottom goal zone. They're going to get in. Everybody else being distracted by pushing in this ridge. They're trying to defend against it up top, and that's going to be a huge sweep. Able to at least try to push everybody off. I like the attempt there, but it does look like this push is going to go in quite well for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, JL able to score. Is that score shield? I don't know. Let's check that again. But Asha is using the huge Meowscarada Unite move, but it will come up a little short as Overlord is able to take that KO. Snipe shot starting to deal a little bit of damage, but Phalanx able to ignore a lot of it. Ironhead across the wall. Great mime to stop that Snorlax in their tracks as they leap over the wall, and Overlord picks up the KO. Tough to go through those hyperspace portals when you are immediately knocked out before that timer even completes.
उसके बंदे नहीं बचेंगे.
I mean, I guess they didn't KO there, but I feel like they did the majority of that damage, and Overlord, of course, really fighting back after basically just destroying this top path, and so everybody's looking very good on that team. Overlord, first one to hit level 12. I'm surprised, actually. Lutano's been just He's actually level 10, which is a little bit surprising.
Hasn't been farming too much, focusing a lot on getting those stacks in, getting the attack weight enabled for that Phalanx, as well as that bot secure. And is that Hurricane, by the way? I believe this is Hurricane Dive Cramorant that we are watching right now. Honor does get knocked out by that enemy Talonflame. We'll have to see. But I did see a large tornado and a lot of enemies airborne, so I have to imagine that's Hurricane.
I feel like that makes a lot of sense, honestly. Yeah, no, it does. Okay, you've talked about this multiple times. We're going to talk about this later. But right now, we're seeing Luminosity just turn. And a great little check button out. But honestly, not sure if it was worth it because you're getting KO'd basically no matter what. Maybe trying to just enough time to try to get through that reset. But we are going to see Luminosity. Oh, no, it's not for free. There's definitely a challenge here on the registry. I do like the fact they stopped burning it. That flight would have been an excellent way to try to steal that away. Or the heavy slam, which, that almost did. It actually almost did. But Luminosity is so strong.
I like that assistance from JL. Just making sure we are ensuring that situation if at all possible. We're taking out that enemy central area as well. Currently, Otter is in that top path. They have vision of 2 or 3 enemy members. That gives Luminosity Gaming the information confirmation that there's no one in
पीछे गोल हेलो
great clear and
तीसरा गोल खा
is extremely
ओ ले लिया बट ये तो गोल
Luminosity
बच था भाई ये गोल तो
dive
बच था
will take out the Regieleki. Luminosity Gaming absolutely picking Brave Birders' pockets.
Man, amazing dive to get away from that fly.
Okay,
That's such a good tool to not only
नहीं होने वाला
out
उनसे।
of the way physically, but you are invincible.
G2 extra।
It is a very hard move to use, but when you're here with very low ping, it's going to be a great way.
तेईस ओवरडन होने वाला है heavy overdone
It is Hurricane. Okay,
Yes,
I finally saw it on screen. It is in fact Dive Hurricane. Both of those moves being increased and buffed in a most recent balance.
अरे 50 का गोल से पहले विकेट डल गई बट लुटाना पे 60 गोल होने वाले हैं अरे कुछ नहीं होगा क्या ये
Joey putting together an
भाई चला
amazing
जा
barrier to stop Talonflame.
भाई ये तो क्या ही डिफेंस हुआ है भाई
I guess that would be funny if Talonflame got on the ground and just
सारे सो रहे थे भाई
I would need that in a hollow air, please. It just runs instead of flies. I mean, it's just be no trio.
Talon,
Yeah. But yeah, that was a great way to shut that down.
Absolutely.
And I will talk about it. Hurricane and Dive was a combo that was not
भाई
unpopular.
बस उसके अल्ट में क्या ही दीवार लगाई थी
Right
मिस्टर
after the Dive got its kind of first big buff, I would say, there was a time where there was even like a Razor Claw build using that set of moves. It was very strange, but it's not the weirdest thing in the world. And now that both of the moves got buffed, it certainly seems like it could work out, especially the fact that Hurricane's buff was the cooldown reduction. It means that you can use it a lot more in those kind of up close and personal fights that Dive Cramorant likes to be in. And
100%.
Hurricane, honestly, an amazing move.
Oh yeah, I mean it's working well for Otto. They are currently level 14, and we are just hitting the final stretch now. Asha will be taking that portal back. JL keeping a really good eye on a lot of those portals. They are, of course, the best countermeasure to the Hoopa with the egg bomb displacement, trying to put a stop to that. Oh, he's going to get Semyon into Joey, but I don't know if they're going to have an escape route. They are knocked out immediately.
Talonflame ले जाओ वो लोग को
Colin tanks Talonflame.
ये भी जाने वाला है अल्ट करनी पड़ेगी
Oh, and potentially a KO.
अरे ऑलमोस्ट अल्ट अरे बच्चा
Oh, they follow up.
अरे गया गया
Oh, nice.
लुटानो भाई
Because it's super low HP and has a higher chance for the Pikachu. What an amazing
भाई, वो
turnaround.
भी गया।
भाई मैच तो इंटरेस्टिंग बना दिया था
Almost got KO'd being the only one hit by that. But now there's an attempt to burn down this
उसका
area.
काम ही वही
Solely
था।
for Luminosity Gaming are up, but their damage isn't really there. So they don't have the ability to
इंडिया आ रहा है
is
इंडिया आ
a
रहा
side
है
shot steal attempt potentially there, but no, they're going to burn it down in time, and that's going to go to the side of LG with already an almost
भाई
200
ओवर
Yeah,
तो
Luminosity
ले
Gaming
गए
having a great play.
एक बार तो लगा इनको कुछ तो गड़बड़ चल रही है तो यार
Shows up, Joey finds them, locks them down, and keeps constant vision to know that Luminosity Gaming can ensure the Rayquaza secure. Yet another one for them, Overlord with a casual KO streak at 3, as Lutano's going to do the rest of the work. First one to go down is that Meowscarada, and now we're raining in points across the goal zones. Luminosity Gaming with a world champion level start.
It is, but I need to be honest there. Colin Tang almost won them that match in that final fight. That
भाई
was so
भाई वो
भाई,
टैलेंट
वो बात तो है।
अगर उसको क्रैम को भी विकेट कर देता ना खत्म था गेम
Forcing, honestly, the Unite out in
हाँ।
honestly a suboptimal situation.
क्रैम के
It
अल्ट में
ended
बहुत
up,
वो मिला
being
उसको
all that you
बच गया
needed
वो
दो बंदे गए ना
but that was
Yeah.
almost just Talonflame sweep. I mean, that's quite literally how it goes.
अगर
but
अगर वो बर्ड मर भी गया था
doing an amazing job
उसको बचना चाहिए था एंटी को
in that situation.
एंटी बचता तो वो
नहीं
क्रैम को मार
इनकी
सकता
शायद
था
वहाँ पे बचा था और उसके बाद मर गया वहाँ पे वो उसने मार दिया
Boost
लुटा
लगा
दिया
ना
ना
We are seeing the
अच्छा।
true
Boost लगा।
power of Phalanx.
अरे लेकिन वो
And
भी
also
था
the
1-1
true
एचपी
power of
पोर्टल से आगे थे
Luminosity
पोर्टल पे
Gaming as
लुटानो
well,
बैठा
as they
था
might have just put up a 4-digit scoreline game
घूम
to
रहा था वहाँ
start
पे।
the tournament. Definitely fan favorites around here in the venue, as this squad has really made North America a huge deal.
हंस रहा है
999
ये।
points for LG and holding Brave Birders to just 2 digits.
Yeah, not 1,000, so they're going to have to replay that match, unfortunately.
टारगेट करना है
But
टैलेंट
run it back,
लेके
yeah, run it back all the way from the start. But no, honestly, things could have gone a whole lot worse for Brave Birds. Obviously, at the end is when things really just it was over, right? I mean, that was like everybody.
ये रेड का खेल रहा था भाई
Everybody scored. So that scoreline is looking a lot more one-sided than the actual game was. I mean, the Brave Birds did quite well in that top path, especially early on. They got the majority of the experience. They managed to get early KO on Overlord, which is
स्विच
very
दिखा दिया
good
भाई
to
ने
do. Leafeon is kind of one of the strongest early Pokemon in the game. But I feel like really the like linchpin of winning this game was Lutano being able to just run the entire bottom path alone, although with 6 Pokemon kind of.
No, of course, they were rocketing it. And I think that's something we're seeing in the meta development a lot here in North America and worldwide, is that your central area player is
भाई यहाँ पे खतरनाक तो क्या था टैलेंट ने इजैक्ट मार के उसकी विकेट थी मिस्टर माइम अगर अल्ट नहीं खोलता उसकी विकेट थी
उसकी अल्ट होने की वजह से बच गया
गया
wall down that bottom path.
वही
But yeah,
वही
that fly not being able to get the Cramorant KO
रुको
was
रुको दोबारा
devastating for
देखेंगे
Colin Tang, and of course Otter.
But now there's an attempt to burn down this Rayquaza, and so many.
Oh, it's Joey, but I don't know if they're gonna have an escape.
अभी तक इजेक्ट मारेगा वो सीधा सीधा इजेक्ट और डाउन
But they do get knocked out.
ये क्या
Colin Tang's Talon Flame able to strike.
अल्ट भी नहीं चलाने का मौका दिया
वही
बेचारे को।
ऊपर ने अल्ट खोला वहीं पे वो पहुंच गया लुटाना
And manages to. Oh, they follow up the KO. Not quite. Oh,
आगे लुटानो मिल गया चक्री में
What an
ये
amazing
ओवरलोड क्या
turnaround
चबाएगा
getting away on that Cramorant. Almost got KO'd.
नहीं वो मर तो क्रैमर्ट में गया है इंटी
यस हाँ हाँ वो क्रैम में गया
लास्ट पे काचू लग गया ना उसको
Tunnel does a lot of great kind of coaching and VOD review
कुछ भी
sessions
चबाएगा
with his team, and
वो बचना ही चाह रहा था वो लोग गया था ना
when it was on
यस
TTV.
लेकिन वो था वहाँ पे आता तो वहाँ पे लुटानो करके देता विकेट
For this squad. We are of course
लुटानो
going to be
ने
awarding
दुला
an
तो भाई
MVP.
एक 28 डैमेज है इसका फिर भी इस केस में 18 नॉकआउट है
It will be Razor Leaf Aerial Ace with that energy and
डैमेज
attack
तो
with
है
Razor
भाई
Claw.
फिर
Just
मैं
really
मतलब
feels like
के
it's always that built-in 128,000 damage. 18
भाई ओवरलोड का डैमेज नेक्स्ट लेवल आता है
Oh my
पिछले डब्ल्यूसीसी में
word,
इसका
that
शायद
is
1 लाख
so
का एवरेज डैमेज था हर गेम
by the way. An average of 9 KO throughout the season, doubling that average in the first game.
Yeah, we have to see how many times he was KO'd. Also giving the kind of
ड्रैगनाइट
imitation
लेके
नाम-
भाई ओवरलोड नहीं आते हैं
Oh yeah.
No, this was
नाम के हिसाब से खेल रहा है भाई ये तो
like I said, Leafeon is so good at so many things. It can do a ton of damage.
यही होता है भाई एक्सपीरियंस है बहुत ज्यादा
Be secure. It
Yeah.
can be, it can dive. It can also play pokey. It just-
अभी अगला डिफेंडर
Like,
का मैच है
so good at so many different things.
फिर
but
सीरोज ने भी
good
कर दिया
at
वो
all of
पार्टी
them, like,
स्टार्ट
really good at all of them. Having that flexibility is
स्लैश वर्सेस जगरग
almost everybody on that team, though.
मजा आएगा
It's a lot of
वो तो बहुत मस्त है भाई
squad, right? I mean, we've
विनर
talked so
ब्रेक
दोनों
much
अच्छे
about
teams हैं।
the watch that Doomsnacks was talking
अरे अब
about
सारे
before
अच्छे
the
मैच है
tournament
मोस्टली
began was JL.
एक वो
Oh,
नेमेसिस और निहाओ का एक ऐसा नहीं होने वाले थे अब मजे वाला
I have really been pushing the agenda.
नहीं वो भी अच्छे ही है प्लेयर अच्छे
नहीं
हैं
है
वो लोग
नहीं है वो निहाओ वाले कुछ भी सिंडी विंडी लेके खेलते हैं
And apparently their
फिर तो
Mr.
विकेट है
Mime is
उनकी
also up to par.
Yeah,
मटका
I mean,
बहुत
well,
सिंडी
they are immediately
पता
banning,
नहीं क्या क्या तीन
away
तीन अटैक का
trends. That
वेट
makes
चालू
a
है
lot
एक
of
तो
sense.
कीर्तन है
And we are going to actually listen into the LG draft and see what they're going to say about how they're
एक
going
तो
to.
मतलब निहाओ में इनका दोस्त है ये सदाऊ आर्टिस्ट वगैरह का मैं भी थोड़ा बहुत जानता हूँ हाँ कीर्तन है उनमें यस निहाओ वालों में लेकिन यस
कीर्तन
ओजिली
फर्स्ट मैच चल रहा है
नहीं नहीं लूजर से चालू हुआ था
Yes.
बट गौतम भाई को
अभी-
तो साइको खेलते हैं
मतलब
सिंडी
लगेगा।
विंडी लेके जीतते हैं वो भी
जी का फर्स्ट मैच है ना
हाँ एलजी का फर्स्ट मैच है
अरे मतलब बीओ
वो ले लिया भाई उसने लीफियोन
क्रैम बोल रहे थे भाई आवाज क्रैम और सिल्वी ले लिया उन्हें लीफियन ले लिया
कौन आर्टिस्ट लोगों का दोस्त है
वो निहाओ टीम में है उनका सपोर्ट कीर्तन
सर इंडियन प्लेयर था ना पहले वो
यस
आर्टिस्ट भाई था
भाई आवाज चली गई है मेरे को नहीं आ रही थी बंद कर दी ना
डोमेस्टिक गेमिंग लिसनिंग इन उनको कुछ बोला जा रहा है वो देखो ऊपर दिखा रहा है ना
So good at so many different things, but good at
नहीं उनके माइक की आवाज आई थी अभी क्रैम 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 ऐसे बोल रहे थे
हाँ तो उसमें लिखा था ना उनको उनके माइक में कुछ बोल रहे थे
ओवरलोड ने तो ले लिया जोरो आग
चलो भाई
आवाज म्यूट हो
2023 की
गया
अब 2023 की यादें ताजा होने वाली है
लिफियन जोरो लेट्स गो भाई आवाज मेरे को ही नहीं आ रही क्या स्ट्रीम पे ही चली गई
अभी नहीं आ रही होगी अभी स्टार्ट हो जाएगी शायद थोड़ी देर में अब तक तो आ जाएगी
यस वहीं पे बंद है वहां पे चालू है भैया की साउंड
वो कुछ तो इनके माइक सुनाना चाहते थे शायद उसमें कुछ वीडियो हुई इनसे क्रेम 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 अब अभी दिखेगा ना और तगड़ा क्यों दिखेंगे अभी पिछले में 18 आए थे ना
combination that we see so much from
20+ लग रहा है मेरे को.
more popular by the emergence of Phalanx, of course banned in this game, so we won't have that specific matchup. We're going to see a very bulky Pokemon that Zoroark might have a tough time taking out, but I mean, the early game is going to look very good for Overlord right now. Sylveon and Cramorant, very safe picks for both Otter and Lutano, but that's kind of just the nature that you have when you have those two players locking in. Amazing, consistent performances across the board, and then just wait until that final stretch.
That's what बोलते हैं भाई.
Yeah, really.
First match का है Luminosity का, best of 3 का तो second match है.
You were saying earlier, like we could easily seen the Sylveon come out of Brave Birders, and the fact that they're not going to be able to get it at all if they do not win this game.
भाई लुटानो
pretty interesting. They did have a
क्या
little bit
मारता
of
है
opportunity, but
भाई फेवरेट प्लेयर है भाई
so
लुटानो.
here we go. It's their last
लुटानो को मैं तब से देख रहा हूँ जब वो पहले टेटे में वो थी गेमिंग ग्लैडिएटर्स जी
Brave Birders needs to win this to stay in
और ड्रैगनाइट मटका करके एक गोल नहीं हो पाया छोटा तो ये WCS नहीं जा पाया वरना जीतने वाली टीम तो यही थी.
Comfey not exactly known for his presence of early invasion strategies. However, it does love a red buff. Any support loves getting that final hit on the Escavalier, so all of their auto attacks are slowing down the enemy. Very, very strong. We like to call it
एनए से कौन जा रहा होना लुलू. अब आज पता चलेगा नहीं कल पता चल जाएगा आशीष भाई. अभी प्रोफाइल के कुछ भी कंफर्म नहीं है.
मेनली तो आज ही चल जाएगा.
थोड़ा बहुत बोल सकते हो.
They're going to be all in on that. However, Colin is locking in the Leafeon. We have not seen them play this Pokemon yet. However, they did do the very classic quick invade, and you're also going to be running the Razor Leaf Aerial Ace build. No Solar Blade, no Leaf Blade. They're going to be going with the more, I would say, team fight centric instead of big burst damage centric.
Yeah, less secure as well, but yeah, you do get to do so much damage that doesn't have to be quite as accurately on one Pokemon.
उसी के लिए बैठे हैं भाई वो लोग.
Stop your damage. And wow, not even a contest really on these birds. And we're going to see Luminosity just jumping in.
इतनी अजीब क्वालिटी क्यों है? उन्हीं की है भाई क्वालिटी अजीब, बस इसमें तो क्या ही करोगे.
एक बात बता भाई फर्स्ट मैच में करना चाहिए.
Like it's going to be tough for them. Actually,
वो तो
almost
उनको
getting
पता
KO on
है.
Joey, but not quite. That's very, very tough to follow up as well. When you've got even a low HP Cramorant in the background, you just are
ये क्वालिटी अन्य वालों की ऐसी है.
and using that whirlpool to kind of set up a defensive barrier.
Right, and remember, Luminosity Gaming can only be that aggressive
because
they still had focus spend on cooldown. We
मुश्किल है
do
कौन
know
सी है?
that Joey still had it available. They can push super far. That's why you see Mr. Mime getting that sudden burst of healing when they were at really low HP. An amazing held item, however, it does have a pretty long cooldown. So from now on, Joey's gonna have to really watch out for low HP. Well, they're at half, and they have Overlord with them.
भाई
and
मिस्टर
JL,
माइम तो
they're
अच्छा
gonna
खेल
just
रहा
fight.
है. जोई
You've got
खतरनाक
a whole
खेल रहा है.
entire other HP bar. It's not your own. That's well, actually kind of two.
Brave Birders ने तीन
But
बार
the
अच्छी
point
खेली.
is, you got that behind you. You're not worried about all that much. Oh, actually managing to steal away the berry. Joey is going to be playing pretty far forward here. And if they focus on Joey, of course, Overlord can just easily jump in. You can see four members once again defending on bottom four. Brave Birders, but that's not going to be putting fear in Overlord.
ओ बाय बाय बाय. हुपा का स्टन तो बहुत खतरनाक पड़ा है.
As well, who is going to make the check button out.
Yeah, illusion timing is a little bit off for Overlord. They're not able to avoid
Yes.
Tank's increased damage. I think the Razor Leaf, maybe the last few hits of them really
भाई
work.
लिफियन तो
So
है
he's
लिफियन
trying to
काउंटर
defend
तो
this goal,
करता है
they
वाला.
cannot stop that 30 score.
किंगड़ी को भी इसी लिफियन ने मारा था.
He's gonna be able to get the KO as well. This
ये
Leafeon
रेजर वाले.
is crushing it in the early game.
And now going to be fighting another. Oh,
ये देख अभी भी लो कर दिया उसको Overlord को.
Overlord's very low, and I realized that amount of HP.
भाई वहाँ पे हुपा ने बहुत क्रूशियल स्टन मारा. क्रूशियल.
Registeel though is going to be, I would assume, maybe more of a bait than anything else. Trying to see if Overlord can kind of dive into the back. Maybe taking out Vinny would be huge, or taking out this KO right there would be huge, especially now that we're getting Joey back in the fight.
Yeah, not a super easy target to hit the Giga Drain on in terms of that Comfey and the Zoroark duo. They're constantly dashing back and forth.
भाई अब तक वो सिल्वियन चपाचप मारे जा रहा है उसको मियाओ स्ट्राडा को.
Always chasing the KO. We even saw a few moments ago with those mid-bird spawning in
10 level हो गया भाई.
Like, I would way rather find KOs rather than get this experience. But Colin and Asha have been doing a great job of leveling up. I mean, that Leafeon almost at level 10. A lot of that thanks to the double KO they were able to get with the Zoro Comfey duo. But still, a great look from Brave Birders in the early game, showing way more signs of life than they were in game number 1.
Right, against an Overlord with Comfey on, Overlord Zoro on, which is very impressive to do, especially backed up by Lutano on a Sylveon. That is just such a strong early game. So
Lutano
really well.
Sylveon.
A lot of it has been Colin Tang on this Leafeon, who is here for this fight as well. And Overlord already getting very low, immediately getting KO'd. Just like I said, Colin Tang.
भाई वो रेजर बहुत ज्यादा लो कर दे रहा है उसको. 1 HP कर दे रहा है सीधा लगता है.
from the Hoopa portal.
फिर तो बढ़िया
Great heavy
गया।
slam coming out as well from Owo. And that's going to be 2. No,
ये
sorry,
भी गया
this
भाई
one
गिव
KO.
अवे पे गिव
Oh, no, that was
अवे।
the second one KO. Somebody just came back up as well.
But-
As Bravebird is trying to push this down. They managed to get the Reggie Lucky as well. Joey extremely
लिथियम
low.
लिथियम
Only gonna get
लिथियम
KO'd,
तो
but
है।
here comes
Oh,
Otter with
दे
the
दिया।
unite from the Cramorant.
ये तो गया। अरे भाई जैक ओटर भाई।
That's a double, but Reggie Lucky will go in.
कर दिया भाई
Will
उसने
go
भी
down.
अपना काम।
Overlord will go down to Colin Tang one more time. And now Otter versus Colin Tang. Who will be able to get
अरे
that win?
भाई
And
भाई
Colin
भाई।
Tang is just running over the
भाई कॉलिंग
competition.
टैंक ने लिथियम से भी उससे भी जुलाया था। सिल्वियन
स्पीड से अच्छा चला रहा है कॉल टैंक।
टैलेंट से भी जुलाया था, इससे भी जुला गया।
भाई 12 हो गया। 3 क्यों निकाल दिया उसने ऊपर ही।
कौन से विषय में है ये लोग? ये लोग क्या था भाई? मैं तो मेरे सर कोई के विषय में।
हम लोग भाई एनए के वीसी में है।
एलजी वाले।
एलजी के वीसी में बैठे खेल रहे हैं भाई। ओवरलोड मेरे साइड में बैठा है।
वॉच पार्टी चालू है वहाँ पे भी, एलजी वाले सर्वर पे भी।
अरे उनका भाई लोगो तो उन्होंने गे वाला बना दिया पूरा, फ्लैग वाला।
चुप चलो, फैमिली फ्रेंडली।
अरे नहीं, इसमें क्या बताया भाई मैंने, कुछ गलत थोड़ा बोला।
वो तो है। बट फिर भी भाई ये तो दे रही है भाई कॉलेज टाइम बाबू। चुपचाप
घुसने नहीं दे रहा भाई वो। एक KO, 2
ये
KO।
पता नहीं भाई, मोस्टली तो डीसी के वीसी में बैठते हैं उस टाइम पे। मतलब जो अपने यहाँ का लैन हुआ था वहाँ पे तो यही था।
अरे इनका अभी अलग वीसी बना होगा ना।
लेवल तो निकाल लिया ओवरलोड ने भी, 13 लेवल हो गया। बट 14 का होने वाला लिथियम।
Overlord able to KO 3 members in a row means that they're now at level 13, and the LG raid boss has emerged yet again.
Yes, I mean, I will say though, Colin Tang managed to
वो देखो
win that fight and then get
नीचे जा रहा है,
time. So again, doing really well. This Regilecki, nobody really up here. This is going to be a little bit of an early Regilecki. No tier 1 goal zones up top available for anybody, so even if it does go down, it's going to go pretty far. Oh, the heavy slam, a big attempt from the Burn Anger to try to take it, but no, a little bit too early, and Overlord's going to secure that one as well.
Good news for them, because things in the bottom path have been going devastating. Asha and Colin Tang were able to combine for a KO streak of 2 and a 50-point score, which breaks that goal zone, and now opens up the opportunity for some really interesting Hoopa plays in the late game. Unite move from Lutano will knock out Asha, and they're trying to chase down Colin Tang. That is a speed
भाई कैसे भाग रहे हैं भाई?
being matched by the speed of Lutano. KO streak of 2, trying to bring this match back a little bit.
भाई दोनों खतरनाक बनते हैं, लुटानो ओवरलोड लाइन पे बस के।
Currently level 14 Pokemon is so
15 का हो जाएगा ओवरलोड क्या?
level 14s on the side of Luminosity Gaming.
लेवल तो निकाल लिए एलजी वालों
That
ने।
actually would have been a huge KO if they managed to get that. Still, I mean, it's going to be 6 seconds left until we see Leafeon back up. So this could be a really good early positioning for Luminosity Gaming, who's going to basically maybe have to take this raid. They're down by 118 points.
Yeah, Braybird's in a great position. They got Pedal Dance Plus as well by Venusaur getting to level 13. So that Pedal Dance essentially takes up half the map. And now Venusaur is going to be incredibly strong in any of these teams. Hoopa portals are going to be used basically on cooldown to be very, very safe. Braybird is playing extremely far outside. They've given all the positioning in the world to Luminosity Gaming. I suppose Colin Tang can put together on this Leafeon. Rayquaza is starting to get hit, but now the Zoroark getting to work. Snorlax full combo. Unite move, but traded though. Power Nap to give them the extra HP and the shield, but they will eventually go down. Cramorant takes that knockout.
Leafeon को तो ले ली भाई उसने, सिल्वियन ने।
And that's going to probably
अरे वो पीछे दौड़ा रहा है बस
coming
उसको।
out just to try and maybe get somebody back through the tail end of Coltang has the opportunity to steal this right quick. On the Cramorant, too many other targets in the and Luminosity Gaming, they still are slightly behind, but they have so many points in their pockets, and everybody is up
बेट भी वही कहता कि रेजर मारता हूँ फिर अल्ट वहाँ पे मारूंगा सीधा
Mime instead of the Rayquaza. It's just so hard to deal with. Reminder, Coltang is attached to Overlord right now and most likely has a full Rayquaza shield.
क्रैम ने बहुत झुलाया ये गेम तो सिल्वियन ने भी
सिल्वियन ने बेटर कर दिया था भाई वो टारगेट उसी को कर रहा था पीछे जाके
चलेगा वो 1v1 भाग दौड़ाता रहेगा उसको पूरा गेम
वही तो लगा देगा उसको लव पोशन
and that combination of Unites is absolutely disgusting. I mean, this is now officially the weekend of Mime without a doubt, and that, I mean, that Mime Unite, as we know, we well know, is disgusting. It is so incredibly good. It lasts. It feels like it lasts forever. When you're getting hit by it, you're like, okay, I'm locked down for the next 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and that's just how it feels like. Combining that, of course, with all of the damage coming out of the rest of that team, the Cramorant Unite plus the Mime Unite, disgusting combination. You're like, I can't escape! Please let me out of there! But Luminosity is moving forward. A great showing from Brave Birders, but LG on their losers bracket run has taken their first step.
Another team exits the tournament here in our first round. Like you just mentioned, Brave Birders going to have a chance again tomorrow within that final stretch, but wow, what a show from Luminosity. I mean, yes, we talked about it a lot. They are starting in the losers bracket. Thanks to G, a team that's going to be playing on the winner's side, has Slash on that squad, by the way. We'll get to the drama later. But Luminosity Gaming with a great start to this tournament. Very safe, strong picks in the top and central path, but of course, that playmaker level option in the Zoroark for Overlord, putting in a great showing.
Overlord
with a ridiculous amount of damage. I mean, nobody
इसका क्या ही डैमेज आता है भाई बंदे
It's always 100k plus, no matter what.
That's fair.
लुटानो को लास्ट में उसका KO मिल जाता तो उसके भी 70 हो जाता
भाई 100 के एवरेज डैमेज ओवरलोड टिपिकल
नहीं भाई 10 मार दिए
100 के एवरेज डैमेज हुआ
multiple unites towards the end and still almost managed to steal it back, but it was just too well coordinated from the side of LG.
And LG is playing an amazing positional battle, right? You got to think about the defenders as well.
Yeah, so काफी मस्त खेल रहा है, मजा आ रहा है.
इतना अंदर जाके उसने आर्ट दी, मरने नहीं दिया उसको जोरो को.
Great stuns with a heavy slam and the yawn. It can take down one target for an extremely long time. Mr. Mime demands space. Joey putting up those barriers, cutting off multiple corridors, always a threat with that Unite move. I think Doomsnacks calls it the Spirit Fingers. We're going to get another look at it in the replays, but just watch how these two defenders play so differently, and Luminosity Gaming played around that advantage so well in game number 2.
Mr. Mime with an out भाई अन्य का मैटर Mr. Mime है क्या?
And the failings show, but of course Overlord was also
भाई दो मैटर देख लिया हमने. Potion Dodo,
great stuff.
Mr. Mime.
There was, I mean, one thing that I really want to talk about, which we saw in every game, was Otter on.
ये मैच तो जीतना चाहिए था. ये मैच में तो हरास कर रहा है.
I was looking at the Unite again. Every single time that there's, I mean, that moment was.
या तो इसकी आईटी के बाहर चले जाना चाहिए था.
That was almost a game-winning moment in that last fight of Game 1, where we saw Coltang, by the way, kind of skill diffed in this entire match. It was ridiculous. They were playing so incredibly well, just not able to close things out. But that was huge. The way they played in game number 2 was huge as well. It just wasn't quite enough.
10 KOs in a match where you lost the final team fight extremely handedly is an unbelievable stat line. It's just a great showcase of Leafeon talent, but of course, mastery of the game by Coltang. They had an awesome matchup, especially in this game number 2, but I really do think it was just Luminosity Gaming, unbelievable macro dominance in that final fight.
But next match कब है LG का? मेरे को क्या पता भाई आ जाएगा जब आएगा सामने.
Because LG was just having the prime positioning, and of course the battlefield was theirs.
Yeah, and one big thing too, you mentioned that it's you really need to initiate as Snorlax, and OO made some really good heavy slams in, but they weren't able to find the yawn, and that's a really big deal when you're playing heavy slam yawn.
Next match में तो slash आ जाए इसके सामने, full revenge हो जाएगा.
And that's when we jump in. So when you don't find that yawn in the final fight,
अगर वो ऊपर से हारेंगे तो आएंगे तो सही नहीं चाहिए.
Which is exactly what happened. And then I could talk about Otter.
पर इनके सामने नहीं आएंगे.
That's actually kind of all
इनके सामने जाएंगे.
जो last जीती थी. Why it's now back in the meta.
Yeah, all right. Well, we got to hear from the team as well. So we have an interview on stage with Luminosity Gaming.
Overlord.
All right, here we are with relative unknown Overlord from Luminosity, everybody. Give it up for him. Oh, you got some fans. You have some fans in the audience. Overlord, I'm not sure if you're aware of this.
मेरा
You
जो
actually won
Overlord से अच्छा है.
Worlds
Chat ban
twice.
करूँगा
That's
तेरे को.
pretty huge. I'm curious, how do you feel
जा
with
भाई
this new Luminosity?
मारा
जा.
है ऐसे ही मजाक के
सो जा भाई जाके इतना मजाक बचा सकता है मेरे को.
All the players that are on this team, they're all fantastic players. You know, I consider them number one in their own role. I think over the past 2 months, we've definitely kind of locked in the chemistry. I think the last 2 years on Luminosity, our biggest strength was that we all just kind of fit into the team perfectly. You know, our chemistry was on point. But with this team, I can definitely see, you know, steps getting back towards that goal. And I think, you know, at the end of this tournament, maybe, especially at Worlds, will be our peak form. So.
Amazing. Now I have to ask, let's just exclude me from the conversation. You might be considered the best player in Pokemon Unite, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. How do you feel about that?
So I kind of like to believe is saying you're about as good as your last performance, you know? And my last performance was not first, so I still think I got a lot to prove before I can call myself the best again.
Amazing. And is there anything you want to say to all of your fans out there who want to see the three-peat?
I appreciate all the fans who supported me over the last 2 or 3 years. Even if we have, like, you know, a new look with new team members, I hope you guys continue to support us. But thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Amazing stuff. Overlord, I think maybe the second greatest of all time. Yes, I'm considering myself first. Back to you in the moon.
Thank you. Wow, 2 GOATs, 1 stage. NAIC delivering in every way possible.
They're kind of like a duo, right? It's like just like each head, and it's like.
भाई अगर ऐसे जाके जीत के आ गई ना थर्ड टाइम भी
बाकी
टीम को तो छोड़ना पड़ेगा भाई.
See the kind of like, I don't want to say like humility per se, but like like not answer. Like like saying like, okay, well I need to like win. That's the only way to do it. And that we will be ready, even if not the tournament at Worlds. Like that's a lot of confidence, but also showing that like, oh yeah, we're gonna win right now. We got everything in the bag. It's like anytime that you see somebody want to improve, it's great. But of course, Overlord played the game again. How many times are we gonna say it this weekend? 40.
And trust me, as a person who gets 100k damage plus in most of my games, it's very, very difficult to be humble. So big shout out to Overlord for being able to be on stage. I totally identify with their skill because I'm right there.
फिर खुद चला गया जंगल करने.
अगर स्विच करते रहते हैं ये स्विच करते
and
हैं.
we did in fact lose, but we don't have to talk about that one. Overlord on the Zoroark, we're going to see so much of that. And that's one Pokemon that I feel like has been almost equally respected in every single region across the globe, which is pretty rare. Almost every other Pokemon is up and down, but I mean, when you see what is maybe the best player in the game, excluding Spraggles, just consistently playing this for years now with a very similar strategy, and it's still doing well. Even in, honestly, it's been a while, but it is a nerf state from last year.
Yeah.
It is. There's a reason why it gets so much respect.
It's just in-person buff, too. Like, you want, when you are here in an environment where there's a crowd cheering for you, you have your teammates literally sitting beside you, and maybe more important, you have your opponent sitting across from you. There is just an element to the game where you're like, I want to win on what my best option is, and I want to win hard. I want to make sure that that enemy team, I can see their faces as they lose. I think that's kind of the mentality that a lot of players bring to the table, and it's certainly a recipe for success as Luminosity Gaming are moving into the second round. They are starting in losers. It's a scary world out there where every game could be a loss, but they are looking very good today.
That's right. If there's any team known for lose bracket runs, it's weird to say it because obviously, again, there's only one person returning, but the spirit of that team is there. Losing to part of GT, you know, it's just kind of the return of that curse. And then coming back from losers bracket, it's all just the same old story. So I think that's going to be at least the start of a pretty good losers run, but there's some great teams in here, so we'll have to see if they can continue it all the way.
Yeah, we have an awesome matchup for you coming up on the winner's side, but until then, we'll see you very soon.
UIC was home to Unite's AOS Cup for the 2nd year in a row, and this one was bigger than ever. The first ever in-person open bracket and the invited teams from around the globe were all fighting over the first confirmed World Spot of the Year. The first ever open bracket and an international championship brought teams from Europe, North America, Latin America, and even Asia. After 5 fierce rounds of Swiss, 8 teams emerged to enter the group stage, with only one team going undefeated through Swiss, Nemesis from North America. The second stage of the tournament was the 16-team group stage. The 8 teams from the Open were added to the 8 invited teams, which included regional champions from the February tournament, as well as 2 of Japan's strongest squads. Some incredible moments happened in groups like Adesu of Nouns Esports,
कल कोई तो $650 का टूर्नामेंट है
Kabi-chans from Japan showing their mastery in Dragonite and knocking out hometown EU favorites for free from the tournament. All of this led to the final day, our top 8 double elimination bracket. It was filled with teams from 5 unique regions, setting up for a day of meta-game clashes. From the beginning of the day, despite being on the elimination side of the bracket, the team that everyone feared was Kabi-chans from Japan. Their run seemed unstoppable after beating Nouns Esports, Nemesis, and Rework Respawn. But the one challenger they could not defeat was Team Fusion from Latin America South. With a draft strategy built around denying Kabi-chans their unique Dragonite and strong Blastoise, Fusion was able to defeat them 3-1 in the grand finals.
And that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions!
Fusion became the AOS Cup champions and officially the first team locked in for the World Championships later this year. Think you have what it takes? It's not too late. Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
$100 का प्रो टेस्ट सीरीज होगा ना कुछ ये मैच तो अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है मेरे ख्याल से confirm team
Here we are, the North America International Championships live in New Orleans. Doom Snacks, we are here.
I am beyond excited, of course. NAIC is pronounced nice, and that's exactly what I will be saying all weekend long. Spragos, the content cowboy here. Say your catchphrase.
Yeehaw, and I'm joined by the one and only broadcast bandito, Doom Snacks.
Newly minted from the last broadcast we did. Listen, just the LAN environment's totally different. Yes. Luminosity seems, again, being on LAN, have completely turned up the heat. Ignorance stepping forward in this tournament as well with a great performance against kind of the perennial outsiders looking in Exile. Yeah. So our tournament's shaping up to be pretty darn good.
We have an insane Friday here for you. And of course, Saturday we have the final stretch coming up where we're going to find the last team qualified for Worlds. Right now, we're trying to sort things out in the last region to really have a deciding vote. That's North America. We just saw Luminosity play out of their minds, but I got to give it up to Brave Birders too. What an insane game two. Colin Tang absolutely going wild there. And this is what you were talking about a little bit. We've got that LAN difference. I mean, they are right here. There's zero ping, and the players that play at an insanely high level really show up in a tournament like this.
Absolutely. It almost seemed like Asha, specifically on their Meowscarada from Game 1 to Game 2 for Brave Birders, found their footing on the LAN, right? Yeah. And really stepped up their performance. Colin Tang as well, actually coming off of their storied Talonflame onto that Leafeon, and it looked good. But ultimately, Luminosity, phenomenal team fight at the end of the game, and we're able to
अभी तो किस टीम से खेल रहा है?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It felt like throughout a lot of that.
मैंने सिर्फ मेरी आईडी दी थी, रजिस्टर खेले और कुछ नहीं पता है.
final moment. We're taking a look at our bracket right here. We just watched Luminosity go up against Brave Birders. Now, Brave Birders are still going to have a shot in the final stretch, but they are done here for our regional championships. Luminosity moving on, Ignorance moving on, taking down Exile. Now we're up in the winners semifinals, and we're going to be taking a look at Orange Juicers and G. We just saw a world champ on the stage, and now we're going to see another G with Slash, who was previously on Luminosity.
Absolutely. And what's kind of wild about this NAIC top 8, this regional top 8 for North America, G and Nihao, two teams that I don't think many people would have predicted would be sitting on the winner's side of this bracket. You'd expect Luminosity and maybe Exile to have been up there. However, this tournament has thrown curveball after curveball at us, and we're just trying to hang in the pocket and hit one.
Yeah, it's been really incredible. I can't wait to get to cast a few games with you. We've been out in the audience, watching the broadcast, seeing all the hype. It's just being at a live event is so exciting. It's so different. It's so exciting. I love running back and forth. The final stretch is going on, right? So the early parts of the final stretch are happening. I'm running over there, seeing how these teams are doing. Like I see a team YouTube game, and then I run all the way back, and I'm able to see what's happening up on the main stage. It's just unbelievable. The excitement in the crowd is incredible. I love it, man.
Well, we have some predictions that we put in, so let's take a look at those. You called me a cornball for having a support pick on my list. However, we do match up with our number 1 and number 4. Talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this here. We both think Blaziken is going to be a big deal. And especially from what we saw in Japan, the Japan region, like Blaziken is, it feels like a little bit of everything. If you have it also near Rayquaza, the opposing team can never confidently hit Ray. Never. They can't do anything, because as soon as Blaziken is there, overheat's a possibility. You have to shut that thing down. I've got Trevenant high up on the list. I think it's just an insane defender. Sylveon has been getting so much play. Wow, look at Chef and Zoink. Top pick Sylveon right there. And then, of course, I just want to see Phalanx. I want to see it so bad.
I mean, it's looked pretty good so far, right? You pick it late in draft, limit the ability of the other team to counter pick it, because we know Phalanx can get countered pretty hard by some of the Pokemon in the game. But I want to give the flowers to Chef, only person to choose Cram, and we saw a couple really good Cram games, especially out of Luminosity.
Yeah, Cram has really popped back into the meta, and it didn't take a lot for Cram to do it. I think Cram was always really, really close, and anytime a change happens, teams need to figure out if they're going to use it. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about Tyranitar. I think that's been one of the big question marks. It was a huge question mark in Japan. It's a big question mark here, too. Will we see it? And when we see it, will it win? That's going to be like a big, big question. A Pokemon that we need to talk more about, though, is Sylveon.
It is so good. And it has dominated across the world these last few months. Okay, of course, both movesets viable. We're seeing I'd say a hair more Mystical Fire, Draining Kiss combination. But yeah, extremely hard to KO. Its sustainability, and it's not exactly a get-out-of-jail-free card with its Unite move, but pretty darn close.
Yeah, it's right up there with Mew as just being so insanely slippery in a crazy moment. You've seen multiple times throughout some of these battles where Sylveon's been the target of a crazy amount of damage, or a Leafeon Unite move or something, and then it's just boop, up into the air, that Fairy Frolic, and it is able to escape all that damage, start to heal itself. And speaking of both movesets being viable, one of the best things I think about picking Sylveon is you do have two looks you can throw at your opponents.
Correct.
You, of course, can play Mystical Fire, which has been, I want to say, the much more popular build recently. It's so difficult to deal with. It's so annoying. The damage is consistent. It gives you a dash, but it also has the ability to switch into Hyper Voice if what you're looking at on the other side is maybe a little bulky and you want to, rip away some of that special defense and give your team the opportunity to KO something massive like a Trevenant, Slowbro, even Tyranitar. There are some different looks that Sylveon can throw, and when a Pokemon does that, I feel like it makes the draft pretty hard for your opponents.
It really does. The under Pokemon we're going to take a look at is Tyranitar. You mentioned them just now. We have seen them.
Look, I love that the third bullet point is
already.
Looks really cool.
It does look cool. Objectively, it does look cool. We did see Tyranitar picked. I personally think if Tyranitar's going to have the most value, you're actually going to see it at the tail end of a draft. But Exile picked it first, and it got online quickly. However, that's a game that they lost, Spraggles. So looking at Tyranitar, it feels like the new Boogeyman, but is it just a ranked ladder demon, or is it truly kitted up and ready for the competitive stage?
Yeah, I think that's the big question with a Pokemon like this. And a lot of us have been talking about Tyranitar the same way we've talked about Dragapult,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Dragapult got these really nice buffs and it came online, especially in ladder. I mean, you're playing that thing solo, duo, trio. It's a monster. You pick up a couple of KOs, you get a lot of attack. Tyranitar is kind of the same thing in a little bit of a different way, right? As soon as this gets online at level 9, it's a beast. It hits 13, and the recently buffed move Sand Tomb is just essentially on a 0 cool. Like, its uptime is everything but 2 seconds.
Right.
So it is always happening in some of these games, but it really hasn't done it competitively. It's been huge ladder, nothing really to write home about competitively.
So competitively, the thing that stands against it is these essentially wall-off defenders that we see, right? Mr. Mime, pseudo-defender, right? Yeah. It is a supporter, but defender. And the game that Tyranitar lost, it was getting spaced out and zoned by Mr. Mime. Crustle, also very good against it with the Rock Tomb, and its own version of Rock Tomb. So when Tyranitar tries to engage, if you can space and gap it, then yeah, like the joke of just kite it, bro. Like, that kind of has an effect. You got to throw another tool into the toolkit to make that kite it, bro, happen.
Yeah.
But it is a legit feasibility if you have that defender that can do that for you.
Yeah, and it's much simpler to deal with something like this kind of raid boss style Pokemon when you're able to communicate with your team, right? It's a lot harder when you're on ladder and you're not able to figure out what everyone's doing. Your scissors run into back cap or something. Like, that's going to be pretty hard.
That is a personal story that literally
happened
happened yesterday.
It was a heartbreaking moment. So those moments, you're not able to really figure out how to deal with T-Tar, right? But a coordinated team, they're able to shut this thing down. I've talked to a lot of teams as well, and they're saying, like, we'll bring out Umbreon, we'll throw it in the mean look. We have a lot of ways to shut this thing down, and because of that, you're actually not seeing a lot of these top teams pick this up.
Yeah, as we're looking at the players on stage, I'm going to hard pivot us real quick. Both of these teams are, we kind of alluded before in previous tournaments that Orange Juicers is kind of like a spare parts team, right? Their teams were dismantled. They came together from essentially what was the stock left over. G's kind of the same. So we've got two teams that have really built themselves up from the scrapyard. I mean, this might be our junkyard fight between these two teams, Orange Juicers and G.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot to root for with both of these squads, right? Kratos, Machizzle, Zugrug, Flareons, and Roland. Like you said, Orange Juicers really formed from the ashes of the Luminosity, GT, Alter Ego, all these teams that are breaking up right around Eos. And now we have Orange Juicers who have been on a real run.
They really have. Again, placed first at the NA April Cup, have put themselves in the winner's bracket here in their regional qualifying event and then through that group stage. But across from them, again, is G.
Yeah, G, which is, I mean, another super interesting story, right? Because you've got a squad of players who have been around for a long time. You've got a world champion on this team. You have a team that's, saying we could still figure out a way to win this thing. And you've got a lot of big names here.
Yeah, well, you got OG with a big Snorlax blush right there. But of course, Agnew, Black CH, OG, and Zealot. Agnew, Black CH, OG, kind of from that GT core, Slash, of course, a two-time world champion in their own right, and Zealot coming in, and Slash in our little preview video say, like, this might be one of the best players moving.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Slash has, a lot of love for Zealot, and this is a player who was previously playing with, again, as I was just talking to on stage, considered one of the best in the game, Overlord. So I would say high praise from Slash is a big deal. Slash, I feel like, more than most players, and this is no surprise, I guess, coming from a world champ, right? But Slash, more than most players, I feel like really has his finger on the pulse of what's happening in the game meta-wise, and he has a really good idea of who is crushing in this game. I remember last year he did a tier list of every player going to Worlds, and you know what? He put his team up top, and they won.
Well, that's a good bet.
That's a good bet.
You actually see Agnew here having a good time on G. One thing I want to say about G, Black CH coached some LATAM teams, very cerebral, actually coach of GT. Egnoob, one of the shot callers for GT, and Slash, of course, was one of the mental giants for Luminosity on their 2 Worlds runs. This team has everything they need upstairs and all of the strategies that they can develop on the fly. If they can execute them, that's why they're finding so much success. They're forming good game plans. If they stick to them and execute, they've given themselves really good chances to win, whether it's against Orange Juicers, Luminosity, or anybody else.
Yeah, now Orange Juicers has a few sort of like tried and true veterans on the team, and we're seeing one of them talk to one of the young upstarts. That's Flareon's right there on our camera. And, you know, this is a player that's kind of come through, and I love stories like this. They've kind of come through the solo, duo, trio, Q ladder. They really earn their stripes, start to make a name for themselves, and then found a way to kind of make their way onto Luminosity just recently, and now this new team.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to step in for Luminosity, who's trying to make a kind of a prayer run at AO's Cup in London. But since that, of course, Luminosity kind of dismantled their whole team and went other ways. But what a prize this is for Orange Juicers. Let's take a little video, take a look at a little video, not just take a video, take a look at a little video with Flareons.
Take a video.
Take a video.
I'd say me and Machizel are kind of like the comic relief. We kind of joke around. And Kratos is our team leader, I would say. And Zugrug too. And then Roland is very, you know, he keeps the team hyped up, keeps the morale high. And then being our manager will keep everything, you know, keep us intact and things like that. So if we qualify for Worlds, it'll mean a lot for me because this is my first season ever playing, and getting to show that new players can come in and get to Worlds and have success is a really good feeling to have.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff. What a run. Your first season, you could be heading to Worlds. I could be wrong about this. This actually would be the first time I've ever been wrong on broadcast.
Probably.
But I believe if Orange Juicers do win this series, they qualify themselves for Worlds. They will take one of those top spots. Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the case, which is, I mean, this game already has huge implications, right? G wants to make a deep run. They need to win this thing, right? They have to win regionals so they can secure a spot. Orange Juicers, on the other hand, just needs to get pretty deep here, and you can see how high they are up on our championship point leaderboard, just behind Nemesis.
Yeah, and LG, again, knocking on the door, and I actually think LG now is almost Galaxy locked because Exile was eliminated by Ignorance. Taking a look at this top 8, I mean, if you're not in the top 3, you need to win the thing.
Yes.
That's just what it is for you right now.
Which is a great strategy, by the way.
To win this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's a great way to go. That's a great way for these teams to make that magic happen, as we are getting kitted up between G and Orange Juicer. Something that stuck out to me in that Flareons video is Flareons and Machizel, the comic relief. And we've had a couple all-star interviews with Roland.
Yes.
And if they're not the comic relief, there must be some goofy stuff happening on that spot.
I have to agree. Roland is I get him being like the team's sort of shining light, their joy, you know. I believe he sparks joy maybe more than anyone we've interviewed. He's just the best.
Just every reaction.
Yes.
The way he engages with the community, with his team, with us when we're interviewing, it can't be understated. Again,
कैप तो मस्त लग रही है भाई, ब्लास्टी वाली.
अरे वो स्नोग्लक सा भी मस्त फ्लैशी लेके बैठा था
how far they can take this thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's wearing that World Championship jacket right there. The reason I know this is because I tried to buy it from him for $500. He said, absolutely not. You'll never be a champion.
That's what he said. I would sell it to anyone else, but since you specifically will not be a champion, there is a 0% chance I'll sell it to you.
It was heartbreaking, honestly. You know, I thought we had a kind of a
ये
good
पॉइंट्स का
relationship
क्या
before that,
सिस्टम
but
है?
he really
अरे
loved
एनए
having
वगैरह में 4-5 महीने चलता है टूर्नामेंट, हर महीने क्वालिफायर टाइप होता है और उनमें पॉइंट मिलते हैं जीतने वालों को, जिनके सबसे ज्यादा पॉइंट
Listen,
वो क्वालिफाई, ये सिस्टम रहता है.
Straight in a draft.
Heck yeah,
Okay,
here we go. G versus Orange Juicers. Here is our draft. G is going to be a purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. And we have right now Blissey being locked in as a first pick. You're seeing these bands here. Sylveon, Tyranitar on the other side. Umbreon, Dodrio.
Yeah, Slash getting the tree for the team is incredibly
भाई पहला मैच है जिसमें ट्री ओपन है. Let's go.
As you'll see here, locking in Leafeon, and we've seen how dominant that Pokemon can be.
Yeah, and we're seeing, like, look at the priority Cram is getting in this tournament already as it quickly switches over to Phalanx, which I'm so happy to see. We were talking about this earlier off broadcast. A lot of players running the no retreat Iron Head build. The combination with it, you're able to close the distance very well with Iron Head, then switch into no retreat, push your opponents, and then start this like volley of basic attacks right after you Iron Head again. And if you can land that combination, there are a lot of Pokemon that can't deal with it, and you can just turn them into dust. On the side of Juicers, we're seeing Mew locked in, a Pokemon I did not expect to see a ton of today.
Mew bhi aa gaya
Mew getting locked in, but I mean, if you're a good Mew player, you can make some.
Mew के beam के reset जो मिलने वाले हैं ना उसको.
Very high up that Snorlax going straight down, we're seeing Ram and maybe Blaziken, Machizzle switching back and forth. We'll see where they end up.
That's a tease. That's a tease.
Yeah, just showing us the Machamp just in case. I love this lineup from G. A lot of great hits. It makes us look like geniuses in our predictions, which I'm a fan of.
We're so smart. Oh my gosh, I'm so smart. Final pick here for the Juicers. We're going to see Lucario.
Okay.
It is one of those Pokemon that first off, did really well in Japan, and also at the same time, it's always right on the periphery of the meta, right? It can always hop back in. I mean, of course, if you've been with Pokemon Unite for a little while now, you remember Lucario as being the thing, like the meta-defining Pokemon. Year one was Lucario, who had the best Lucario, often decided a lot of games in some of these bigger moments. But now you see a lot of teams flex into it when they didn't get a lot of the all-rounders that they wanted, and they can still really pop off with this choice.
Yeah, and it's also a decent look into Phalanx, right?
Yeah.
Phalanx, right? You have the Donk and the 5 Dinks, and that really triggers a lot of like E-Speed, for example. You can get some E-Speed resets off of that, close combat, triggers stuff, things of that nature. So I think it's just a tip of the cap, and it puts OG was one of those year one Lucario dominant players, and a Pokemon they have now been playing for 3 years.
Yeah, and we can see our teams loading in right here, getting ready for this match. Again, it's a big one for both of these squads. Everyone wants to win regionals for many reasons. Of course, they want to be the North America champion. They want to secure that #1 spot and their trip to Worlds. And, you know, a lot of these teams have so much to prove. These two specifically, I feel like, have a ton to prove here.
They really do. Again, I can't stress this enough, how they've been sort of cast aside by their teams as they've been kind of rebuilding into like Luminosity, other squads, and they've kind of felt down and out. Well, they've cobbled together themselves some great opportunities to win.
And here we go. G versus Orange Juicers in your winners semifinals. G, your purple team, Orange Juicers, your orange team. You can hear the roar from the crowd here in the casting booth. We got some fans here. We got the Phalanx heading into the central area, and here comes Hoopa to waste some time and maybe steal away some of these valuable buffs.
Yeah, Kratos really cannot let Eggnoob go ignored and has to try and bully them out while simultaneously trying to finish. Roland coming up with the support. They do secure that. Good Astonish stun, and Eggnoob is just going to be hanging out and trying to be a bully.
And now you can see there's the Iron Head chasing them down a little bit right there. Once they hit that 4, they're able to start using that move a little more effectively, even though I love Phalanx early secure as well. We see Zealot up in that top path right here, making sure that a lot of experience heads over to the Lucario as well. They're already 4, so they're kind of sitting pretty up there. Eggnoob in a little bit of trouble. Phalanx looking to pick something up, but no.
They're able to just kind of pivot out. Eggnoob making it out. Decent prize. They weren't necessarily expecting that, but you take it if you can get it. Leafeon is the Blade, Leaf Blade, Leaf Storm, Razor Leaf. Jesus, got there.
You got there, buddy. We got to fight in the bottom path here. Mew with that big-time Electro Ball. Phalanx in a lot of trouble. Another Electro Ball seals it up right here. Not using this hyperspace hold. They're going to continue this push onto this goal zone, getting super aggressive with 4 in this bottom path.
Black CH making their presence known early. We're a bit surprised by the Mew pick, but it's starting to make sense. Early dominance has always been Mew's game, and Black CH is looking to make it theirs today.
I saw there was a little bit of a fun fact on the screen. I think we needed to climb almost 200,000 stairs to make it to Honolulu. I'm not sure that's how that works. I'm pretty sure the stairway to Honolulu was closed, maybe like mid-2000s, but I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, we'll have to Google it. Somebody Google it. Listen to this. They're just 3-on-2 bullying a little bit as we have the ugliest Pokemon in the game, Combuskin, hanging out. Machizzle would really like to evolve here in short order.
I do like that you will not let it go that you think that Pokemon's very ugly.
It just needs to look different. I don't know what to tell you. Zugrug normally tries to put people to sleep, but is actually finding himself in the back end of Nightmare. Phalanx picking up the Leafeon, and we're pressing on. 2 players down on G, though, and it's Orange Juicers finding their footing.
Look at that there. I mean, that was a beautiful moment for Lucario, right? They just ripped through that Phalanx. Sorry, Blitzy.
Poor Roland just showing up like, hey, what's going on down here, guys?
There's
the
like a
whole
fight,
squad rolls back through to sort them out.
And we're going to have to see if Combusking can do anything about this. Doesn't look like it as the points rain into this top goal zone. 112 for the side of Orange Juicers, only 8 for the side of G. Things are going very well for the Juicers early here, but we saw a great fight from Phalanx there for a moment, right? We saw that combination just work very, very well. Once again, I mean, look at the damage that's being put out, but look at it going back the other way.
I mean, Kratos is just getting left hung out to dry, right? They're making these big plays, but Zugrug, the communication was off. They were pivoting back. Now Orange Juicers gets the K1. Nice little Woodhammer stunning too, and if they can bubble out Flareons, they've got a shot. Registeel going to be at half, but we're pressing forward, forcing Flareons to dive back out. We got the Emerald 2-step with the quick secure by the world champ. Slash gets it done. They are now pressing this advantage.
Yeah, they're pushing forward right here, looking very, very good towards this goal zone. See if they can make something happen. No.
Yes.
Great fight. I love the, you know, the plan to take the fight when you have that Blaziken not yet at 8, right? It just has so many more tools if you want to be at 8.
Yeah, and I mean, I think already Black CH might have 6-7 KOs on this Mew. I mean, they are a part of every single one of these engagements. Nice backdoor by Phalanx. Chips everybody up. That's the first KO with Blissey follow-up. No, OG has to scramble out. Nice surf out by Black CH. Zealot looking their way in. This Leafeon has kind of been on the edge. Not super impactful quite yet.
Yeah, it feels like it gets in there. It makes some big waves with Razor Leaf, and then it pulls out from the fight here. But now that it's 9, it's going to have its Unite move. I mean, once it hits 8, but it's going to have its Unite move basically all the time, and it's going to be really aggressive in some of these fights here.
Now Zealot is caught in between 2. They have to use the Emerald 2-step. They want this Cramorant. Cramorant is now popping their own Unite and getting the KO for that effort. Black CH is caught on the backside, and everybody's collapsing on them. They're trying to surf through. They're going to try and get out of dodge. They can't. They get secured very quickly, but at least Orange Juicers can take the Lecky.
Yeah, Orange Juicers taking the Lecky, and now it's going to push towards the side of G. You know, I got to say, these team names are wrong on the screen, right? G is our orange team. Orange Juicers is our purple team. It's just been... It's I'm Ron Burgundy, and I can't say things that are on screen wrong. It's going to ruin my life.
Yeah, just a quick correction there, as we've been scramble-brained literally for the last 5 minutes. Perfect way to go. Snacks and sprinkles.
Yeah, way to start, gentlemen, as they head down to this big push right here. Nice big block from Stars. We're seeing a lot of like heavy slam yawn to isolate some of these squishier Pokemon. Block, however, got a buff a little while back. It's been doing pretty good. Speaking of doing pretty good, E-Speed Lucario somehow back in the meta because Phalanx is here. You love to see it.
Yeah, that's what Phalanx does. It's very polarizing in terms of how it's picked. I believe Chef said that. But it's just E-speeding through everyone. So many reset targets for OG, and this is their wheelhouse. Buying enough time for a secure out of the Mew. Black CH coming through, but it's OG catching all the bodies right now. Zugrug goes for the block. They're trying to space out. They can't stop anyone. That goal zone's gone. Forcing out the power nap, but is that going to be enough? I don't think so. The whole team of 5 is here, and they want another one. If they let Zugrug get out, it would just be a crime, and Black CH says, not today.
Here we go. They're pushing back now. Orange Juicers trying to make something happen here. Blaziken looking for a possible fight, but with multiple members of G, nothing is going to happen in that moment. G up right now, 161 to 99.
Of course, it couldn't have been Orange Juicers on the orange side.
I think naturally you hear Orange Juicers, you put them on the orange side. That's what happens.
That's fair. Roland going to get knocked out here as OG picks another one up on the Phalanx, and now it really feels like it's all about G in this moment.
Yeah, G is playing this match really well so far. It feels like they've been outplaying Orange Juicers in a lot of these big moments here. I love the choice of the Phalanx, but they have a counter on the other side. One of my favorite things about Phalanx release is how counterable it is and how powerful it is. I love that in a Pokemon, and I think G's loving that right now too, because this Lucario is doing it.
Slash pops the Trebunite in their last opportunity before Ray so they can get it back and use it again. It's not quite leveraged quickly. They did knock out Zug, but not necessarily a prime target. Straight into the back backline is Kratos picking up the Hoopa, and they're going to be able to pivot back with that no retreat angle. Bliss assistance on Blaziken. If they want to do something, they better be now as OG as he's speeding through everybody trying to get back into the mix. But it's instantly 3 players down for the Juicers, and their pulp is getting squeezed right now by G.
Look at that. Amazing stuff. That was a quadra KO from the Leafeon. Leafeon's going to get back very fast. We're going to see how quickly Blissey can get it back. They should be able to have it, but you know, you always wonder, it's a little late for support Unite. They're going to have to get a little experience there. However, the fact that they were actually able to get KO'd, oddly enough, is going to help them charge that Unite move. So Blissey might be okay coming into this final fight, and you need that Bliss assistance to protect one of your squishier Pokemon.
Zealot, in the meantime, what that does, though, it forces all of Orange Juicers to actually farm their wild Pokemon, which makes these objectives by proxy free. So they were able to take the Regieleki easily and cleanly, and take the Basement Regi easily and cleanly, because the rest of the Juicers literally have to take wild farm to get those Unite moves they used.
And now here we go. 15 seconds until this Rayquaza. G obviously in a really good spot here. However, with 2 goal zones up, Orange Juicers can get right back in this game in multiple ways. Look at the aggressive positioning here from Slash. All the way at the edge of that tall grass right there, giving them a ton of vision. They're in a great spot to try to move in and win this thing whenever Orange Juicers wants to push.
Nice Solar Beam for spacing. A block doesn't quite find their target, and Orange Juicers are kind of clumped up, but OG's in the backside. They like to live on the other side of the map. We've seen that pendulum swing both ways. Nice engagement by Kratos. Eggnoob is low. They get taken out. The Hoopa Unite is not online, and this might be the opportunity for the Juicers. We got a heavy slammer to the back. Slash Horn leeches forward. They're looking for a target. They get overheated. The tree's burning down in the middle. Popping the Trevenant. OG's in the backside. They need to get in the mix. Bliss assistance right on top. Another Trevenant. Prospect the other way. And the Cramp comes alive. Flareon's looking for the next target. They already picked up 2, forcing the reset out of the Leafeon is going to be gargantuan here. As the rest of G needs to get in. Black CH is there. They're going to skirt block. It is blocked out. Is Black CH, and it's taken by Orange Juicers finding a way.
Orange Juicers winning a huge fight, catching members of G.
OG's the Horn leeches. The Hoopa Unite is not online, and this might be the opportunity for the Juicers. We got a heavy slammer to the back. Slash Horn leeches forward. They're looking for a target. They get overheated. The tree's burning down in the middle. Popping the Trev Unite. OG's in the backside. They need to get in the mix. Bliss assistance right on top. Another Trevenant. Prospect the other way. And the Cramp comes alive. Flareon's looking for the next target. They already picked up 2. Forcing the reset out of the Leafeon is going to be gargantuan here. As Rayquaza's at half. The rest of G needs to get in. Black CH is there. They're going to skirt block. It is blocked out. Is Black CH, and it is taken by Orange Juicers finding a way.
Orange Juicers winning a huge fight, catching members of G one by one, and then as soon as they had that advantage, they had a Blaziken at Rayquaza, and they went for it here. Cram picking up some KOs, more points going in. Machizzle doing a little bit of a dance on this bottom goal zone, because you know what? That Phalanx actually has more in its pockets. Had 60. That's a hundo burger with cheese in that bottom goal zone.
Orange Juicers, this thing's over. They're going to push this advantage, get more points, and they're up by almost 500, which we know is the literal breaking point in these final throws. What a final fight by Juicers. What a catch on the Phalanx by Kratos, dog.
It matters so much in these big fights that your team plays well and also doesn't get caught. Getting caught is one of the #1 ways these fights just go catastrophically wrong. As soon as the fight turns into a 5v4, Orange Juicers puts the pedal to the floor. They look for every KO they can, even going all out on Trevenant, because if you're going to KO a Trevenant, really one of the only times you can do it is with a player advantage. They took that advantage. They took Rayquaza. They take game #1. And honestly, I bet they're feeling pretty relieved, because they were behind, I would say, throughout most all of that game.
Just completely dominant is what it felt like. Yeah. But able to cobble it together. Orange Juicers stepping up. Flareon's finally, that Cramorant showed up and had an impact. But it all started for me, Spriggles. There's 2 key moments in that Ray fight. First one, Kratos engaging and picking Eggnoob.
Game #1. Sure. We got together, we sort of executed on our strategy. A lot of times, I feel like the things that separate the top teams from the rest of the teams are teams that know how to win when it's time to win. When they had that player down, they executed perfectly. However, they had a rocky game up to that point. If I'm G, I'm not feeling that bad about how that went. Right. There was a mismatch, but at the same time, G was looking good throughout that entire game.
No lie, I know Kratos just cracked open the homework, was taking a look at their notes. That might have been part of the homework that they had against this G squad, and it was, hey, aggressive forward positioning by Slash because they're trying to undercut us through the bottom path. That's why they got such a clean, like, surprise pick. I mean, they didn't even use their Unite move, and Hoopa Unite is one of the ones you want to hang on to for that final fight.
Taking a look at some of these big moments right here. This was that early push on the bottom goal zone. This was a real massive play for G.
It really, really was. And immediately we have the Trev Unite pop. Blitz assists us right into the middle, right on top of Flareon, using their Unite move, KO Streaka 2, and then they're able to pivot immediately. That's the block I was talking about right there on Black CH at the top of your screen. Amazing play.
Yeah, it was beautiful block, and the whole thing really, you know, executed from a crazy good pick. They found that Hoopa. It goes down in that moment, and it is on at that point. Hoopa just having such a game-changing Unite move, it being around means you can't feel safe, right? At any moment, it can throw its Unite, bring the team through. Even if somebody has recently been knocked out, there's usually a way that you can sort of juggle that cooldown a bit, have the portal up so they can get right back into Rayquaza. But as soon as they were down, they knew this was their fight. They went for it, and they got a huge win because of it.
And of course, it takes their support offline, right? Which makes Slash more weak. That aggressive engagement is a heck of a lot more difficult when you don't have the the portal escape hole to get out of those big time engagements. I mean, it was very, very well executed by Orange. It's, you know, hey, this is our plan. This is how we need to execute. They found the pick, and then it's one of those things. You know, it's like a dog catching the car, right? Once it catches the car, what does it do? Orange Juice just caught the car, right? They got Hoopa off. What did they do? They pivoted immediately and understood what they needed to do. Whatever a dog does when it catches a car. Drives it around.
It takes a little trip around. Look, it's tired of running on its legs. When a dog catches a car, it's been chasing it for a while.
The whole time.
Take a little drive around. It's not illegal for a dog to drive a car. You can't arrest a dog. I know this.
It's also not illegal for a dog to play basketball.
Well, that's true, but that's actually getting pretty controversial.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't want to be that kind of guy, but I am kind of fighting pretty heavily that dogs shouldn't play basketball. Not because I got beat by a dog in a basketball game. However, that did happen. That's a complete irrelevant point.
I don't know why I was just going to bring up the movie Most Valuable Primate. MVP. I think it's a monkey that plays hockey. This is off the rails. Let's get back into this. Okay. What does G need to do here, Spraggles, to get this thing going?
We talked a little bit about this. I actually think G played an amazing game. They just had that one moment where everything kind of fell apart for them, right?
True.
But if I'm G, I feel good about that game. I feel like you can adjust. You could say, hey, we got caught right there. We were out of position. We didn't have Slash close enough to us to protect us in that moment, right? We didn't have the defender right there. We won't make that mistake again. We're going to run through the next game just like we did at the start of game number 1, and then we're going to win at Ray. We're going to do that twice in a row. If I'm G, I actually feel great after a loss like that.
Yeah, I mean...
Not like when that dog beat me in basketball. Yeah, I don't want to keep bringing it up.
That's a tough loss.
Yeah.
I just, again, with... And you have to think, Egnoob is also historically a tank player, but is now playing support here for this team here. Jumping straight into draft, is there going to see a switch up Slash first picking Umbreon?
Yeah, I mean, huge. If they have carry Pokemon that they want to shut down, you can be playing. Of course, Foul Play has been getting a ton of action as well, and you can play Umbreon in multiple ways. Right?
Umbreon broken है भाई, Umbreon सबसे broken tank.
Stun, tank, defender. You can also play it as more of a supporter, so you get a lot out of this. On the other side, for Orange, Revenant and Blissey, two powerful picks.
Egnoob looks like we'll hover back onto the Hoopa and Black CH locking in the Gyarados. I'm a fan of Gyarados. I think it's a really good Pokemon. Fixing to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it.
Umbreon के सामने अगर ये कोई फाइनल रखता पाया बड़ी बैरल लगाने हैं तो मतलब ये होता है लेकिन इतना कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता भाई Hoopa है.
They don't want to deal with the Mew for the side of Orange Juicer, so I have to assume would be Flareon's playing this Pokemon, a Pokemon that they know very well. And now we can see we've got
छोटी-मोटी शील्ड से कुछ नहीं होता भाई. कितनों की शील्ड ले लेगी Umbreon.
सुनो भाई उन पे लेकिन ये तो घटिया है. स्नोगलैक्स ट्रैप ये ब्लिसी के सामने Umbreon के सामने ये तीनों पिक्स तो घटे हुए. स्नोगलैक्स तो नहीं लेना चाहिए था. अगली है या उन्होंने ऑटो पिक लिया है कुछ तो ऑटो पिक है शायद. कुछ तो घटिया भी है.
and really it's where to. So Black is on Greninja. OG's going to
Ninja अच्छा है OG Aztecan का.
Greninja. I'm so excited to see this. You don't see a lot of Greninja at all competitively. Of course,
या फिर मैच हो जाने वाले हैं.
Insane Greninja game, and I'm excited for it. But man, this is one of those picks where if it works, you look like a genius, and if it doesn't, you look like when I lost that dog in basketball.
Either way, it's going to be a look.
Yeah.
And G is trying to make some magic happen. They're back against the wall, and this is, if they lose this game, their tournament's done.
Yes.
Their regional run is
no. They had to losers.
Because we're in the winner's side. That makes sense. Their winner's run is done. And then they continue in losers.
Yeah.
As per how our bracket is set up.
That's exactly
we are doing
right,
awesome.
my man.
We are doing awesome.
I don't want to put myself in doing awesome in that one. I felt like I did great right there. But we are doing awesome.
Orange Juicers, G,
Curious
winners. So these teams would stick around. However, I do feel like with how well
Elo तो retirement ले
नहीं Jungle Book हुआ था ना शायद.
Surprised to see them switch
Jungle Book
so
और Curious
drastically here in game 2. Not that these aren't picks that could win on a team that could win, but I felt like they were in control of game 1. So I wonder why we're seeing such a big switch.
Well, I'll allude back to the fact that like G does have a lot of the more cerebral players that we have in the game, right? Known for that aspect of their game, and maybe they're seeing something in the stars that we aren't really comprehending in this moment. Because I mean, that was a fairly quick lock-in.
Here we go, game number 2 between G and Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers, your orange team, they're up 1 game on G. G needs to get it together right here, and they're bringing out Greninja. Please don't try this at home. Please, I beg you, don't try this at home.
Rolling, bopping through, getting into the
opposite for real, right?
Through the flux zone to try and start knocking these bunnies forward. A decent little play to take away that free XP that you want to save for Magikarp.
Yeah, Magikarp obviously, it's gotten a few buffs and then a nerf recently to its Unite move, but now it can evolve pretty quick in path, and they're looking to make sure that happens. If it can get an assist or if it can get a KO, you have Gyarados coming online so early. So I understand the aggression here from G, because if they can pick something up, this game changes in a big way.
Great early game by Roland, able to get itself a level 4 very quickly, make it out, not give up a KO, do a successful invade here. Great look, and we're really 3v2ing up here, and G can't really find the better of it right now.
No, they really can't. I mean, you got the level 5 on that Trevenant here. Obviously,
for
this Magikarp kill, and Blissey heading into the central area again. Just I really thought someone was there. They actually were. They were in the top.
Yeah, they actually got themselves reset. Now, Chisel's going to have to hold by themselves here as this game progresses. They want to get some stacks in on that Trevenant. How long Roland hangs out is going to be the mystery for me. Probably until maybe Gyarados ticks online.
Take a look at this here. Zealot actually making their way into that central area there. Just doing some real work.
वो बेचारा ऊपर बड़ा ही नहीं हो रहा.
Well, that lane Greninja is still a level 4 here, so hoping that they can get the stress reducers out here so they can actually level up on some wild Pokemon, because it is slow goings for them right now.
We have a bit of a fight breaking out here in the top path. Gyarados using bounce and getting a huge bounce, and then heading back to the hyperspace hole.
Now Slash is there, and they get KO'd quickly, so this is an opportunity for the Juicers to go across the map. Immediately into Meowscarada is Zealot, and they took so much damage from Kratos on that phalanx. OG putting a ton of damage back in the beautiful Gyarados Hollow Air, as Machisel's just sitting in the pocket, a little bit of Curse Horn Leech action, and the rest of the team is going to be getting points in behind them.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Absolutely love that build. You get the resets on the Horn Leech through Curse, which is just absolutely amazing. We can see Kratos once again heading towards this central area of the side of G. He did some great work earlier, and he's looking to see if he can do it again as we head down to the bottom path. Zugrug we see fighting here, catching that Frogadier with a nice big heavy slam there, and now we have the Iron Head no retreat Phalanx moving in, see if they can pick up a KO. We still don't have a Greninja.
Kratos has been amazing on these hyper engagements, very aggressive with this phalanx, and maybe the best one we've seen so far today. And they gobble a goal zone, and they now have a huge lead, Spriggles.
Yeah, we can see Gyarados looking to make something happen here, seeing what experience they can take. But Chisel's saying, no, I know, I'm going to push you out here. Level 9 for the Trevenant, only level 7 for the Gyarados. We finally have our Greninja online. However, it is also only level 7. Slash looking for that right there. Very close also.
Very, very close. Push rages up top. Heavy slam push through OG, bullied out. Hoopa isn't there for the support, and they're going to get themselves another goal zone, Spraggles. 189 to 44. What is happening?
Look at this. I mean, the Orange Juicers are just in complete control of this match.
OG was taking
interesting. What G has done is they have taken two very squishy, difficult early game Pokemon and put them into their lanes. They had Gyarados top, they had Greninja bottom. And we're going to have to see how that plays out as this match goes on. Obviously, these Pokemon scale very, very well, but they're behind. They need to get some experience as here comes Orange Juicers.
Yeah, Gyarados is on the backside, though. They're popping the Unite move. They're looking for a prime target. They spin up the tree. Machizel has to Horn Leech back, but Kratos is backdooring him. Popping this Unite as well. Now the KOs are starting to absolutely
क्यों खेल रहा है भाई विश मेरे को समझ नहीं आया
भाई उन्होंने पहले 3 पिक तो वो लिए थे अच्छे लिए थे लेकिन उसके बाद ड्राफ्ट कुछ वियर्ड ही बना दिया जी वालों ने
We're above the 5-minute mark right now, and they're already at 300 top tier 2 goal zone broken. Orange Juicers in complete control. The only thing they have to do right now is just make sure they don't make a bunch of simple mistakes. If they start giving up some KOs, they don't give up or take fights they don't need to take, they'll be in a lot of trouble. However, a little bit of a miracle in some of these moments. They need some big catches. They need to take down some real high-level Pokemon here and see if there's any way they can this game. One shining light is actually going to be that Greninja, the highest level on the team now at level 10.
Yeah, and really look at Machizel though. They're going to bully. They see that they have an advantage, and Trevenant, one of the most sturdy and resilient Pokemon in its own right by itself, and just going to try to beat the brakes off of OG right now, and doing a pretty good job staying in the pocket. Meanwhile, Slash is downstairs, another knockout on Eggnoob, and Slash has Orange Juicers players.
Yeah, I mean, Slash is, I love the play right here. He's just wasting as much time as possible, setting himself up for a possible secure on Regirock. We've got the Unite move here from Cram, just hiding in the tall grass. I mean, I think Slash played that really, really well. There's not a lot you can do there. We're going to see if Trevenant's able to make it out, or if this could be one of those big KOs they're looking for. Trev somehow almost nothing being chased out by Hoopa.
Gets secure there, and this is maybe overextending their welcome a little bit from the Orange Juicers. Yes, the scoreline is still in their favor, but that was a good quality experience that G was able to get.
Yeah, if they're not able to get any points, it does feel like it's tough to give up any of these KOs, right? I mean, it's just not ideal right now. Look at that. Everyone from G heading down to this bottom goal zone. You got to love the play. They're saying, look, we don't think we can fight you top, but we need to get into somewhere. Really nice stuff. Now 139-314, keeping themselves in this game. And you can see Orange Juicers on the other side are not taking Regieleki. They're actually holding this right now so that they can make sure the later that they're able to take this, the more advantage it will give their team, because they could unlock an essentially a Zapdos opportunity in that main goal zone. So they're holding this top Reggie as long as they can. Then they're going to try to send that towards the side of G. G is, you know, they're in a desperate moment. In desperate times call for desperate measures. They're going to need to make some big plays here soon.
Yeah, absolutely. But she knows that the strategy against Regieleki. So they're coalescing up top to see if they can make something happen. Nice little block on Slash, but they are right on top of
Paul तो तूने पिछले वाले पेज के नहीं देखे क्या? Exile वाले जो थे.
All of their shurikens into phalanx, but Kratos is running the front line right now. The Donk and the Dink's going to work on top of Zealot. And the rest of this G squad, and they are finally going down.
Yeah, finally things are happening for G. This is not great for the Orange Juicers, right? They wanted this bullied out of this fight, losing multiple members here, having to run away from this. Meowscarada does, however, slow down as Kramer is pushing forward right here. So they can do some more damage to this Umbreon before it has to back. Unfortunately for Orange Juicers, this Regieleki is a Regieleki that did nothing for them. They held it that entire time, and G made a really good fight here. Orange Juicers tapping Rayquaza, just trying to see if they can make G move in for this fight. They know that they're behind as Black has to use his eject button on Greninja to actually peel out. Orange Juicers ahead on points, ahead on positioning, ready for this fight. They really don't want to waste too much time because Meowscarada has no Unite move, Gyarados has no Unite move. They want this fight to happen soon, but they don't have a real great way to pressure G right now.
They really let Slash get a ton of free vision. Kratos taking a ton of damage. They're flipping back on top of Egg. Gyarados comes in. They get a quick KO on the Phalanx. This is the fight that they want. Quickly reset through. The Hoopa Unite is out, but they need another target down. Zugrock's on the backside. They're going to try and block Slash into the wall, but they're collapsing on top of Egg. Cram Unite pops off. Black CH is down. Greninja's down, and we're into the backline. Zugrock's looking for another one. Trev Unite is popped for keep pushing forward. Egg Noob on a sliver of HP. Can anybody actually suss them out? Phalanx is going to be back the Egg. Heavy reset on OG. Can they actually pick up that target? OG goes towards the middle. Machisel is there. Zugrug and Flareon's back on top of Slash. Their HP is getting low, and we're taking a deep breath.
Huge moment. I mean, G had a big moments in that fight. Really sorry, multiple KOs, able to dive and bounce around this fight. As you can see the Phalanx moving forward, picking up Greninja with ease. Here comes the Gyarados Unite move, popping him up into the air, but it doesn't look like they're able to pick up a KO just yet. As we can see now shutting down that Gyarados, and this looks to be the end for G.
They're moving to score now. Can they get any points in? They're scoring in the whole home zone. 336, 400 to 141. We've got a sliver of time, I'll tell you what. G, you better switch to orange juice. You better switch off from orange juice to apple juice because OJ will get you because they are now just pressing these goal pads. And really, orange juicers commanding win.
Yeah, huge win for orange juicers here in game number 2. And I really got to wonder what happened on the side of G. It felt like they played an amazing game number 1. The strategy switches up in game 2. And I mean, I'm honestly scratching my head at it.
I am too. I thought there was maybe something that you and I couldn't quite suss out with the Greninja pick, the Meowscarada pick. That really didn't necessarily develop. I think we saw shades of it when Greninja was 1v1 with the Phalanx with a little bit of spacing, right? Just shelling in tons of water shurikens, able to get good damage in and a nice follow-up to get a KO. But after that, where did they go? They couldn't really piece anything together.
Yeah, and now we can see Orange Juicers, obviously. Huge win for them. And like I said before, I believe this kind of locks their spot heading to Worlds as they're up here in our winners bracket, and they take a big win off of G, obviously. A lot of these players with a ton of respect for each other. A lot of them have played with each other for a while, against each other in many moments. We're recently on a team with each other. So, you know, this is a huge moment for both of these squads here. But of course, Orange Juicers must be feeling
They continue on in the winners bracket, right? They are now in the winners finals again, building themselves up for the pieces of teams past. G, as you correctly corrected me, still alive in this tournament.
Yes.
They're going to be dropping down here. I believe they're going to have LG ahead of them.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at what's coming up here very soon. Boy, if they have LG ahead of them, that's a really exciting game. I cannot wait to see that one here. Orange Juicers, we saw, I know I talked about it, Cramorant was just picking up KOs in that final moment there. 10 KOs for Cram. Looking at the other side here, we've got Greninja with 1, Meowscarada with 1, and Gyarados with 1. Your big-time carries on the side of G just not able to make it happen.
Yeah, you said they were slow scaling at the start, couldn't particularly get online, and it was made even harder with the great invade by Roland, getting Machisel to 5 immediately, and then Trevenant becomes incredibly difficult to bully around. But you got to give credit. I mean, Roland healing 107,000 damage for the Orange Juicers, and on the other side, Slash taking 120k, giving their team a real shot by like a beast, and they still couldn't quite find their way in.
Yeah, you know, they had a pretty close moment there in that final fight, right, where it really felt like, okay, G can catch something right here. They're really close to getting crammed down, but we're going to have to learn a little bit more about what happened with Orange Juicers, because we got an interview up on the big stage. Take it away.
For Worlds, congratulations. How does it feel? Obviously, we can talk about that to start it off. How does it feel that you all are qualified for Worlds now?
It feels amazing. You know, worked so hard for this all year. It's my first time ever qualifying for Worlds, so we're excited to show what we can do.
Yeah, and we were just talking about it, but this is your first time on the technically the full main stage, right? How does it feel? I'm sure it's very different, but how does it feel to actually adapt to that?
The environment is very different, of course, from what I'm used to just playing at home, because this is my second-person event. So playing on the main stage is a really good feeling, though. It's also a wonderful environment, and I was really excited to play on there. So I'm glad we got a win.
All right, well, congratulations for that. So obviously you've been playing, so I don't know if you know, but we did see Nemesis advance, so they will be your next opponent in the winners finals. How much did you prepare, or how ready are you for Nemesis?
So we prepared a good bit for them, but of course our main focus was on G, because we have a lot of time now in between, so we're going to now focus on how to beat them. So
hello guys,
yeah,
I am back.
A good amount of time looking at them and how to beat them, so I'm hoping we can do it.
Right, and my final question, this was a very looking strong match for your team. You said you prepared a lot against G, and quite honestly, I think people were thinking maybe it would be a little bit closer. You don't have to say any specific strategies if you don't want to, because they are still in the loser bracket, but was there anything in particular that you were doing against that team? And if it's secret, just say secret, and we will not ask again.
Can't expose that, man.
All right, that's fair. Yes. That's fair. Gotta pay extra for that information. But congratulations one more time. It's an amazing qualification, and you all are looking very, very strong. So we're going to send it back to the casters.
Incredible stuff. Thank you very much, Chef. We got to see a little bit from Flareon's right there. We talked about him before. Again, I mean, this is his second in-person event, right? For a lot of these players, they haven't been to a ton of in-person events, but this is season 1 for this kid, and he's crushing it.
Doing great, picked up by an incredible squad, by incredible players. And I think it was Roland in their interview that was like, look, Zug said this kid's the real deal, bring him on. I don't really know him, but he's a gamer, and they're getting it done now.
Yeah.
They're getting it done.
They absolutely are. Let's take a look at some big moments from that last series right here. Obviously, we had the Mew game, which was pretty huge. We had this Mew, we had Lucario. It felt like we had a lot more going on from G in game number 1, and they really started very strong.
I did see that stairs thing right there. Pretty clever. Here we go. Trevenant Unite, but this is when everything just kind of started going sideways for G. That Unite was popped, and then immediately the quick KO, and then we have this heavy slam into the back as well.
Yeah, big moment for them there. Obviously, that catch from Phalanx was huge. We saw that in a different way in game number 2. That was a really nice start for the Juicers here. Game 2, obviously, we saw kind of a different look, a different draft from G, which actually, you know, confused me a bit just because I felt like they played so good game 1.
Yeah, and we're seeing it kind of here live in action game 2, where they're, Orange Juicers were able to successfully siege this goal zone with kind of the more classic firepower. You have that big Cram Unite just shelling in damage. Zugrug frontlining really well. This Lecky hits, and then they shatter the goal zone.
Yeah, goal zone goes down. This opens up an opportunity for Regieleki, but they're not able to take it here. Here's that fight in the end. Huge Unite from Cram with the eject button pushing forward. HP is very low on the side of G. We have Gyarados looking to make something big happen right here, but they weren't able to do it as we see Orange Juicers take a big win in game 2.
Big time win, as we just heard, of course. They're moving on in the final to face Nemesis, one of the most consistent teams, the most consistent team that we have in NA, but it can't be done without the Trevenant in that second game. Machisel getting the nod.
Yeah, Machisel doing amazing. They're playing that top half. The amazing thing about Trevenant is you can play this in so many different ways. Like when we talked about Sylveon earlier like this, Trev is the same thing. You have a better idea of what it's going to do because you know how they like to play it. But this is that damage-focused, brawl-focused Trevenant. Curse, Horn Leech. You've got the massive resets on Horn Leech, able to just push your opponents around the entire battlefield. And then you saw the damage numbers and the damage taken. Huge.
Yeah, the thing that's amazing about Trevenant, of course, the Pokemon itself, but its movesets, not only are they each individually good in their traditional sense, and one of the things that they're traditional paired with, we just kind of see the cross swap there, the Horn Leech and Curse, and sometimes you see Horn Leech Woodhammer. But like any combination of these moves practically for Trevenant makes sense in whatever role you need it to fill, and that's why things like Trevenant or Sylveon are so strong.
Now we have more exciting Pokemon Unite action coming at you. NAIC really makes sense. It's not going anywhere. We'll be right back.
2024
3
5 मिनट जी वर्सेस इग्नोरेंस इसके बाद होएगा जी का मतलब
इग्नोरेंस में कौन सा ये भाई वैसा ही कॉम लेंगे तो देखूंगा मन तो बिल्कुल नहीं करता चलिए बता
Lutano baits them in, big Unite. Can they close it out? No, it goes by sideways. Lutano comes in, blitzes, isn't just in time to save. Fairy Singularity back the other way, and now Lutano is feeling big.
TTV is back. They are your AOS Cup North America Grand Finals champions.
Hi, I'm Lutano with Team TTV, and this is my puppy, Saya. When I was younger, I played a lot of sports growing up, and I was really, really competitive. I did like wrestling, football, stuff like that. After high school, I graduated, went to college. I didn't continue with sports, but I really, really loved playing games my entire life growing up. And when I entered college, I found esports as a whole, and that's it kind of got me hooked. And I've been playing competitive ever since then. To maintain my mental and physical health, I read a lot of books. I watch some TV shows to really unwind, like after a hard day of practice, stressful environment. And I also walk my dog.
ऐसा वाला साइकिल नहीं
really
देखना
stressed, can
बट
always
वो
wake
होते हैं
up
ना
with
एक
that, so it's
ऑफ में
really
क्या
helped
उठा
me
लो
out.
सीधा संडे विल बी
Keeps grounded.
You're gonna need to
well
run,
done,
buddy.
sir.
It looks like, oh yes, Ignor makes it home, and now you still gotta fight this
ये
Urshifu,
डिस्ट्रैक्शन लगा
taking a
था
wicked blow and going down to the Phantom Force.
इग्नोरेंस
What
तो
really
चीटिंग
makes
नहीं हो गया
a
क्या
great team in Pokemon
पिछले साल
Unite
का है भाई
is trust in your teammates. You can't improve as a
तभी
team
मैं सोच रहा
unless
था कि Urshifu
everyone is
को
on the
ये
same page about what they want to do, how much they want to play,
ये लुका
how
कौन है
seriously they're going to take it. And I think those are really important discussions to have with your team before you really like commits, you know? And going into it, all of our teammates this season and last season, we knew that we just wanted to grind, we wanted to be the best. We got our dub in AOS this weekend, or last weekend, so you know we got something done, but there's still more work to do. My primary target Pokemon right now are Glacier and Gardevoir. I really enjoy playing them, specifically Gardevoir. Glaceon is more of like a meta-dependent pick. It's just really powerful right now, staying off the map, you know, hiding in bushes and then just one-tapping someone. It's super good, but Guard is just like that really strong backline threat that just peppers down the tanks, anyone that comes near, so I really enjoy playing them. They really fit my playstyle.
There are some very dangerous damage dealers here in the bottom area waiting. However, this is an aggressive push on top with the Regieleki. I didn't even realize they took it.
All my teammates are people that inspire me. I wouldn't be on a team with them if I didn't think I had something to learn from them or they had something to learn from me. I could talk for days on how much I believe in my teammates as players and as individuals. So I don't think I want to be playing with anyone else. When we won AOS, we were kind of like bated breaths, you know, in the last like 5 seconds of that grand finals. We knew we had it in the bag, but we were just like, you know, did we do it? Did we do it? It's ticking down, you know, and then, you know, last second we just explode, you know, with energy. We were all so ecstatic, you know. It had been so long since we'd really won a really major tournament and ended up winning the big one. It was something else for us. What's next for our team going forward is really expanding our Pokemon pools. I think we had pretty good pools going into AOS, but we kind of had a few holes in our draft that we were afraid were going to exploit it. Having a really expansive and deep pool to draw upon will really just make drafts so much easier, and maybe we can just win games to draft sometime, you know? And that's pretty much all we're going to be focusing on going forward.
And we got a new champion in the North America region. It's TTV, back in the days of old.
My best advice for someone trying to get into Pokemon Unite, I'd say, as a pro player, would to be put in the work. A lot of people, they don't understand how much time goes into really practicing and prepping. I don't know, they say, hey, I want to be a pro player, I'll play for like, you know, an hour or two every night, you know. There's no if I'm good, it's you put in 6 hours and then you get good. There's no shortcut to it, you really have to just grind it out. And then from there, after you put in the work, then you can start talking to people, really interact with the pro community and the top level players, and then before you know it, you'll be on a team. Thank you all for watching and supporting Pokemon Unite and the scene as a whole. It really means the world. We wouldn't be here without you guys' support and your cheers. Thank you all for supporting my team in particular. We have honestly the most amazing, most loyal fans that anyone could ask for. Couldn't ask for a better fan base from you guys.
ये कौन सी टीम का था भाई?
Here
here we are back in New Orleans for NAIC Doob Snacks.
I love that Lutano interview. He's got it so good. He rented an empty condo to film that interview in. Tip of the cap for him to make sure everything is clean and pristine in the background.
Speaking of clean and pristine, this event has been pretty amazing. Oh, sorry. Speaking of clean and pristine, take a look at Doob Snacks, everybody. The event looks incredible. We had an event earlier where a marching band
top laners पहले इस पे चला देते हैं। इंडिया में तो सारे top laners की qualification के बाद top laner
tragic decision by production to throw me into the mix. And yeah, they weren't excited either. They were like, why do they keep? I kind of like kept flat tiring them, like stepping on the back of their ears, like that's why you heard like the tuba kind of like kick off a couple times. That was me.
Sure.
I shouldn't have done that. It wasn't intentional. I was just too excited.
Let's take a look at our bracket right here, Doobsex. We just saw a crazy good game between Orange Juicers and G. It was a 2-0, but it was a lot closer, especially in game number 1. We're going to see Nemesis against Orange Juicers a little later today, but now G's not going anywhere because they've got to deal with
Nihao का मैच कब हुआ भाई?
वो दिखाना जोगे नहीं समझा।
Against Exile again, kind of that fourth team.
तुमने नहीं दिखाया, उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया।
उन्होंने भाई। Standings and our finishes. So Ignorance is on one a little bit, but G, if they have their confidence, they've got a real opportunity to press forward.
Yeah, absolutely. NAIC is going to have to deal with Luminosity Gaming, which is just, I mean, this is going to be quite a matchup. A lot of people talked about NAIC as one of the big spoiler teams for this tournament, right? And then, of course, Luminosity Gaming, the former world champs. They only say former world champs on that team right now. We have 2 world champions from last year's World, and they're both in our losers bracket right now.
Yeah, but they need to go through the teams.
Finals Overlord versus Zagreb lag raha hai.
Now, can G bounce back? Like you said,
Lutano versus Zagreb.
The games were closer
than that.
Rematch. Yes.
Rematch. Again, great games against Exile. Really had to scrap and claw back into both of their wins to give themselves a chance. So they're pretty resilient in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that you like about Ignorance is it feels like it was a team that a lot of people counted out. They thought Exile probably takes this, right? And then once you start picking up some wins, I think things change for you, right? You kind of change the mentality. That momentum is very, very big. And now they're going up against a squad that just took a loss.
Yeah, and if they can keep these players, I'm looking at Ignorance here. Against all of the players on G, times over for 2 years now.
NAIC के ऐसे ही बंदे होते हैं। गेमर्स ऐसे मिलेंगे तेरे को। घर से बाहर ना निकलने वाले, लंबे बाल वाले।
Yeah, I think draft is going to be a big difference maker, and I think we saw it last game. Game 1 between G and Orange Juicers felt pretty close. Felt like a solid draft from both of these squads. Game 2, I felt like G's drafting strategy was, again, one of those moments where if it works, what a brilliant play. And if it doesn't work, you're going to have a lot of people walk away going, really? Lane Ninja?
Yeah. And we're taking a look here at G, Ignu, Black Sea, and Zealot. Zelling having a couple good games trying to keep the team in black. Of course, on the Mew, looked phenomenal in that first game. Fell a bit shy in the first game. Second game, maybe things started pulling apart a little bit. But I do think they have to have confidence in their reasoning, right? There's a reason they picked Greninja, and you can kind of see it in practice. You can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to don't do that, first and foremost. That's a ridiculous expression. Now that it's rolled out of my face and is on broadcast. But they need to just stick to their plans. Whatever they've drummed up for this tournament, stick with it and execute it.
Well, bathwater notoriously was extremely difficult to deal with. I'm just giving you a little history lesson right here. So difficult to deal with that any chance to get it out of the house, you would take that opportunity. Children in the bath or not, that's where the expression came from. Obviously, we're much happier to be living in the time we are right now because previously, you and I, out the window.
Out the window. However, bathwater is disposed of in days when there but it's a draft.
Here we go. We have Ignorance, your purple team. G, your orange team. The bands are here. Trevenant, Sylveon on the side of Ignorance. Tyranitar and Venusaur on the side of G. Now the question is, with Venusaur banned, are we going to see Phalanx and which team is going to grab it? Venusaur being one of the bigger counters.
Yeah, G banning probably on their radar, immediately picking up Crustle. Picks up the Crustle, kind of their go-to pick, and OG locks in Phalanx without missing a beat.
I mean, look at these two
Is
huge
it-
picks
Yeah,
from
that is
Synergy
true.
right away. You've got
How to
Leafeon and
tank my
Phalanx,
champion
and they have one of the
plays,
biggest
वो
counters
वगैरह
taken away. Of course, we saw the
और जिसने कह दी कि उसके साथ में एक
that
वीडियो आती है
Phalanx from Orange Juicers in Game 1, but it is a tough Pokemon to take down if you don't have any of the strong counters. Tyranitar, pretty good against Phalanx. Venusaur, pretty good against Phalanx, and they are not here. Even Sylveon, very strong against Phalanx, and now it feels like G has unlocked Phalanx with not a lot of answers on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, G has a phenomenal draft going right now. This is a very strong draft. However, not to be outshined, Neon, amazing on you in their own right, and then Goop and Protein Shake, locking in Blaziken, Gyarados, two Pokemon that damage-wise, if they get online, can contend.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. So, both Blaziken and Gyarados, they kind of suffer from the same problem we saw G have last game. Not exactly, but they still have the Gyarados, and then they have a Pokemon that takes a little while to get online. It takes them a little while to get good, if you will. On the side of G, you have a lot of stuff that's good very, very early. We're going to have to see what that, difference is going to look like inside this game. Protein Shake playing this... playing Blaziken, and with the item setup it has, I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing Blaziken played in that central area.
That's where I would think. Gyarados we've seen historically in the top path. I think you're right, Spriggles. I believe that's where Ignorance is going to go with
it. Looks like it, right? Because you're going to be sending
mobile gamer इनमें एक ही है भाई, slash तो mobile में खेल रहा है.
to the center unless you're absolutely insane. But we can see some insane plays. I mean, this is NAIC. We're just going to have to win this set and move forward here. We are now in our losers bracket, so if these teams lose, they are going home.
Correct.
Or going to the final stretch, I guess I should say, right?
Yes, they're dropping into the final stretch. Take a straight to the top 8. We're looking at Soup Chef right now. Their Crustle play is very solid, and it doesn't surprise me that they've gone to a comfort pick like that. It does have a lot of utility just kind of across the board. It is going to be up to the Phalanx to maneuver around Crustle.
And here we go, heading into game number 1. Ignorance, your purple team. G, your orange team.
And we are chopping along here as Slash pushes forward. Can they get a quick stack? And they do, +7. Going straight towards a berry and maybe to the bunnies to see if they can send those down the path.
Yeah, and we got a little bit of a pause right here. It looks like we have maybe some technical issues as we're coming back to say hi to everybody, hopefully here soon. Right now, you're just seeing this timer count up, and while I would love to cast this, it looks like we're heading to 15, possibly to 16, and here we go, 18, it is here, 19, and 20, baby. Can we get 21? We do! Way past it all the way to 23. Doomstex, this thing is cooking. We're up to 26 right now. Oh!
Cooking so hard, Charizard was materialized on screen, and I don't want to spill the beans here like a bad chef, but I did just kick a cord back here when all the power went.
All right.
I did
ये कितने बजे तक चलेगा? कोई आइडिया नहीं है भाई कितने बजे तक चलेगा, नहीं पता है.
I know normally we joke about that. When I pivoted over, you saw me swing over. I kicked that cord, power went out.
If you
cut the power, that is banana lands.
I would be very excited to find out you cut the power. I would be very excited to find that out. I'm looking at our producer. He doesn't look that happy.
He smiled and then was like, I appreciate you, but I'm also mad at you.
I'm also mad at you.
But I appreciate you.
And I'm wondering, there's nothing I want more, and I love you. I want you to know this. There's nothing I want more than for you to have caused a power outage in this entire arena. I would love for that to have happened. That would be huge for me.
I know that's big for you.
For me.
That is not great for old Snacks if that is exactly what happened. And you can see, I didn't make up the power not being on. And what you can't see from here, from this end here, there is a cord with filler tape on it. And I kicked it very hard. And then the power went.
Welcome back to a very spooky episode of Pokemon Unite. Here we are at NAIC. I've heard of some of the ghost tours and things like that happening around, but we have one going on right now inside of this arena. It is a very spooky moment for Pokemon Unite. Some of the lights are on, some of them are off. You can tell that is the case because there's some light.
There's one light on here, and there's not there.
There's kind of some lights over here as well.
Wait, whoa, we have these back here. That's super spooky.
We could use this.
Spooky NAIC.
let me tell you the story of a match Snacks and I had yesterday, where I was a level 15 phalanx at Rayquaza. Ooh, we're up by hundreds of points.
Hundreds.
Surely our jungle scissor will meet us at Rayquaza, and we can.
No!
What happened, Doom Snacks?
They backcapped.
No, say it so.
We did it. We summoned the power back on with our strength. Either that or it's just one light.
It could be actually just one light that kicked on, but it looks like things are coming back right here. There's
you
can't see them. They're just slightly off camera. They're fixing this cord because we do think Doob Snacks caused this power outage. But it was a good time to talk to you all a little bit about backcapping, a little bit about Jungle Scissor, and a little bit about a very tragic start to the season for old Snacks and I.
Yeah, this was the season? Oh yeah, the new season. I was like, it's just been one broadcast. I don't think we struggled every broadcast.
No. They said we actually had a medium start to this season, which I was really happy to hear.
The word they used was tepid.
Yeah, they said, that's right, tepid. And I was like, what is that like? They're like, it's like medium,
it's
but
like
not
medium,
good. It's like medium, not good, is what they said.
It's like an angry medium.
Yeah.
It's like, it's medium.
It's like,
but we're not angry, we're disappointed. It's a medium with disappointment.
It's like, we still love you, but at the same time, we're just not happy with it.
रहने वालों ने तो भाई रैंक पुश भी नहीं किया होगा.
Didn't feel great.
It did not.
You know,
it did not.
It's one of those conversations where and they're like, hey, looking pretty tepid out there. And you're like, ooh, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what felt worse was that Jungle Scissor.
It was egregious.
It was very tragic.
And for the record, it was also level 15.
It was.
It was doing fine.
It was taking fights. It was making things happen. Then right at the end, it was like, I don't even want to win at all. I'm out of here.
I will say it was the most hyper-aggressive Scissor I've ever played with.
Oh, yeah.
And
they wanted to brawl.
They did not carry that energy into the ring.
And then when it was time to fight, they wanted to score, baby. Now's our chance to score. That is their motto, except throughout the rest of the match where it's now's our time to fight, even when we shouldn't. But you know what? It's all good. We're not mad at you.
We're not mad.
We're not mad at you at all. It is what it is. You know, you win some, you lose some.
It was tepid. We're tepid.
Honestly, I'm more upset than tepid. I'm more upset than tepid as we're getting things back online here in New Orleans. It's been such a fun time. Yeah, it's been such a fun time here in New Orleans. Obviously, last year we were in Columbus for NAIC.
Which is a city.
Which is a city, no question about it. Yep, it's a city. Production saying it is a city. And I got to say, I love getting to have like two completely different vibes for where NAIC is being held.
They are on opposite sides of the spectrum, without a doubt, are Columbus and New Orleans.
However you would look, like if New Orleans is in the right side up, Columbus upside down, and you flip it either way. However stranger things would take place, that's the reverse, these two cities.
And who knows which one has those flying demon things? We're still trying to figure that out.
I'm guessing Columbus.
As somebody that lives just south of Ohio, I agree. And the food's better here.
And we have our players on stage getting ready for this match. It looks like we're getting back into it. We've had the pause going on, and here we go, Doob Stacks, right back into this thing, ready to go.
Ready to go. Zealot, of course, level 4, pivoting into the top path here. We'll see what they can do. OG taking a ton of damage off of the new
Yeah, heading up to this top path. I mean, the amazing thing that you get to see with Leafeon is just how much pressure you can put on your opponents early, and it's why it was such a huge pick for so long. You see Black in this bottom path trying to stop this. Oh, huge moment right there. I love that play from Goopiter. If they pick up that KO with Flail, that's a Gyarados.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they stayed in the pocket. They stayed aggressive. Black maybe putting a little bit too much pressure to make that a scary situation, honestly, for G.
Yeah, and here we go. You can see the evolution has happened here in the bottom path. Goopiter working on doing some damage to Slash here. The Rock Tomb not able to stop them from getting those berries. They're going to see if they can steal away this Bunnelby, and they do. Slash in some trouble right here. Fighting two in the bottom path. They're able to take it down.
I will say Slash has pushed the limits of Umbreon better than any player I've seen so far.
Yes.
Really just being able to extend plays, and that's after it got that defense debuff in one of our most latest patches here. Nice little astonished. Crustle comes through to try and pin some of these players down. Soup Chef can't quite wrangle in Eggnoob, but OG is going to be getting tons of pressure put on them as they're going to roll back through that Hoopa portal.
Nice little rock tomb right there. We've actually seen some huge rock tombs from Soup Chef slashing down to this bottom path, seeing if they can take down Goopiter, and they do set up a nice big KO, cram with the secure there.
Yeah, Soup Chef is going to be responsible for defending alone. They put out a rock tomb, pick up a berry, but I think that's all that G's going to give them there. OG, on the other hand, hanging around, boosted out from Mayon, but it's already sorted out by Protein Shake.
Yeah, Protein Shake, the greatest name in Pokemon Unite, playing the Blaziken and looking pretty good with it. They should be getting pretty close to their level 8, which is, of course, the biggest power spike for this Pokemon, maybe 6 to 7, but once they have that move switching, they're able to move in and really do some crazy damage right here. Here comes the overheat into the Blaze Kick, not able to make it happen there.
I like what they're trying to set up, though. You saw the Rock Tomb and the bounce into the trapped area to just deal a ton of damage, be able to focus fire things down. Can't quite get Slash with the Rock Tomb there, as they are just going to press forward into the face of Ignorance.
And here we go. We've got 4 members of Ignorance in this bottom path. Mew staying top, 4 members of G in this bottom path. Regice getting very low right here. Here comes the overheat for the secure. It's way too early.
Too early, but secured, however, by Goopiter, but that is just collateral damage now because G is just taking the bodies instead. Zealot trying to get back to a berry. They actually get topped off by the Blissey, so they have to hang out for a second. Can't take enough damage. Now it's the support and defender core that is trying to keep this goal zone standing, but they can't. X's are coming through on 3, but here comes the rest of the team here. Protein Shake looking for a target. Meanwhile, Phalanx taking a Reggie.
Yeah, Phalanx takes the Reggie top. Now this bottom goal zone's gone on the side of Ignorance. They're pushing towards this bottom goal zone here for the side of G. Kramer at Unite move comes out. Here's the Bliss assistance. We've got the hyperspace hole, not going to be sending anybody home. No, Crustle does make it home. Goopiter goes down, Crustle coming right back. Blaziken goes down on the other side. G pushing back here, and it looks like Ignorance is not able to make anything happen in this bottom path.
The fact that Soup Chef was able to stand that long after coming back through is a shock in and of itself. But coming back through might be even the bigger one at that. Phalanx closing out a goal zone up top, and I believe that's OG just working all by their lonesome up there.
Yeah, up to this top path here, Phalanx is just doing it. Level 10 already, Cram level 10, Leafeon level 10. Wow, I mean, this is huge. G, experience-wise, crushing it. Points-wise, crushing it. You know what? I think they're having fun.
They're really having a good time. OG just hanging out, pressing their buttons, taking all the wild farm. Okay, closing out some goal zones, feeling good. 238 to 23.
Yeah, 238-23. This game is not particularly close on the scoreboard. Level-wise, it's getting out of control right here, and Ignorance is in some trouble. G feels like they perfectly here. It looks beautiful for them, and they're playing. We're going to have to see if now we have Gyarados, now guys get both fully online. Next time they all get together for a fight, if Ignorance can really make it.
I agree, and I said this game was going to be the draft screen difference, and that's exactly what
Mew का मैच चला गया
caught in the middle of absolutely everyone, and they get burned down and put down quickly with a big solar blade and the power of the sun.
Yeah, huge stuff there from G as they're taking this bottom objective with ease, continuing to score top. 23, 278. Now G can make a lot of different plays here, just capturing that Regice, running towards this bottom goal zone here. They're able to fight down here and really make something happen, and Ignorance is going to have to push back. At the same time, G can just pivot and move up to this top Regieleki if they want.
I want to say Neon using their Mew Unite to cancel out the Leafeon's 2-step Unite was critical here. Gives them a real opportunity. However, Cram Unite pops off, Soup Chef goes down, and moving forward is Zealot. Deep Hoopa portal. They do knock out Goopiter on the backside, and really G is just kind of doing whatever they want on this map.
Yeah, G is just running amok right here as we have Leafeon attempting to score 40 in that bottom path, and it looks like it does go in. 23-318. Regieleki is walking.
I mean, there is no rest for the wicked out here. Bad. They need to find a way to cobble this thing together. If this Regieleki walks, it just gets cataclysmically worse for them. They're fighting in the backside. Black Siege taking a ton of damage, but playing so far forward. They're facilitating so many engagements. Solar Beam from downtown doesn't really hit any prime targets. They bounce on top of Slash. Slash still stands. Right in the middle. And picking up a place to boot. Now OG's just sitting on there trying to prevent portal resets. Can't stop the Hoopa. This Regieleki like he's still walking Spraggles. Gooper on half HP. They're picking up that core shield.
अगर देना ही है
Not the
भाई
core
टाइम
shield,
पे
patch
किसी को
shield. They
देते हैं
get
टाइम जा
X-Scissor
रहा है
back. And
अब
now
विनाट के भी
Scrubbernuts
तो
hanging
खेलने
out.
का
Ignoop's going to score the hard way. Doesn't need the Reggie.
Wow, I mean, this is a crazy, crazy fight here from G, and it somehow walks 396 for G to 23.
I mean, okay, Ignorance, take a deep breath here, right? You've got tons of wild farm on your side of the map. You only have to babysit one tier 2 gold zone. Farm up your side and try to not let Slash dictate these engagements. Slash is playing so far forward and they're sustaining for so long that the team can actually show up late and still take a pretty convincing team fight.
Yeah, Slash played that so well. I couldn't believe how long that Umbreon lasted right there. I'm sure Ignorance couldn't also. Great, another Reg Ice taken right here. G captures it. 23 seconds until Rayquaza. They're up by almost 400 points. This is that situation you love to be in if you're G. Even if Ignorance gets Rayquaza, it's still very possible they don't win this thing.
Yeah, you want to, if you're going to take Rayquaza Ignorance, you got to take all the bodies with you too. You got to really have to get them all. And now, take a deep breath. Rayquaza's going to hit the map. Onus on Ignorance.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to play this right here. Obviously, Slash just doing an incredible job frontlining, protecting the squishier Pokemon. Even if Slash gets in some trouble right here, even if Slash goes down again, G is just so up in this match. It's just so hard for Ignorance to come back. They're looking for something on Slash. Here comes the Cramunite.
Right into the Phalanx, engaging on the Hyperspace hole. Cramunite is there, tons of damage being rained in. The spacing is happening is very true. Scrubbernuts actually has to put a portal down pretty much just for themselves and Soup Chef. They're hanging out, they come right back through. Egg Bomb is there, all the damage is going straight in. Soup Chef is on the backside. They're the first player to fall, and I think it's going to be like Dominoes now. They've got Goopiter Trap, popping the Gyarados Unite move. Protein Shake can't overheat anyone. Popping the Hoopa Unite as well. They need to start getting some stuns down. On the backside, Goopiter has to jump over the wall to try and get out. OG's right on top of him though. We're going straight at Scrubbernuts and Goop is down. Now Scrubbernuts is the next one. Protein is down. Everybody's getting shaken up. Give him a two-step. Give him a Solar Blade. Give him a body bag. G absolutely commanding out here.
Yeah, G is just crushing this fight, crushing this match. They don't need Rayquaza. The points are raining in. 36 and then a hundo burger. Over 500 points. No Ray. G with a dominant performance here.
Bell to bell, and I know it's going to go understated. Watch this game back. Slash was a monster. Absolute thorn in Ignorance's side.
कोई गेम खेलेंगे अपन तो ऐसे बड़े खाना तेरे को भी ऐसे बोलेंगे बिना अटके मर गया तभी आ गया.
They are pushing the limits of this Pokemon, and they know those limits. They're towing that line over and over and over again.
I know Doobsnacks cut the lights in here, but it looks like Slash, put Ignorance to bed. Lights out plays from him. Incredible stuff. That's what some of the best defender play that we've seen all tournament.
I mean, the whole team is wiped. G just making it hurt now. Holy. Again, Ignorance has the ignorance to step up against G in that matchup. Yikes, my friend. They've got some work to do.
Yes, they do. That's one of those matches you can see it on the side of Ignorance. Nothing went their way. And sometimes in a match where nothing goes your way, you can shrug it off a little more because it's not like one play like, if we just had done, no, nothing went your way. It's time to, wipe down that whiteboard and start formulating a new strategy here because what you just threw up against G is not going to work.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to that draft here, and once we saw the Tyranitar and Venusaur ban, it almost felt predetermined that they were going to pick Phalanx.
Yes.
I don't know how many phenomenal options are necessarily left for you to pick from after that, but I think once you see the bans, you can't go to Crustle first.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting call, right? Obviously, they have a lot of faith in Crustle. I think their Crustle was quite good.
I agree.
But yeah, I mean, we knew Phalanx was coming, and it really put on a show here in this first game.
And we're watching just the dividends that were paid from that amazing draft by G here. I mean, every single team fight felt like theirs. Even this Ignorant Siege here, we have a Cramunite, Bliss Assistance in the mix. They can't even knock out the Blissey, and now everybody is just catching L after L as that whole goal zone siege is stymied.
And while that's happening, Phalanx was by themselves in the top path, just taking Regieleki, getting a huge overcap, and the points didn't stop raining in for the side of G. They extended their lead in a massive way, almost 400 points by Rayquaza.
I mean, yeah, Cram 13, Phalanx 13, Zealot on the Leafeon knocking on the door of 13 to level 12, and you're seeing these numbers at the end. I mean, come on.
Yeah, great stuff here as the points are running in that main. We saw it, something like 30-something to 20-something. I mean, a real one-sided game here. And you must be feeling good if you're G, right? You just had a tough run against Orange Juicers, and now we're taking a look at OG. We were just talking about it, Phalanx.
Yeah, what's even most impressive to me about these numbers, Spraggles, is those came in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's true.
That's when all of that happened.
You'll see a lot of players, you know, if a team's able to facilitate it, you can leave a strong carry Pokemon like this Phalanx up in the top path by themselves. You see Blaziken's up there, you'll see Gyarados up there. Just get as much experience as you can. That way the next time we see you, they are ready to jump on you. Take a look at this build right here too. Attack weight, Razor Claw, 2 items I love for Phalanx. And this third slot I always feel like is something that you can, you know, swap around based on personal preference. Curse Bangle is a great option, right? When you're running no retreat Iron Head, you've got those auto attacks to apply a ton of curse damage. You got kind of this big
96
bouncing area effect damage that you're throwing down, and you're just able to limit the amount of healing your opponents receive with that. Curse items, especially in draft, just so powerful.
I was just about to say, something I feel like teams can get better at is manipulating their items after a draft is complete. You know, there's some cases where we just don't see as many curse items as I think we should because of things like you just called out. And, you know, you have like predictable results. Like even like Assault Vest, I think could probably find its way into more games. But there's this stigma on those types of items, like they're not very good. But in corner case scenarios, they are game changing, or can be.
You know, there are some stats I would love to see more of or I'd love to see in Pokemon Unite. So we don't know how much healing you mitigated with a curse item. Like, imagine if you could look at that number. You could walk out of a match and go, oh, actually, when I ran Curse Incense on my Chandelure, I negated 50,000 points of healing or something. Like, if you were able to see that number, I think people would be more excited to pick it up because you're going to see bigger damage numbers if you have choice specs on that Chandelure, right? And the same thing with Assault Vest. How much damage did you soak up with that Assault Vest? Because I would love to know.
No surprise there, G going straight back to the Tyranitar ban, and I think Ignorance needs to see the writing on the wall. They're not down Blissey, which means, hey, they want to leave Phalanx's band. Okay, Venusaur's still in play, but might not get picked until later on. We'll see where G ends up here.
Yeah, I want to see how G drafts this, because we had a kind of, that does not surprise me at all. No. That Umbreon first pick. I actually, I may have wanted that Umbreon band no question. Slash's tree was crazy when we saw it earlier, but that's maybe the best Umbreon play I've seen.
I agree completely. I think going tree first, Phalanx has to naturally follow if you don't ever have any intention on playing something like a Venusaur, right, that was still available. But look, two quality EVs on the side of Ignorance. Sylveon, kind of everybody's Pokemon to watch here, and the Leafeon, we just saw what he could do last game.
For sure, and now we're actually seeing the Mew come back out for the side of G. I
Good
love Mew as well, and I was wondering if we'd be seeing much of it, you know, given that it recently got some nerfs. You have to wonder. I mean, we had a Pokemon dominate, we had 2 Pokemon dominate throughout this entire season. Blastoise, Buzzwole, both of them nerfed, both of them gone. You don't see them at all.
No, I think
ये क्या कौन सा है?
I saw it.
हो गया
Just to finish the point about Mew, I think the thing that Mew is particularly good at is so unique and so many things that even though it's getting nerfed down, its utility is so wide that there's always, you never feel like you've lost value necessarily. And yes,
let's get to work. We've got Sableye, we've got Metagross, we've got Meowscarada. I absolutely love this composition for both of these teams, but I'm always excited to see the little gentleman, Sableye, make its way. It's one of the funnest Pokemon to watch, one of the funnest Pokemon to play, one of the most stressful allies to have on your team when you're playing solo queue. It's just it's a lot of everything. In fact, you know, little known fact, the only match you and I won the other day, you were on Sableye.
I was, and then I handed off the game because we had to go to rehearsal. So neither of us actually finished the one game that we've won so far this season.
We didn't need to mention that, but it is true. The only game that we did win, we had to hand our phones to somebody else to finish the game.
Shout out to Amanda carrying the Sableye play all the way to the finish line, getting us a win.
अगर ये लेकर जीत गए ना जी के
We're
सामने
not going to be able to find value on the Sableye.
That's the question, right? And I think if teams know how to play around Sableye, absolutely. In fact, we saw it banned out a lot in Japan. Japan has a lot of respect for high-skill Sableye players. And I don't think we see that same respect in the regions we cover most, EU and NA. We're going to have to see how it plays out here. I also love it with this Metagross pick. I think there are some really interesting combinations. You know, Metagross wants you to stay in a certain position so it can continue to hit with gyro ball and stuff like that. Kind of wants
जब तक ये बंद ना कर दे टूर्नामेंट वाले
combat and कुछ idea है that as we head here into
no idea
G, your purple team.
शायद ही आज विनर ब्रैकेट ना हो
G is up one
लूजर ब्रैकेट तक हो जाएंगे मैचेस कल 4 मैच 2 मैचेस 2 या 3 मैचेस होंगे इधर पहुंचे तो
अलग मैच भी है कल सिर्फ ये नहीं है वो ओपन ब्रैकेट वाले भी आ गए
exclusively used almost for engagement where here they're almost primarily focused on
मैच अभी स्टार्ट हुआ
अरे बहुत लेट तक चलेगा विनर मिल जाएगा सही बता गौतम मतलब ग्रैंड फाइनल वाला विनर ना
हो सकता है होना चाहिए
आज हुआ होगा मतलब एक टीम मिल जाएगी होनालुलु के लिए 2 टीम कल मिलेंगी शायद तो
आज ही 3 मिल जाएंगी ना
हाँ लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली नहीं मिलेंगी ना वो टीम
अच्छा सर्किट पॉइंट का तो नहीं लिखा उसमें उसमें लिखा है NA #1 #2 #3 ऐसे करके है सर्किट पॉइंट में कुछ बार लग नहीं रहे हैं कुछ और है उनके साइड में फाइनल स्ट्रेच करके कुछ था
Egnoob immediately getting feared
G losers bracket
there of Scribblenaught and meanwhile I mean Subchef is left alone
कल top 3 from open bracket
yeah it looks like things are going all right down there in the bottom path. Scribblenaught in some trouble here in the top path, but here comes Metagross now level 5. It does now have that gyro ball, so it's really now able to fight.
Yeah, gyro ball can
तो डॉग अपन का भी टीम डाल रहे हैं
but you have the leader in the face of Slash right there as well with that
उसके लिए पहले इंडिया में जीतना है
yeah something you can definitely steal away.
आई अपन सीधा बाहर जाएंगे अब वी कांट विन इन इंडिया
or throw a unite move it can all be taken away.
We can't win over there as well.
A little bit of trouble here comes let's pick up the game when they do.
Leafeon right into the mix here but Protein Shake sussed out
1v5 करके चला जाएगा भाई ओवरलोड
Slash getting taken out by Scribblenaught actually, and 2 players down there in that exchange for G.
Yeah, I mean things are going actually pretty well for G overall in that fight, but they do lose a couple members. Soup Chef runs to the top path.
Yeah.
Deal with this right here. Gotta love seeing the flower trick. Meow, Scarada, Egnoob trying to put some points in right here, or at least trying to be a distraction.
जो ये जीतने वाला है वो क्वालिफाई है और जो टॉप 2 है वो पॉइंट टेबल के हिसाब से क्वालिफाई होंगे
Alas, not the hope.
NAIC top 3 teams choose opponent out of 5 remaining teams of NA regional top 8. Elimination bracket bottom 5 NA regional team with top 3 NA play teams winner NAIC सब तो double से weird ही है भाई डेट अलग ही है चलो इनका
देखते हैं भाई क्या होता है तो एक तो लग रहा है मुझे जगरक तो जाने वाला है जगरे के एलजी तो आज ही हो जाएंगे
नेमेसिस भी तो है नेमेसिस का तो अभी तक दिखाया ही नहीं अल्टीमेट बॉस
सीधा ऊपर मिलेगी
damage pretty fast here as this Blaziken is moving through and now we're going to see Ignorance defend here in this top path. It does damage over time. It gives your team some vision.
Oh, Exile और Braveheart NAIC में.
So you're going to have this lingering effect of curse on the side of Ignorance.
क्या? हाँ, Braveheart तो चलेगी ना?
NAIC Day 1 नहीं बाग नहीं उन पे एक चांस हो रहा है.
Black DH coming back up, picking up a wish, but it's not enough. You can't
Day 2 में बोल साले गौतम हाँ Day 2 में बोल Day 2 में है वो.
for the Sylveon. Neon coming alive, and Sylveon.
इन्होंने तो अभी तो बोला था कि बाहर हो गए.
Sylveon is just it's it right now. And again, we've seen it in so many different looks, right? This is the hyper voice version of it. You know, we've seen Mystical Fire do very, very well. Lapras in some trouble right here, going down. We just have this Blaziken. One of my favorite things about Blaziken, and it's one of the reasons I think we're going to see a lot of it, it's not having a Unite move is kind of what makes it so incredibly good, because it just brawls so well and puts so much pressure on its opponents that you can bait out Unite moves with it because you're fighting really well, or you can just take KOs that you otherwise might not get with other Pokemon because you're able to use so many moves.
Meowscarada kind of pulling back out of their Unite.
Meowscarada तो बेटे दे रहा है भाई.
Jupiter going for the pick off here. See if they can cut them off, and they do. They get a quick KO. Popping the Rings Unbound is Eggnoob now. They're trying to stop this Gold Zone Siege. Slash rolling through. Actually, the portal's going to get knocked out. The Coliseum is unlocked as that Metagross is trying to play forward and trying to pick up some KOs here, but it's actually Ignorance that's getting buckled. Slash very low. They finally go down. Can they actually close the Gold Zone? Soup Chef does, but it's only an over 2. Meanwhile, KO streak of 3 for the Blaziken.
Yeah, look at this Blaziken right here doing some insane work. In a little bit of trouble right here. It does go down to the Lapras. Nice big pickup for the side of Ignorance. And this Lapras actually been putting in some pretty strong work. It was on the World Championship team last year, but of course this is not the same Lapras.
No, it's not. More of instead of like a carry top is playing in a true defender role here for this Ignorance squad. But Zubchef making it look pretty good. Slash pops their Unite move right on top of Goop. Slash is low on HP though, and they finally go down to the who else with the Lapras. Sorely becomes too early, but it's still taken by Black CH.
Wow, that was still secured. I think it was too early, but there was still another tick of damage on it. Ignorance hits it with their own Solar Blade, and the Solar Beam secures.
That is wild. I thought for sure that Solar Beam was just a hair too early, but as you mentioned, that tick through still gets the secure done. Meowscarada Unite using it right now so they can get another tick up it for Ray. Can they convert it into anything? Protein Shake going to get bullied by Slash a little bit. This Eevee counterpart not letting them rest. Neon's right there. Can they pick up Slash? They do.
Yeah, nice stuff. Slash is such an in-your-face Umbreon player. It's really fun to watch. And we could see Sableye just peppering the environment with that fake Eos energy for people to pick up that feint. It's going to be really interesting to see how that can work later in the game. It gives you a lot of information.
भाई वो ये फेंकने वाला मुंह खेल रहा है
मुझे. It doesn't give you the same kind of stun power.
मस्त मजा कर रहा है वो.
Really work around it with your team. KO streak of 2 for Goop. Okay, we're moving back.
आधे से ज़्यादा KO उसकी वजह से निकल रहे हैं.
Hyper voices
इतने फेंके हैं उसने. कोई ना कोई फंस ही जाता
a
है.
little bit sustained. No way they get out of that. Metagross pivots back, gets the KO and slows them out quickly.
Yes.
This is a really nice.
जिसको टच करेगा उसकी लोकेशन चल जाएगी.
That was massive.
नहीं बुश में फेंकता है तो बुश का विजन है कोई गया तो बुश में.
203. This match is a lot closer. Yeah, that was so huge. A lot closer.
Now Slash is there, but Goop is hiding out. Slash frozen in spot and stomped out by the Metagross.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई broken है इनकी
on the
कॉम्पिंग
top
का
of the
भी.
head of the Umbreon.
Look at this here, though. We've got that level 13 on Meowscarada. They've got both their plus moves now, so they're going to get pretty powerful as this match continues. 30 seconds now till Rayquaza. Ignorance needs this match, and they're a lot closer than they were in game number 1.
Now Scribblenaught can cause some real problems, whether the scoring metric or the backdoor engagement metric here, if they can make this happen. Looks like they're giving up this basement Reggie for really aggressive positioning. Hoopa's ready to jump on and listen to what Spraggles, we got 10 seconds till Ray.
That's right, 10 seconds till Rayquaza. Nice, easy secure there for the side. Let's see how this Sableye wants to play it, and of course could look for a score right here, but they're looking for Eggnoob, and they take it right now. Rayquaza is here, and they're pushing.
Slash is trying to do what they can. They use their Unite move. Hyper Voice right in the middle. Zealot needs another target back the other way. They're putting in the Coliseum. Coliseum going to start looking like a mausoleum if they can get some knockouts. Slash gets buckled by the Solar Blade. On the backside is OG. They can't even find their way in. Scribblenaught is looking for a gap. They're trying to reset somebody, but no. They only get the double team of the Meowscarada. Unite is popped. Blaziken comes in. They get a KO on Lapras. Okay, we're starting to even the score now, but the rings are now unbound. Eggnoob finding stuns. Doesn't hit a single target. Now they're going to be able to pivot on who else but Eggnoob. Nice stuns here. Electro Ball comes through. thrown as Flaxiate cheating up with the Mew. Neon gets stunned down, the Hyper Voice is down, and they are KO'd by a boosted auto, and the Spaced Ultra Beast looking thing that is the Hoopa. The rings are unbound no more, but the team is looking solid.
Yeah, looking amazing here. Here comes G looking to score huge plays from them in that fight. There were just so many moments that were massive. One of the biggest ones being that Meowscarada somehow moving through that Hoopa Unite move to get away from Unite on the other side. Down goes Sableye as we have a fight breaking out around Rayquaza. Soup Chef getting very low. Rayquaza getting very low. There's not a lot of secure on the side of Ignorance. They're looking for it right here. Are they able to make something happen? No, they are not. Triple KO for the Blaziken and the Hoopa.
All team is wiped. Ignorance is going home. These goal zones are getting broken, and you know what's on the menu, Spraggles. Hundo Burgers about to rain in continuously as this lead stretches like taffy, and Ignorance has punched their ticket out of this event.
That's right. They're going to head down to the final stretch to see if there's any way they can make it to Worlds. G right now continuing through our tournament here for the North America Regional Championships. They need to win the North America Regional Championships to make it to Worlds, and when they're hot, they look like the team that could do it.
They really did. I mean, this is the best I've seen OG look, rolling out of the top path on the Blaziken, right? On just being able to step up, step in, and make a difference when it's time. I have to respect, all the respect in the world to Ignorance, one of the teams that has stuck together the longest, finally gets their opportunity on a big stage. Took a big win early. Just being able to step up, step in, and make a difference when it's time. I have to respect, all the respect in the world to Ignorance, one of the teams that has stuck together.
यही है ना वो OG इसने ninja से डब्बा डाला था
Meowscarada making it through that Hoopa Unite move and getting away from Leafeon in that final moment was so massive. I mean, just what a huge play. And then, of course, we saw once again Hoopa getting caught and starting a really bad situation for G. This is something they're going to need to fix because we've seen it multiple times today alone.
This is a perfect example of just because it didn't cost us there doesn't mean we don't need to talk about it. I think the energy behind the conversation is obviously going to be a little different.
Yeah.
But they need to figure that out.
Of course.
Eggnoob, I think, is sometime flipping back in a tank mode, defender mode. I mean, they have been playing that for 3 years until they've joined this team, right? They need to be able to just pump the brakes a little bit and make sure, especially when you're on a Pokemon like Hoopa, and that Unite move is so invaluable for the rescue plan of the rest of the squad.
Yeah, without question, as we see these two teams taking their time on stage, of course, giving each other some good games, recognizing that
भाई थोड़ा फोन से हटके इनको बॉडी बनाना है बोलो सब पोकेमॉन जैसे बन रहे हैं वेंचर दो भी ब्लिसी लग रहे हैं
Zoinks has Slash up there. I'm excited to hear what he has to say. We just talked to one world champion earlier. Now we get to hear from another. Let's take a look at these stats.
OG 14 KOs, unsurprising. They're wearing the crown as dictated by the game, and they were really dominant in the final throws of those fights. The thing that's sticking out to me, because you know my eye is drawn to it, is that Sableye with no points put in is a tough look for the gentleman.
Yeah, that is interesting. And you talked about, you know, them using it as more of an engage tool, and I think they did, right? But I don't think it was able to provide the kind of results they wanted out of it. Unfortunate for the side of Ignorance. It was exciting to see the gentleman, exciting to see Lapras too, who actually
Neon दूसरा move खेल सकता था.
Mystical Fire. It looked really good. Soup Chef, no stranger to any of the defenders in this roster. And going to the Lapras, again, you can saw the value that they had.
Yeah, we've got the interview on stage ready with Slash from G. We're going to send it on over.
All right, thank you so much, Spraggles and Doob Snacks,
for breaking down an incredible game.
I'm standing up on stage with two-time world champion and victor of that last one, Slash. How did that last match feel?
I mean, it felt amazing. We had a lot of fun with it. Yeah. I respect Ignorance a lot as a team, too, so...
Yeah, they're incredibly strong, probably going to be a formidable team in the final stretch tomorrow, but you are currently on your run towards that
final stretch tomorrow.
World champions.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, final stretch का championship
है. This whole tournament, taking down a couple of great teams. Who are you looking forward to playing against in the top 8?
I'm looking forward to facing LG and beating them again.
All right, that's good, that's good. Okay, now with all that energy, I saw Greninja locked in for your team one time. What's up with that?
So OG thought that he picked the Gyarados or something earlier, so he wasn't locked in. and he just wasn't paying attention and picked it on accident.
All right, make sure you're picking the right Pokemon, everybody. That's awesome. All right, Slash, incredible work. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Spraggles, Dupe Snacks, back over to you.
I mean, I gotta love it. I love calling out Luminosity, saying he's gonna beat him again. You know, little known fact, he used to be on Luminosity and is a 2-time world champion. It's so weird that that is actually you when you learn something new.
It was disruptive in school. Let it be known.
Yeah, I can't imagine going through first, second grade. There's just a lot of information that they're giving you here.
There goes my pen.
And now he has a whale. That was a really exciting matchup, and I love a little bit of trash talk between these teams. I love the fact that these two teams could go up against each other. Right. Luminosity versus G, that could be amazing.
I know I find a lot of comfort now in knowing that the Greninja might have been just a shade of a grief pick, an accidental pick, because I was really racking my brain to how to make that conversationally work.
Yeah, I was wondering as well. It is nice to hear it was just a mistake, because I would agree, whether it was intentional or not, it was just a mistake. It was a mistake as we're taking a look at some of the big moments here. Obviously, we had game number 1 was just a shutout by G. They almost kept them to 0 points, scoring over 800, taking every fight that they wanted and just winning everywhere that they really ran into ignorance.
Yeah, and we're seeing here the OG dominance in game 1, and that carried over directly into game 2 with that Blaziken.
Yeah, and we can see now heading into game number 2, there were actually, this was a lot closer. It felt like Ignorance was more on their game. They were playing how they wanted to, and they were picking up some big moments throughout a lot of these fights. G really did still have control in a ton of moments, but Ignorance played so much better in game 2.
I agree. Off the back of Soup Chef on this Lapras, didn't necessarily find the type of value maybe they wanted out of the Sableye. Like Neon and Protein Shake on the EV twins here, that Leafeon Sylveon, crushing it.
Yeah, and here we go. We can see this
अभी overload आ रहा है ना अगले मैच के लिए
by Ignorance, and just it felt like every time this was happening, boom, there's Blaziken just ready to wipe the floor with Ignorance. Big triple KO here at Rayquaza, big time secure, and you can see the huge victory for them. Player of the game, OG on the team of G.
14 knockouts,
92
damage, and just like the Phalanx game, all of this
14 टीमों में तो 1 लाख प्लस आना चाहिए.
Right, the last 5 minutes, the back half of the game, after getting stacked up, ready to go, and holy, when they engaged, were they taking people with them?
Yeah, they absolutely were, and you saw a lot of staying power in some of these fights, and that's due to the Eos Cookie and then Blaziken's passive kind of working together there, giving you even more healing when it's hitting with that Blaze. Really great stuff from OG. He's been on fire today.
Really good. I mean, sometimes the question is asked, which version of OG are you going to get? And this is the version of OG you always want humming. They are cruising. The thing that OG tends to have happen, though, is if they're up in front or they're behind, they still like to play on the opposite side of the map, which leads to kind of this snowball effect of getting caught over and over. If they can keep OG reined in a little bit and saying, okay, now we're cutting you loose.
Yes.
Like we've seen in those last 2 games, they've got a real recipe for success.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And if we could see them not pick Greninja,
that would be great
I think
too.
G has a great shot.
If OG dials in first on the draft screen,
locked in, ready to go,
and picks the correct thing.
Huge.
Great
I mean,
start.
that's a 1-2 punch that I think a lot of teams can't deal with. We're going to be right back here in a second. We have an amazing game coming up for you. Luminosity versus Nihao. We're going to find out if these two teams are actually going to go up against each other after Luminosity deals with Nihao. We'll be right back.
स्पेगल इतना मोटो नहीं है भाई वो ठीक है
It's been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years. And well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international. Tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof. The hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion.
Luminosity पहला मैच हार गई थी क्या? नहीं, इससे पहले जो हुए थे पिछले उसमें क्वालिफायर में उनके विकेट हो गए थे।
We have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies, retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile.
Luminosity game है। और ये तो गेम देखने मजा आएगा। LG।
बस कीर्तन वाली टीम।
अच्छा कीर्तन वाली टीम है।
हाँ।
अरे भाई, कीर्तन भी खेल रहा है उसमें कि सब्स्टिट्यूट बैठा है? खेल रहा है। फिर तो भाई LG उन लोगों को पेलने वाली है।
From a very offensive team, a fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The
नहीं हाँ वो किसका टीम है? भाई बाकियों का नहीं पता, एक बंदे का पता है, वो पहले यहीं पे खेलता था इनके साथ, सदाव वगैरह के साथ कीर्तन नाम का।
Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels
I would say team में लिया कैसे यार?
Your belt feels amazing.
Question तो ये है।
I didn't really expect it.
Hello शिवानी जी, hello.
It's my first win.
समझ में आया कि वही उनका लीडर है, तो मैं टीम की हालत समझ सकता
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
डॉक एक स्क्रीनशॉट भेजता हूँ ब्रो, देखा हंस देगा भाई। एक प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर का फुल स्ट्रगल चल रहा है रैंक पुश करने में। चल रही है।
And Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Finals, the regional finals for North America here in New Orleans. A few teams already knocked out. Knockout match this time.
17,000
Luminosity Gaming and the unknown factor of
इतने
this
गेम खेल लिया भाई इतना तो मैं नहीं खेला 18,000 गेम होने वाले हैं तो प्लेयर
is now sitting in the winners finals. Of course, an extremely strong team, but Nihao is one of the kind of upset teams of the tournament so far. As far as going
भाई मैं ऐसा हरकतें करता ही नहीं 4 दिन पहले खेल रहा था बोलते हैं कि इनके लिए सपोर्टर खेलकर फायदा ही नहीं है मैं बोला भाई ये 2 रुपए का प्लेयर क्या बोल रहा है
is the hardest competition they have had to face as of this point in the tournament. Nemesis, Luminosity Gaming, that is quite a bracket to run into. Nihao going through a gauntlet, and now they are going up against the 2-time world champions on stage.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge test, but honestly, this is a really interesting test, I think, in both directions. Where
अभी तक struggle खत्म नहीं हुआ bro, अभी ultra master बाकी है.
Okay, well, they're newer together as a team. They have to figure out how to gel together, and when we do see that, it's a consistency that's hard to find. And Nihao, on the other hand, have been the ultimate kind of upset team so far. So 100%. Running into them feels like it could be a huge challenge for Team
Victorian, Kirtan, and then Dusk to round out the roster. Again, this is a team that is just brand new to this level. However, a lot of people know of this squad who are very familiar with the grassroots level of competition or just late night ranked 5-stack grinders. Because apparently this squad is entering every single event they can, playing in a lot of in-house scrimmage style events, and of course hitting the rank ladder. However, again, this team has a 2-time world champion on it and a Rookie of the Year candidate, best support worldwide potentially. Lutano, one of the most winningest players in Pokemon Unite's history, if we go back before the Unite Championship Series, and Otter is very good at Cramorant.
Oh, yes, very good at Cramorant. I actually think the most ridiculous of this that you just said was one of the most winningest players.
Indian है Indian ही है वो बंदा Indian है वो
winningest player on the
Canada में रहता है
but no, absolutely accurate. Just all-star team. Overlord, we saw in the interview say that he thinks that everybody here is the best in their role, and just in general, which is a wild thing to say, but it's something that I don't think a lot of people would say is a wild claim, right? It is very much a realistic claim, but they've got to continue to learn to gel together. And I do feel like the more and more that they play in this tournament, the better that they will look over time. But Nihao does definitely want to put a stop to that, as they've been pulling off so many upsets.
Yeah, like you said, Luminosity trying to get gelled and everything. If we want to use esports speak, they are looking to get locked in, I believe. Locked in, demon mode, flux state, whatever esports jargon we want to use, they are currently seeking that. Nihao, on the other hand, are coming off of that loss, and we're talking about momentum. It is really difficult in this bracket position. In group stage, they performed amazing, giving themselves that winner's side advantage to have that buffer. They've already lost that to Nemesis, so now they are in that win or go home situation, or play in that day 2. Luminosity in that same lockstep, but I mean, Luminosity had the momentum. They're coming off the victory, a totally different outlook when it comes to entering a match on the main stage.
And the really interesting thing is, of course, great interview that we just saw from you, but if LG does win, the rematch does happen.
they've got to get through Nihao first, but
that is something that could be set up for later.
सिद्धार्थ भाई ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया
क्या बोल रहा हूँ
कह रहा है वो क्वालिफाई करके WGS 11 को हरा दिया तो कितनी गालियां पड़ेंगी मतलब थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया
but this is where it's going to start the draft, and the first ban is Umbreon.
All right, we know kind of what to look out for on Luminosity Gaming. You've seen a bunch of Cramorant, a lot of phalanx out of Luminosity Gaming in this tournament up in this point. Nihao is a lot of question marks surrounding this squad when it comes to their style of play. I know Bits is
भाई जोरवाक दिखा दो Overlord भाई
which we barely see ever in competitive play, but we definitely have some spots spice picks. Nihao understands the Otter element, though. Everybody's banning Cram.
Yeah, Otter, when we were out there on stage, was saying that he thinks that Cramorant is the best special attacker in the entire game right now, which is saying a lot because they said even better than Sylvia, who's also banned. So now we're going further down the list. Number 3.
Yeah, we'll see where we get to, but ooh.
defender की पहुंच बना दो.
Blastoise. Likely playing that Trevenant in the top path brawler spot, but locking down 2 huge defenders is going to make Joey's decision a little bit tougher. We saw Mr. Mime from them earlier, though, so maybe we see that yet again, hovering the slow bro for a moment, and the pivot over to the Mr. Mime is going to be locked in. Jail on their iconic Hoopa, and Joey on there. Not at all iconic
Battle
yet.
winner. ये तो full tank की को
Every match that we see, it becomes more iconic, I think. Where it's like getting or filling up the experience bar.
Yeah.
This would be interesting.
Blastoise.
Chandelure, I feel like for quite a while.
क्या चालू है भाई?
And it will get locked in. We are going very far down the list.
तो ठीक है पहले इनके build तो बदले bro. Executioner.
Leafeon, of course, an incredible damage dealing Pokemon, can deal very high burst amount of damage, but even for Leafeon, that is a ton of each HP to try to make their way through, not to mention the shielding, and with no Umbreon to steal those shields, it will be a challenging
Overlord on Dodo.
for sure. Lutano, though, a beautiful lady today, locking in the Gardevoir with that cursed incense, a great
क्या ही कॉम बना रहे भाई ये नल्ले लोग.
of the enemy team.
Let's see if this is a real highlight here. They were kind of laughing at each other.
No
it went in a different weird direction, I'll be honest. 4 defenders on the side of Nihao.
अरे ये कुछ भी खेलते हैं भाई सिंडी विंडी कुछ भी.
Protect the lamp, the game. This is just going to be everybody saying, well, let's defend this literal glass cannon and make sure that we can do damage. This is a really interesting draft. I don't know what's going on.
We're cooking. That is what is happening. We are currently cooking at this point in time. AE Waterboy locking in the score shield Greedent right now. It has been a hot minute before we have seen that particular build emerge. Also, we see Bits last second changing their items is going with the Muscle Band Rapid Fire Scarf on the Blastoise. So we'll most likely see some kind of spin variety, whether that's Spout or Pump will yet to be determined, but we'll definitely have a Splash, I'm so sorry, in this matchup.
Yeah, look and see, they're actually laughing right now. I think it's one of the big things about
we did that?
Oh, no, I don't think they're laughing at your joke. Sorry. They're laughing at their own draft.
भाई ये सिर्फ हंसते रह जाएंगे पूरी feeling आ रही.
And honestly, the fact that we've got double speedster against 4 defenders.
ID login करो कीर्तन क्या कर दे? देखते क्या होगा लाइव देखते क्या होगा? ये तो लाइव देखते हैं.
Very strange.
उसका ID पासवर्ड तो बदली होगी यार इतना तो कर ही देगा.
भाई तो क्यों?
We did see in grand finals, Nouns did pick, well, Gatlu in particular did pick the Greedent, and it worked extremely well.
Bullet Seed Greedent too, which we almost never see. A moveset very rarely used, especially in competitive play. But I mean, a composition like this is breaking ground in itself. So here we are, best of 3 set between Luminosity Gaming and Nihao, and well, draft happened, so here we are. Now, I will say, the Mr. Mime so far for Luminosity Gaming has been crushing it. There's been so many targets that hate to get stunned up by Mr. Mime. We're in a very all-rounder heavy metagame these days. Mr. Mime absolutely shreds those Pokemon. 4 defenders. I don't know if there's a single defender that cares about Mr. Mime on the other side.
I mean, you can at least stop some of the annoying stuff that they want to do. And I mean, the fact is they are all going to have to get decently close. So, but definitely the damage, not nearly as much. Right now, though, I mean, the early game damage, this is going to be an issue for sure for Nihao in general. I mean, they've got a lot of Pokemon that really need to evolve to hit those power spikes. And let me tell you, Luminosity Gaming have some really not necessary power spikes to hit.
Yeah, 100%. There's some very strong early game Pokemon to work with. Lutano currently hanging out on the bottom path on this roll, so just taking blue buff, making sure that the Leafeon can take the red. So now their job is going to be hang out with Joey, try to pick up some of that EXP share experience. Mr. Mime, an incredible tank at getting last hits. That Confusion Blast, or even Psychic early, is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, both of them. But right now, oh my goodness, Bits not going to be able to do anything except poor little
उनको तो पता चल गया वो आने वाले सेगमेंट करे. नहीं भाई वो पूरा टूर्नामेंट एक्सपेरिमेंट ही थी तो भी उन्हें कुछ भी खेलते हैं. सिंडी विंडी भी बहुत खेल रहे हैं.
members of Luminosity Gaming just running down this top tier 1, getting exactly what they wanted, and then just all going back.
And they'll come right back, though. Dodrio can get a few more stacks in this way as well. Reminder, the passive needs to score all 3 of those dunks to be able to get the passive, or at least the attack weight stack, and that's why you see Dodrio hanging out for so long.
और किसी टीम के सामने लेते हैं यार, ये यहाँ पे क्या हो गया इनका?
अरे हर किसी में यही लेते हैं, सिंधी भी उठाते हैं भाई, सिंधी विंधी लेके क्वालिफाई किए हैं, जो है तो करते हैं ये।
Level 5 versus a level 7 that's looking relatively hopeless. Oh no! Can't jump quite far enough right there. Does manage to get it with the try attack, so it will be the try attack, we will mention that. But that was at least going to waste a little bit more time.
The craziest thing about saying it's try attack is that Overlord is already at this level. Level 9, and we're still 45 seconds away from the first Reggie to emerge in this game. Greedent will get knocked out. Score shield or not, Dodrio is carving through your enemy. Preventing the score. Fantastic option there. And Duskrunner just trying to retreat. This Woodhammer slowing them down a little, but they do not have the defenses to hang in this early game right yet.
Yeah, there's still a few more power spikes they really need to hit. They're starting to get there. Of course, getting their final evolutions for the Blastoise and the Chandelure are going to be really gigantic. They honestly probably just need to give up the objective at this point. They are just so much weaker, and they've got to find their ways back in. But honestly, even if you back up all the way past your goal zone, it looks like Overlord's going to be trying to go for that KO regardless. Finally has to back up, but they, and by they, I mean Luminosity Gaming, can basically choose whatever they want from these first objectives.
Yeah, they have the pick of the litter, if you will. Poor Crustle stuck for just a moment. That barrier, even if it prevents you from moving, if you get him caught in that initial moment, it does give you a really small stun. You got hindrance resistance, it won't last too long, but if you're lacking in that regard, it will kind of micro stun you, and it's so frustrating to deal with. And Joey making sure that even if they're not trapping someone, they're at least making their movement difficult with those early barrier placements.
Yeah, or just, I mean, pushing them off from scoring, so many different
things
like that
seriously, so many options.
But right now, Nihao, I mean, they do have some points in. 61 points is not the worst in the world, but they're still down by about 100.
कौन तो मसली है? LG वालों ने भी इतने डिफेंडर देख के 2 स्पीडस्टर इधर-उधर भागेंगे, गोल वगैरह भी मारते रहेंगे, और एक मेजा मेल्ट करने के लिए भी.
Everybody's fighting in different places. I don't know if they're going to fully commit. Yeah, it looks like the Regieleki just got burned down. Yeah. In the meantime, though, there was so much else that he was able to.
It's the tank for Gardi to must
nearly the bottom tier 1 goal zone gone. Now it's gone completely, as I say that. And the Regieleki is in a great position for them.
I like Luminosity's decision to push with that Regieleki, though. They know they can really turn towards the basement Reggie at any given time. Is score tempo. With that Greedent,
और चंदू की जगह लेना ही मतलब 4 डिफेंडर को कुछ लेना था तो ये लेना था लिथियम टाइप कुछ.
Lose that opportunity at any given moment, so that's why you're seeing them aggressively push so hard for some of these at least in terms of score. Victorian gets so low, just goes wide. Leafeon's gonna pick up the KO, but Joey's gonna have a tough time making it out. In fact, the Horn Leech will take that knockout.
Yeah, we did see the Unite as well come out from Chandelure just to try and get away. Did manage to get rid of at least one person. I think it was Overlord that got blinded by that Unite, but unfortunately it was just not quite enough. So the aggression continues. That's one thing that we know, especially this version of Luminosity Gaming will do. If they're winning, they will just kind of hold forward and go all the way to the other side as possible.
You know what's funny is that has never been their story for a few of the players on Luminosity Gaming. Both Otter and Lutano have always been known to be very, very good reactive players. Wait for the enemy to make a mistake, but with this specific roster organization, they've really found this nether gear for them to get into, play this aggressive play. Even if Lutano's going to hang out for the most part, Overlord and JL and Joey are going to run it down and push their advantage every time. It's very exciting, and honestly, it's a huge credit to this team. They're able to make both playstyles work so optimally.
Yeah, well, I mean, back when they were on Ultra Ego, both JL and Joey, I mean, that team was just a hold forward team no matter what.
Yes.
So bringing that style over and then matching Overlord, who has done that quite as well, quite a lot as well on their own team back in the previous version of LG, it just matches up. But right now they're holding forward, trying to take down this tier 2 gold zone as the Regieleki's going in. We do see as well JL popping that Hoopa Unbound, one of the last opportunities maybe before we hit the 2-minute mark, but it's going to be able to help them close that out quite well. They do get the 29 over Dunk, a gigantic lead, 317 points ahead on the side of Luminosity. And there is still a minute, almost 2 minutes left until Rayquaza.
Yeah, and again, I was mentioning it before, Luminosity Gaming looking at the composition of Nihao and making a great read. One of the win conditions just totally eliminated. There is no way that Nihao will head into this final stretch with any relevant score lead, and now Nihao has to play for that main objective. Even though their team fight might be alright, their rip on Rayquaza and secure is nothing to write home about.
Yeah, especially if certain targets are taken out exactly like that. If the Chandelier is taken out quickly, maybe
भाई वो ये फेंकने वाला क्रिस्टल इस मटका करने वाले हैं वो लास्ट में वैसे बता रहा हूँ मैं.
Yeah. With Luminosity Gaming, their target choices are weird. Obviously, when you've got 4 defenders, and then even if they just at best can have resets, the time is so much in their favor.
Oh, 100%. And you were mentioning we were seeing it in the draft screen, Wonder Chef. This kind of protect the Chandelure style composition. It hasn't worked though. Dodrio and Leafeon have been finding their way into the backlines and getting those KOs constantly throughout this game. So Luminosity Gaming has found a way to even thwart the main idea of how Nihao wanted to play this. It is very upsetting for Nihao fans as we are going into the final stretch, 30 seconds away, and Luminosity Gaming with a gigantic lead and really all the experience they could ever ask for.
Yeah, and just getting more and more and more. They've got to be careful with the KOs now. We're starting to get into that spot where any stray KOs can mean that you're not there at the 2-minute mark. Maybe a little bit more impactful if LG was such a huge points difference. I mean, both teams would get so much. And it's going to go to LG. That's actually gigantic. They've got it going all the way down to their
overload तो जगह गोल
and now you've got to deal with that, but you've also got to get Rayquaza. You're just in a fork situation if you're Nihao.
Yeah, Nihao just losing win conditions left, right, and center, and now Overlord is chasing down that Greedent at a half HP. Just no fear in that carry player at all. You see JL popping the hoops unbound towards the Rayquaza as well to bring the whole squad there. And Trevenant within range, but a big hyperspace fury stun from JL, and Luminosity Gaming secure the Rayquaza.
Already with such a huge point lead. The Regieleki's not even gone yet, which is, I mean, I'm sure it's going to get KO'd in just a second, but obviously it's not going to matter at that point. This looks like this is probably all wrapped up. That Regieleki is still there. That's actually kind of ridiculous. They didn't have the damage. Can it go in? If it goes in, that's just too much, and it goes in. We've got the Rayquaza. We've got the Zapdos. We've got everything you could possibly need. We've got 700-point lead. It might get to the 4 digits here.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming are currently 5 points under 100. They currently have a minute left in the game to rack up some of these scores. Nihao, they try a very out there draft strategy. We're talking about some of their strange, interesting Pokemon picks. I don't think I really expected 4 defenders, but I got to admit, Wonder Chef, I don't think we're going to be seeing it again in game number 2.
I would have to agree, and they are actually getting some pretty good defense in the final 40 seconds of the game. Don't think there's any possibility, no matter what happens, that they could score back another 824 points or something like that.
But Nihao, on the other hand, have been
it's going up. It's going up.
kind of upset teams so far. So running into them feels like it could be a huge challenge for a team that's not been playing together.
Nihao वालों ने ऐसा क्यों किया? वो तो उन्हीं को पता भाई क्यों किया.
This whole strategy is playing around defending your defense. They just weren't able to do it. I think they might have gone a little bit more offensive in all of their defenders when they actually
Indian rank push खेल रहे थे भाई.
And then again, it was just so easy to get run over when you lost that lead, and all you have are brawlers. So the strategy, while it was interesting for Nihao, just did not quite work out, and LG dominantly winning that game number 1.
Yeah, felt a bit like the Overlord show with that Dodrio, but make no mistake, Otter's Leafeon with that Razor Leaf Aerial Ace build as well, which kind of surprising to me. Only surprising because we've seen so much Solar Blade from Otter. Particularly love the attacker style build with the Leafeon, playing that burst damage, sneak in, get out situation so well. And now we have Luminosity Gaming in match point contention right now. Nihao really going to be looking for answers, and you have to hope they're going to start at that draft screen.
Yeah, we have to hope. I do like some of their choices as far as like
इनको भी prize money तो रहेगी ना डॉग.
Work though, like getting rid of the Tyranitar by banning away is obviously a very smart choice against Four Defender. Because you get Four Defender against Tyranitar, and you're like, hey, Tyranitar, would you like a 200,000 damage game? That was just not going to be an option. But regardless, I mean, Luminosity Gaming, it was just not going to fall prey to that Four Defender option. And yeah, again, we only got to watch Nihao, I believe, in one broadcast game for the regionals qualifier.
Right.
And they did have some interesting picks, but it was not this type of interesting picks. It was the Cinderace, it was...
Dragonite was really cool from them. Yeah, they have some interesting options. I think, well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure what's going through Nihao's mind right now. It's tough. It's tough to be the underdog playing here in front of the tournament favorites in some people's eyes, even though Luminosity Gaming is coming from the losers bracket. Playing on main stage for the first time for a lot of these players, it's not just nerves, it's just what do we do against a squad that has that much firepower and energy behind them right now. Luminosity Gaming are currently wielding that fantastically. We are seeing so many good games from them, particularly in the draft screen. I've really liked what they've been able to do, and well, they've unlocked this Mr. Mime secret tech that apparently everybody in North America knows about but me, and it is crushing it.
It is, and yeah, I mean, honestly, not just them. Yeah, like a lot of teams are showing off that this Pokemon is really here to stay, and that's something that we didn't see at all from any of the other regions. This is pretty cool, which is kind of funny because I feel like we did used to see this Pokemon a little bit more in EU, of course, probably existing. But aside from that, a few more times. However, Overlord with a 100% player of the game,
128k
record in this tournament so far.
That's a champ. 128,000 damage in total, 224 points on the scoreline. Again, I know we kind of talked about
100k average damage Overlord typical
throughout the broadcast, but playing for score against a team composition that is built that way, beating them in their own game is so important in these early moments. Otherwise, you have to make some really tough decisions. The other team might make you uncomfortable.
सेंटर बॉटम तक इन पे चढ़ चुका था ये सेंटर में जाके रिक्वादा स्टील करके क्या किया था इससे याद आ रहा है.
I love the pick for the Dodrio. I mean, Dodrio brings that to the table, that it can be a scoring Pokemon, but can also do so many other different things. Like playing with Tri-Attack is so good against a literal full team of defenders.
Yeah, it looks awesome. No Charging Charm, by the way. An item I love on Dodrio for a little bit of that extra move speed. We have
LG का main priority एक ही रहता है भाई, उसको जिंदा रखो. बाकी सब देख लेंगे.
Really encourages them to swap into that Floatstone and attack weight. Obviously, you're planning on scoring a lot in the early game, so you're going to make sure that attack weight is fully stacked, and maybe this needed the extra damage to break through some of these defenders.
Yeah, I feel like that could definitely make sense, or just your flexibility to be able to score more by just being more different places on the map.
Yeah,
I do like all of that as a strategy, or maybe the Charging Charm just going with the Tri-Attack is maybe it's just not quite as necessary because you're not going to guarantee be running quite as much as maybe if you're going Drill Peck or something like that. But regardless, Charging Charm, no matter which moveset you're going to use, is going to be quite good on there. But that flexibility is certainly there, and now we're going to see what the drafts are going to end up bringing.
Ooh, I'm curious. Yeah, it's going to be fun. You know, one Pokemon that we have not seen too much of.
ये कितना नाम सुना क्यों लगेगा? अगर सुना ये दोस्त है सदा वगैरह का.
We haven't seen too much of that. It kind of saw a little bit of a damaging build on the Trevenant. At least we had Duskrunner doing a bit of invade strategies for Nihao to try to get some really damage, but that has been kind of a mainstay of a few of the players on Luminosity Gaming. Lutano and Overlord specifically really do like playing that specific role of the Trevenant in that damage carry kind of role. So I'm quite shocked we're not seeing it. In fact, I was looking at some stats, by the way, for Overlord on that pick. The average global damage of a Trevenant in the match is 38,000 damage. Rather low, but it's playing a defender,
right?
Overlord's average damage is 52,000 on that boat. Almost 20,000 plus on the Trevenant specifically. Obviously, we're probably not going to see too much from them, but I do think that's a credit to what that player can do on just the average everyday picks. Makes them look like stars.
Well, one thing I will say is that, yeah, while that was...
किसका चल रहा? निहाओ एलजी लूजर राउंड तो कौन से टीम में खेलता था इंडिया के? ये टीम का नहीं पता भाई, सदा वगैरह के साथ था, बस इतना पता है.
ये रैंक मैच खेलता था यार इधर इंडियन लॉबी
ले रैंक खेलता था.
टीटर.
लेट्स गो भाई, फर्स्ट पिक टीटर और वो
इस सामने टैलेंट अच्छा दिखा रहे थे, मतलब भाई टैलेंट का तो भाई पानी बन जाएगा वहां पे.
ट्रेवनेंट ब्लिसी ले लिया भाई केतन ने.
उसका मेन पोकेमॉन है भाई, इधर वही खेलता था रैंक मैच में.
मेन पोकेमॉन गाड़ी उठा ले
one
opponent
will
मजा
be
आएगा
emerging in game 2, but I think the biggest talking point here is we're banning Leafeon instead of the Tyranitar
गाड़ी को
on
क्रैम
Nihao
वगैरह
side.
मारता
So
है
this is going to be really cool because if we're actually going to see
सामने वाली टीम वो है भाई ओवरलोड टॉप पे भी स्पेस पे खेलता है तो कोई बेटे नहीं है उनको ले अब उठा ले गाड़ी
Lutano Tyranitar. Can't say I've ever seen it, but I'm very excited
बंदे का
to see
नाम
it.
तो
I'm sure it'll be
सुना
pretty
है
good. Probably.
ले भाई
Okay, Nihao with a final selection.
गार्डियन
कर लेंगे भाई ये
This draft in a whole new direction. We have the Greninja from Waterboy. So obviously the Dragonite, we've seen this Pokemon before. Technically, we have seen Outrage from Nihao in the past. I don't know if we should
बेकार सा कॉम्बो है भाई
आउटरेज वाला खेलते तो
building
हैं
this Pokemon in a whole different way. You can see Waterboy changing their items.
कुछ
Currently
नहीं कर
going
पाएगा ब्रो
with
इन
the
लोगों का
attack
आउटरेज
rate.
से
I do like stacking HP.
थोड़ा डोडो को
It is solid. If you can just survive one
कुकी
more
अटैक
hit
कुकी
in your
अटैक
Unite
कुकी
move
फोकस
animation,
क्यों
you
निंजा
can
पे
feel a
भाई
little more comfortable. So we are seeing a double stacking
भाई उसका नाम देखना भाई
Greninja
वाटर
from
बॉय है वो
Nihao. Luminosity Gaming.
सब्स्टिट्यूट आया वो
फाइनल में आ गया क्या तो भी मैं क्यों गया फाइनल में स्टिल सोलो और कुछ भी कर दी गाड़ी को
It's just a powerful combination. We just love birds.
अबे साले का अटैक ओवरलोड जोरो के बाद डोडो मेन कर रहा है ओवरलोड के सारे मेन है भाई कुछ भी दे दे उसको मेन नहीं है उसके
Allegedly, yeah. That's a good. It's always a good strategy. Oh, what was your off-meta pick? Oh no, it was an accident. You know, we would never pick that.
Actually, okay, fun behind the scenes.
डोडो बहुत बार खेला है ब्रो
Asked me if we could talk about that because I think people think it was right. I want to make sure they know it was a
सब कुछ
mistake.
खेलते हैं भाई
I think that is so funny. Protect the reputation / I see you. Here we go. Game number 2 between Luminosity Gaming and Nihao. The first challenge that Nihao presented LG was taken in stride by this squad. They're absolutely comfortable with that game number 1. Game number 2 is some brand new looks though, as LG take the purple side, Nihao on orange.
And of course, we get to see that Chef Cramorant skin again. You know, Cramorant's wearing the chef skin. I'm wearing the
Venus को देखना था मुझे
Hey, shout out.
all aware. Yeah, so this is we're just kind of like trading back and forth. But let's see where everybody goes. So it looks like we are going to have another
डबल इनवेड भाई
invade from Luminosity Gaming. We got that.
ना लुटाना चलो डोडो कौन जीतेगा एलजी जीतने तो चाहिए
ट्रिपल इनवेड अरे ट्रिपल इनवेड ये तो देख ब्रो
For just clearing these Zatsu and the 2 ball toys to get to that level 4. Very important breakpoint. I mean, despite getting invaded, credit to Luminosity Gaming for invading into an enemy evolution central.
Well, if there is one evolution, I think that would be there and that you'd want to invade, it would be the Glaceon.
All right.
But yeah, definitely they did okay, at least evolving. But that is still going to slow them down, right? Glaceon not going to be like level 4 power spike. I mean, it's like one of the power spikes. They get it like half and half at 4 and 6. So it's going to be a little bit slower, and definitely it's going to hurt them a lot as they're coming down for these first set of Altaria as well.
Duskrunner only at level 3. You gotta remember they still have that
बबल मारता रहेगा भाई पूरे गेम में मुझे लग रहा है
important breakpoints in the early game pathing phase for that Pokemon in particular. Luminosity Gaming though, business as usual in the top path. 4-player crash, a ton of scores going in, but Nihao a much better look in this game. Dragonair is evolved, and that Lane Greninja going with the double team, and I have to imagine Water Shark.
भाई ninja
He's gonna get back from base because unfortunately Joey knocked him out.
तीन जा रहे हैं भाई
In the middle of my talking about them, just so unkind.
I know, but can you please just wait? Can we make sure that our commentary goes into the ears of Luminosity Gaming?
Yes, thank you.
And they can't hear each other and only us, and then they wait to KO things if we are talking about them.
All right, first time Joey does get punished there, though, on that invade, right? Finally getting shut down. Glaceon's passive broken by that first instance of Tri-Attack. They do take a full boosted auto from Dodrio to the face, which hurts a lot, trust me. But now we have Pupitar and Hoopa working their way back. A lot of early stacks for Lutano. Attack weight being a very relevant damage item on any Pokemon that scales in their damage stats. Tyranitar, one of the biggest proponents of that very statistic.
That is true, and they also
भाई ओवरलोड का तो मस्त डैमेज फार्म चल रहा है ब्रो
every bit of attack stat is going to count a little
क्या
bit more.
नेम नीला नहीं
But right now, this is a
वो तो
scary
नहीं हो रहा
situation
भाई
for Nihao. They know that there's a bunch of members of Luminosity Gaming
वो बिंदास डैमेज फार्म करे जा रहा है ओवरलोड
and they're doing a great job of it.
You want to have fun? Here's a fact. Dodrio is currently boasting an 83% win rate at this tournament. Very cool. I actually don't know if that includes final stretch or just the regional finals, but either way, we have seen a lot of Dodrio and a lot of Dodrio succeeding so far. It is a tough Pokemon to lock down, KO, and of course, it is so formidable in the damage department. You can never turn your back on a Dodrio.
Well, we're going to need to ask as well if that counts Spraggle's ranked games that we've had while we're here at the tournament, because that may be a part of it.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, right now, we do see the Greninja finally getting somewhat online, but this Registeel immediately getting burned down. No steal that away. And things on the side of Nihao will be quite good eventually, maybe. I mean, I'm actually not sure exactly what build we're going to end up seeing for the Dragonite, but it did just become a Dragonite. Right now, we are going to see Dark Runner get eliminated very quickly. Water Boy being the next target. They don't really have a front line for this fight.
It is Outrage. It's Dragon Dance Outrage for Nihao. So if they are going to take Tyranitar in this fight, it is going to be up close and personal. If you can stun Tyranitar, maybe you could slow down some of those boosted or enhanced auto attacks, especially during its Unite move when they're all executes. A little terrifying to deal with, but maybe you could slow it down a little bit. Greninja will have its Unite move. Dragonite just steps away in terms of experience for unlocking that as well. This player could be one of the most explosive we have seen in this entire match so far.
Actually, honestly, with the damage of Luminosity, I love so they've got to be very, very careful. One good initiation, and this could be over in a split second. But so far, they're just playing on both sides of this mime wall, and nobody really going in to actually fight. We've got to see kind of a full commitment from Nihao if they want to be a part of this fight. Waterboy is
ये लोग कौन से कॉम्प वो उनका जो मन कहता है वो कॉम्प यूज कर रहे हैं
so much with that. It's just a little bit
क्या ही बोलो
who's going to be able to reset, but there we go. The first jump is going to be Luke.
अरे ब्लिसी अल्ट देखो भाई
अभी निंजा भी अल्ट मारेगा देखा ब्रो
immediately engage with the Unite, which is a little shocking to me. Double team will get them out of range of the Cramorant, but you got to be careful. Oh, that splash down
steal कर लेगा बोला था steal कर लेगा
the Regieleki, the giant burst water shuriken coming in from range, and the Cramorant goes down too. The Greninja takes 2 knockouts, but eventually Tyranitar will have the last laugh. Lutano at level 11 truly is the raid boss. Chaos Streak at 3 will match it with a Chaos Streak at 2.
I think that was actually a really nice patience on the side of Waterboy, because
honestly,
if they had united in and that was still like a healthy T-Tar in that fight, they might have just not had they waited until they had to go back. They managed to get that a perfect secure, and then things just went well for them. Not going quite as well down here for this fight, but there is
ऊपर खोलने जाता रहा था.
Kind of saying, hey, you know what? You don't really need anybody else on these objectives. I'll be enough.
Those last 2 KOs on the top side were so important for Lutano, by the way. They didn't need to take a single central area buff to get to this level 12. At level 13, Tyranitar becomes a different beast entirely. That huge sandstorm spray becomes almost infinite once they're 13. The cooldowns are just so perfect. They maybe have a 30-second downtime where that sandstorm does not persist. So Lutano will become
feel दे रहे अरे रुका भाई
those 4 minutes. So we're going to see at least that, if not considerably higher. That has been a very quick leveling pace for Lutano. And with one of the highest scaling Pokemon in the game, that is not what you want to see on the other side with Nihao. They do have some great scaling Pokemon as well.
सिंपल सी बात है भाई उन लोगों ने अपना
ऐसे
ट्राई दिया और उन लोग आए अच्छा खासा नाइस गुड फॉर देम यहाँ तक आए यहाँ पता है भाई कुछ नहीं होने वाला तो वो कुछ भी कर रहे हैं जस्ट फॉर फन
they would have the resources to use and still earn them back. That's a Cramorant Unite move as well as a little 1v1 between
1 HP बचा है भाई निंजा
Cramorant will be able to escape that particular battle and take the fight.
अरे ब्लिशियल का क्या खोल के भाई इस पे
Overlord, huge wood hammer to get that KO, and they are climbing quickly.
दीवार तो बहुत खतरनाक लगा है अमातोरासो का क्या हुआ वो शायद अलग-अलग हो गए भाई बंदे एनिमी मोस्टली वही है
they really kind of they won that fight. They managed to get some unites out defensively. Of course, again, they will have it back for the 2-minute mark.
Blizzard तो नहीं आने वाला your battery is running low.
Regieleki up top. There are going to be basically no unites that you're going to be able to use left on.
Zagrag OG कहाँ है Zagrag especially but Zagrag तो विनर ब्रैकेट में है ना पर
We talk a lot about the benefits of Tyranitar ignoring enemy defenses, but we don't talk too often about Tyranitar's defenses either. In their most recent patch, that was one of the aspects of Tyranitar that was buffed, but that's also what that Sandstorm AoE effect benefits Tyranitar with. All of its defense is being increased. Unfortunately for Luminosity Gaming, that Regirock buff that they had just earned a little while back has finally faded, so they won't be going in with another bonus to their defenses yet again, but still, Tyranitar, very difficult to KO. Even with all of Greninja and Glaceon's damage, it is going to be tough to bring it all the way down to 0.
Yeah, there was a choice made here. Luminosity Gaming could have gone for that basement Reggie to get another buff. They easily could have burned it down in time with the amount of damage they have, but they instead decided to position in the center area, and now look at this.
अरे पिछले जो क्वालिफायर था ना शायद पिछले मंथ का उसमें इन्होंने कुछ तो डब किया था उससे हार गए थे कोई तो शायद जगह या स्लैश की टीम से हार गए थे तो उसमें चले गए थे लूजर में कुछ तो हुआ था उसमें अलग थे चार टीमों के ग्रुप टाइप थे और दो टीम आ गए थे इस टाइप का था कुछ UIC कब की हो चुका है भाई UIC कब का हो चुका है रुका भाई UIC में तो वो गए थे
and the Cramorant Unite move pops off. Gulping Gatling missile hitting a few targets. Big hyperspace hole stun. But the Trevenant strikes first. Joey is down. Mr. Mime is knocked out. Lutano has to take the portal just to get a little bit of room. They are way too low on HP. And the Hoover cannot drop the hyperspace hole to bring them back to base until they lose the Rayquaza right now.
Yeah, that's going to go down so quickly. It's going to come down to the last hit. Oh, one hit. Who's it going to be?
The Rayquaza Twister hits 2 targets, and Victorian just walks up and takes the Icy Wind. Ni Hao, with an unbelievable moment, are able to clutch up with the literal ice in that moment. Tyranitar is defending the top goal zone, though. Again, we mentioned it earlier on broadcast, can ignore those Rayquaza shields. Ni Hao still have a couple of shields, but they are only behind by 2 points. They do one more dunk. Tyranitar has based. Lutano can currently stop Victorian from scoring.
Has based, or is based. This is a great defense from Lutano, and they've just got to find some shield, but all the shields are now trying to go into the same place that they need, or they've got the defense from the Tyranitar. They've got to get any points in. You've got to get something, anything.
Should
be enough. Are we going to a game 3?
Oh wow, Glaceon 100 points at that final moment, but that was too close to call. 2 points being defended so well.
नहीं जीतने अच्छा सोका कब हुआ?
Assist from Rayquaza. Final few seconds.
नहीं उसके बाद थी.
How they remain the team that's just like.
अरे बॉट के T2 पे डाला था bro.
अरे नहीं रुको. हाँ ये देखो.
बॉट का T2
हाँ 195 197 है भाई. सेंटर में 50 का कब डाला है वो देखना है. सेंटर में 100 का भी डल गया. सेंटर में 100 का भी हाँ. भाई जैप का स्टन तो मत पड़ा सबको. ग्लेशियन आके लास्ट हिट ले गया. लेट्स गो.
अरे हाँ ये मुझे ऐसे फीलिंग आ रही थी ब्रो. ओवरलोड क्लच मार रहा है.
हाँ मुझको भी लास्ट में हुआ जस्ट यस 2 सेकंड पे सोका गोल. ये क्या था? वो सोका नहीं होता तो भी जीत गई थी.
Yeah, that's the evolution I feel like we've been seeing the least of recently, but it's still good. Not a single evolution that is weak. And I gotta say, I love watching Ni Hao in person because they look like they're just having fun. They kind of look like the attitude of when you're just 5-stacking in ranked. You know, they're just like laughing at each other and just like chilling out. It's like, you know, you're technically like in losers bracket against the previous double world champions. It's like, maybe there's some more stress there. And they're like, nah.
And I totally agree with you, but I will say the team that we are looking at has so much more energy now that they got that W behind them. They're playing with fire.
अब तो कुछ हो सकता है. थर्ड गेम पे गई बात अब तो.
Was talking about their
सीधा मटका भी हो सकता है अब तो सीधा.
Yeah, so I'll start off with the support of my team, Kirtan. While how he supports the Pokemon in game, he's always supporting our team, boosting our morale up, making sure we feel confident before a set. Next, I'll go for my top laner Bits. He's probably the wild card of the team. He's always He's maybe the scientist. He's always cooking up wild cards. See how he can surprise
दो
teams.
बेसिक डब करा होगा मिल जाएगा ज़ैप पे
Probably Stanley, or known as Greninja 2X. He's a veteran player, so he has a lot of the strats down, and he's probably has the most experience on our team. So whenever we need help, we would ask him. Next, we have Dusk, probably the most mature member of the team. Whenever we get too rowdy on comms or we're yelling at each other, he'll make sure to simmer us down. Honestly, our team is just a group of friends. If we qualify to Worlds, that would just show us that with friends, you can go really far.
Power of friendship.
Power of friendship.
Another smile camera cut. These guys are superstars. I love Nihao. They are playing with the power of friendship, the energy, and the literal ice in veins to be able to take that game against LG. You gotta have something special on the Nihao roster.
I'm telling you, they just look like
भाई रैप्टर की अभी रैंक पुश होने वाली है डॉम्बा है
they're just having such a good time. On the other side, LG, they look really locked into me right now.
को हराने वाला फर्स्ट इंडियन अबे देखते हैं.
But honestly, I mean, LG was looking great in this game. There's no other way to put it. They were looking extremely strong, and then
रैप्टर को भाग लो दिया बस अभी.
Sometimes how it happens, but it was because the final fight was so well done. By
ओ भाई ये ग्लेशियर का क्या जीता रहा था मजा आ गया.
That Dragon is haunting the nightmares of LG tonight. I guarantee it. Poor Dodrio and the Greninja got knocked up, so I guess what's fair is fair. However, Glaceon just walked up. Credit to Luminosity Gaming. They held on to that defense for so
लेकिन वो सोका गोल हो गया.
On the Tyranitar, making sure they were doing their best. And basically everybody else at that outer tier 1. But in the end, the Trevenant scoring would have won them the game. The 100 points from Glaceon secures the game, and now we are tied up at 1 apiece.
This is kind of unbelievable, but this is, again, I said this before the match started, this is like the ultimate upset team versus the team that maybe has the most potential to be upset in this tournament. I mean, obviously, with the highest standing, if you just take the team title, being double world champions and still trying to find their footing with their current comp, and they also got a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
से कौन जा रही है भाई टीम नाम नहीं जानने मुझे नाउ ताली बोबो.
We somehow see Nihao fight all the way through. They could be losing their world spot, but Nihao, of course, already knocked in the losing bracket
G,
as well.
Right? So G are another element to this. Luminosity Gaming, because of their position in the championship points leaderboard at 3rd, it is very precarious for them. Worlds is likely, but if Nihao or G win this tournament, that chance goes out the window, and they got to play in final stretch to try to compete for it.
My last thought, as before we get into this draft, the cool thing is that Luminosity Gaming, it's entirely in their hands. If they win this match and then they win their next match, they qualify guaranteed.
There you go.
So it is 100% within their hands. But looking at these bans, we're going to get rid of, actually, I'm going to say the Luminosity bans, I think, are very, very interesting.
Yeah, I like the LG bans. You take away the Blissey, you're essentially but you're giving up Sylveon, most likely. I feel like is what is going to happen in this draft. However, I don't know if Nihao plays this. Who knows what Nihao's going to play? We're probably going to first pick Greninja. But we'll see what goes down between these two teams. However, Nihao have kind of found the recipe they like to play into LG. Remove the Leafeon, remove the Phalanx, we'll face the Tyranitar. They have accepted that fate, and it worked out in that game number 2. Game number 3, we'll be locking in the Trevenant and Sylveon, though. It's just too good to leave out.
Yeah, this is not going to be a weird pick. That makes perfect sense. That is exactly, I think, the most solid thing that you could do.
Dog bro, इसको कुलदीप को यहाँ पे invite कर देना ये वाली VC में direct.
Super different, but yeah, we're not going to see that. However, we did hear, like I said earlier, just how solid our past solid Otter thinks that Cramorant is right now, like the best special attacker, so they're going to pry on that.
All right, okay, Bits does lock in the Garchomp. So I've had the opportunity to catch Bits in a few different tournaments before, and this has always been the one that I've been for.
Server में है वो.
Dragonite's sweet. Okay, it's awesome. But I do feel like in some ways the Garchomp is just a better Dragonite. A lot of auto attacks, a decent amount of crowd control if you're going to put together some good Dragon Rushes. And again, you know you're playing into Mr. Mime and Hoopa. Let's prevent some of those portals. Let's pull them out of there.
Yeah. It's without a doubt more solid, and you don't have to give up much, but we're now going to have 2 really heavy scaling Pokemon. Waterboy going immediately back to that Greninja.
Let's go.
And I do have to say, this is looking really scary to me because LG has basically, I think, every pick that they would want. Like, I actually don't know what else they could possibly want. Like maybe Lutano not taking Tyranitar, but even still, that could be the optimal pick. I don't know. They're just looking really comfortable.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming have their composition, and if anyone is going to challenge them within it, they will play up to that level. Anyhow, though, they have their own path and their own way to play. First 3 picks pretty normal. I'd say the last 2 get a little spicy in particular. Now, I'm really glad we got that chance to look at the player interview with Victorin to learn a bit more about those players, namely, so that I understand that Waterboy is Stanley Fishy. Because and specifically the Greninja. This is like a Season 1 pre-UCS player, and Stanley does love the Greninja. It's the pocket pick, and that's why you saw it doing quite well in that game.
Yes.
But we don't need to talk about that. No, I'm just kidding.
वो ग्लेशियन का स्टन नहीं पड़ता शायद उससे गोल्ड डला है 100 का भी और 16 का तो पता नहीं
many years of this game, especially when Greninja is completely out of the meta. We'll just be honest.
भाई मैंने तो वो होगा जो जैप का स्टन खाया निंजा और ओवरलोड ने
That moment था भाई उधर बेचारा ले जाता वो और एक बार का स्टन पाया
into all rounders. It feels a little bit better. You just surround the enemy, do a ton of damage if you can. Cramorant and Tyranitar are both obvious targets that you want to hit with that. However, Trio has been a pretty tough matchup. Overlord has been rocking it in the top path, and now they're going to be going up against the duo in the early moments of this match. That is not an easy 1v1 to win.
No, I really like setting the duo up there. We've seen a lot of using that to kind of control the top path really well, especially depending on how quickly we get everybody else online. But immediately, we're going to get the invasion and a very quick
Invader Lord.
I mean, I'm actually surprised that we're seeing the invasions this direction and not the other direction.
The energy on stage after that game 1, how challenging it is to play main stage against the 2-time world champs. We're eject button invading with Sylveon into JL to get the KOs. There is something brand new about this Nihao team, and they are loving it. I gotta say, me too.
Yeah, like I said, they're playing like they have nothing to lose. They actually kind of don't. They've only got a ton to gain, but they're doing a great job of it. Otter, I like this kind of just sitting in that tall grass, trying to make sure that they most of it's being fought for up top. The majority there going to Luminosity Gaming, so we're not going to see the Eldegoss evolution yet, and really preventing the evolutions from both sides, or from both Pokemon up on the side. It's just going to be it's playing really safe here. Obviously challenging.
World market में उन्हें इतने डेट के थे आगे ड्रिल पैक लेट्स गो काया टक गया बाद में ड्रिल पैक पे आ गया वर्ल्ड
Overlord की अभी पैड के भाई अभी बुलाने का टाइम
Overlord definitely locked in, but one Pokemon I really want to discuss is this Sylveon. We're probably going to see it go down here, but
क्या फाइनल है नहीं लूजर राउंड 2 जो हारा उसके विकेट है बस
Sylveon so difficult to knock out. That mystical fire gives an extra dash.
Overlord की फायर लूजर ब्रैकेट में कैसे गई आरवी की वो पिछले वीक मतलब पिछले मंथ चले गए थे वो कुछ तो 4 टीमों ग्रुप बने थे और वो तब चली गई थी हार गई थी वो बेदके का थ्रो करके मैच 1 पॉइंट से आ गई थी शायद एक गेम तब गई
Gaming, there's going to be a lot of really good targets for it, but right now we're just still fighting for this top path, and I think that's kind of been Luminosity's strategy so far is kind of just bully top path, make sure that they never get online. When you got a Garchomp, you want to make sure 100% they just spend as long not as a Garchomp as humanly possible.
Well, Lutano might have not been taking
any major बात कैसे पता है क्या कीर्तन की टीम जो है वो पहले मैच में 4 डिफेंडर और एक चंदू खेल रहे थे ऐसी टीम दूसरा मैच जीत गई और अभी तीसरा मैच चल रहा है
एलजी की विकेट होने तो नहीं चाहिए सिद्धार्थ भाई विकेट एलजी की
नहीं भाई इतना भी गंदा मत करो एलजी के साथ यार
नहीं मैं तो एलजी को ही दिखा रहा हूं
yeah, it's looking quite
चाहिए भाई एलजी चाहिए भाई
well. Oh my goodness, just
भाई WCS में मजा आना चाहिए
hard place and a hard place right there.
मतलब कल का चांस है बट वो चाहिए नहीं आज कल का चांस है अभी
but that is going to be so
But दो मैच जीतने उनको ये वैसे गलत पड़ गए हैं.
With the Overlord going down, and it does look like Luminosity was able to get that base for Reggie, and they're all coming up for the defense.
Yeah, a very quick objective take means that they have this chance
Okay,
to rotate.
almost.
Not
Oh my God, John
like Bits is able to secure that. Lutano currently Unite moving. That giant rampage pulls with the Sand Tomb, the Greninja closer, but it's not enough damage to KO. They were fighting alone, and that means Stanley can take that knockout. Overlord does get the return knockout and make it two, as this is a drill peck Dodrio as it takes down the Tyranitar, sorry, not the Tyranitar, the Eldegoss.
I am supporting Ketan. आदि भाई फिर तो वो नस्तक दिख जाएगा तुम्हारा हारा तो. आदि भाई पे ब्लेम डल जाएगा फिर तो हारने का तो सीधा
स्क्रीनशॉट निकाल के कीर्तन को फॉरवर्ड.
लिक्विड का चीता. लिक्विड में तो नहीं था वो, मेरे को नहीं पता भाई, मैं खुद नहीं था लिक्विड.
हाँ ऐसे मतलब रैंक मैचेस के लिए था भाई.
Extremely close. And you see Nihao playing it right now. They are farming up as much as they can. They're trying to play it safe. That red steel buff that'll persist for about 30 more seconds is terrifying. Tyranitar will be able to shred you so quickly in a situation like that. They've already lost almost all their HP. It's a full combo.
अरे उनका गेम प्ले भी स्ट्रांग है, वो बेधक के में हार गए भाई.
भाई मैं ट्रांसपेरेंट है गिटार ऊपर से. अरे पिछला गेम देखा, पिछला गेम बहुत जहरो है.
पिछला गेम भाई ये उनका ऐसा ही कुछ था. गिटार विटार सब था, सामने निंजा लेके जीते वो.
निंजा ड्रैगनाइट.
निंजा ड्रैगनाइट ग्लेशियन.
मटका नहीं,
मटका नहीं, प्रॉपर फाइट जीती है.
और उसके बाद लास्ट हिट के टाइम दो बंदे लास्ट हिट ले गए हैं, दोनों अलग अलग टीम के. जैप का दोनों को स्टन पड़ गया, दोनों चल गए. और लास्ट सेकंड गोल, बिल्कुल लास्ट सेकंड गोल डाला है फिर. नहीं नहीं वो बिल्ड खेलते हैं, वो बिल्ड खेलते हैं. मतलब गलती से लिया वो पता नहीं, लेकिन खेलते तो हैं. मैं ओस्टर भाई एंड कुलदीप भाई एंड गोता.
But hey, they actually managed to make it work. They're gonna get this Regirock for free. I love that we've got Otter just spacing kind of a little bit. And in the meantime, we've spent so long that Regirock has spawned as well. This still could happen. We are gonna
almost ले लिया था ऊपर.
This is two Regilackies in a row now for Nihao.
Yeah, but the scoreline not reflecting it. Only at 52, these Regilackies have not been able to land, and Nihao has not been able to stack. I'm actually surprised that Trevor is rotating it towards the top half right now. You got 23 points. It would be a pretty free score into the bottom side, but Nihao really trying to force some of these bigger
देखो ये आइडिया है ना कि ये YouTube पे लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा है, जो अपन बातें कर रहे हैं.
roaring ahead in that particular
अरे
Pulling back the tunnel pretty far, and this is going to be the kind of scaling battle. All right, finally we're actually going to get a lot of resistance from Nihao, and being able to
भाई एक सेलियन की कार्ड थी भाई.
really big deal.
समझ में आया.
The target you want is the Dodrio.
हम रिटायर प्लेयर लबड़ा हमारे नाम पे क्या होगा? गाली भी दे दिया.
Yeah, I think Luminosity has been expecting Nihao to hang out on the top side for so long, but now Otter is able to make sure that no one steps close to that goal zone. You might be able to knock out my central player. You might be able to take some free space, but scoring is another thing entirely. LG has put up an iron wall around these goal zones. Again,
और डॉग उस लिक्विड टीम का है जो जीत कर भी आ रही है.
Yeah, I mean this is not a
मतलब at the end liquid नहीं जीतती.
For sure. For the moment, we'll see if anything else happens before the final.
देख भाई मैं उस टाइम पर जिस टाइम पे ब्रेन भी था टीम में.
They're gonna have to
थोड़ी प्रायोरिटी मिलनी चाहिए भाई. बचना खराब होने.
The level's actually starting to be pretty.
Score line तो close है.
So one really good initiation could work out for them, especially if they can find a way to really take advantage of this Garchomp, who has finally started to scale, but we haven't had a chance to.
लास्ट की फाइट में सीधा फ्लिप करके देखो अभी देखो ये सीधा मटका कर दे फुल स्पीड और इनको रे भी मिल जाए. भाई क्या ही होएगा एलजी वालों के साथ.
अब चोरी करने भाई.
Scores at most, but Nihao has not been able to find any other opportunities. So Waterboy or Stanley or Greninja 2 times, whatever really you want to call it in this situation, will not be hitting as hard as they may. Luminosity game with good positioning. However, Nihao's Trevenant player
अरे almost kidnap कर दिया था.
Overlord are going to have to play
डर गया ना भाई
safer
मैं
on this
जब
control.
विकेट हो जाती तो मटका भाई
It's been a very scary situation, but it's all going to be about the initiation.
Full heal used है बट
Joey's sitting down there waiting for an ambush if anybody
नहीं हाउ जीतेगी इसका भी नस्ल देखते हैं
अरे भाई क्रैम भाई इसका एग्रेसिव नहीं भाई
I mean, you can do whatever you want if you're
भाई क्रैम को यार डर नहीं लगता भाई ऐसे ही किसी गेम में
you're getting out of any situation somehow, and they're
अरे इसने जानबूझ के लिया है ब्रो वो यार
one good opportunity to initiate. They've not found it yet on either side.
Look where
दिख रहा है
Luminosity is as well.
वो जिस तरह वो स्टन डालने
At least they
देगा
have the goal zone to
नस्ल
retreat
लगाना
and get
पड़ेगा
themselves some HP. It's not hit level 13 quite
क्रैम
yet.
वाइप तो यूज है
मेरे को लग रहा है कीर्तन की टीम
Duskroto taking a whole lot
मटका स्टार्ट हो गया भाई
हाफ हो गया है स्टार्ट
अरे यार ये चक्कू क्यों घूम रहा है क्या
अरे ये क्या बात है भाई ये मेरा लैग नहीं है ये मेरा लैग नहीं है ये टूर्नामेंट वालों का ही लैग है बट एक बात
अरे यार
ये तो कोई
भाई का नाम तो कुछ
भाई ये तो राज रह गया भाई अब क्या हुआ यहाँ पे ये राज किसके खत्म हुआ
30 seconds left in
ये
the
तो
game.
बाहुबली
One final push with this
लगता है मैंने बाहुबली को क्यों मारा उसका राज खुल गया था
भाई ये राज कहाँ पे गया भाई ये क्या हुआ कौन था वो हीरो लास्ट हिट वाला
भाई ओवरलोड है भाई
भाई आगे का दस्तर है
मैं बोलूं माइंड में लिया माइंड में लिया
Even when it was looking a little bit scary, I mean, losing game number
भाई सारे चैट में यही लिख रहे हैं मिस द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट लमाओ
भाई माइंड में लिया मेरे को लग रहा है
देखते हैं $100 दे दिया ओवरलोड ने दिया हुआ नहीं ये नहीं था ये नहीं था ये नहीं था शायद इसके साइड वाला है ब्लू वाला है नहीं ग्रीन वाला है ग्रीन वाला ये तो कुछ गड़बड़ है ये ग्रीन कलर की जैकेट भाई टी शर्ट देखो सेकंड नंबर पे वो है शायद
दो ही तो इंडियन लग रहे हैं मेरे को एक लाल वाला ग्रीन वाला
भाई मटका किसने किया बट मैं वो देखता हूँ
गार्चम ने इनिशिएट किया था दिखा था ब्रो
हाफ मटका हो गया था उसके बाद टीटा ने अल्ट खोला और उसके बाद सीधा रिक्वाजा मिला उनको कितना सेकंड गायब है उनको
2-3-5 सेकंड गायब थे भाई
नहीं नहीं 1-10 1-5 13 सेकंड का गैप है बीच में 13 सेकंड में हो गया जॉब जुक भाई रिक्वाजा किसने लिया ये सवाल कहाँ पे गया है कैसे कट बाहुबली को किसने मारा अब रिक्वाजा किसने लिया
इनकी टीम में लूटानो आ गया ना अब इनकी टीम में तो ये भी आया था ना बीच में नहीं है क्या नाम है अरे स्नोरलैक प्लेयर कौन था वो नाम क्यों भूल गया मैं
अरे क्यों भाई एमपीयू खेलने बहुत पार्टी चालू है
स्नोरलैक वाला कौन था रे टीटीवी का
जगरग वो भी है वो अपर फाइनल है
नहीं वो पहले
स्लैश जी में है अभी इसका स्लैश से मैच होगा ओवरलोड उसी स्लैश ही है अगला मैच भाई और तक झुला रहा है भाई लैंड पे
Delphox, Alola Ninth on the sticks. Unbelievable special attacker player like you mentioned. Delphox, Alola Ninetales, Cramorant, Leafeon. It really doesn't matter what option you give them. However, the Cramorant feels like worlds above the rest of the roster on that Pokemon in particular. Look like the strongest Cramorant player we have seen out of North America. And surely with them as an asset on the team, they can go quite far. 71,000 damage in total. Only taking 26,000 damage as well on this Cramorant, so able to avoid a lot of the Greninja.
भाई ओवरलोड ने इस बार कॉम्पिटिटिव खेला है भाई डैमेज फार्म नहीं करा
in those dives, we saw them double diving into the enemy flux zone to get KO. So Otter definitely confident in their ability to outskill their enemy.
Trying to initiate in the final fight, trying to.
Bro, ओवरलोड तो सेंटर पे था नहीं क्या? उसका गोल मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा.
So many different things with
Positioning
is important and seeing that
पता नहीं भाई ये किसने लिया बट ये तो वो हो गया भाई बाहुबली को किसने मारा
तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है उसने नहीं लिया होगा मिस्टर माइम ये जो बोल रहा है वो सही लग रहा है मेरे को
लुटानो बोल रहे हैं लोग सदाव बोल रहा है, लुटानो बोल रहे हैं शायद भाई, वो टीटा ने शायद अल्ट बोल के जब जुब करके ले लिया है। अरे
It's been
आदि भाई नहीं, मेरे को सदाव बोल रहे हैं, पता नहीं क्या बोल रहे हैं, उसको कंफर्म नहीं है, मतलब तो लुटानो ही रहा।
And Luminosity Gaming
भाई तेरी स्ट्रीम लैग तो नहीं हुई थी?
नहीं सबकी हुई थी, मैंने वो दूसरे फोन से टूर्नामेंट भी देखा। अरे आदि भाई अरे बोल रहा है, वो बोल रहा है, लोग बोल रहे हैं।
अरे चैट में बोल रहा है, अरे सदा वहाँ
also known as Overlord to some. Otter, we were just chatting a little bit. Cram, you chose it every single game. Cram is having kind of a big, well, we'll say it's first time in the sun here. Game 1 versus game 3.
अरे आदि भाई आप टीम में हो गए तो पक्का जाएंगे आदि भाई।
I think I'm just ramping up.
मेरे को भी दिख रहा है कि क्रैकफोर्ड में चुरा है, प्लस का इंटरव्यू हो रहा है।
Is that because you're on it? Of course. I mean, there's some other players. Shout out to Yeet. He's been the one playing it. And it's the Cramrain off season, but now it's Cramrain on season.
लग तो रहा था भाई वो कोई, क्योंकि उसने अल्ट खोल के जाता रहा था।
I have to ask, game 2 was a ride. Game 3, maybe a little closer than you all drummed it up to be. How do you bounce? I don't want to say bounce back because you won, but how do you carry this energy, kind of focus reset? Because I feel like you all were in control for most of those game 2 and game 3, and then it just became way scary at the end for no real reason.
अच्छा तो उसके सर्वर में लिखा है क्या वो सदाव के सर्वर पे किसने सिक्योर किया?
And how like it's not super tight, how so much can happen, but you know we kept our cool as best as we could and.
वो लोग भी वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं क्या? वो लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? खेल रहे
हैं?
पहले वो ये मैच की वॉच पार्टी की थी, आई गेस उन्होंने अब खेल रहे होंगे कुछ ना कुछ।
Overlord talked about a little bit earlier that you feel like you all are trending in the right direction.
भाई इनका तो 5 मैन बन रखा है, उसके भाई बीसी में रखते फॉरवर्ड वगैरह का तो
देखा ब्रो
भाई कहीं भाई लेकिन इनकी पार्टी कितनी जहर की करी है मेरे को।
भाई रैंक मैच लगा के इनसे मैच मेकिंग करनी है क्या?
नहीं होगी नहीं।
Playing a lot, we just
बॉट दोस्तों मैं वो अकेला काफी झड़ा
we're doing really well together.
भाई मैंने ज़हर नाम तो रखे भाई।
It's really tough to not feel good when you've got Dantana in your corner. Big guy sitting up front row, wouldn't have it any other way. Still got that jersey you gave me too. All right, we're gonna wrap this thing up. Back to the booth. That's Otter. I'm Duke Snacks. Let's move this thing on. Walked away.
Thank you so much. Sounds like Duke Snacks still wants to be on a little bit. We should make Duke Snacks do 4 more interview questions, I think. That could be awesome. Awesome to hear from Otter as well. Again, just another voice letting everybody know that LG is coming together and we're so excited of what this team is truly capable of.
नहीं खेल रहा ब्रो, वैसे भी मैं ये पार्टी में तो नहीं खेल रहा भाई, वो पार्टी में मतलब वो जल्दी
उसके भाई का वो 90 कितना विन रेट चालू है।
For such a cool situation.
अरे मुझे कल खेलते बच्ची।
कल मैं नहीं आ रहा भाई, कल मैं सो रहा हूँ।
परसों आजा।
अरे अभी जल्दी हो जा। अबे चुप, अभी जल्दी सो जा और कल आ जा, वरना तेरे मुंह में एक लाजवाब चीज दूंगा।
अरे यार हमारा तो वो तरीके। ऐसे भी तू लोग मेरे घर के आजू-बाजू रहता नहीं है। देखो 1.5 लगेगा।
Forgot about the 4 defender game number 1. Who knows? Maybe we'll see more of that from them in the final stretch.
हाँ क्रैम नहीं लिया। यस भाई ये तो प्रॉपर मटका था भाई, प्रॉपर मटका भाई, प्रॉपर मटका था ये तो। लिया कैसे उसने? रुको रुको भाई, स्लो मोशन में देखेंगे। अपने को कोई जल्दी नहीं है। क्रैम है कहाँ पे? वो रहा क्रैम। हाँ हाँ दिख रहा है, दिख रहा है। ये गार्चों पर चालू है, उसका चालू है। बवंडर से लिया। भाई भाई अरे ये मूसेट काफी खेलते हैं अभी। भाई जंप किक ट्राई अटैक पोशन। अरे पिछले वर्ल्ड में ये खेलना भी था भाई गाटलू, अभी वो फेमस हो गया बस। भाई प्रॉपर मटका था बस, लास्ट में किसी भी साइड खिसक सकती थी बात। अरे दोनों दोनों ये अरे भाई सिक्योर था ही नहीं तो प्रॉपर मटका ही था। क्या भाई, क्या मतलब एलजी को सिर्फ इंडियन लोग ही क्लोज लाते हैं हराने के। यस भाई, तो हराने के क्लोज। एंटी ही स्पून एम्पलीफायर। अभी स्लैश वर्सेस ओवरलोड है। नहीं भाई, अभी अभी सिर्फ अच्छे। अरे सारे ही अच्छे मैच है, ऊपर वाली भी ब्रोकन टीम है, नीचे वाली भी। आई गेस तो अभी है। अभी नेमेसिस और उनका है ग्रैंड फाइनल, मतलब विनर फाइनल है अभी। भाई लैन पे ओटक झुला रहा है, जो भी ओटक को डब डब प्लेयर बोल रहे थे वही झुला रहा है अभी। भाई 1 बज गया, मेरी भोज पार्टी तो बहुत ज्यादा लंबी खींचने वाली है ये। कितने कितने घंटे की हो चुकी है? 4 घंटा 40 मिनट की हो चुकी है। यस, 7 घंटे के राउंड तो लग रहा है मुझे। एक एक बजाय 4 बजे तक तो लग रहा है मेरे को जाने वाला है। 4 से लेट वही सकते हो जाए। यस, इतने मेरा उठने का टाइम होता है। मेगस आधी पादी कौन बोला है? मैं हूँ, टेंशन मत लो, अच्छी बात है भाई सिद्धार्थ भाई, रिया लेट्स गो। भाई सुबह उठने के टाइम। हाँ हाँ, ठीक ठीक ठीक। यप 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 यप। जब तक चार्जिंग है तब तक मैं ओके भाई। कितना चार्ज कितना है भाई तुम्हारा, ये तो बताओ पहले। थर्टी सेवन चल जाएगी अभी तो। Tararambam. Let's go start. Yes, let's go. क्या 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 भाई? स्लो ब्रो, इतने टाइम बाद फाइनली. Let's go. मुझे लग रहा कि पर्पल टीम ब्लू टीम विन. ब्लू कौन सी है? ऑरेंज जूसर. अरे डिफेंडर का नाम बोलो भाई, ट्रेनर वाले या जगरग वाले? भाई बैटल पास वाली स्किन है ब्लिज़्कन की, ये तो बंदे ने ट्रेलर ने सीधे पैसे लगा के स्किन ही ले ली। वाह भाई, ये तो स्किन देखने को मिलेगी अभी। लेट्स गो। आ गया भाई स्किन वाला ब्लिज़्कन। भाई लेवल डिप तो वो दे दिया इन्होंने। अरे भाई भाई भाई। स्किन तो है। ओ भाई ट्रेनर एलजीसी।
First times we're going to see it. Regieleki getting immediately low. Looks like it goes down to the Hyper Voice, but a lot of big unites coming out on both sides. We're actually seeing quite a bit of damage, I think, come out from that Phalanx. Going to be able to pick up the KO on the Chandelure, but it's going to have to continue on, get a few more, and yeah, look at that. The shielding is starting to come out. Metallic did manage to get some pretty strong shields, but it wasn't enough. Everybody's so healthy on Orange Juice still.
Yeah, small score in from Roland, potentially even more to get a bigger overdunk, but we are just going to break that thing. Kratos wanting to put in as much as they possibly can. Phalanx actually having a passive that increases the amount of AOS energy they can hold. So that's why we're able to hit 50 so quickly. They are breaking that goal zone though, and that is so much score tempo. They have held Nemesis to under 10 points right now. Nemesis looked okay in a couple of moments, specifically Trainer, but Metallic and Yifan have not really found that same level that we know they're capable of. Orange Juicers have just been stifling this Nemesis team.
Yeah, the levels are finally starting to even up. They're just like barely one level away. But I mean, honestly, the biggest thing here is Flareon's has just been melting the entire team.
Yeah, this Sub-Flareon's duo is wild.
Yes.
The Rock Tomb into just permanent Sylveon damage has been so tough for Nemesis to deal with. And you're right, this bottom path has just been rocked by this Sylveon because of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing great there. Right now, Flareon's actually just sitting on the bottom. Flareon's on the Sylveon, not confusing at all. But we do need to see Nemesis really fight back in. I mean, obviously, there's 1 minute left. And like I said, they were starting to hit their power spikes, but they haven't been able to get one big, full, coordinated fight in. And that could be really big for them. But, for example, we just haven't seen Metallic. Like you said, that we haven't seen them really kind of hit their, like, I don't know, winning moments, and there is only 45 seconds left until the 2-minute mark. Getting the EXP and the buff from this basement Reggie could really be what they need.
Emperor Cusco said it best, we got to find our groove, all right? And that's what Nemesis is currently hunting for. Regice has now hit the map. Drainer is in range, but they're caught by that Rock Tomb. X-Scissor as well, not pushed because of the Ensemble, but they take so much damage. Crustle pushes them into the Phalanx, and that is a terrifying Pokemon sandwich to have to deal with. Regice is gone, clearly to Orange Juicers, as yet another team fight landslides in the favor of OJ.
Also, the second game that we've had on broadcast where it's been 3 of the same Reggie going to the same team, that is very weird.
I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but I'm just saying.
I don't not believe in some conspiracy theories. No, this is huge. I mean, that was what Nemesis needed, but that's what Orange Juicers wanted. Let's just put it that way. And they are now with a significant lead. Points and levels and strength, just having this extra buff, everything's looking great for them, but this is a big potential catch out as we're going to see. Okay, finally Trevin gets reset. That was really lucky. That could have been a huge pick.
Yeah, we do have the early gyro ball from Metallic. We'll get the KO, but Flareon strikes first again. Yifan is eliminated.
Oh my goodness!
And Orange Juicers just collapse on them. It's just an immediate collapse. A couple of Unite moves later, and no one from Nemesis outside of Metallic is standing. Metallic stun locked, doesn't even have the chance to get the Rayquaza, and Orange Juicers win one of the most dominant game ones we have seen in this tournament.
What happened? That was like 10 seconds. Okay, well, the first 4 members of Nemesis went down in like 3 seconds. I like literally like need to see that in slow motion to see how that went. I mean, a big part of it was the Unbound Hoopa, right? Managed to hit the big stun on everybody, it looked like, but I just cannot believe how quickly they got melted. And then within the next 5 seconds, they got the final KO, they got the Rayquaza, and that was just one of the quickest, most decisive strikes in this entire game that I have ever seen to basically guarantee a win here in game number 1 for Orange Juicers.
We're seeing what we saw a preview of the entire game. We have Zugrug and Flareons working on one side of the enemy team to push, and we have Phalanx just waiting to deal the damage on the other side. Kratos is playing that Pokemon so well because they trust their team so well to be in the right positions, to push the enemy to the correct ones, and we see the capitalization. Orange Juicers, 893 to 43 against another Worlds qualified team, the top of the championship points leaderboard this year.
That is unbelievable. Again, I am stunned at how fast that last fight went. I legitimately need to see that in slow-mo at some point. But this was a huge statement. Orange Juicers looking so incredibly good. Yeah, this was a great game for them across the board. I think they didn't really give up any great opportunities. I mean, the fact there was only 43 points scored from Nemesis in general is a very large statement that it's like from moment 1 to moment of the game. I'm not going to count the number of moments in a game, but they were just in control.
Shout out to Kratos for having a whole book of stuff on the table. Who knows what's in that book? Also, saw a lot of blank pages, Kratos. I don't know what you're trying to do with a whole book and make it look cool and everything, but Orange Juicers, the results I cannot argue with, though. That I have no qualms with. They are playing incredible. To make a team like Nemesis just look stifled, and that was wild. That looked like something we see out of a lot of first-round matchups out of tournaments. Unreal.
And it looks like we may be able to get that that moment.
Ooh, your wish.
Bless. Look how fast this is. boom, 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 boom. Oh my.
The Crustle stun.
Yeah.
The Rebel Rouser was one of the biggest moments. We had Zugrug just kind of set themselves amongst the enemy team and press their Unite move. I think Aznable just sort of having too many options for the slow beam in that position. That's one way to shut down Slowbro. Don't give them the opportunity to grab one target. Just throw all 5 targets on top of Nemesis. Great response by Orange Juicers. Force the analysis paralysis out of Nemesis. All 5 go down while having their Unite moves.
Yeah, on top of that, the way that they collapsed, there was a whole lot of visual clutter, so it's very possible that they were trying to hit a specific target. I think they're just not able to get it in time because they had a whole 1.5 seconds to hit that before they were KO'd. So,
and let's not forget, they were like 3 levels behind as well, right? So it's, of course, that fight is going to go quick because of how much damage Orange Juicers has in terms of their value. But Nemesis, we have to admit, are not out of this yet. They can rally back, and a lot of that is going to be on the back of this player right here. They might be frustrated now, but we had a chance to hear from them previously. Let's take a look at what Metallic had to say.
In my own words, how does everyone contribute to the team? First, Train LGC, he can be a little antsy at times, but he's one of the best players in the world, I would say. He does what he needs to do, especially in the jungle, always supporting the team. Rex, one of the best shot callers in the game, in my opinion. He really holds the team down and makes sure we do what we're supposed to do. Yeetfan, he always does his own thing, you know. You'll see Yeetfan do something crazy, and then the next minute he's doing something, you're like, what is he doing? And AZ's just one of the chillest person you'll ever meet. Super good tank, super consistent player. If we qualified for WECS, I think it'll be an amazing experience traveling over there. It's a super far place, so I think it'll be fun.
Well, it's great to hear from them, and you can tell that there's a lot of confidence in the team. Of course, Metallic being the most new addition to the team, that has been a pretty consistent roster, does mean that it's kind of cool to see the fresh eyes of someone who gets to play with. I mean, literally literally a legendary roster, but
for real,
they're the ones who are going to have to bounce back for sure in this next draft.
Yeah, Orange Juicers looked awesome within the match, but I do think their drafting phase looked incredible as well. Again, huge shout out to their coach and manager, Bina, for doing a lot of the legwork in that draft research and strategy of these enemy teams. Nemesis is going to be taking the Umbreon as the first ban. Leafeon follows it up. Cramorant eliminated before. The final ban from Nemesis, it feels like it needs to be this Tyranitar. You could ban Phalanx. That was a challenging option for you to deal with, but it looks like they're going to elect to battle the Phalanx instead of the Tyranitar.
Okay, so my personal opinion so far, just from what we've seen today, obviously these players have done so much more labbing, and we are going to see the tree taken first. I love that. That's going to be highly contested in this matchup. But I think that the Phalanx, these teams need to get rid of the Phalanx. The Phalanx has been dominant every single time we see it. Hi, Phalanx. Thank you for picking it.
Love this draft from Nemesis. Okay, we take the Phalanx, we remove the Sylveon from the equation as well. Nemesis playing really well into what Orange Juicers did last game. We haven't seen every look that Orange Juicers is capable of, though, so who knows what we're going to see. Valerians really did make a name for themselves on, well, it was on the Hoopa Central area, but they did have a lot of cool showings on the Mew, though, in the past. So maybe that's a sign of things to come a little bit later in the draft. We might see some Mew. Who knows? We might even see that Venusaur look. I would love if Trainer took away the Venusaur, but who knows? We do have the Phalanx already locked in, a dangerous early draft pick.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of really good options. I think the Venusaur would be really cool. So far, we haven't seen the Venusaur counter the Phalanx super well so far today, but they are going to go for a lot of other really core members of their team, so I like this a lot, especially when the support is going to give them kind of like a one last secret pick. And it does look like Flareon's maybe going for the Mew, which we do know Flareon's is an absolutely amazing Mew player. Mew is still very strong if you're a good Mew player, which is not easy at all, but I would love to see them actually lock in this pick.
I am pretty shocked that Kratos is not locking in Venusaur here. I'm excited for the Blaziken, one of my favorite Pokemon to see competitively, one of my favorite Pokemon to play. However, you already have the Blissey, incredible synergy there, and you do have the enemy Phalanx on the other side. I guess Sylveon and Glaceon just too tough of a matchup. You pick the Venusaur, you maybe open yourself up to a Delphox option as well, so maybe just too tough of counters to lock that Pokemon in. But they're going to grab the Blaziken, a bird main of Kratos, technically counts. But Trader LGC most likely on that icy wind. Yifan, I don't know what build they're going to go with on the Sylveon. It would make a lot of sense for the Hyper Voice to lower the special defense, especially since Hoopa, Blastoise, and Glaceon all do special attack damage. There's a lot of synergy there, but you got to remember, if that Hyper Voice is hitting an objective, it does lower the special defense of the objective, teeing it up for Flareons to also do special attack damage, and they do amplified damage to the objective. So it gets a little sketchy sometimes in those situations.
Yeah, but I think that there's honestly just so many good targets on the other side. They're going to be a little bit lower mobility and kind of have to sit in the Hyper Voice. I just feel
double
like
defender, right? Yeah.
Double defender plus Blaziken, which can move around, but like if you're forcing the Blaziken to move where they don't want to move, that's exactly what you're going to want. So altogether, I feel like Hyper Voice would be great there. Plus, you've already got the Glaceon, so it almost feels a little bit redundant to kind of go both the sure hits, but I mean, not that it would be bad, right? It's something amazingly good.
True.
But it just fits to me, and I especially think that with Glaceon plus Hyper Voice also, just even those two alone, you are melting this double defender comp.
Yeah, all right, well, I can't wait to see Nemesis's take on Phalanx in this game number 2. Orange Juicers on a brand new look themselves. We're going to see that Trevenant again from them, though. So strong in that first game. That Hornleech Curse build is really interesting to watch. If you have that fully charged Curse and you explode, you reset the cooldown on Hornleech, allowing you to basically chain these terrifying moves together.
Yeah, there are so many good ways that you can play Trevenant. We got a fun fact. So far in NAIC, Orange Juicers has yet to let the opposing team get any objective.
Oh my goodness!
Pokemon. All right, relax. Relax, Orange Juicers. We get it. You're juiced.
Yeah, Orange Juicers pulped up out of control, it seems. Roland gonna take a quick little dip into the central here, see 3 enemy Pokemon and decide to bail as Nemesis have really hit the gas early in this matchup. But Chisel getting some great early knockouts of the wild Pokemon, though, sitting 11 points in pocket, but notably very close to their level 5 already.
Yeah, and I'm very interested, especially Metallic, specifically on the Phalanx, to see how that's going to go. Like you said, that's kind of a big question mark as to how this match will go, but Flareons as well. I would love to see the Mew, so first time we're going to be able to see that in this set, and it's always fun to watch any good Mew player, but especially, I mean, there's like 3 or 4 that I just will always love seeing.
Yeah, there's a couple of others still in our tournament. We have some great Mew players hanging out. Yifang gonna dunk in 7. Hits that level 5. With that score, we'll also get to level 5 breakpoints. These early invades really paying off for Nemesis. I love this. Double evolution. Make sure that you are being the aggressors in this matchup. Take the enemy central, find the experience, but it seems that Orange Juicers counter strategy is to
Phalanx, मतलब Sylveon और Phalanx पहले Orange Juice पे थे, तो उन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा मारा, अभी इन्होंने ले लिए.
Of the map right now, Aznable barely trying to escape. They are going to be able to get back to the gold zone, and yeah, there we go. Nice ability to get that berry just barely, and so this is just a weird fight in a weird spot before there's any true objectives. Aznable also just continuing to take part in the fight, despite the fact they're pretty low. Yeah. But this is going to build really nice space for. Look like a lot of the EXP could have gone to Nemesis. They didn't have the damage quite yet.
All right, so it is screaming on the answer to our earlier questions, as well as the icy wind Glaceon. So reduce the defenses and then hit him with that big burst of synergy required. That's why Nemesis has been playing it out together for so long. Not to mention, this Phalanx is starting to swing as well. Level 7, and they are getting some big power spikes. Rolling stuff score, but 18 points are going to go in and leave this goal zone just at 4. Small break, but it will be a goal zone break and a lead take for Nemesis.
Yeah, just barely, though. We've already seen more points scored from both sides than we did from Nemesis altogether in the last game. So things are looking a lot better for them no matter what happens basically from this point onwards, which especially with stacking, right? I'm sure they're going to really want that. But they've got great positioning as well for the Regi Ice. It looks like some really great spacing. Metallic going to be zoning. There was an attempt there.
पिछला गेम इनका बहुत ज़्यादा बुरी तरह मारा था.
Again, Flareon's just going to try to
अभी ट्रेनर उसके मेन पोकेमॉन पे आ गया ग्लेशियन पे.
Advantage of that Hyper Voice for their side. But Chisel with that Hornleech engage gets the curse immediately. Hornleech is backwards and out of danger, and with hit range of Roland's soft boiled heals. Reggie like will probably not make it to this goal zone. However, but Chisel has not given up hope quite yet. Yifan going to take down the rest of the HP, but they are going to give up a small score
from Roland. Yeah, Roland get a 1 and a 5 in, saying, I didn't really need that Regieleki there. They are going to go down, it looks like, throwing an egg just for, you know, like, hey, I'll do one little boink to you before I go down. But right now, there's a lot bigger scores going down in this bottom two on the side of Orange. They will be picking up Trainer in revenge. As the Bull, finally a full blast, though. It's going to be a lot harder to take down, especially with 2 berries here. But this goal zone, oh my goodness, a beautiful surf. I was going to say the goal zone almost certainly going down, but a few too many points. As the Bull is going to have to go down. They do manage to get a good trade off of it and protect the goal zone. It did not go down.
So impressive. We heard from Metallic that Asdabul is one of the more chill people on the team, very calm, cool, collected. I think we saw that in full showing there. That triple surf obviously defends the goal zone long enough, and then trusting Yeet to defend it. We could have seen the they're only at level 8, but still able to hold down in the face of so many
LG की almost wicket डाल दी थी भाई.
Yeah, that was a situation where I think a lot of people went away. Myself knowing that you can give up one KO as a defender to protect this great positioning, it was that's high level play.
Yeah, it is fantastic. Now both of these goal zones are up and available.
2-1 बहुत deadly चला.
भाई last में इतना deadly match था कि stream 15 सेकंड की गायब हो गई जिसमें गया था.
4 seconds until both of these strategies are spawn.
मटके पे गया, बिल्कुल ऊपर मटके पे गया last
in this fight. As Kratos is going to start doing damage to the Reg Ice. A lot of targets all focusing on it now. Blast Ice Hydro Typhoon knocks them sky high. Bliss Assistance makes it just in time, but the Blaziken does go down. When they do not secure it. Able to weave in the damage and out-secure Metallic's Phalanx.
It was exactly what you said. They lowered special defense and then the Electro Ball did so much damage. But right now, they are still on the defense despite the fact that
Nemesis में कौन है? Lutano?
नहीं, Lutano
Nemesis में कौन?
Trainer LG.
Big fan force come out for a pretty significant amount of shield.
Orange उस में जगह गया.
Hit one more if they were not scoring. Tier 1 goal zone going down is a big
इसके बाद वो है क्या नाम है Overload versus Slash Can.
Trying to trade a 1-for-1 Metallic, trying to take on Flareons, but there's a little bit of support. I love the backup. I love the backup that Phalanx does. Just like, no,
I guess not anymore. I love that so many new players, and Flareons is an excellent example of this, are rotating towards coaching so often these days. It seems like we're going between coaching and surf in many of these engagements. We're kind of leaving a gem off the table. It's a great
को उनका बेस्ट मैच नहीं होगा. सेकंड मैच देख लो. सेकंड मैच मस्त खेले नहीं यहाँ वाले.
देख रहा हूँ.
ये क्या हुआ?
समझ नहीं आया. ये क्या है?
मेरे को खुद नहीं समझ में आया.
पीछे आ गए तेरा स्ट्रीम ब्रो.
नहीं चैट में भी एफ चालू है. सिर्फ मेरा इशू नहीं है.
Takes out the hoop on yet another one, enhanced by that light screen. Deals so much damage to Glaceon. Really don't have their passive available in a situation like that. Raining in damage against the board. One knockout could have been Zug. I know it's scary. Everybody's feeling a little stressed out by that, but it does allow the team to KO Regieleki well in the same and get that constant healing.
That was a lot of confidence in that spacing. Let me tell you how many times I've seen that actually knock somebody in.
Get the protractor, Zugrug. Get it out.
They're just holding up a ruler next to their screen. But no, great spacing, great confidence. I mean, Zugrug obviously has played this Pokemon 100,000 times. I think. Right now, though, fighting for the red to steal that Rock Tomb is going to try to wall out everybody else. We're getting a little bit of a one.
One of the best Glaceon players में से एक है.
Make that a win for Metallic, but Metallic very, very low, trying to fight down. Actually, everybody. However, the confirmation will be coming from Rex on that Hoopa for that Registeel.
That is a great objective take. It's a solid team fight. I will say, I'm a little concerned about how Nemesis felt like they had to play that. Trainer was playing that Glaceon like they believed they were the only one that could win that fight. Aggressively positioning, hunting KOs, and kind of leaving the rest of the team to worry about the objective. That's trusting your team. That might be a little bit of a lack of trust in your team. I'm not too sure, but Nemesis are currently holding the lead 200 to 145, and they need to do so for the remainder fighter at a time if they want to tie us up at 1-1.
Yeah, that final stretch kind of snuck up on us. They've been waiting. Oh, goodness. Zuggerog moving in, and yeah, that's a nice surf just to escape. You do not want to get caught out by the rest of this team. This is going to be gigantic. Catch a couple members of Orange Juicers, but already process going down, trading 1-for-1 with the Blaziken. That beam catching very, very well, doing a solid amount of damage to Metallic. They've got to run away now. The reset is going to happen. They are going to be able to get a ton of damage to the Trevenant. Not a lot of damage on the Rayquaza quite yet, so a lot of individual 1v1s or 2v2s across the map in Metallic, again, just barely escaping.
We gotta remember, Rex does have the hoops unbound with this Hoopa, so at any time, Nemesis could be playing for scores, playing far away from this fight, they'll have the chance to come back. Not anymore. Portal is used very aggressively, right in the face. Big surf by Hasselble to push a few targets away, and Machisel finally is KO'd. The Trevenant is felled, as is the Blaziken before the overheat. Metallic trying to keep this fight up, as now it's Roland versus Metallic in the back end. Zograk and Flareon's the bot duo are now being isolated by Heat, Asnable, and Trainer LGC. Flareon's trying to buy as much time as they can. The Mystical Mirage is there. They do get the KO on the Blastoise. They cannot make it away as a boosted auto from Trainer LGC earns the KO. And Nemesis are popping off one by one, earning these KOs, and now they have all the room to work they could have ever asked for.
Yeah, now just so much pressure. Everybody trying to score in different areas, but the problem is that they've already got the lead. So, I should say the problem for Orange Juicers is that Nemesis already has the lead. So this is going to mean that they've got to defend, but they also needed to score. And with 10 seconds left, there was no chance for that to happen. Game number 3 for Winners Finals is on the way.
Whew, and you can tell that is a load off for Nemesis. They're all sitting there going, phew, okay, we still get to play on the winner's side of this tournament bracket. Normally we are seeing this team pop it off, excited, pumped. They're just like, okay, game 3.
And once again, I mean, I do feel like we may have...
Artist match देखा तो.
You get that stat on that. On broadcast, have we had a 100% win rate for Phalanx? Has Phalanx ever lost on broadcast so far today?
I don't know about broadcast, but in my heart, never. Never once has Phalanx lost the game in my heart.
That's true, because they don't retreat, you know?
Factual. They press forward. I'm a big fan of that. Phalanx has looked awesome, and Kratos in particular looked great in game number 1, but what a response from Metallic. I think the way they played it was really interesting, where we've seen Kratos play it more of a combo-centric Pokemon, wait for the tanks to do their work. Metallic played it more as like a 1v1 option in the Blaziken. They were like, hey, enough of your moves. I am just going to hard target down this carry and make sure that Kratos does not have an impact in these team fights. It looked awesome. Bliss assistances were charging towards the Blaziken, and Metallic was still able to earn these KOs.
Yeah, Metallic was a huge part of this game because you could tell as well that Orange Juicers, they were really truly solo targeting Metallic a lot. I think they understand the value of that Pokemon right now. And one thing that we'll possibly see in the replays in a few minutes was during that last fight, there were a ton of resources put into taking down Metallic, but they managed to stay up, which meant that there was a whole lot of just, I don't want to say wasted resources, but you've already committed so much to that, it's so hard to make that comeback.
Begs the question though, Wonder Chef. The last pick for Orange Juicers, but knowing the Phalanx was on the battlefield, was a not a clear counter like we've seen from other options, and they have the opportunity to grab something like we've seen before. The Venusaur, the Metagross. Said we gotta go with the all-around, always solid Blaziken, but it comes up short. I really wonder if we're gonna see something change up in draft mode. Either way, our player of the game is gonna be Yeet Fan on this Sylveon. 2 Screamion games back-to-back, by the way. I think the drafts have made a lot of sense for it, but it is cool to see the Hyper Voice Calm Mind build really re-emerge here on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, that we talked about it so much before that match started, why that would be a great, and while the exact thing that you said did come true, where it helped the enemy team secure.
Like twice.
It was a lot. But it showed off just how useful it was. Also, Nemesis taking the first 2 objectives of the tournament against Orange Juicers.
All right, yeah, we're finally getting that stat up. Well done by Nem. Orange Juicers are going to lock in the Cramorant ban, followed up with the Leafeon ban. Have to imagine we're going to see Tyranitar here yet again from Nemesis. It feels like that is the way the draft has been going so far this tournament. Oh, an adaptation. The Phalanx ban. Will Orange Juicers grab the big rock boy?
Yeah, this is, I do love this ban because it has been really a key part of it. But now my big question, so far recently, when we've been seeing the Umbreon bans, we've been seeing Metagross a lot because, I mean, those shielding can be so nice, but we'll see exactly what the Umbreon ban is for, right? It used to be like, we're choosing speedsters, we do not want Umbreon, but now Umbreon is a ban, a little bit more interesting as far as where you're going to go. Right now, I mean, solid first 2 picks.
All right, quick Tyranitar update, not picked yet. So we are now into the second picking phase of Purple Side. We've currently left it available. Flareon's hovering that Mew yet again. Looks so fantastic. It feels like Flareon's kit really revolves around the Sylveon, the Mew, and the Inteleon, with the metagame not favoring the Inteleon very much these days. So it's going to be the Hoopa and the Mew.
2 other solid, extremely solid picks. These teams just kind of going with what they're comfortable with.
Yeah.
The Lucario would be an interesting choice. Okay,
yeah.
It does look like we are going to see probably Trainer going back to that Glaceon. I think that's extremely solid.
There's no way.
Out great. I do not know.
Okay.
Okay.
A different pink blob.
Yeah.
That's fine. Rex was nodding and smiling a lot, and I was like, maybe, okay, we're cooking. But I guess not. Now, Orange Juicers going to think about their final options available. Again, it's a quick Tyranitar update, still available. But it looks like Kratos going with another bird Pokemon, Birdmane, hovering the Dodrio. No, please.
They're going through a lot. Don't time out. We've seen this happen before.
Bro, ये Gardevoir के बाद तो मेरे को बहुत सीन लग रहा है भाई इनका.
Pokemon right now, but Lapras and then Metallic and then choosing the Gyarados has been banned so much this weekend and yet has been ignored. So I think that is very, very strong. Again, taking away the Umbreon because Gyarados does get shielded as it initiates, so that could help out the counter stealing. And then of course with the Bliss Assist.
Yeah, I think Blissey is the biggest reason we saw that Umbreon ban. Metallic running this guard. Okay, they changed the item. I was just gonna say they were locked in on Potion for a moment, but a little bit Potion. Of the Eastern meta. We're gonna go with the eject, but it just synergizes too well with the Unite move, I think, to be able to.
अगर ये फंसा के गाड़ी की अल्टी मारते हैं bro, क्या मजा आएगा ना देखने.
Yes, you were mentioning so interesting. The Zugrug Lapras emerges yet again. We are playing double mage. Normally, you love Crustle in a situation like that, or you love Umbreon. Both great lockdown defenders. Both of them taken away, whether by ban or whether by selection. So huge stuff there. Now we are going to see what these special attackers can do without a defender that holds a target in place for too long.
We also got confirmation in the coolest way possible, walking up and holding up a notebook. Thank you to Icarus. 100% win rate on broadcast for Phalanx.
Okay,
so
cool.
And it's been picked so many times. That is actually, I think, a really significant stat. So
Pokemon's pretty good.
It's pretty decent, you know?
It's 100% win rate good. I'll love to see it. Another thing that's good, Flareon's. On camera right now, absolutely cracked player. And of course, our crowd has been touted as the best crowd in all of Pokemon. I mean, the North American Pokemon Unite fans have been showing up for 2 years in a row now. And I mean, how could you not? These games are so exciting, Wondershot.
They are when this much is on the line. We're in Game 3 of Winners Finals. The winner of this goes to Grand Finals between the 2, I would say, top teams, considered top teams in North America. They have been close.
Second match अच्छा खेले.
Final chance to make
Third तो
भाई वो देखा तूने लेकिन रेकास्टन वो लास्ट सेकंड गोल डाल के जीते हैं.
वो 32 था ना 16
32 का भी 100 का भी डल गया स्टैनफोर्ड के.
अरे सेंटर ग्लेशियर 100 डाला ब्रो, उस वजह से जीते हो.
दोनों की वजह से जीते हैं और दोनों भाई. लेकिन वो देखा तूने रेकास्टन क्या ही पड़ा ओवरलोड और उसको.
Back is also not a noun.
Tortellini!
Yeah, Tortellini. You know what? I'm pretty hungry. That works for me. But already we're seeing the Corellia, which is a really, really big...
last one.
Once you hit that level 5, you go from, one of the weakest early game Pokemon to just strong, just scary.
Unbelievably powerful. So much damage coming in, and Rex has taken the full lesson from that one. Gets exploded. Gardevoir plus Mew is a lot of special attack damage. We talked about how strong this double mage composition is. We barely see this worldwide, by the way. North America, one of the only regions that actually elects to play this kind of play style. Very cool to see Orange Juicers transition from a brawl style compositions to this double mage style composition.
Right now, North America is one of the only regions that chooses anything ranged, apparently.
Yeah, barely.
Really weird way that it's going, but right now we really need to continue. How fast it will become a Gyarados. We're about to hit the 8-minute mark, so not one of the fastest evolutions that we've ever seen. Of course, for anybody who doesn't know how it works, you do build up an effort gauge as certain things happen. And hey, we saw the start of the evolution up there at exactly the 8-minute mark, which I would say is like a fine time. It's like the average-ish time.
Yeah, it's the imaginary line we've drawn in the sand that is important to evolve at that time. I think it is a community benchmark, and I'm a big fan of it. If you're a big fan of interviews, I think you'll also like that one as well. I hope we get some of those on broadcast. Interviews in the building. We need some interviews for sure.
And
all right,
thumbs up.
Azabel locking down that bottom goal zone. This Lapras versus Crustle duo is I'll call it a glacial stage level of one. It's going to move rather slowly, but it can be exciting a bit later in the game. The thing I was mentioning about the Lapras I was surprised by was Zugrug, when last time it was chosen, we got to ask him in an interview why they picked that Pokemon. He said it's really good into low damage compositions. I don't know if Nemesis composition qualifies for low damage right now, but certainly they are going to try to find a way to get some value. Otherwise, big scores in that bottom tier goal zone. Responded to by Orange Juicers, though, in the bottom side.
I think it's actually what do you call it? High damage composition. I think that's what I call it, yes.
Good title.
Yes. The exact opposite. No, Registeel, though, going down. Feeling a lot of high damage from the other team.
Yeah.
That's going to be a very, very quick burn down. But both teams really focusing on one objective. We've seen a lot of fighting for Regieleki today, which does make a lot of sense. I feel like we're hitting a more aggressive meta over time. And the Basement Regi getting a little bit lonely. But right now, already this Regieleki threatening a tier 2 glow zone for Orange Juicers. Nemesis got to feel really happy about that. Gives them so much space to do whatever they want.
I love that push from Nem too. You take the Regieleki, it moves towards it, and you decide, I'm not going to fight for that goal zone for the Regieleki to land. Instead, take the red buff, move away. Something we saw very popular from Kabichans, a team that defeated Nemesis. So a team that may be learning from their opponents as we move on throughout these tournaments and these events. Nemesis always leveling up.
Yeah, and of course, Kabichan's actually saying that they liked a lot of what Nemesis did and using some of their strategies once they qualified for the qualifier. It's a weird thing to say, but I mean, that's one of the greatest things about international competition, which we had a chance to get more of this season, is that everybody learns from everybody if you're a good team. If you're not learning from the international competition you get to play against, then you're not doing your job.
Learn your lessons, folks. Great little Rock Tomb combination play with the Hyper Voice. I think that synergy.
ये किसका है? मेरा है, इनका है।
इनका होगा शायद, पहले भी ऐसे ही होगा।
इन्हीं का है।
Very powerful.
Not a call-out, but as we were watching that, we did just see the Hyper Voice completely whiff on anything because they exited the wild Pokemon away. It was like, wait, I was trying to hit that.
Can we take 20 points off the record for Nemesis, I think?
Yeah, for the lack of coordination trying to take down the Indeedis. But right now, I love this super far forward positioning from Flareon's, managing to not take every tick of that Hyper Voice, and that Horn Leech is going to be a great initiation alongside the Phantom Forest. We are going to see the Unite come out from the Sylveon and the Mew, just everybody popping everything everywhere, but yeah, that reset.
Yeah, great reset. The Egg Bomb just a little bit shy of getting Machismo.
Gardy की wicket है क्या?
Kratos will go down. Machismo single targets them with the Gyarados Unite move. They still have their eject button. They're going to use that to get away. And now Regice is still available. We do have the pause request. So sorry, everybody. A little bit of an issue in the building. We'll be getting back to this matchup as soon as we possibly can. But wow, this match has been... You know what? I think I needed the break.
I agree. Actually, we're going to need to get the other two casters here because whatever they did to bring the power back last time worked. So we're going to need Springs and Doomsday to come back and do whatever scary ritual they did. Because quite honestly, I don't know if I could ever repeat what they did there. But yeah, this is, I mean, I as well needed this break because they're going for a lot of team fights right now. There's a whole lot of, I would say, like commitment. Like they can feel exactly what's on the line.
For sure.
And this has been really close. Yeah, we've okay, we're starting to, I think, get everything back. Looks like, I mean, the good thing, of course, the greatest thing is that this game was not truly interrupted, right?
That's true. Honestly, shout out to the admin slot. That is what we are going to give up for, of course. We definitely heard for the crowd sound a lot of people reacting to that power outage. It was definitely frustrating for a lot of people to deal with. So our apologies in that way. But honestly, thank you so much to admin for being quick on that pause button, making sure that the game integrity integrity is still in place. We're going to get that sorted out, no problem for you folks. But yeah, I can't wait to get back into this match though, Wonder Chef, because this has been a super exciting one. It feels like this best of 3 has really shown itself in the drafting phase because it's been so fun. Changes from Nemesis and Orange Juicers back and forth, taking away each other's Pokemon, locking up some of the best in the biz. It has been so exciting.
It has. This is exactly what I wanted out of a Game 3.
Yeah.
It felt like within Game 1 and Game 2, there was a whole lot of kind of figuring out the other team.
Yeah.
And we did chance talk both of them. They're both definitely prepared based on what they thought the other team was bringing, but the meta has shifted so much within the past month or so. And I felt like this was really a draft in particular that's like, okay, yeah, like we kind of figured out what we can't lit through and what we kind of need to steal away.
Yes.
And now it's just been this really nice kind of back and forth, well, honestly, quite a bit of fighting, but it has felt very even. So it does feel like this is kind of the ending that we wanted for a Game 3 where so far, I mean, it's looking neck and neck.
I don't know if these teams handshook before and said no Tyranitar, but that's what happened in game number 3. We banned the Phalanx, we leave it up. Yeah, thoughts on the T-Tar?
Honestly, again, this was, for anybody out there who hasn't been kind of following along, Tyranitar got buffed since the last big event, and then Phalanx became legal from the last big event, so I think those are kind of the two that fit a similar role-ish.
Okay,
that we've kind of, it's been a question mark, right? And we've seen other regions where Japan chooses to like kind of ban or ignore quite a bit, and today I was curious too, because I thought North America was really going to be super Tyranitar heavy, and it has been in a few games. But so far, just from what we've seen, obviously we got the stat earlier, 100% win rate from Phalanx on broadcast so far today. Tyranitar, not 100% win rate, even when it's like, it was Lutano Tyranitar, did not manage to win that game. So I'm personally way more scared of Phalanx.
Okay, yeah, 100%. That Pokemon has been bonkers, I think, is the appropriate term to call that one in particular. North America really making it look great. We did get a chance to watch, at least you and I and a few of the other commentators, some of the Eastern region metas closing out on this most recent patch. Japan specifically, they had banned that Pokemon almost in every single game. They understood its power level. It seems like Phalanx really has risen to the top of the ranks in terms of these players' metagame in these days. However, of course, there's draft mode to work around that. You can pick it out from the opponents. You can try to build a composition that works well into it. There's a lot of interplay with that, of course. But
ban it.
that's another option, yeah. There's a lot of options here is what I wanted to say. But either way, I think this is just really cool that a brand new release has had such a momentous change on the metagame that we're starting to see. Whether for better or for worse, for right now, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, plus it's like one of the coolest visually Pokemon that we I think ever had.
The little guys.
The little guys, their stances are great.
Yeah.
The scoring is amazing. Just everything about Phalanx is like everybody is just about it. The Unite, I love that.
Yeah.
My little Twitter edit was really good. I'm not gonna say what it is. Follow my Twitter. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, there's just a lot of funny things. I love that edit. I'm so proud of it. I can't tell you. But yeah, it's I think it's one of the coolest releases we've had in a while.
Yeah.
Of course, we've just got so much going on in as far as competition for that spot, that role in the teams. That that also adds like another layer where it's like we can go so far down the kind of like brawler list and still be really good. You could ban out like 5. And still get like a potential like pick one.
I was actually had the chance to be on the preview show for
क्या पका रहा है भाई एल्डागोस और ब्लीसी भाई यहाँ पे मैच दिखाओ यार
was able to ask me, he said, last at EUIC, our metagame was so centralized around defenders. It was what defender is going to be your option, whether it's Trevenant in the top path or Blastoise in the top path. It was so dependent around that. But it feels like we pivoted to a completely top path focused metagame in terms of draft. We're seeing melee, we're seeing all-rounders, we're seeing so much focus in that direction. A team that is very familiar with both of these tournaments, both NAIC and EUIC, the one in front of you, Nemesis. Orange Juicers, a lot of them played at that tournament as well, but just on different rosters, coming together to make one last push to try to win the NA region.
Yeah, I do like the fact that within Pokemon Unite, we do get to see a lot of situations where the meta is centered around a role, and it does not end up being the same role quite that often in a row. But
चालू हो गई
because we got the last 4.5 minutes of the final game of winners finals here. for the North American Regional Championship. And once again, just to recap where we're at, a slight lead as far as points for Orange Juicers, slight lead as far as level for them, but still this is looking neck and neck.
Yeah, so far Flarion's been really putting the work in the damage department, but Gardevoir for Kratos.
Oh भाई गाड़ी की उल्टी भाई भाई मजा आ गया.
Another objective going in the way of Orange Juicers. Really seems to be their whole shtick, if you will. Department, but
this is looking neck and neck.
Yeah, so far Flarion's been really putting the work in the damage department, but Gardevoir for Kratos
Oh,
looking
wow.
excellent as well. Another shtick, if you will. But now Nemesis is moving up towards the top path, or at least Crustle is. Everybody else has got to respawn.
All right, for anybody out there playing solo queue, do what Orange Juicers is doing. Take the objectives, please. And Red Jalecki is now currently, looks like being hunted down by Nemesis, but everybody's actually starting to group up there. 4 members of Orange Juicers are getting relatively close while Lapras just kind of sits down on the bottom. And I do like the Rock Tomb to not let anybody quite in, but they haven't done too much damage to the Red Jalecki, so it looks like this is going to be a fight. The curse coming out, and yeah, trying to get out of there as the Bull, realizing they're taking too much damage. Huge Phantom Forest. The more that hits, the more shielding, the more buffs you get. But actually, it was just barely able to keep them up and keep them healthy. It does look like we may get 1 KO. A little pretty significant shield from Metallic, but wow, they're not going down. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, Metallic actually trying to burn time as much as they can. They use the bounce not only for unstoppable in range, but also to get the shielding a little bit if they could, and also buy time for Rex to be able to get to them and get the soft-boiled healing in place. However, this fight around the Regieleki is not over quite yet, as Orange Juicers are currently doing damage to that objective on the main side. Asable trying to wall off Machisel to the best of their ability. They don't want the Trevenant to enter the battlefield, and yet they do. Weave in and pull a Horn Leech into one enemy target, and yet again, you could always count on Flareons to secure these objectives.
Oh yeah, Flareons is one of the best securers in the entire game.
Absolutely.
If not, I mean, certainly the region, probably every single region, has been so extremely consistent no matter what Pokemon they play, which is very impressive, but that's huge. They really wanted that to be able to push their lead to a point where now within the final stretch, which is happening in just about 15 seconds, they have everything. They've got the levels, they've got a huge point lead. It's no longer to the point where like one person backcapping can make a difference. It needs to be a fight from Nemesis. It needs to be a win.
यहाँ गाड़ी दिखा दे भाई मजा आ गया.
Which I guess is possible, but I don't expect it to see that with Orange Juicers playing so solid. Final 2 minutes of Winners Finals.
All right, we had Machisel use that Trevenant Unite really early on in that fight, but they do get it back. So Phantom Force is there for the Trevenant. So powerful in some of these team fights. The tempo of an entire game. Zogrug aggressively positioned on the right-hand side. Lapras Express might be able to bring a teammate, but it has the impact when it knocks everybody up into the air. Asable already down at about half HP. Rex is going to have to put a lot of resources into them, but now a little bit of miscoordination on the side of Nemesis, and they have to pull back from that fight while using 2 unites.
वो चला जाता है गाड़ी पे भाई, वो गाड़ी
बट उन पे बीटी है ब्रो, उन पे 2 अल्टिया यूज्ड है, इन पे 0 अल्टिया यूज्ड.
Gyarados अल्ट मार के गाड़ी पे जा रहा था, दिमाग कर दिया क्रिस.
From the Lapras moving in, getting the initiation on Rex. They've got to jump in for a Metallic to try and save that, but getting walled off, they get a KO.
Oh, force ulti.
That is going to be the unite move from Rolling being accessed. Finally,
निकालने टीम फाइट तो लग रहा है.
Yes. Upa को भी force ulti खोलनी पड़ी.
Fan is knocked out. Great KO by Roland, who on this Hoopa Unbound is just up on a tiny amount of HP. Phantom Force to try to escape Asable, but a couple of X-Scissors will still hit that.
गाड़ी ने मारा तो है भाई. With ये क्या बोलते हैं?
अल्ट खोल दी गाड़ी ने. अरे लास्ट हिट मिलेगा. भाई म्यू ने लिया, ट्रैव ने लिया लास्ट.
And we're seeing Machisel just chase down Trainer, getting a little bit of a juke, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter. Already going to the side of Orange Juicers. They've got shields, but they are somewhat unvulnerable Pokemon. Kratos getting that shield melted. They've got to get the score in, but the launch is going to make sure that that shield does not matter.
However, bro. What's the point? There's only 13 seconds left.
Maybe a Huddleberg going in bottom, and with 8 seconds left, Orange Juicers will be moving forward to the winner's side of Grand Finals.
Orange Juicers take down their main rivals in
हो गए qualify ये तो.
Lock in their spot, just like you said, Wonder Chef. After a grueling 3-game battle, they're able to put it together when it counts the most. Oh, losing their first objectives of the entire tournament in this matchup against Nemesis, but taking the ones that mattered most, Orange Juicers, with an amazing showing.
And their patience in that late game was so good. They managed to save some Unites as long as possible. And that Gardevoir Unite was so late that some other Unites might have
तो ब्रो गुटका यहाँ पे आना चाहता है, अपनी स्ट्रीम देखना चाहता है.
तो रिहाना परमिशन ही मेरे पे है.
हाँ, वो मैं कैसे एक काम करना, मेरे को व्हाट्सएप पे भेज दे ब्रो, उसको भेज देता हूँ.
Yeah, Orange Juicers have earned their spot here, executed perfectly. And of course, a lot of these players have played together on teams, and Roland's team with a few of these guys as well. So giving their vouchers. It's not over for Nemesis, though. This is winners finals. They will be moving down to the lower side of the bracket, but they will have their chance for a rematch later this tournament if they can take down their upcoming opponents. There was a KO's pretty quiet game between these two squads because it was all about the wild Pokemon.
There was, I mean, there was a lot of wild stuff in general, whether it be wild Pokemon or wild plays, but honestly, you do get to see just a number of KOs obviously going to the side of Orange Juicers. Like you said, relatively low, but the cool thing is how evenly split it was. And surprisingly, Machizzle being on the low end, because Machizzle did a lot of work, but 3-3-1-3-3 is a really cool thing to see because everybody on that team is putting a lot of work. Damage as well.
इसको बोलूँ क्या जनरल ज्वाइन करने?
Yeah, and
उसको ड्रैग मार दे ब्रो.
A North American Gardevoir Unite move.
Yes, at least one. At least one.
म्यूट होके बैठेगा तभी होगा.
You've been a fan of North American Pokemon Unite.
रुक बोलता हूँ.
Didn't go astray.
एक बार देख लो क्या आ गया. ठीक है.
Locked in game number 3. Make sure it's centered around that Rayquaza, so none of the melee or close range damage of Nemesis could really rival that Rayquaza. And of course, flare outs, but Chisel, everybody get involved to make sure that.
तो ट्रेवरन ने लेकिन कर तो दिया ब्रो सब कुछ. Secure goal.
And they were able to take out that Ray and move on. But we gotta hear from the NA Guardian themselves. The Birdmane Kratos is on stage.
Here I am with Kratos from Orange Team. Give it up for him. I call him Orange Team.
Yep, still streaming.
Orange Juicers. They can't be Orange Team because I don't like it. All right, tell me a little bit about going up against Nemesis. I think a lot of people thought Nemesis possibly the team to win the whole thing. You're sending them down to losers. What was your thought process heading into a match against them?
So Nem, in my opinion, was our hardest matchup, and we prepped really hard for them.
भाई ये बंदा पता है बुक वगैरह लेके आया था पूरा.
It was really scary because generally
like
पूरा calculation.
हाँ नोट
calculations कर रहा था क्या?
वो ड्राफ्ट वगैरह सब कुछ मतलब सोच के लिखा है.
Amazing. I guess I have a question for you. If you were to make a friendship bracelet for any member of your team, who would it be for?
I would have to say Machizzle because that's been my boy for the. I played regional finals with him last year, and yeah, I would pick him. Yeah.
And I'm curious, out of all the teams that could be heading to the final stretch, who do you think deserves to go to?
कितने टाइम का गैप होता है हर मैच के बीच में?
5 या 3 मिनट. इसके इंटरव्यू के बाद.
Team from final stretch, I would say the DOL Kittens because I've seen how much work they put in. And I look forward to seeing them do well in final stretch.
Amazing. Any last words for your fans or some of the teams you're going up against?
Any last words? You know, don't underestimate us. I feel like that was really a huge thing. So.
Amazing. Said with a ton of confidence. You know, I don't know. Maybe don't underestimate us. All right. Back to you in the booth.
I don't know. Don't underestimate him, maybe. Why are you underestimating him, Chef? That's enough.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, maybe don't estimate. You like could, but like maybe you should.
Maybe you should. All right. I don't think anybody's underestimating Orange Juicers any longer after taking down maybe the tournament favorites in Nemesis. The way the bracket was originally lined up, Kratos able to take them down. Apparently, some of their bracket demons that Kratos was saying throughout the history of Pokemon Unite, you gotta love when they have the chance to pull that off.
Yeah, and honestly, in such a hard-fought set. I mean, this did go to Game 3, but you could see that things started to really go in the favor of Orange Juicers slowly as time went on. And again, that is so much because of Flareon securing power. Secured 2 objectives in a row. And if we ever went back to that graph, if you want to go back in the VOD, you can see that it was like even, and then it's like 1 objective, another objective. Until they had a solid, strong lead for the end of the game. And so much of that is having a player like Flareon just kind of secure anything.
Yeah, he's been so clutch. I've used the word Rookie of the Year a few times, maybe too
अभी ये
match. I've been told that.
वो
But I do think
ओवरलोड
there's a
स्लैश
lot
कैन है
of players
अभी
that have been playing in the final bracket today that really have been
First
making
duo
a case
खेलता
for
है
that. Joey in the defender role, Flareon's
Duo
in the
खेलना
attacker
बच्चे
role.
अभी
Both of these
जल्दी
players
जल्दी
have entered into truly the limelight
अरे
that they
surrender
did
मार
on
देंगे
Unite in previous years as well. Entering into the
Bro,
limelight
मेरी
of the
90% की win rate
zeitgeist,
चल रही
and
है
it feels like they are at the top of
Surrender की
everybody's
बात ही कर रहा
mind.
तू
Metallic, another option for that same spot as
veteran
well,
वाले
right? But
गुच्छा
Flareon's
player
currently in grand finals.
And Kratos hitting 1 person with the
जो
Unite.
गायब
Let's
चले
go.
next
No,
हो गया
honestly, as far as your Rookie of the Year, there's almost one for every team that we have left. But Machizzle is actually going to be the player of the game. The only one to not get 3 KOs. We're going to take him off of this. But no, I'm just kidding. Doing a
Wait,
great
Jean
job
Grey कौन है
with,
डॉग
switching, honestly, I think that's been one of the biggest things.
अच्छा
Machizzle
उसमें
has been able to switch around and find
Pio, Pio.
Pokemon for
हाँ
their role over the
भाई
past
नाम चेंज किया था लेकिन
3 months
लड़की
or
है
so.
तो
And it has looked really good.
लड़की है
Yeah, the little stubborn on the Machamp picks maybe in the historic run of Orange
नाम
Juice
ध्यान में
before,
नहीं आएगा
but
लेकिन
this
name
Trevenant
change किया
has
था,
been
लड़की है।
awesome from them. That Horn Leech Curse combination. We have not seen very much defender top in this tournament so far.
Himakshi.
Outside of
नहीं,
Orange
नहीं,
Juice,
Himakshi,
who have been
Himakshi
playing
है।
it quite a bit. Machizzle
अलग
loving
है।
this pick. I think the first pick Trevenant also in draft is very intelligent. You don't know if it's going to be the defender option or if it's going to be the top path option until later on. It really keeps the opposing team guessing, and Orange Juicers have been doing that extremely well.
Yeah. We were seeing quite a bit for a while. Back when you said the meta was really defender-focused, there were a few, like with the Blastoise or the Trevenant, where it's like, okay, yeah, like realistically, we don't know what you're doing with that, but we know it's going to be good either way. And yeah, teams have started to shift over. There's a lot more focused top path Pokemon that they really want early picks. They're like, we guarantee this is going to be our strategy, you know? But they're still using that flexibility well. And I'm surprised we're not seeing more Trevenant top because it is still ridiculous.
Who knows? But all right, everybody, we're going to be going to a very short break. But as we throw it to it, check out these listen in from Orange Juicers during those final moments.
ओए लॉबी आईडी दे आर्टिस्ट
Alright, you guys can celebrate for this one.
आईडी चेंज करके हैक करता दी
अरे नहीं कल जी साइड से खेल रहा था वही है ब्रो
बता
299 06817 पंप ही खेलूंगा तेरे लिए 11 डाउन हो जाएगी उसको ब्रोकन उठाइयो पंप पे
कुछ भी खेल ले भाई
नहीं ब्रो मैं साइड बाय साइड वो भी देख रहा हूँ तो पंप ही ले लेता हूँ रेडी हमारा मैच भी स्ट्रीम कर देता हूँ भाई यहाँ अरे आर्टिस्ट तेरा गेम है ब्रो तो खा जाएगा बस तेरे लेवल हो जाए बस मजा आ जाए ओए नुबड़े आना अरे नहीं ऊपर का फार्म ऑन पे है
Hello and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series.
We
are here live at NAIC in Nolens. Doob Snacks, we are almost to the end of our regional finals here for North America. We're going to find out who the best team in NA is and who's heading to Worlds very, very soon.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a heck of a matchup coming up, and this is like the grudge match of all grudge matches, right? One of the teams that has been completely scrapped down to build the new Luminosity squares off against G, the team built from their remnants, and of course is the team that sent Luminosity to this loser side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such an incredible matchup. You wouldn't want it any other way. Maybe these players would want it any other way. Probably an easy route through the winners bracket right into the grand finals, but we want it this way. G versus LG, and I am being told that if G wins this thing, they will be taking the G from LG, turning them into GG, and LG just into L.
It's crazy because Luminosity Gaming used to have that first G.
Without question.
Unfortunately for them, G already took it away from them, which is G's first G. Now they're looking to take a second G from Luminosity to become GG. Letters.
Yeah, incredible letters. We want to throw it on over to an interview real quick with Zoinks and the Kittens, who are qualified for day 2 of our final stretch. Take it away, Zoinks in the past.
तेरी औकात भी नहीं है तेरे ऊपर आया हूँ भोसड़ी के मारने
right now who just took down Team YouTube and qualified for the final stretch tomorrow.
ओ भाई लूका तो अच्छा है भाई
to qualifying for the World Championship. So first off, please give yourselves a round of applause. Well done, well done. Okay, awesome showing. Chad, you're in the banana suit. We heard you popping off on comms. How'd that match go for the people who couldn't see it?
You know, it felt great. You know, I put in a lot of hard work. Together, we grew so much as a team. Like, every single member grew amazingly. And ever since Mark, even though he was the last member to join, he's always going to be MVP in our heart. He showed us the way to how to succeed. And it was on all of us to follow that path, but we just sprinted through that path as best as we could, and we're here now.
Awesome. Okay, MVP Muck, apparently. All right, what were you playing in that match?
I forgot.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, yeah, on the defender pick. All right, remind everybody of your name.
Banzo Kajui.
Awesome. Amazing tournament from you. You're now qualified tomorrow. One step closer to How good does that feel? Awesome. Everyone's excited. Next on the line, introduction to your name.
My name is Elbow Girl 2009.
Sweet. Okay, how good. You were popping off after that game. Amazing moment. You took down a team as good as team.
Wait, you gonna cute you, hey?
Okay, fair enough.
And final
ask, how good is it feel?
उसमें झंडा है वैसा लग रहा है
Day 2 at NAIC.
ले जा भाई
I swear, I'm doing this for the woman. We are doing this for the woman, and we are going to win this, and we're going to Worlds for the women.
भाई टीम वाइटी को बांट कर दिया इन्होंने.
Shout out to the Kings. They will be in day 2 and potentially trying to qualify for the World Championships in Hawaii. Amazing work. Amazing. All right. Shout out. Great. Yeah. Have fun in day 2. Seriously.
I'm really happy that the interview didn't just stop and we got to see Zoinks fist bump everyone. All right, that's the interview. And we'll do one of these. And and done. We will see them tomorrow. Obviously, a lot of amazing players on that team. We're both big fans of Muck, the MVP from that squad, popular streamer for Unite, and also a great player who's bounced around to a lot of teams. Speaking of bouncing around to a lot of teams, right below us, Luminosity Gaming. We've got some players bouncing around between these teams. Only one member of Luminosity remains from the World Championship team. One is right across the way on G. It's Slash versus Overlord. I mean, this is a crazy good match.
Anybody that has any insight on how Overlord plays, it's Slash, who has played with Overlord for 2.5 years now and won 2 World Championships with surrounding them, of course, Agnew, Black, OG, and Zealot. Slash tucking themselves inside of this GT crew. And Zealot, I mentioned it before, mentioned it again, Slash thinks is one of the best players going in NA.
Yeah, that's right. He thinks he's one of the best players in the game. And I mean, he's played with Overlord. He's played on world champion teams. So I think that carries a lot of weight. Across the way, interestingly enough, you've got Lutano, a player formerly TTV, same thing with Otter, formerly TTV. They actually beat Luminosity at NAIC last year. So you've got so many heavy hitters on this stage all going at it. It's wild to see this. You see at the bottom of your screen here, 2022 and 2023 World Champions Luminosity Gaming. There's really one player on that squad that remains, and that's Overlord.
That is Overlord. I want to
come bottom, let's farm
Luminosity a little bit because they just had a pretty razor close set to make it to here. And I was like, okay, yeah, that was maybe a little bit too close. Let's try to stick to our game plan, execute a little stronger. But that plan is a little bit more difficult to execute when Slash knows a lot of those moving parts.
Oh, absolutely. As we get ready here for starting Umbreon banned out right away. Luminosity, not surprised. You and I talked about this. Slash's Umbreon was disgusting earlier. Really we have a Hoopa ban, we've got a Trevenant ban, and we have a Comfey ban. I love that Comfey ban because that's just another way of saying
yeah, absolutely. And on Luminosity side, they've done their homework. I can take away Umbreon from Slash. It's critical at this point. It's just different. Zealot pivots over to OG so they can lock in Dodrio. OG has a terrific Dodrio, snagging the Blissey as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking away Dodrio as an option for Luminosity. Leafeon to another player. We've seen Otter on Leafeon. Sure. I'm sure Lutano could pick it up if that's something they were looking for. No defender grabbed up right away, which is really interesting. Lutano, however, very interested at Phalanx back on it again.
Kind of pre-selected by JL. Get that later. Has played that in the last 3 games they've played on stage. But let's see what G is going to cook up here. I mean, that Mew is still available if they want to go, though. No, immediately for the counter.
Yeah.
The Lucario Phalanx. We saw that G.
Yeah, Phalanx, one of my absolute favorite releases for this region. Insanely powerful, insane counters. Slash, by the way, we've got a 4th pick tree. I mean, Trevenant going that late is amazing. And then possibly a last pick Sylveon. One of the more interesting picks, a Pokemon we don't see a lot, Clefable.
Works phenomenally well, that Moonlight, with Phalanx specifically, and they picked it in a good spot. If it drops all the way down with Hoopa Band and Blissey already selected, they're going to get an Eldegoss if they want it regardless.
Sure.
But based on how the rest of that draft went, Clefable sits pretty good. It's got some utility if it does go Gravity. Follow Me is also very solid in this composition right here as well. I like waiting for the support pick. JL locking in a Clefable is a good look.
I really do like this, especially into Lucario. It's very mean for... Look, it's mean against Mystical Fire Sylveon, right? You can't dash into Gravity. Problems into Gravity. But extreme speed Lucario, the counter to Phalanx. It is miserable if it's running into Clefable gravity.
It's like ripping down a dry slip and slide. Like, it's going to hurt, you ain't going nowhere.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I was going to say. You stole the words right out of my mouth. I can't believe it.
I tend
exactly
to
like
that,
ripping down a dry slip and slide.
74K.
It makes sense.
Oh,
I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm saying it makes perfect sense as we see G going up against LG in our losers semi-finals. Both of these teams, you could imagine in the winners semi-finals. You can imagine them in the grand finals, of course. And here they are, facing off. We're going to have to see which world champ wants it more, which world champ's new team is really the team in North America, and they still have a tough road ahead of them after this. They've got to face down Nemesis, and they would also have to face down Orange Juicers in our grand finals. But here we go. Game number 1, Luminosity, your purple team. G, your orange team.
I like this little escort of the Phalanx here to prevent anything from the invade. It might be, any number of these G Pokemon can go across the way, and they've been known to do it here. Otter and Joey have been a very good dynamic duo in this bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of games are decided by whether or not you can get your top path online and get it strong, and then, of course, whether or not your bottom path is gelling together. We saw it earlier in the Orange Juicers. There's talk of Flareons and Zugrug in that bottom path, and, of course, Otter in this bottom path with Joey. That's another huge combination as we head to the top path here. OG getting a little low on HP.
One thing I want to mention, Slash has been in this bottom path by themselves for the first full minute of this game. Hasn't gotten knocked out yet, gotten some stacks in, if you can believe it.
Yeah, I mean, Slash has been playing kind of out of his mind on Defender throughout a lot of this tournament. Lutano, we could see him being chased away here. Interestingly enough, we are not seeing the Hyper Voice, which actually plays pretty well into Phalanx, but, Mystical Fire is just good into just about anything.
Yeah, it kind of covers everything else. Nice engagement. Caught on the wall is the Lucario and quickly dispatched up, and Luminosity Gaming decides to push forward very quickly.
Yeah, pushing forward and putting some points in early. Mime not able to finish this out here as we have Dodrio making their way to this top path. They have evolved. We do see the tri-attack. We do see the correct number of hats, not the correct number of bandanas.
अगर ये जंगल इनवर्ड आ भी जाए तो भी चुतिया पोकेमॉन लेके आ रहा
Lutano jumping back
XP share के साथ आ रहा है
Joey because Zealot is already taking the Acelgor buff for themselves. I know some people call it purple. It's blue.
It's blue, baby, as we head down to the bottom path. Cram also blue and also in a lot of trouble. It looks like they're going to try to fight at this goal zone. Nice big Hurricane is going to push them off right here. Some players deciding to play air slash dive still, but Hurricane, it gives you that amazing knockup. So since this move has been buffed, you're seeing more and more.
ये diver Hurricane खेल रहा है भाई.
यही खेलते हैं.
Yeah, Otter speaking to them again before and after that interview on stage said, if I had Hurricane dive in our first game, I think we would have won even harder when they were talking about that first game against Nihao. So definitely their preferred loadout for that. Quick dispatching though of the Blissey and more points going in for who else but LG.
Yeah, I mean, LG looking pretty good here, up 82-38. It looks like they're winning a lot of these fights. It's an interesting, eject Meteor Mash on the Lucario there, just really looking for that Phalanx. Not able to find it, though. It is able to make it back. We do see the extreme speed here, and we're going to have to see how that works when it runs into this Clefable. It could be a real mess for G.
Well,
bottom lane is dead.
Overlord for LG, and they got a quick KO streak of 2 with JL in their pocket. Now we're pivoting over to Regirock. Slash. Moving forward. Woodhammer does find their target. OG moving forward, and Regirock getting very low. Dive Cramp comes in, still secured by OG, and that's what you expect out of Lucario that's been sitting in the pocket for so long.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, but of course, top path is doing great for Luminosity, right? So G had a good fight here in this bottom path, able to get that. Ooh! Overlord goes down on a sliver, and Leo is still around, really disappointed. Not able to walk this Regielekian. We can now see Lutano making their way through the central area of G, and now just going to have to fight this Sylveon for a little bit and then pull back.
Yeah, kind of a unique engagement there by Black. Actually stepped up into Lutano's kitchen. After HP for it. Meanwhile, Zealot is keeping a good eye on what's going on in the middle here, but it just feels like Luminosity, left to their own devices, are just going to be able to creep ahead.
Yeah, it feels like Luminosity is just winning the war of attrition here. Little battles back and forth. G has some good opportunities, but they are going to be running more and more into these full team fights. And with Clefable around, I think it's going to be a little tough for G to engage. We're going to have to see them play around Gravity as we see this fight start. Nice big wood hammer here, looking for the mime, and they are able to get it.
Great engagement to just seal everybody up. JL actually rolls their Unite move here, and they're going to roll around. Here comes the rest of the team. Tons of damage being put in. A little bit of HP topped off by the Blitz Assistants. We're rolling back, though, and it's 2 players down in a heartbeat for LG. G coming alive.
तू भाई पीछे आ जा।
Scores in this bottom path, bringing them up to 123. I'm now trying to defend it. Looks like they're going to be able to. We had the Dodrio peel towards that tier 2 goal zone, hoping to score kind of as that tier 1 went down. Not able to happen, but they are able to steal away this buff. And this kind of Dodrio gaming feels very reminiscent of what we see out of Japan with Dodrio and a lot of their Pokemon, to be fair. They're very aggressive in the enemy central area. Dodrio, though, Tri-Attack Dodrio specifically, does an amazing job of just making their way into the center and stealing away all those beautiful buffs.
Slash caught fast forward, 4 players there to cut them off, and now Eggnoob's leading the charge. We'll see if the rest of the G squad follows. Regirock's already at half, and it doesn't really seem like anybody else is going to be able to entertain this except for Eggnoob. If they want to make a play on it, they go in and they take it. Why not? And Eggnoob now pops the X speed, and they're just trying to run away. Like that almost was white collar crime. That was holy. That was like a version of tax evasion of Pokemon Unite. How do you get away with that?
Nah, it wasn't a white collar crime. They did get in trouble for it, actually. So turned into a blue collar crime, apparently, as we head to the top path here. I love seeing the players in a moment like that. You know, when you get let's go. A moment like that is amazing.
That's kind of been the recipe for success for G versus LG, right? Like GT was kind of Luminosity's kryptonite for the longest time, and there's a lot of these players, and it might be a different squad on LG. They're still wearing that banner. Slash coming through. They want this Regieleki to go. We used Zealot, you Unite move in the back. And now Slash, can they hold it down? Though Drew forced to retreat, but the rest of the team is there. Bliss Scissors back onto the tree, and Slash picks it up, and now they're getting the KOs, and the Regieleki hits, and they have an overdunk opportunity here if they can get anybody with massive points up top.
Yeah, and it looks like we're stacking up on this Blissey right now, making sure that those heals are going to be massive. Slash deciding, yeah, okay, I will score here. Get a couple hammers for Lord before you end up trying to take me down.
But Slash still hanging in the pocket. Their HP topped off. Great work by Eggnoob to keep them that way. Slash is going to get out. Slash is level 11.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real back-and-forth match, and just when I thought Luminosity Gaming kind of had control of this thing, G has found multiple team fights that have looked incredible for them. Obviously, this Lucario's in a lot of trouble, stuck inside Gravity, no way to escape.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, right? When OG of 2 versions, they're a little bit too far forward, not enough firepower. They get caught instantly. Black going to eat a 2-step and get put down for that dance maneuver they tried to pull off. Lutano wants to go with the 60 banger in for the setup, the big overdunk. Slash is there, but they finally get KO'd. Now they're ransacking a goal zone here. Zealot can't really make an approach in, but Eggnoob's going to egg bomb, can't stop anyone. OG's trying to get on top of Overlord. Zealot's going to pick up the pace there, and this goal zone is incredibly low.
Wow, I mean, Overlord escaping right there feels very criminal. The shield from Razor Leaf, I think, is what really let them get away from that Dodrio there. I love the re-engage from Zealot, but you're going into Overlord, and you got a little outplayed in your own central area.
Now, at least Luminosity's pivoting onto the Regieleki there. It's going to force all of G to pivot with them. Regieleki is going to fly towards that goal zone there for them. Fight popping off here. We've got 5 seconds left till Ray. We got the engagement. We're popping Unite moves. 2 players down for G. Luminosity looking to pivot. Caught behind the wall. OG is stunned. Can they close the door on the target? This is OG on the run. Luminosity's on the hunt. This dog is about to get put down in a mean way. That's a whole team wipe.
Wow, they wiped the entire team. Regieleki walks, giving them a Zapdos victory. Remote Stadium is back. Luminosity Gaming is back. As they take a commanding fight there. There's still a minute and a half on the clock. G is coming back to fight here. 2 members of Luminosity down, but they're way behind on the scoreboard. They're going to need to make some big plays. Black in trouble right here, but actually able to pull out. If Overlord goes down, this could be massive for G.
There's still over a minute left, so plenty of time to make some magic happen here, but they need to fill those pockets and they need to get together because that timer on those 2 players they had is about to expire. It looks like they're going for a little rip maneuver here as Joey's trying to find their way in, but Lutano with half HP sitting outside of the Rayquaza pit. They're looking to make a move in. Maybe they do, but it's still taken by OG. Whole team standing. Now they need to scramble and score. We're going to rip these shields up. That's what we're going to try and do. Slash is trapped. The rest of the team needs to go make it, but not in a lot of full pockets, Spraggles.
Yeah, I mean, a shield is down here for Black, not even able to score. Eggnoob scores a little, but not enough. We've got Lucario in that central area here. OG, I believe they have a shield as they're going to try to bounce top, but I'm not sure exactly where they're going to move. Here we go. Nice eject button. They're going to score, but they're still behind here. 440 to 606. We've only got a shield on Lucario, and they're going to need to find some points.
They need to find points. They need to get to the gut goal zone because they're down by 150 here. 160, excuse me. OG shield is 6 in, but they are miles behind in this race, Spraggles. And now that the Unite moves and LG is back up, they're looking to seal this thing, and it looks all but not.
Yeah, I mean, what a refight there from G, taking Rayquaza after Luminosity already scored in the home goal zone. There just was not enough that they could do. Remember, I think is what really let them get away from that Dodrio there. I love the re-engage from Zealot, but you're going into Overlord and you got a little outplayed in your own central area.
भाई तुम बंद करोगे मैच में आओ
It's going to force all of G to pivot. Regialecki's going to fly towards that goal zone there for them. Is now it might be a fight popping off here. We've got 5 seconds left till Ray. We got the engagement. We're popping Unite moves. 2 players down for G. Luminosity looking to pivot. Caught behind till Ray. We got goal zone G to pivot with them. Regialecki's going to fly towards that goal zone there for them. Is now it might be a fight popping off here. We've got 5 seconds left till Ray. We got the engagement. We're popping Unite moves. 2 players down for G. Luminosity looking to pivot. Caught behind the wall. OG is stunned. Can they close the door on them? Lutano looks for the next target. They take out Eggnoob, and it's just OG on the run. Luminosity's on the hunt. This dog
tired. Victory.
Great game 1 win for LG, but we have to tip the cap a little bit to G.
They
were fighting from behind almost that entire game, and we're finding ways to creep back in and really make it a showdown at the end. The problem that happened with G, in my opinion, is LG made the
भाई क्या बंदे आए हैं भाई ना गोल रुक पाते हैं बड़े लोग कुछ करते हैं मादर
middle and make a play on the Rayquaza off the rim.
Well, you have to love the aggression from Luminosity, right? You know, you have this
एक लाख 48,000 डैमेज है भाई ओवरलोड का 1.5 लाख डैमेज 1.5 लाख डैमेज वाला ओवरलोड का क्या ही खेल रहा है ओवरलॉर्ड डोडो फेंक रहे हैं ना पर पिछला मैच पता है ओवरलॉर्ड ने लीव क्यों लेके कितना डैमेज दिया है 1.5 लाख अरे वो टेस्ट उसने अभी तक जितने भी गेम हुए हैं एक गेम छोड़ के हर गेम 1.20 से ऊपर डैमेज दिया है हर गेम 1.20 से ऊपर हाँ उसमें 72 के था वरना हर गेम इतना ही डैमेज आएगा उसका
kind of the key. I mean, it's been on a winning rampage, and Joey, who
पिछला गेम तो बहुत खतरनाक था भाई 2 मिनट पे उन्होंने फाइट ली सीधा मेन बेस से गोटम घुसा गोल डाले इनको जी वालों को एक बार जाके मिला बैठा के
Yeah, we're going to see these next two picks. JL
LG वालों ने मस्त
could
खेला
be hovering over towards that hoopa. We may again see Clefable. I mean, look, I think Clefable is a little underrated, right? I think it's kind of criminally underrated by the community. It got one little buff and everyone got scared. And it looks like it's doing pretty well for Luminosity. Final pick over to G.
भाई लेकिन LG वाले पता है LG का मिस्टर मैन खेल रहे हैं
also doesn't like Clefable. For some reason, Flower Trick doesn't work in Gravity. I don't know why. It's not a dash. I honestly am not sure. If any of the developers are listening right now,
just Unite things.
Hashtag why is this happening, Unite? Why does Flower Trick get canceled by Gravity? I don't know, but it does.
Who does know? Not us.
Not us.
Someone,
that's for sure.
Definitely out there. Let's take a
I'd
look
argue
at these
maybe no one.
I mean, I like that Luminosity, it shows that they've done some homework. They're willing to be malleable. They're not subscribing to pre-subscribed notions of which supporters are good, which are not. I think Clefable's in a great spot.
Yeah.
It serves its role. It serves its purpose. It does well enough. Which is kind of how all the supports really should operate, right?
Yeah.
Like corner case specific or even, you know, have broader applications. But you're never super down and out because of one pick on the other side.
And I have to wonder, I have not seen this interaction myself, I have to wonder how Clefable will work into that Phalanx. I wonder if Phalanx is also shut down. I would feel like a lot of its lunges are going to be shut down completely by Gravity here. This could be a huge counter to Phalanx that a lot of people are just not on.
The best way to counter a super powerful attacker, if you can do that in your support role, that is critical, right? Other examples would include Clefable against Leafeon, Clefable against Dodrio. I mean, all of them do well. I mean, Eldegoss, Cotton Spore into a Dodrio, into those engagement Pokemon. When you can have that on your support, you're in good shape.
And here we are heading into game number 2, Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. G, your orange team, and everything is on the line for G right now. If they want to go to Worlds, they are going to have to win right here. They need to take Luminosity Gaming down because they are not qualified through championship points like some of our other teams.
Yeah, JL scrambling across because they are stacking on this Clefable to ramp up the healing that Moonlight can do. Overlord quickly dispatching of some of these players, and now they're going to get all their stacks in. I mean, a couple stacks on Overlord already bodes well for LG.
Interestingly enough, you know, you talked about Razor Leaf and Solar Blade, and there you go. You've got Overlord on the Solar Blade, so it looks like very team comp dependent, you know, which moveset he wants to bring out.
Again, the strength of not only Leafeon, but the other EVs we've talked about. When you can go into the well, choose any moveset, you know, Slash on Tree is another great example of that. Having those options available really makes your draft look and feel more robust.
Yeah, and here we are in this top path. We do have Clefable evolved now. It is level 4, so it has Moonlight. They're pushing onto this goal zone possibly again. Here comes a big-time Solar Blade as they're moving forward looking for some stacks, and they're going to get them.
They're going to get a bunch of them. OG, I mean, Phalanx, you know, a donk with 5 dinks gets sorted out by 4 real players real quick, and that's exactly what happened. 3, because I can count.
And look at that nice secure there from Agnew. I mean, this is just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse for the side of G, but those secures have been pretty incredible. As we see Overlord continuing to stack up, you're laughing at the Phalanx flying through the air.
I'm laughing at the Phalanx springboarding over. What was that animation? Overlord, if not fully stacked up, at least at 5 right now, and that is going to be a problem because doing that before 8 minutes means they can go bully, and that's exactly what they intend on doing. Solar Blade actually misses there. A rare duff by Overlord, but the next one finds its mark, and Phalanx is down.
Yeah, I mean, look at this right here. Looking for something with this Flower Trick, but it is not going to matter. Another KO here. And just as we talked about, you know, those stacks are huge, especially early. When you're able to fully stack an attack weight early, this isn't true for every Pokemon based on their attack stat, but you're essentially gaining multiple levels, sometimes 5, 6 levels for a Pokemon in the attack stat category. Early, that just means quick, easy KOs for your carry.
Lutano and JL ready to go here. Black in the wings to make a move. They jump on top of JL. The gravity's down. The stomps are happening. Almost sorting out Black by themselves is the support player here. Now JL is low and the Blaziken goes down. The chase is on OG. Would love to get another one here because they need to catch up on level, Spraggles. They need to do it quickly.
And it looks like they're doing well on score right here as they're pushing towards this top goal zone. We have Meowscarada moving to the central area of Luminosity. I thought they might come to the top path, but it looks like they're just going to see what they can take on their own. Black in a little bit of trouble as the Hyper Voice comes in. Here comes the Unite move from Otter. Looking to see if they can get this secure, and they do not. Phalanx is able to pick it up.
Yeah, but they're going to get KO'd again. We saw this happen in game 1 when they take an objective. They almost get KO'd instantly by LG. Almost LG preferring to A-press this team down rather than contend for the objectives themselves. Now Slash has to babysit this goal zone with Black and hope things don't get too crazy.
Yeah, you know, speaking to your point about these objective fights, if a team has used all of their moves, you know, all of their strongest things on the objective to secure it, and the other team is just waiting for those moves to be down to move in and fight, then yeah, they can play around those objectives just like that, deciding not to actually take the fight and instead deciding to, you know, fight after the objective goes down. Nice, easy to secure there for Luminosity.
Yeah, and I've noticed Joey also getting on the KO board a little bit with a couple notches on their belt. So everybody's playing a part in dealing with this G squad, and that was a lot of resources expended to sort out a lone Overlord there when they had 3 players. So they need to make something out of this.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the big things that people need to realize in Unite is that sometimes these big time feels like you're using a lot for them, right? But that is such a high level player on the other side. The catch-up experience is delicious on a hot dog, and it's even better with some of these lower level Pokemon on your side. If you're able to pick up a level 10 and you're, let's say, a level 8 or something like that, it's a huge EXP swing.
Yeah, and something these teams need to consider, but again, you need to leverage those moments. You can't just have it be about experience, because then you're just trying to catch up on the experience race, but you're not stressing the team in any other way. So when you do pick off an Overlord, try and turn chicken scratch into chicken salad.
Yeah, there we go. Finding a nice little flower trick onto Lutano right there. We also see the Phalanx moving in. Here comes big time Cramorant. Meowscarada Unite as well.
They're going to collapse on top of this Cramorant. Black CH able to lay a ton of damage in onto Luminosity Gaming. They're still with 2 players down. And G's on the hunt now. This is trying to make something happen for them. And they're keeping the scoreboard close as well. So that pick on Overlord is materializing into a lot of stuff for them.
Yeah, that pick on Overlord could turn into some nice points on that Scorelord, baby, as they are moving forward here. Another nice pick on Overlord. And we're looking at the scoreboard right now, 178, 162, incredibly close. Both teams with a tier 1 goal zone up as Sylveon puts in 40 points there and breaks the goal zone. Luminosity now up 218.
Zealot, though, has been playing this Pokemon incredibly well. This Meowscarada being able to get the best of Overlord a couple times in a row now. Overlord not going to take that sitting down. They go straight after Zealot, and they get popped against the wall with a little help from Mr. Mime. Slash is going to hang out and see what they can do without the team here as Overlord is looking to work on Regirock, but Trevenant's such a presence, able to just go straight at them.
Yeah, and there we go. Slash and Overlord fighting alone at this Regirock. It's, you know, exciting to see these 2 champs face off in this way. Slash is just playing out of his mind on his defenders today. And then you have Overlord, one of the best carries in the game. Regirock with the assist right there, dropping the rocks on top of Overlord. As this fight is still continuing, now Zealot entering the fray.
Zealot entering the fray, but Slash has zoned these 2 players out so well. Joey and Overlord by themselves. Cram Unite right in the middle, and so's the Mr. Mime Unite. We're popping Solar Beam, Hyper Beam rolled by the Clefable, and that might be the difference here. KO streak of 2 for JL. They're making that work for them. Regirock sitting about 25%. Slash still looking to zone. Woodhammer comes out, but they can actually push. And now in the backline is OG. Overlord goes down, and now G is going to be all over this Regirock. It's just Sylveon buying time for Lutana, who's back in the mix. We're just screaming at him, Spragos. Make him bleed for the ears, but that tree ain't got no ears. Regirock back at full. G needs to set up again.
Yeah, G has to set this up again, and down goes Slash. That tree might not have ears, but it is gone, baby, gone, as Regirock is getting taken down in this bottom path. That was a back and forth fight for the ages. Regirock finally secured by Luminosity.
I need to take a deep breath. This game is close, my friend. Couple level 13s on the side of G. Zealot making this Meowscarada their own, stepping in, looking great. We've got 15 seconds till Ray. What can G do to shake this thing out their direction?
I mean, it's so close, right? 218, 182. G can just find a score at any moment right here. And it looks like Luminosity getting a little aggressive here towards the side of G. Perhaps they're, seeing if they can find someone out of position here. Slash getting in trouble. Pretty low on HP. The double team Meowscarada jumping in, not able to do much. Joey uniting just about nothing right there.
OG straight in the middle. They're got no retreating, but they are in fact retreating. Crammy adjusted, re-ejected, ejected. Down is Crammy. Uses their Unite move and they're trying to smother somebody. They get Leafy on. That's Overlord down. 2 players down on the side of Luminosity Gaming. G looking to pivot. KO Shrika 2 for Zealot coming alive on the Kitty Cat. Going right back into the middle. This Rayquaza is getting low. They just need to secure this thing. JL's going to make a move in along with the rest of the squad, going to smother them. All they need to do is press JL and take this Rayquaza. How is JL still standing? KO Shrika 4 for Zealot. And now G scrambling and scoring and trying to push this thing to 3.
Yeah, G looking for some points, and they've got some huge shields, and we're going to see what they can do. The botched Unite move from the Mime may have been the difference maker in that fight as the points start to rain in. That's 120 in the top, 100 from the Trevenant. We've got Hundo Burgers with cheese. I mean, it's a cookout right now. Luminosity Gaming, you're not invited.
I mean, this failing seems to be a difference maker on whatever team they are on. OG engaging on Luminosity almost by themselves, but then Black heroically comes in, eject button, cram Unite, sending Luminosity kind of scrambling. Now they can't pursue on OG. They have to deal with the problem at hand, which was the cram, and G collapses on Luminosity once they make a move.
Yeah, what a great fight there from G. And it really does feel like it kind of came down to some odd moments from Luminosity to start that fight. You had a beautiful Meowscarada Unite move followed up by Flower Trick resetting every time. And they were able to continue that reset chain and take a big win here. We're going to game 3.
I really like how Black was using the Cram Unite as like a utility. Almost like a signal flare to their own team. Like, this is what we're doing now. And Cram Unite is so strong. If you're caught in it and you can't get out, your best option is literally to try and take the Cramorant out. However, because the focus fire was always in on Black because they were using it at great times, the rest of G got to move in unimpeded. We saw it multiple times that game, and that's exactly how the Ray fight shook down as well.
Yeah, I mean, really great stuff there, and we're heading to a game 3.
This guy couldn't have asked for more.
You want a game 3
yes,
between these two teams. You want the world champs to head to a game 3 against the world champs. I mean, it's very, very exciting to see. A lot on the line for these two teams. I feel like, of course, even more on the line for G. Right?
ये तो बंद
If
होने
G
के
can
बाद
win this,
टूर्नामेंट
if G can
खत्म
make
के
their way
साथ ही
through
बंद
this
होएगी
losers bracket, there's a
भाई
reality
जी कितना आस्था ना ब्रो
qualifies for Worlds and Luminosity doesn't.
I know. I'm like gassed to the gills about this matchup. You can literally see the two faces of this tournament going down right now. On the side of Luminosity, it's all of the players that should get it done.
Yes.
And on the left side, it's all the spoil sports. They need to win the thing, right? They have absolutely nothing to lose. There's no expectations they've put on their shoulders, but now they're squaring up against some former teammates, and they have a real shot to sour the milk.
Hey, we saw that right there. The Mime Unite was chasing down the Crammer, but it just was not able to make anything happen right there. Then we had that beautiful Cram Unite, as you talked about. Real focus fire from the side of Luminosity, but Meowscarada just coming in and finding KO after KO after KO.
again, the flower tricks were there, but once the signal was thrown up, you immediately saw the Meowscarada Unite come, and as that was terminating, bang, Bliss assistance, and they were able to get the KO streak of 4. Excellent, excellent team fight out of G. I'll argue the best one we've seen out of them today.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, you know, I love the patience of them. You saw them around Rayquaza, the table right there, and they're like, everybody calm down, take a breath. We got some
Good night, bro.
timers. We're okay.
तेरे वॉच पार्टी में भूल गया कल सुबह जल्दी जाना है.
Flower trick can secure the KO. And then we can focus on Rayquaza because the worst
तो
thing
भाई
that could
जाओ
happen
सो जाओ दोपहर को आओ कल.
boosted attack,
ठीक है
very
बहुत
gravity,
2 गेम मरवा
Unite
दिया.
move that they just didn't notice Clefable
ये
had.
भाई
All of a
दूसरा
sudden,
गेम
Ghost
सिक्योर
Combat
करके दिया
flies
तेरे
out
को.
and takes Ray.
Exactly.
अब बंदे ही चूतिए थे तो मैं क्या करूँगा.
I mention this because it's like the two faces of OG as well. OG had a flank with Phalanx and actually peeled back on top to join the team, which is different than every other time we've seen OG in a Ray fight. They've either just dominated by backdooring the other team because they've been so large. They get caught and then it's kind of over before it began.
गांजा फूक ले उसके बाद देख
A little bit of
ले.
index of what was going on and decided, okay, this is not the flank moment. Joined up for the team and actually set up the first domino to knock down the rest, and really kind of was the bait.
Bro, कौन है G वाला GW वाली कौन है वो बंदा?
Because of how well the rest of the fight.
मस्त होता है. स्क्वार्टल की हेडसेट रखी है.
Obviously these players are crushing out, but I feel like Phalanx
उन कार्टून लग रहा है.
here, and I've wanted Phalanx to be in this meta for so long. I was hoping it was going to be a thing. One interesting thing, I mean, completely absent, which a lot of people were saying could be a possibility really, is Tyranitar.
Yeah.
We've seen it here or there, but just like we saw with the Japanese regionals a couple weekends ago, it's not a huge force in coordinated play.
Yeah, which is a bit of a surprise. I mean, you talk about LG in their previous matchup to this one. They first picked Tyranitar in that matchup. Let's taking a look at Zealot, player of the game, and that's no real question. They were coming unglued, and they were, you know, it's rare that it happens, so we got to call it out when it does. They were gapping Overlord that game.
Yeah, they had some really great moments in that match. And of course, the 4 KOs at the end, I think, really put it over the top here, right? I am so happy to see Meowscarada. I was actually talking to Zealot before the tournament. And, you know, I like to pry. You know, I'm like, what's the strategy? What are you guys doing? What's going to be the secret sauce for your team? And he said, Meowscarada. He was like, I'm bringing out Meowscarada. A lot of these teams don't know how to play against it, and we can win with it.
Well, they just showed it right. Well, we did see it kind of swing both ways here.
Of course.
So is this a well they're going to go back to? I think they have enough composure and ability within this team to say if it's not the time for Meowscarada to step away from it, right, and give themselves the best chance to win. I know that G is having fun, but they want to win. Like, they definitely want to win, so they're not going to throw it away with a
तो bro, कल भी आज की तरह stream चालू कर दे शाम को.
Meowscarada being on the radar is phenomenal. It's a fun Pokemon to watch.
Mostly कल शायद टूर्नामेंट है, तो उसके चक्कर में क्या था टूर्नामेंट स्ट्रीम कर दो है. 3:30 बजे.
It's been hard to get a read from them all day. I don't think things have been as easy as maybe they.
तो खत्म हो जाएगी ना bro जल्दी शायद पता नहीं.
क्या watch party
in this game 3 for
watch party करने वाला है क्या?
कल मतलब कल पता नहीं मैच देखूंगा मोस्टली तो नहीं करूंगा आज हो गए ऑलमोस्ट अच्छे मैच का सब.
हाँ तो अगर कल शाम को चालू करेगा ब्रो तेरे होने तक तो मेरी नशा उतर जाएगी.
शाम को ही करूंगा कल तो मोस्टली रैंक वगैरह खेलेंगे.
Everything is on the line for both of these teams. This match means so much. Luminosity can still qualify for Worlds even if they don't win this whole thing. G has got to win this whole thing. But again, the spoiler of G, if they win, that would
match दिखा दे यार.
Zoro America is G, Nemesis, and Orange Juicers knocking out Luminosity. This game is monumental.
It absolutely is, and there is nobody that would rather do that to Luminosity than the folks on G right now.
Oh, yes.
Slash and company are playing motivated. They're also having fun, so feeling light, and that's something you've called out. when a team is kind of grooving and feeling and clicking a little bit and hasn't put too much pressure on them, they are dangerous. First pick T-Tar, we're back, baby. We're doing stuff.
We were just talking about Tyranitar. We're going to see if G has an answer for this.
Yep.
G has been fighting really well in a lot of these team fights. And then you look across the way, the last thing you want to fight is that Tyranitar in some of these bigger fights. Looking at the other side, they're saying, all right, you're grabbing the T-Tar, we're taking away your Leafeon. So you don't get to play one of your favorite Pokemon here, Overlord. Sorry, buddy. On the other side, we've got Cramorant coming back out. Black looked great on Cram last match.
Really did, but Black also great on like Sylveon has been having great games. We saw them have that amazing Delphox game earlier. Sylveon is a Pokemon that even back in the Espeon days of a few months ago, Black was like, I just think Sylveon's better. And things are kind of proven to break Black's way as Sylveon has been incredibly, incredibly good. No way. We're off the reservation.
All right, Buzzwole's coming back. Let's face it, dropped out of the meta, but it didn't get her. I mean, yes, it's late game was hurt, but it's still a great Pokemon. Throughout 90% of the game, it's about the same thing.
LG का पूरा गेम है bro. पूरा
game. I feel like we've seen it in a minute. At least its Cotton Spore is going to be able to deal with how Overlord wants to maneuver in here. Might get a couple stuns on Lutano as well. Black's still getting their Sylveon regardless. A decent draft out of both teams, and I think they've got some tools to win.
It's going to be really interesting to see how Tyranitar plays into Buzzwole, because I never get to see it. I never get to see Buzzwole anymore, and of course I see Tyranitar all day, every day. But I just don't know how
Bro, ने मिस्टर मैम कभी छोड़ा था क्या? शायद कभी ना छोड़ा.
Dominate Tyranitar early. I mean, that's just, if it doesn't, this is a catastrophic pick for the side of G. But I have to assume it's going to do very, very well early.
If there's anything that EU has taught us, specifically in the hands of Potato, Buzzwole, when it gets ahead and it's on a competent player, it is oppressive and it is brutal to try and climb past. Now, if Buzzwole has such a good top lane against this Tyranitar, as
इसके बाद होएगा जो इनका जीतेगा उसका होएगा उससे.
Because if you can get ahead, and I mean miles ahead, what Pokemon is actually going to be able to contend?
और उसके जोन में जीतेगा उसका है ग्रैंड फाइनल.
Difficult. There's not a lot.
Yeah. Another question is, how does Luminosity want to play that top path? How do they want to play their Tyranitar? There's a lot of value to sending Tyranitar through that central area so they can get a extra experience. Sometimes a Pokemon that needs 9, you might not be able to get it pre your first spot or top ready either way. So you might want to follow more of that experience. I actually love playing Dodrio in Path, so I don't think it's wild at all to see it run to that top path, and that actually is where it's heading. Tyranitar to the center, so they're going to try to funnel as much experience into T-Tar as they possibly can. The sooner that thing is online, the sooner they can do something here. On the other side, G's got that Leafeon, which actually shuts it down pretty well early as we get ready for our game number 3. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. G, your orange team, and everything is on the line for G right here, and a lot of things are on the line for Luminosity. We could see a world's shakeup through this match.
We absolutely can. We're pushing back. We're pushing forward. 3-on-2 here as OG is coming through. Fun fact, Phalanx at NAIC in the final strength has a 75% win rate, but only a 14% ban rate so far. That is wild.
That's a very high win rate. It's almost 3/4.
Yes, but 1/4 less than a perfect win rate, which I'm told is 100.
We're still checking the data on that, but of course, we'll get it to you as soon as we possibly have it. Lutano up in this top path. We see JL here with them. 4 members of Luminosity in this top path for this fight.
I like this quite a bit. Immediately knocked down is Overlord, but they're going to get good experience onto Lutano, and that's the goal. OG, though, looking to push, as OG is level 5 and actually outpacing the central. Oh, poached and put down as JL. OG goes for the follow-up. They get the KO.
Yeah, here we go. Beautiful stuff here as Black is scoring in this top path. Overlord is back, but he's only level 4. They're going to push him off this goal zone. Big-time pickup and set him down here for OG, the superpower from the Buzzwole. That level 5 is massive. It's such a huge early power spike, and they are just grabbing Overlord, doing exactly what they want to do, looking for a big-time KO, however, not able to secure it right there. What they have been able to secure is they've been able to secure every wild Pokemon in that top path.
G is using this Buzzwole exactly as you want it to. Six and I was gonna say 6.5, 6 1/4, 6 2/3, 6 7/8.
I lost you halfway through the 6 conversation there, but I think you got there. Somewhere I think you made it.
I then ticked over to 7. Know that one. Zealot still moving through. Hasn't really shown up to be too dominating yet. It's really been the Buzzwole show, but them being at level 8 already is going to be a problem holding onto that Unite.
And this is something we talked about with Tyranitar just a moment ago. I mean, look at this thing. Only level 6 right here, like 6.5, 6 3/4, 6 5/8. You know, it's just kind of low right here, but a huge
विकेट दे दी भाई उसने.
What a massive swing right there. If Leafeon doesn't go down, this goes the other way completely. What a beautiful drill pack.
Yeah, but getting the Leafeon is a great consolation prize for Luminosity Gaming. Good experience for them as we are still trying to get Lutano online behind the first Reggie showing up. Slash is immediately working on Registeel. JL on their pocket Hoopa looking to find a way in here. Overlord sitting above, but Egnoob is harassing them with an A-press. Slash goes straight through, secured quickly by Zealot.
Yes.
That's why you choose Solar Blade, as now JL is forced to retreat, and so is Otter.
Yeah, really great stuff here from G. You know, they had that unfortunate moment for them in that engagement, but you still look across the way, there's no Tyranitar. So they're in great shape. That's going to change very, very soon here, however. We have level 8 for Lutano. As soon as he ticks over to 9, the game shifts dramatically, and now we're fighting around the raid boss that is Tyranitar. We're going to see how they want to play this thing. It's been interesting watching Tyranitar because it really has been up and down. I can't say whether or not it's super powerful competitively, but Luminosity believe in it.
Listen, Luminosity has chosen a team fighting comp, and they are getting smushed in these team fights. And really, the better secure tools, especially in that Solar Blade, really reside with G. Sieging this goal zone, and they're going to be able to put some points in too. I mean, they are moving right now.
Wow, look at OG right there. How beautiful was that? Hoopa came through the portal, immediately snatched up, put down with a massive Unite move. Overlord in some trouble right here, being picked up mid-air after they used their Unite move. Not able to get a huge takedown on the top path either, as we see Egnoob just being pushed away from that top goal zone. 16 points on the side of Luminosity, 203 on the side of G. Every fight's been going their way, but Tyranitar is on the battlefield.
Tyranitar needs to make a difference, and Joey has saved Overlord twice this game by using their walls to separate OG from another Overlord KO. Nice engagement there. Egnoob is getting low. They actually take to the skies, Cotton Cloud crash, and now might be able to make it out. Overlord comes in, but the Cotton Spore pops up Overlord, and that's something we were talking about earlier. So now Egnoob feels confident. They go back in. Slash is there for the pickup, forcing out the Cram Unite, but now they're caught in a nightmare here. Trevor Unite is used, and now Lutano's in the mix. They're trying to build the rocks around this team and smash their heads against them, but they are not successful, just leaving with the Slash KO.
Yeah, really wild fight there from both squads, and it felt like both had moments where multiple members could go down, but they played that so well. Down here in this bottom path, Registeel just being ripped apart. The Sand Tomb is here. The confusions are out. We're looking for the secure, and it's the Dodrio with the drill pack.
Nice low engagement on to the Leafeon, but they're able to make it out. Rings are unbound, so JL wants to make some magic happen on this pad. Hornleech downstairs going to pick up a KO on Tyranitar at the very least. Solar Blade comes through, and they're actually holding this goal zone down. Buzzwole is still sandbagging their Unite. They sort out Otter quickly. They're going straight back in his Black CH. They got Overlord popping their Unite move, and now they're going after OG. They want to try to make the differential here. The Solar Blade misses. OG saved by another Joey Wall.
Beautiful stuff there. I mean, Overlord barely making it out of that crazy situation. These fights have been so intense. You can see how much these teams want it and what a high level they are playing at right here. Many other players would go down in some of these moments, but you're just seeing Overlord somehow make it out of that. The jump kick right over the head and somehow able to just, you know, scoot through that barrier on their side as we now have another fight possibly breaking out. Lutano ready to jump in with that Sand Tomb. Here comes the Tyranitar Unite. He's stomping. Here's the Cram Unite, and they've got this zoned out pretty dang well.
Yeah, and honestly, that forced the Solar Blade out early just because they couldn't risk getting any closer, and that ringed out to be true. Reggie Alecki's going to hit, so now they have to do their battle math here, get as many points in as possible. people, and they're going to be able to do a pretty darn good job.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. They also held it for just a second, probably discussing math for a moment, when then they realized they both had 50. They also can just hold it to make sure there's less experience on the top path for G, as they are now looking to farm up, get all of their levels. We have a level 12 Tyranitar, level 12 Dodrio. A lot of Pokemon sitting right on the cusp of their big power shift. Dodrio just about to have that 13, and they do move over to it. Tyranitar's 13 is massive. You need this raid boss to be 13, and they've got about 35 seconds to do it before Ray.
We're going to see if they look to contest over this basement Reggie. It is a Reggie Rock, which is a good one. It is quickly getting tapped on by Luminosity Gaming just to see if anybody will play ball. Like New plays far forward, actually gets hit by a Reggie Rock themselves. Reggie Rock now at half. We're moving forward here, diving out as Otter, and now Reggie Rock has the position. Oh, we're forcing out the Mime Unite on top of Reggie Rock as well. Trevi Knight goes back the other way, but we're starting to get knocked out here. Secured by Solid connectivity on top of KOs. One player down, that's Otter. JL pops their rings unbound. We've got 3 seconds till Ray, who's actually going to make a move.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. Dodrio in a lot of trouble, but they are able to pull back here. Slash looking for that bird, but not able to find it. The hyperspace hole is going to send them on home. And now we're going to see how G wants to play this thing. They are up, but they did see a huge Unite move used by Mime. They've got almost nothing in the tank on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Does G want to take this fight, or do they want to hold it? The longer they hold it, the more opportunity they have for Luminosity to get their Unite moves back. And it looks like some of their team fights have slightly been heading their way since Tyranitar hit the map. It's also level 13.
Quickly, Lutano is getting identified and put the pressure on here as they're really pivoting towards that tier 1 goal zone that they still have up. Joey puts down a portal, going to reset a whole bunch of the squad. So now we're going to settle in.
Last hit किसको मिलने वाला है guys? Last hit पे जा रहा है.
Right here, huge move the Sand Tomb. Black's in a little bit of trouble being pulled back. As Black goes down.
Buzzwole comes straight in, pick up, put down. It's the OG show, and puts Cotton Sport back into the middle of the board. On no HP, you can't even see the blue in that bar. Slash gets spun up by the Rayquaza, put down by Tyranitar, and now Luminosity has 5-on-3 going, and Eggnoob is too low to even hang on. Knocked out by Otter. Luminosity can go smother this Ray if they want to. They've got an opportunity. OG tries to pick up Otter, and the spacing is there, but they're still down on the scoreboard, Spraggles.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to make a play right here. Rayquaza isn't happy, trying to zone out this Leafeon. They're doing a pretty good job.
हो गया भाई साहब क्या ही प्रोफेशनल खेल रहे हैं भाई, क्या ही प्रोफेशनल खेल रहे हैं.
Ita तो है. Close that thing out, and Overlord just for a little bit of icing on the cake. Gonna get their Hundo banger in the middle too. Luminosity Gaming gonna dispatch of G, snatch that G right on back, and press on in this tournament.
That's right, Luminosity Gaming. After an epic battle, this game number 3 was an
घूम गया वो उसके बाद चक्रियां काट रहे हैं. ये देखो
number 3 Luminosity Gaming.
ट्रेवनेंट के आसपास घूम रहे हैं भाई, वो ट्रोल कर रहे हैं उसको.
Back and forth, but Luminosity, your world champions, take down G. I have to say, if I'm any team in the final stretch, I'm so worried about running into G, because they've got a fire behind them right now. That's their last shot to make it to Worlds.
I call G in the final stretch as my team that can win the whole darn thing, and I still believe that. They're playing pretty darn good. Luminosity, though, sussed out the situation perfectly, did a phenomenal job for themselves, kind of knocked the monkey off their back, and is able to move forward in this tournament.
Yeah, great stuff for Luminosity. What a war between these two squads. And, you know, I have to say, I kind of love the energy and the vibe from G right now. Yep. I mean, they have a lot to lose in this moment, but I do think they're playing very well. We're going to see how these players interact with each other, because honestly, it's interesting. This could be pretty icy right now, but it looks like there's a lot of great sportsmanship.
Yeah, you know, you kind of put bygones, be bygones, understand. This is truly a kid's game, and you can't put too much stock in what's going on here. You fought hard, you battled hard. Luminosity Gaming coming ahead, but the weekend is not done for G, not by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. What a huge victory, though, for Luminosity. You know, there's so much pressure put on the champion, so much pressure put on the team name, so much pressure put on this group being in the losers bracket from the very start. And now you're actually seeing this team perform the way you would expect they would, and possibly
मैच होने वाले क्या ब्रो?
grand finals here.
मैच तो बचे हैं, 2 मैच बचे हैं.
Let's take a look at some stats from this game.
मैं देख लूंगा.
And really, it was back and forth. I mean, I don't want to undersell how well G actually played that game. This is not indicative of how this game shook down or how it felt, in my opinion. But you can't also understate.
भाई मैं तो दारू पी रहा हूँ भाई, मेरा तो हो रहा है.
The game was finding some pretty darn good fights.
Yeah, they were finding some great fights, but I mean, if you look at the side of Tyranitar, 1 KO on the side of Tyranitar, 82,000 damage. This was a really interesting game because we did not have a ton of huge moments where players are getting KO'd and the teams are getting wiped. You see a little volley back and forth. Someone would turn around and the team would make a very smart tactical retreat and peel back. I think it was really well played by both of these squads.
ये वाला प्राइस मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है वापस पोर्टल के अंदर डाल दूं. तेरा ज्यादा हो गई.
One of them has to win the thing, and the other two are on top with CP. So congratulations, Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah.
They have
LG भी क्वालिफाई करेगी क्या वर्ल्ड्स के लिए? लेट्स गो. हाँ दे दिया, रोल ही दे दिया. भाई म्यूट हुआ माइक तो फुल साले चलाओ. यस भाई सही मैच आ रहे भाई. देख रहा हूँ भाई वो, लेकिन वो क्रैम का लास्ट एक वो कीर्तन वाला मैच. सब भाई ये है भाई रियल तो, ये देखो. सुनो सुनो. पक्का पग भाई. भाई तुमने हाथी बस नाम नाम का मिलाया था सरासरी से. ये रियल तो भाई कहने वाले भाई. अबे चुप साले. भाई बट जय तो है. भाई क्या ही मैच जा रहा है। फटाफट चालू। ओ भाई फटफट खत्म करो 2-0 2-0 गेम 5 बजे से पहले टूर्नामेंट पीसी वालों जिद्दा हो गया सालों क्या लग रहा है आतिश भाई कौन जा रहा है 1 मिनट रुक बस
This is great information, honestly, to have. And I am just surprised that Felix is so low with how high the rate is. But let's take a look at what's actually happening at the start of this game. Like I said, I didn't expect a lot of super aggression. We're not going to see anything really as far as
next level खेलते हैं लाइन पे बंदे ओवरलोड लुटानो क्या ही खेल रहे हैं
as they need just a few more to evolve.
Gotta make sure the B button still works too. You gotta really make sure that on that switch controller you're always ready to go. Lutano at level 5 is gonna be abandoning the top side of the map. Normally you don't see that, especially when there is a Magikarp on the enemy side, which is gonna throw all their damage towards Aznable. Shadow Claw will do enough, and Lutano's gonna take out that Umbreon. Otter, Joey, and Lutano gonna get to work in the scoring department.
ऊपर बड़ा हो गया भाई क्या करता
Gyarados. That is extremely fast. I did not even see when that happened. But one thing that I do like, which is now kind of a moot point, but I've noticed a lot of teams when Gyarados is on top, they actually ignore top or somewhat just keep some defense there and try to win bottom. That way they're ahead in both paths, but that's not exactly what happened here with how fast we saw that Metallic evolution.
Yeah, we're absolutely just trading the central area. It might look like that's Nemesis's home turf, but that is 3 members trying for the invade. Mimikyu will take out one as Lutano strikes first. It'll be JL getting involved in that KO battle, and of course Otter. Great sharing from Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Otter got the Cramorant again. I mean, that has been an extremely high percentage win rate for that player on this team so far today. And a few teams have answered it, have tried to get rid of it, and I felt like it was a good decision, but you let Otter roam.
सबसे क्रैमी खेल लिया यार और ये माइनिंग के लिए
Overlord, on that Combuskin. You know my opinions on that Pokemon, but it's not threatening so far in the damage. Not too much aura, you know, if we're going to give it that title. Currently at level 6, looking for that level 7 evolution, more so looking for that level 8 to unlock the fighting styles that Blaziken can bring. Of course, give it unstoppable with the overheat is a nice matchup into the Gyarados in particular.
Yeah, that is going to be one of the only really good ways I think that they're going to have to counter that initiation, which is obviously it's very difficult to counter the initiation of a Gyarados.
लेकिन आर्टिस्ट में इस बार WCS भी रात में देखने को मिलेगा.
There's just a lot of different things that you can do as Gyarados. It's spinning around. We can see the bounce charging.
Right
now, though, we might get the first.
वही प्रैक्टिस चालू है क्योंकि आने वालों का टाइम जोन तो वही है हवाई में ही होना है. रात को चालू होगा भाई WCS.
Hoping that nobody checks that tall
कितने लोग
grass,
जगेंगे?
One egg bomb could be it.
Yeah, both of these are support Pokemon, so technically they get that additional bonus damage to wild Pokemon at that level 4 mark, and of course a little bit later on when they get those plus moves. So having a chance to steal is very high in the department of both Blissey and Mr. Mime. Good attempt, not going to make it happen. And with that Hoopa portal down by Rex, they're going to bring the whole squad to try to chase down not 1 but 2 objectives to start this match.
Yeah, rather than trying to burn down this Reggie Ice, once Luminosity Gaming realized that they had an advantage there, they were chasing really far to try and take down an enemy, but now no backup there for that poor Cramorant. Going to be going down, and unless we see a miracle steal right here, they stopped attacking completely. Great turnaround from Nemesis, realizing that was the only chance to steal, and quite a good one, of course, as well, but they managed to get rid of that eject button resource, plus they managed to secure the Reggie Ice themselves, and this Tier 1 goal zone with a really big overdunk.
Huge overdunk into this matchup. 166 points from Nemesis. You can see on screen their player cams. They are getting excited, getting locked in as well. Luminosity Gaming are going to need to find a way to respond. And in terms of scoring, it has been tough sledding for this team. LG has not been able to get any big overdunks. With both Tier 1s remaining for Nemesis, this Hoopa impact on the game is ever present. Oh boy.
Okay, managed to get the KO. Yeah, there was an attempt to stop that just by pushing everybody back, but there's, I think, just a few too many members, and that's going to be a decent overdunk with the opposite Tier 1 goal zone going down. Luminosity taking the top path, Nemesis taking the bottom path. Does probably signify what they're going to be focusing on later in the game, especially with, like you said, Hoopa's mobility being so important. You really want to have that Tier 1 goal zone or the counter, and they're actually getting a decent amount into this Tier 2 goal zone, down to about half HP.
Yeah, that whole narrative I was building about scoring pressure and how Nemesis had that lead, that is completely gone now. Able to put just shy of 50 points into that Tier 2. They may have not got a huge overdunk on that Tier 1 when they were the break, but they circumvent that disadvantage by scoring in Tier 2. Very, very good push for LG.
And now the Regieleki is going to be even scarier for them. They could get some huge overdunks. We're going to see the Unite come out from Otter and the Umbreon as well, stealing away some of those shields from Joey. Didn't actually manage to get all that many, but we're going to see 2 members go down for Luminosity Gaming. Actually, 3 for 2. This is a brawl. So many members going down. 2 coming back through the wall. Lutano managing to get 1. Can he get away? Oh, no. Trapped and finally taken down. But in the meantime, the Argus come back on the Blaziken, already getting pretty high level. And that means that nobody at this point is going to take that, despite how many KOs there were during that fight.
Yeah, fantastic look from a couple of teams there. I can't believe Metallic's Gyarados was able to tank a Bliss Assistance boosted Cramorant Unite move basically that entire time. Metallic was able to just stand in front of it and eventually knock out that Cramorant, and then of course Mimikyu kind of stealing the show. Rex stunned in the final moment when they were trying to secure the Regieleki. They won't be able to earn that objective, but Nemesis does lock up that basement Regice.
Yeah, they actually all just left. Like, they had an opportunity to free fight for it, but they're like, nah, you can take it. I don't really care. And I just want that level of experience. I think they maybe realize that the point lead is really, really close, and they want the strength lead, but wow, they got a little bit wiped right there. Overlord playing at about, I don't know, 5% HP. They didn't manage to get a Citrus Berry, but this is still very scary for them. Yeah, they're just trying to get out of there. That goal zone does go down, and once again, we see a pretty big unite from Otter. Not sure if they were able to fully get that KO, but regardless, I mean, it's going to be 2 KOs from the side of Luminosity Gaming. And, still a decent amount of fight left in both these teams down here.
Yeah, JL just constantly supporting this Cramorant. It feels like they've basically been in their pocket the entire time. And it does make sense. Luminosity Gaming trusting a lot in the ranged attack damage of this Cramorant to set up the Mimikyu and the Blaziken. Mimikyu's impact on the game is so much higher when it can play as the closer. It doesn't want to be that upfront initial damage. If you could Shadow Sneak a target and earn the KO, your value grows exponentially as that cooldown reset can start to land. So Luminosity Gaming, like I mentioned, trusting a lot in Cramorant to do the early grunt work.
And now we are heading to the final stretch. 30 seconds left. We're trying to get a few more level 13s maybe, but it seems like at the minimum, basically everybody they want to be 13 on the side of Luminosity Gaming is 13, and Nemesis trying to maybe just catch up just slightly. 20 seconds left. They farm just about all that they can. No more objectives spawning before the final stretch, let alone a reasonable time before the final stretch. So this is going to come down to the fight. A not gigantic lead for Luminosity Gaming, but they do have the lead, and they do know that. One vulnerability, though, is that Tier 1 Go Zone still existing, which is why I think so many of them are kind of sitting up here and waiting.
Oh, confusion so much.
Yeah, you call it a vulnerability, I call it a trap. It's a fantastic asset to use. I think having your early goal zones still up in the final stretch is a huge asset. A place to heal, a place that you can easily retreat and defend. It is a fantastic look for your team if you're able to hold them all the way until the final stretch. But right now, it is Lutano and Joey hanging around the top side, hunting for Metallic. Lutano very confident they can win that 1v1. We talked a lot about Lutano's Mimikyu in this matchup. I really do think the major thing that Nemesis needs to be worried about is this level 14 Blaziken from Overlord. It is going to be a titan if it can make it into the backline of this double EV composition.
All right, now it doesn't look like it cares so much about Nemesis. This is Rayquaza, but there we go. We're going to see Otter pop the Unite. Same thing again, once again, with the Asnable on the Umbreon, but it doesn't look like it was able to steal any shields. It might have been a little bit early as the Bliss's shields were still sitting on Overlord. They're actually burning down Rayquaza. I'm not sure exactly how much life it's got left, but just about 50%.
I love what Nemesis did there. They bailed from that team fight, but Rex works all the way to the other side and drops the Hoops Unbound Unite move. Trainer takes out Mimikyu, but now Overlord's getting to work. They're finally brought down. Yifan able to avoid getting KO'd constantly on this Sylveon. Draining Kiss, Mystical Fire putting in some work, and Glaceon gets a KO streak of 3. Trainer popping out. Asnable and Rex are letting them go. And a quad to a knockout for the Glaceon. Rex takes 1, and all 5 members from LG are gone.
From the flank, the secret hoop of flank, a full team wipe into the Rayquaza take. Nemesis fighting from the back foot, managed to get the perfect opportunity, and that's going to be so many hundo burgers, especially in that low HP Tier 1 goal zone. They got 3 of them in. That's a 250-ish point lead with only 16 seconds left.
And that is the Nemesis that we have been waiting to show up. Rex is a support player in the North American scene that just seems to demand so much respect from teammates and opponents, and it's for plays like that. When you're running a double evolution composition, you're really susceptible to up-close damage, and you gotta play around that. So they bail from the team fight, kite out completely, allow LG to come in, and Rex just brings the entire turnaround on the opposite side. Not to mention, Trainer and Yifan absolutely got to work on that Sylveon-Glaceon pair.
I mean, we need to talk about that Trainer Glaceon. Glaceon, a Pokemon that has somewhat fallen out of the meta. It was for a while, of course, completely picked every single time. It got nerfed, and a lot of teams started to say, maybe we don't pick this, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is showing just how strong that Pokemon still is. And, I mean, we've seen it do well in the past, but this is a consistent pick that we're seeing so much from this team. And it's just so good. Being able to clean up 4 members in the final team fight is unbelievable. And, I mean, the way they started that, the way they ended it, that was the perfectly played final minute and a half or so of this game.
And one reason I think that final fight worked out for Nemesis is it feels like the Mr. Mime's impact on this game, because of draft, strong. Like, honestly, Joey wasn't able to lock down many targets. Sylveon, same with Glaceon. They were constantly able to just stay out of range of this Mr. Mime's impact, and because Mr. Mime was a little bit lower, it felt like the Blaziken from Overlord was just a little bit lower as well. Nemesis with a really amazing response, mostly stemming from playstyle.
Honestly, almost everybody on that team can somehow get away, get through, which, a lot of mobility, which is something that we started to see a lot more when Crustle was getting picked in pretty much every game, but same thing for Mime. Mime is Crustle-ish. I don't know. I'm kind of regret saying that, but, I mean, as far as they both make walls, they do not play the same.
No,
but
I think you're totally on base here. I completely agree with you, and look at that. We just have Glaceon hanging out on the backside, Eadfan working another angle, and constantly Joey just can't lock down a single target because threats are ever-present and all-encompassing in a way. So a fantastic look from Nemesis in that game number 1, locking up those basement objectives, focusing on getting that hyper carry of Trainer's Glaceon leveled up to where they needed it to carry, and I will say that investment, well worth it. Not financial advice, but just great look from LGC.
Well, you know what? I don't know if I can invest any money into
Don't
this.
sue me.
Yes. I'm completely broke anyway, Zoinks. Don't worry about it. But player of the game, that is going to be Trainer LGC on this Glaceon. I mean, we talked about it. I feel like we talked about it for the past 30 minutes, but using Shellbell as well. We talked about that earlier in particular. Not a whole lot of Shellbell users, but it still does have quite a good usage for any of these, especially special attackers that are really, they don't auto-attack as much.
Exactly. When you want to weave in those moves a little more frequently, you do kind of need to pair it with the energy amplifier in a situation like that so you can double down on your cooldown reduction statistics, but I don't think you're upset about that as Glaceon. When you launch the Glacial stage, you want to be doing as much damage as possible, and that's what the energy amplifier gives. After using your Unite move for a short time, all of your damage is going to be increased, and that is where Glaceon can truly thrive. While it stands inside that giant icicle on the ground, it gets its moves so much quicker, and can frequently send those icicles towards the enemy team.
Yeah, it basically just stacks the same effects on top, double with all those items. So
I find more is good. I don't know if our stats people are on that one, but I tend to think so.
Is more better or is less better? Stats
Subjective stats are the best kind of stats. All right, we're going to be headed into game 2 momentarily, and Nemesis, as you can see on your screen and in that last match, have the 1-0 advantage. Luminosity Gaming started today's bracket in the losers side of things, Wonder Chef. They've had to play so many great teams to make it to where they are. Taking out G, maybe the most impressive performance from them, taking out Nihao as well. Just a great run, and honestly, I don't know if they want it to end here. They are locked in. They want to make sure they can bring this series back.
Yeah, I would actually love to know if production knows via the points guaranteed, does the winner of this set guarantee that they earn a travel award? Because again, I feel like in my brain that math makes sense, but math is very, very difficult, especially when we're on broadcast. Never trust us to make any math decisions, but they would certainly want that without a doubt. Of course, travel is always going to be a big deal, and they want to worry about one less thing and focus all of their worry on practicing against the unbelievable amount of strong teams from across the world they're going to have to fight.
Yeah, it's awesome. I know we're in that situation where Worlds qualifiers aren't really on the line anymore because all 3 of these teams are making it, but I love that we're getting this sneak peek into the level of teams that we'll be able to see. Like you mentioned, from around the world, there's so many strong opponents, but I think today's tournament has been making a very strong case for North America to enter into that conversation for some of the best teams in the entire world.
This is also really cool because, like I said, you're not going to see any of these teams that we're going to see for the rest of today, tomorrow, because they already qualified for Worlds, but this is also basically our last kind of like inter-region competition amongst these teams unless they make it into the top 16 of Worlds. So at that point, that'll be a totally different story, but this is our chance here. Nemesis, of course, up 1 game, and if you like to see these teams play against each other, which has been a great storyline the entire season, this is our last chance.
Wow, Nemesis banning the Tyranitar instead of the Phalanx in this position. Definitely not what I would expect. Luminosity Gaming having a few choices of first pick. No Trevenant, which I think is maybe what Luminosity would no matter what first pick. They're actually going to grab the Leafeon. Very interesting to me.
So do you take Phalanx then on the side of Nemesis? The other big question is, of course, getting the Blissey ban does mean that we are considerably more limited as far as what the support options are. So yeah, I do like that, being able to take that Hoopa very quickly. Obviously, JL, extremely strong Hoopa as well. You do not want to get like kind of like locked into having to choose any sort of specific support. And then, of course, on top of that, Phalanx, just great.
Yeah, so powerful, obviously. The win rate through the roof, it seems. Luminosity Gaming now going to grab that Mr. Mime yet again. Joey has been locking that in so frequently. I think it fills a similar role. You mentioned to Crustle. I actually think it fills a very similar role to Snorlax in a lot of matchups with those engages and big stuns is what you're hoping for it with that Pokemon. And then its Unite move is maybe just a little bit better in that department, a very good displacement into all-rounder fighters. So I think that's why we're seeing so much of that Pokemon. I think I finally found the secret. That's why we're seeing so much of it. Cramorant, Otter's very good at Cramorant.
Yeah, period. That's it.
Exclamation point, even.
Ooh, okay, so interestingly, we are going to see the
Finally!
Finally! Oh, yeah, there we go. Finally the counter on the other side. Lutano as well, potentially on that pick. I mean, obviously there could be switches, but it's looking pretty solidly like Lutano.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's going to be very strong. Lutano, I mean, playing, obviously maybe not the exact same build, but been playing Venusaur for a million years, including here 1 year ago.
Yes, exactly. It might look a little bit different in this year, obviously, running the Rapid Fire Scarf and Cursed Incense. I actually kind of like that opportunity. Not going with the Muscle Band for maybe the more earlier presence, but as I'm talking, Lutano's currently changing their items, so we'll check back in a moment. But the Energy Amplifier, ooh, maybe, who knows? Trainer locking in the Glaceon into this build is kind of interesting to me. I really wonder, they're almost permanently on Icy Wind. There is maybe reason to change that to Shard for the Venusaur matchup in particular, but Wind is working so well for you right now. I don't think you back off that build.
Yeah, I think the other issue here is that there's maybe like a lot of blocking potential on the side of Luminosity Gaming, right? Clefable's always going to be in the way, and we know that Clefable does end up kind of playing like a half tank role, right? A lot of the time, and then Mime's going to be around, so I do feel like there is the potential for people to physically get in the way of things in this match for whichever pick it is.
To slow down Shard, you're saying?
Yeah,
I see.
So, I mean, I have no idea what they're going to go. There's a lot of different options. I mean, this game so far has been about, like, this year flexibility, right? Like, different builds for Pokemon, different roles for Pokemon, especially kind of tricking people in drafts. So, we see a lot of that from pretty much most of the Pokemon we see nowadays.
Yeah, that's true. We see it again and again on repeat. One thing that I think we're seeing a little bit different, though, in our game number 2 is going to be that Leafeon on Overlord selection. If we want to encapsulate that first game, it did feel like Nemesis and Luminosity Gaming were almost in lockstep in the early game. It felt very, very close for that matchup, specifically in the first few minutes. With that Leafeon being locked in, I don't think that we're going to see a repeat story of that particularly. I think that it's just going to be a little too strong of a presence. We already got that level 4 Leafeon going up against Metallic's Phalanx.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong early game team just in general, right? I mean, Cramorant very strong at controlling spacing early on and just being able to force damage on things if they are trying to be a little bit too aggressive. Mime can obviously get some very quick early picks if people are close to walls. And the Leafeon, which we are going to see, is going to be Leaf Blade. Is going to, I'm sorry.
Razor Leaf.
Razor Leaf. I always do that. I always say the wrong Leaf.
Too many blades, too many leaves.
I know exactly which one is which, and yet my brain chooses to ignore that. But yeah, we are going to see that rather than the Solar Blade. Oh my goodness, now I'm all mixed up.
We got there. All right, Joey moving towards the top side. That will set up a 4v4. Our Nemesis going to be receiving their defender on the bottom side. Fun fact, Joey from Luminosity Gaming has picked Mr. Mime in every single game during NAIC with 6 wins and 3 losses.
That is a 50%. Oh, no, 6 wins and 3 losses. Sorry, I misread that. I can't read now at all. So this is basically the new signature for Joey. I'd have to say it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not getting Trevenant. Nobody is letting that happen. So many bans towards Luminosity Gaming on that pick in particular, so they got to find something new to go to, and it seems like they have found their option. Otter does land the Hurricane on the defense. I think we're going to be seeing that dive Hurricane build yet again. I don't think it was super relevant into Nemesis last time. It's, again, so much mobility. It really felt like Luminosity Gaming was having a hard time locking Nemesis down.
Yeah, but we just need one good opportunity in those final moments for a big unite from Cramorant, and then it could change everything. Also, Hurricane has been used a lot to try and kind of engage. Right now, Overlord getting so low, the KO. It's going to be Rex getting that KO. Scary Hoopa damage. Honestly, it is a little bit scary for a support, but that was a huge win for Nemesis in that center area.
That frozen ground of Glaceon, freezing Leafeon as they hung out a little too long on that tiny circle on the ground. And Trainer and Rex obviously take full advantage. Metallic starting to come online as well. Level 6. This no retreat Phalanx is in the enemy side. However, this is why you draft Venusaur. Lutano putting the theory into practice as we now have, I mean, the artist of Deathball running into the enemy squad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is, I'm so glad that we're going to see it. Of course, for those who don't know, you can actually hit basically every, as Doopsnack calls them, every dink, every one of these little members over and over with this move. So you can basically melt it extremely fast, and you're going to have to find some really strong positioning from Metallic.
You melt it fast, you get your cooldowns back quicker because of Petal Dance hitting multiple targets, and you Giga Drain heal HP from multiple of the troopers as well. Really, I don't think there's a single downside. The only thing I have heard players talk about when it comes to the Phalanx versus Venusaur matchup is sometimes Phalanx can just knock you out before you can Giga Drain twice, and that is the challenge that you have to deal with. So currently, I believe it is a level race between Lutano and Metallic, and right now, Lutano looking very, very good.
Oh yeah, 2 levels ahead. But the thing is, they do have to be in the same spot all the time, and we've seen a really good job with Rex's Hoopa managing to portal everybody into different directions. Right now, though, the entire team of Luminosity Gaming all pushing up through that center area, and that is a very unhappy Sylveon Yifan probably not making out of that situation. But they actually managed to trade. Trainer, I believe, taking out Overlord in that fight. Regieleki for the side of Nemesis is going to be taken down, but Nemesis got to be pretty happy to at least get that trade on what was essentially a very scary flank.
Yeah, you can see the priority that Trainer and Rex have on Overlord so much. And I will say, that is kind of a signature effect of the Team Nemesis. They will look at the draft, they will look at what Pokemon and how they match up each other in terms of compositions, but they are one of the teams that looks the most at specific players. They pick out a player that they think will be able to win the game, and they try to shut them down every single time. The target priority so far, I gotta say, is working out. Leafeon has hit 9, but has not really had the impact that we were expecting out of the early game from LG.
Yeah, it just hasn't had an opportunity. The moment that Overlord walks in, everybody just turns and says hello, and then they just send him back to the base. But right now, Rex is getting chased down, able to escape with the Phantom Force. But oh my!
Those 3 EV Unite moves back to back. 3 evolutions leaping into the sky, and in the end, it is Nemesis that win that game of war.
Yeah, it's just whoever has more Evolution Unite moves. But this was an interesting time at the 5-minute mark to spend them all. There are going to be some objectives relatively soon, so we might not have some of those Unites back.
All right, this will be Sylveon eventually going down. One of the most bulky Pokemon, or at least attackers, into the game. But Luminosity Gaming really trying to make this team fight their growing moment to take back some of this momentum. They had used a couple of Unite moves, get a couple of KOs, but now they have to secure the Regice in the face of Trainer and Rex. Verdant Anger plus the Clefable auto attack will get the Regice for their squad, but now they have to see if they can get any points in. Finally, Overlord able to get a score on the top side, start moving that attack weight up a little bit more. But Luminosity Gaming at 4 minutes is held to 27 points. How often have we ever said that before?
Very rarely. And again, this is match point for Nemesis to make it back into the grand final. So all the pressure in the world is on Luminosity Gaming right now. However, they were winning that last game, and then the comeback did happen. So we could see the reverse as well. Is that a slow beam on a Mr. Mime to try to shut that down? And it's taking a ton of damage, but Joey manages to get out of there, especially with that wall. So big Unite used for not a whole lot within that singular fight. They are going to manage to get at least 1 KO, but Lutano coming in down to support, and with the usage of that Sylveon Unite, I think this might be a tier 1 gold zone going down.
Regieleki landed as well, which means Metallic could throw in 50 points to the top side and 50 more from Trainer. Gigantic overdunk in the bottom side, and gold zones are starting to disappear rapidly for Luminosity Gaming. Nemesis have not lost a single gold zone and are sitting at a scoreline of 300 points.
Somebody in the crowd is screaming right now. I just want to point that out. I can hear them all the way from the back of the house. There are some Nemesis fans out there that are very excited with how this game is going. And if you're a Nemesis fan, you've got to be excited. This is looking to be entirely in their favor. This is not undoable by any means. The levels are actually, well, they were exactly even until I finished that sentence, of course. But just barely now, Nemesis has the level lead. So one big team fight, and especially on a Clefable team, I feel like that's exactly where you want to be anyway. One big team fight here could change the entire game, but a 220-point lead, that's very significant.
One last Reggie available in this fight, and both teams showcasing a lot of players on this bottom side. This could be our final fight. Joey goes for one big stun. It's good enough to get that Sylveon. They are down. Great capitalization by Overlord on that Leafeon. Azel has to run all the way back to the goal zone, hovering on the portal. Hurricane stops the reset. They are not able to recall, and now the fight has to rage on with lower HP. Cramorant down already, right in the first instance of its Unite Move. Slow beam onto the Venusaur. Phalanx trying to use the Unite Move on top of it. Verdant Anger to deal enough damage to the direction, but Trainer takes out the Venusaur. Nemesis has taken out 3 members. Overlord on the run. JL recalling, and Rayquaza is about to spawn.
Barely stopping, or no, barely not stopping that recall. That would have been gigantic. That could have been the game. And now the question is, what do you do with this lead as Nemesis? You used, I mean, on both sides, a lot of resources to not go down in that fight, but we do see now the buff going to Nemesis. We see a big level advantage, level 15 for Trainer on that Glaceon. This is huge, but now both teams are playing pretty passively, and I do get that from Nemesis. Obviously, with such a lead, you don't want to force the issue if you don't want to. But now they're going to have to find really strong positioning. We do see Rex on the bottom trying to make sure that nobody caps into that tier 1 goals, and they've got both of them up, though, and Luminosity Gaming is going to have to make the first move.
Trainer LGC is at level 15, and they have to play so safe. The only Unite move for Luminosity Gaming is the Emerald 2-step from Overlord, and I can tell you there's only one target that Leafeon wants to be chasing down. Might be the Rayquaza, though, because it starts getting a little bit of damage. Gulping Gatling Missile, bringing that Ray down to about half HP. Rex does let the surf onto the Venusaur, trying to stop a little bit of that healing, as Metallic is trying to retreat, as they are chasing away from the Venusaur. They eventually go down. Luminosity Gaming starting out this fight with 1 KO, but Nemesis has traded 2 the other direction. Trainer caught in a bit of danger. They're trying to do as much damage as they can before they leave this fight. Joey takes down the Glaceon. Lutano takes down another. 2 members left up for both of these rosters. Rex trying to use the Unite move. They hold on to it for so long. He's bad. Gets a KO streak of 2. Venusaur down. Luminosity Gaming are wiped off the battlefield, and only JL is rushing towards the Ray Pit.
25 seconds left, and we do have only JL up. Rayquaza getting reset. That's not going to be an option. 218 points down. Luminosity Gaming so far from being able to score. Nemesis just has to defend. They've got Sylveon on bottom. They've got Slowbro on top. They've got somebody there for Rayquaza, but it's not going to even go down in time. And Nemesis will close up this losers finals 2-0.
Luminosity Gaming fall to Nemesis, top 4 at EUIC, and now dedicated to the top 2 spots of North America, taking down the 2-time world champion in Overlord and Luminosity Gaming.
With solid games as well. I mean, the first one was a clean comeback, and game number 2, they were just in control the entire time. Even with the counter pick from the Venusaur that was looking so strong, they weren't able to make it work. That Phalanx win rate is just going up, and so is that Nemesis win rate.
Metallic playing so well around their team, trusting in a lot of the stuns that they would be able to pull off, making sure that if they are ever engaging on the Venusaur, it was when the Giga Train wasn't up or when they had a moment to breathe, whether a stun on the Vidu or otherwise. And now Nemesis get their chance to run back against Orange Juicers. That was a very interesting matchup on the winner's side. I know that team is hungry for that once again.
Yeah, and of course, one final congratulations to Luminosity Gaming making a ridiculous losers run, which is, funnily enough, what Nemesis kind of had to do in the bracket at EUIC. But Luminosity, they did what they wanted to do, right? They managed to defeat the team that defeated them earlier in the qualifiers. They managed to guarantee their spot qualifying for Worlds, and it was such a long run. Eventually, they had to run out of gas, and that was finally here in the top 3. So congratulations once again to them. We know that we'll be seeing them a lot more this season.
Yeah, they have qualified for Worlds. Both these squads have. Let's take a look at these numbers after an explosive game like that. Trainer LGC on 10 knockouts on this Glaceon. I mean, they are proving that this Pokemon is still meta, but I think Trainer is quickly proving that they are one of the best central area players in the entire world. I mean, last year, the team that they were on at the World Championships didn't get to make as much of a splash as they could, but you wouldn't be able to tell that if you asked their opponents or players around the venue, even teams this year at EUIC from International, giving a credit to this player. 86,000 total damage on the Glaceon. I mean, there is something special about this Nemesis team, and they are proving it to us again and again and again.
And one person that I want to talk about as we're looking at this graph, Rex on the Hoopa. This was such a Rex game. I mean, even down to that final moment where all that Rex had to do was stay alive long enough to get that final Unite off, clutch out that final moment. I mean, this is one of the most ridiculous fights that we've seen.
Oh, so sick. And now we are going to get to hear from the newest player on Nemesis, Metallic. We got an interview with them on stage.
All right, here we are with Metallic from Nemesis. Huge win against the world champs. Congratulations. How are you feeling going back up against Orange Juicers, a team that was really tricky in the winner's bracket?
They're a very good team. Honestly, I underestimated them a lot, and I think that kind of hurt us a little bit, but I think we got it this time.
Amazing. Are there any Pokemon that you plan on bringing out? You can keep it a secret if you want, but I know you've played Zarina, and we saw a lot of that from Japan. I'm wondering if you have any tricks up your sleeve for this squad.
You might see a Zarina, maybe.
Oh, you might. You might see it, maybe. And, of course, a very important question, we now offer this to every player. Is anyone your son currently?
No.
No, no one is Metallic's son. But as I said before, I am Slash's son. Any other words to some of your fans out here in the audience?
I appreciate you all. Thank you for the support so much.
All right, Metallic, Nemesis, they're going to the grand finals. Congratulations.
They nailed that high five.
What was that?
They absolutely crushed it.
Replay, we need a replay of that. Whatever that was, it wasn't a high five. It was like a this. I don't know what that was.
Metallic, if you want to beat Orange Juicers, you better lock in, my friend, because we cannot have absolute shambles like that happening on stage. But that's all right. An incredible performance from them. Of course, we got to give some big credit to Luminosity Gaming for making a loser's bracket run all the way to top 3, qualifying for the World Championships and having a great season here in North America. It was great to see, but honestly, awesome to see Nemesis really finding the great answer to LG and, well, Trainer's Glaceon crushing it.
Yes, I mean, we just talking so much about that. It was so strong the entire set.
Yeah.
It was really the MVP. It was really the carry, which it's supposed to be. But again, for now, a Pokemon that has fallen a little bit more out of the meta, and it's still looking extremely strong. We get to see here again. I mean, if this was the final game, I'm trying to figure. No, this was the first game. But when we get to the final game, that last fight was something else. They were just trading 1-for-1, 1-for-1. Went down to a 2v2. Went down to a 2v1. Barely. Almost a 1v1, but this was the first game.
So exciting.
Yeah, this entire set was great.
Man, it's just been breathtaking. And we have talked a little bit about Rex. I know Doofsnacks has talked a lot about Rex on the broadcast. And I think one thing to this player's credit is that their Hoopa has always been one of their weaker options when it comes to their available support picks. You like to see them on the Blissey a little bit more, maybe even on the Sableye or maybe Mr. Mime on some regards. But their Hoopa this tournament has been unstoppable. amazing Unite move placements. Their goal zone defenses have been really, really solid. And all of, like, honestly, just their Unite moves I could talk about forever. But I think they have been looking really, really solid on this pick, taking charge of this team. And yeah, big shout out to Rex on their Hoopa play this weekend.
Yeah, can we talk about in that first fight, the first Rayquaza fight, the Unite from behind was
so good.
Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. I remember one of the first times we were casted together, you said you can write an entire book on Hoopa Unite placement.
I'm still working on it.
Your exact quote. And I think this was a great example of that. There's the other moment, just barely staying alive.
Yeah, great placement right on top
right
of
on
Venusaur.
Top, right on top of the
spot.
AoE damaging Venusaur. Perfect. You win the game that way.
Perfect. All right, our player of the game is LGC yet again. This Glaceon making waves. I feel like EUIC was all Leafeon from LGC in terms of spectacular performances. This time it is that Glaceon. Same build as we saw before, but why change it when it is working so good from this player? I love watching LGC.
Yeah. Well, you see, the secret here is that he's got an extra Alteria's worth of EXP in
What?
his hands, which is just not fair.
Wow.
You need it for that extra boost.
And
when
he's
you're
channeling
playing.
OG Dragonite Secure.
True. No, really, truly an amazing player. Very well earned getting back into that grand finals. And like you said, this is the nemesis that we want to see.
Yeah.
Every once in a while they fall a little bit short, but their consistency continues to show. And they've got one more opponent in their path.
And I mean, again, it didn't feel like that was the same nemesis we've seen in this tournament in that winners finals. I'd love to see the run back against Orange Juicers. Obviously, they had the matchup last time. We'll see what happens this next time as we go to grand finals right after this.
कर देता हूँ लाइव स्ट्रीम कल दिखा दूँगा ग्रैंड फाइनल. Yeah.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Jamal Williams, who plays for the NFL and is also a huge Pokemon fan. What has brought you here today, Jamal?
I just like anime and I love Pokemon and I like being here. And I'm here to support my Eevee supporters and everybody. So, you know.
I need to ask you about Eevee because Eevee is also my favorite. Is it one of yours?
It's one of my favorites. It's all the evolutions. I love Eevee. And then after that is Gengar. Or Gengar, my bad.
You said, I saw a video in a press conference that you said Eevee is basically a cat.
Yeah.
I take issue with that. I mean, I feel like Eevee, to me, has more dog vibes.
It depends. It depends on the evolution, honestly. There's sometimes some of them, I think like Jolteon look like a dog.
I think you're right. Yeah, there's like Flareon, Jolteon are kind of dog.
I think Espeon looks more like the cat. She reminds me of Remember Fat Farm logo? She looks exactly like that. That's exactly what I think.
She is a cat for sure.
Yeah, so it's like she go either way. That's why Eevee is the greatest. It goes cat or dog. You don't know what you're gonna get. Shoot, she got tails in there too. A mermaid tail. Come on.
That's true. My favorite is Umbreon right now. It changes, yeah, every once in a while.
Umbreon is my favorite, and then after that I go Espeon because she's like. I tell you, she like my bad. That's the bad girl, the bad one. She like the city girl of the evolutions. So you know what I mean.
So you said Eevee and Gengar are your favorites?
Yeah. Oh well, Umbreon out of the Eevees, but Eevee, yeah, and then Gengar. I like first, and then because if I had to be a trainer, I'd be a dark Pokemon trainer. I just like it. It's because if I was in anime too, I would be a villain too. Just in between. Like a Hisoka Stain type of character. Like,
what would be your vibe, like your look?
Mine? I would be laughing like the Joker, like just evil laugh and like just chaotic. And people would get like that would be my normal. And people would be like, "Oh, that's just him being normal." Me being normal is like when they should be scared. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like it. You also play the Pokemon video game. When you play, what kind of Pokemon do you like to use?
I only use the Eevees in it, but my boy Pop, he's the real king of Pokemon. He's the one I really play with. And so he is helping me get my shinies on, and I'm still understanding how it works. But he loves Groudon and Charizard. He's a weenie. But he's the true Pokemon trainer. And so I learned from my boy. And so I'm learning, like, how to get it down. But I'm loving it, the whole step, just because I have a professional to help me. So.
I mean, shiny hunting is one of my favorite things to do, absolutely. So
I haven't started yet. I just got it down. I started looking on YouTube, but looking at it is like it's much easier now. You just gotta go out and do it, you know?
Do you have any shinies yet that are favorites?
I got a shiny Espeon, and then I have a shiny Sylveon.
Ooh, those are good ones.
I know. I love Sylveon just because Sylveon reminds me of like Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls. Like just cute, cuddly, soft, but still powerful. I love it.
You were telling me that your daughter's here and likes only cute princessy Pokemon, right?
Yes, she loves pretty princess Pokemons that got tutus on them. So any Pokemon with a tutu on it, she loves it. For some reason, she loves Pikachu. That's her main. And then for some reason, she loves Snorlax. So crazy, a lot of combinations out there that I do not know where it's coming from.
Yeah, that's like one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, like she's disrespected I showed her the evolutions. She didn't like Espeon. Out of all of them, she did not like Espeon. I'm like, Espeon is one of the most beautiful ones on there.
You need to teach your daughter.
It's fine. She's her own, I'm already psychotic enough. So I let her, I'm already trying to show her pirate laugh from One Piece to like I make her do that in class and everything so people know that she's going to be weird just like her dad.
Think that either of you will ever compete?
Oh, I'm not ready yet. But I just learned today how to play the game. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, so I'm going to go and train, though.
All right. I mean, we know you know how to train, so maybe we'll see you next year.
Oh, Umbreon's going crazy. Just know that. Dark Pokemon's going crazy. I already know my Pokemons I'm using, too.
All right. Thanks so much, Jamal. And now back to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
We'll do that pretty soon.
That was great. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are at NAIC, and the moment you have been waiting for is here. We are about to crown our North America Regional Finals champion.
Spraggles, Dupe Snacks, we're going to hold the pause. Hold the applause, or applause, doesn't matter, hold the pause. We've got so much excitement going on. We've known these teams have qualified, doesn't matter. They're playing for pride now, okay? These teams want the hardware on their shelves. Specifically to me, Nemesis. They've come through this losers bracket. Yeah. They're one of the most consistent teams for the last 2 years in North America UCS and don't have any hardware to show for it. This is a heck of a way to button up a great season.
Yeah, this would be massive for them. They're going up against the team that sent them down to the losers bracket. A lot of people thought this would look just about like this, but Nemesis moving on to the grand finals there in winners. They went down 2-1 to Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers waiting for them here in the grand finals. Nemesis having to take down the world champs Luminosity Gaming to make their way back up and face off against Orange Juicers one more time. I was just on stage with Metallic. I saw the rest of the crew from Nemesis. It looks like they're feeling good, and it looks like from the conversation I had, they maybe did underestimate their competition a little bit in Orange Juicers. Could have tripped them up a bit, but now they are back for revenge.
Yeah, Orange Juicers, if you thought that the version of Nemesis you got earlier is the version of Nemesis you're first I've seen them in a long time.
Yeah.
Against Luminosity, they were gapping them. I mean, that first Wraith fight, Rex on the peel backdoor Hoopa Unite, was one of the most big brain plays I've seen in a minute. And that was, by the way they played it, exactly how they drew it up.
Yes, and one of my favorite parts about that play is that you have been running around to every single person back here that you could to mention how it was one of the best plays that you've seen. It was amazing. And they had such an amazing series against a dominant team, especially a team that was on a hot streak. They just took down G. Luminosity had to run all their way through a loser's bracket. Well, they ran into a brick wall, and that brick wall was Nemesis. Now, we've got an exciting exciting pre-match interview with these teams. We're going to send it over to the stage for that right now. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Frankles and Doomstack. That's right, I'm with the captains of our 2 grand finalists, Orange Juicers and Nemesis, 2 incredible squads. And of course, the crowd already popping off for them. Rex, your team is coming off the win right now. Orange Juicers have been sitting for a bit of time, but this is a salty run back. This is your chance to take out the team that beat you earlier in the tournament. How confident are you about taking down this squad?
I'm confident we can beat anybody in the world. Easy work.
All right, qualified for Worlds. Now, Kratos, of course, these are your opponents. You've already taken them down once before. It went pretty quick. Is this going to be an easy W?
We just got to do it again.
All right, just the run back. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. All right, there's a lot of great team members on the side of Orange Juicers, a lot of good competition. What player are you looking out for the most in the lobby here in the Grand Finals?
It's always Kratos. He's an animal.
Okay. Kratos getting the vouch here. Same question to you. Who on Nemesis is the target player to take down for Orange Juicers?
I mean, I have to say Trainer, so.
All right, okay, fair enough, Trainer. Sorry, Rex, unfortunate. But that's all right. We're going to have our grand finals. Now, I just want to hear from our crowd here at NAIC, who's got Orange Juicers taking this home? Okay. And then how about our squad from the losers bracket, Nemesis? All right, back to you, casters.
All right, you can hear the cheering sections out there. I mean, it's pretty divided. A lot of Luminosity fans now having to find a home kind of in this last minute here to see which team they're going to support heading into our grand finals. Some fighting words from Nemesis.
You know what? We kind of saw, Overlord exuding some of that earlier. I love that that's the energy carrying through to this moment. I wouldn't expect anything else out of Rex. Yeah, they're the team captain. They're making moves. They're also kind of the pop-off king of that squad themselves. So you know what? Throw your confidence out there. The team clearly feels and looks different now from when we saw them earlier today. Ride that lightning.
Yeah, it's time. If there was any time to do it, it's right now. I was talking to Yeet on stage for a minute from Nemesis, and he was saying, he wants his first piece of hardware. He's got to win one of these big tournaments. So now is the time for Nemesis. Now is the time for Orange Juicers. And a big question mark always is, can a team beat a team again? Can it happen twice? For whatever reason, it's always hard for the team that sent the team down to the losers bracket to beat them again once they come up and meet them in the grand finals. Maybe it's momentum. Maybe it's time to just pick apart their strategy. Maybe the team that's on top has been kind of sitting on ice for a little bit. Whatever it is tough to beat a team twice, and Orange Juicers needs to do that to Nemesis.
They have to. We're looking at Nemesis right now. Rex, LGC, the player to look out for, of course, Metallic, Asinable, and Yeet Fan. And I literally, in that game, too, when we were watching Nemesis in that last Ray fight against LG, I literally kind of popped you in the chest and said, that's the Yeet and LGC that I'm used to seeing. And Trainer and Yeet, again, really delivered for the team. And it was a whole collaborative effort, but I really feel when Yeet and LGC are on, it ripples through the rest of the squad.
Without question. Now we're taking a look at the team making it through the winners bracket here. These are the Orange Juicers: Kratos, Machizzle, Zagrog, Flareons, and Roland. And when I watched this squad go at it earlier, these two squads go at it earlier, I felt like Orange Juicers was really in control of that series. It felt like it was not a surprise they were coming out on top by the end of it. It felt like they had it.
Yeah, I mean, and I think part of the reason is what we just saw on screen, Kratos popping open the draft Bible for the Orange Juicers squad and just kind of executing plays and things based on the notes and information they've gathered throughout this season. And it's proved to be amazing for them as they sit on the winner's side of this grand finals.
I'd like to think that under that mask, he's got an even bigger mustache.
Yeah,
I'd like to think that there's some real mustache stuff happening with these two team captains.
I will say I showed Rex a couple things he could do in the camera with the mustache.
Showed mustache tricks?
Yeah, and he has used none of them, which is kind of devastating because we've had a lot of positive opportunities for it.
Yeah, I feel like you and I have been hanging out quite a bit. You've never taken me aside and showed me any mustache.
Your mustache
tricks.
is better than mine. I can't.
Whoa.
I can't
You heard it
have
here
you raise
first,
the bar
everybody.
twice on me.
Here we go. Our draft for the grand finals. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. As we are starting with our bans, Cramorant being banned away. Immediately, they do not want to deal with Yeet's Cram.
That's a great call. Cram has been solid all day for whomever's hands it's fallen into. Taking it off the board is great, and Leafeon no exception either. Umbreon also getting a lot of love and ban priority as well. And finally, somebody's taking Phalanx off the board.
I can tell you, backstage here, Wonder Chef, right after that match, was saying, why aren't people banning Phalanx? What are they doing? This thing is an absolute monster. I'm paraphrasing. I think he was even more intense about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was in the face of its hardest counter in the game.
Yeah.
Giga Drain, Petal Dance, Venusaur. Phalanx is just literally built different. Quickly, Zug grabbing the tree. That's where they put their priority. Azadable says, give me the Crustle, and they're locking in Sylveon as well. Yeet had a great Sylveon game in Game 2 against LG.
Yeah, we've got some insanely good Sylveons out here. We're going to see how the Juicers want to play this. We have the Mew pickup, and I could see them possibly worried that maybe Yeet's actually not going to be the one on Sylveon, and they need to steal that away, as we see Roland locking in the Hoopa. Hoopa is, of course, just such a force, the macro god of the game.
Yeah, not only great in general, but I want to say specifically, and I think Zoinks called it out earlier, Rex leveling up their Hoopa game, and it looked very good in that last matchup. Trainer looking to make a statement, though, hovering the Zoroark. Is that where we're going to end up? It is.
Yeah, and that's a pretty huge statement. I mean, Zoroark is massive. We almost had a Gyarados for a second there, but it looks like they're moving over to the Blaziken. Couple of final picks here for the Juicers. They can't really steal away this Comfey if that's what Nemesis is looking to do here. They've already got a support, and that would be a hat on top of a hat, and only Dodrio can wear that many hats.
Even one more, in fact.
Let's
Rex,
go.
we'll see where they...
Oh,
let's go, baby. All in
Let's
on Nemesis
go.
game 1. Can't stop me.
Yeah.
Little gentleman's in play.
Here we go. I mean, what an exciting pick here for Nemesis. You could imagine a Comfey coming out, but no. Instead, they bring out Sableye, the Disruptor, the Backcapper, the most sneaky Pokemon in the game.
The sneakiest one.
The sneakiest one, without question. Who even comes close in terms of sneakiness? It's not even close.
Nah, not even close. Some might say a Seal, perhaps, can be pretty sneaky, but there is no Seal in Pokemon Unite. That's why Sableye holds on to that title. Rex, very, very good Sableye player, and the confidence that this team has in them in Game 1 of the Grand Finals, fighting from the loser's side, cannot be understated. You mentioned it before, Japan stonks on Sableye or to the moon. Is Rex going to prove that here in NA?
Yeah, we're about to find out as we're getting ready for our first game of our grand finals. Our team's loading in right now. The future of this tournament is in front of them. Will Orange Juicers hold on to this victory from the winner's bracket, or will Nemesis come back, reset this thing, and make a huge statement here as we get ready for our first game of the grand finals?
Got to get this thing underway. Purple team, Orange Juicers are there. Nemesis sitting across from them with Bull Gentleman.
And here we go up into our top path. We have the Buzzwole, Hoopa moving across the map, as well as the Sableye. We've got a little bit of a central area invade happening as Sableye is looking to see what they can find. They spot the Hoopa right away and run towards the Buzzwole.
Yeah, a little bait and switch. You thought it was going to be an invade. Once Rex saw that Hoopa was going to be there, they actually pivot up and put good pressure on Machizzle, so Machizzle themselves can't really advance.
And here we go, Buzzwole up in this top path, just getting some of the more safe experience in this top path, getting all the wild Pokemon it can. Metallic looking for something as well. They know Sableye's around, not exactly sure where, as that's an easy secure with the Fell Stinger from Machizzle.
But what Rex's presence has kept them from doing is stacking. So now Machizzle is getting glutted with Eos Energy, and they can't quite get their stacks on, not as efficiently as they'd like to.
Yeah, and here we go down to the bottom path. We have the Dodrio coming down here with that brand new, beautiful Hollowware. We've got the Hoopa portal that could send them up at any moment. But here we go. Buzzwole coming down to the bottom path. Asnable in some trouble as 4 members of Orange Juicers are down here in the bottom path.
Asnable has to babysit this thing by themselves. They'll see what they can do in the face of 4. It's going to be tough, though, as points are already into that goal zone. It's down 58 points. Flarion's kind of caught in the rock tomb. Doesn't really matter. Immediately, Trainer with Rex in their pocket or across the way, going to grab all their stuff. And look at all those stuns on Roland so that Trainer can clear and grab the buffs.
And this is what we were looking for from Trainer and, of course, this Sableye together, right? You were looking for these massive combos. Already level 7, dominating the rest of the battlefield here, heading through that central area and just taking everything that was Orange Juicers.
I mean, they grabbed everything from Kratos. Now we're just getting knockout on knockout here as Asnable, who's fighting outmanned in the bottom path, finally gets taken out. But the work that was done for that KO to happen against Asnable was miles to the advantage of Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely. Nemesis looking great here, taking everything from the center that they want. We almost have a level 8 on this Zoroark as we're just continuing to feed Trainer. Trainer's going to get bigger and bigger. Metallic as well, hitting that level 7, looking for the KO on Roland, and they take it.
They actually have a berry populated by them by Roland to grab for themselves if they need to. Rex still carrying double buffs, Spraggles.
Yeah, Rex still has double buffs, obviously Trainer as well, and we can see Sylveon coming up to this top path also with buffs from their own central area. They're taking everything from Orange Juice.
They just caught Kratos again on engagement with Rex. Kratos immediately has to peel back, and now Nemesis is taking control wherever they want on the map. Buzzwole down.
Buzzwole going down as they're pushing onto this goal zone. Hoopa's in some trouble right here once again. Points raining in. Goal zone broken, moving towards Regieleki, and it feels like every fight is coming up. Nemesis, they're in complete control. Leaving Metallic here at Regieleki. The rest of the team peeling down to the bottom path, seeing if they can make it to that bottom Regi in time.
They're going to try to, and there it is. It's quickly taken by Orange Juicers as soon as we show up there. But credit to Asnable. It took a long time for them to knock it out and did buy enough time for the team to theoretically get there. Couldn't quite secure, but not a big deal. Nemesis is feeling good and putting pressure everywhere on the map. Rex going straight in, wanting all the information for the team that they need. We got Woodhammers coming out, charging up the overheat. Nobody is rolling through that portal here, but look where Kratos is. They're on the backside, caught in the rock tomb. Nice by Asnable, and that's going to be a clutch KO by them. Buzzwole picks up, puts down. 2 players down on the side, and Nemesis KO streak of 2 for the Buzzy Boy, but now the Machisler's going to get caught here. Can they sustain? Can they withstand this attack? It's going to be close. Can Machisel turn the script, flip the script? No.
No, Machisel's getting pushed away right here. Mew coming in with the coaching, however, and now Machisel picks up Asnable, picks him up, slams him down, somehow possibly making it out of this almost 0 HP, but the coaching was the savior right there from the Mew.
Flarion's one of the best coaching users when they pick up Mew. Very adept, use it very well, and make crucial plays like that. But Chisel going down to LGC, or even worse, Asnable, would not have been a good look.
We can see Kratos here, I mean, just having to run from this Sableye constantly, looking for big fights, but at the same time, you just run into the fear from Sableye, you run into the stuns from Sableye, as Sable's looking to make a play here in this bottom path, head towards the central area of Orange Juicers now with this Zoroark. Zoroark waiting in the tall grass for an ambush.
Yeah, and letting Rex lead the charge a little bit. They've sussed out Kratos. Can they collapse? Oh, Machisel is right there. Charged up the overheat, put the damage in. They get Kratos down, and now Machisel's caught. They get buckled too. Metallic making their presence felt with a big old kick to the teeth.
Yeah, Trainer heading back to base right here, just resetting as this Regieleki is ready to get taken once again by Nemesis. Score zone very close, but it feels like every fight really has been in control of Nemesis. Up in this top path now, Dodrio coming in trying to make some work happen here. The big knock-up on this Zoroark pushes them out, and the Electro Wall picks up the KO on Sylveon.
Trainer making it back to their side, able to grab a couple berries so they don't get knocked out, which means they'll be able to hold this goal zone for at least a second. But we're popping the rings unbound, rolling with the stuns here. That was already used to bring everybody up. Now they're going to use to siege the goal zone. Asnable goes straight in with an eject button X scissor. We're resetting. We get the Trevi Knight coming out as well from Zug. Oh, they're sitting on the pad. Trainer caught on the backside. We're dealing tons of damage here, but Yeet is back with tons of HP. Machisel trying to put them back into play as Rex is running away, and they get KO'd by a solar beam from way downtown.
Way downtown, and now we have a possibility for Mew to score here. They decide to take it 223 to 98. Beautiful plays from the Mew on the side of Orange Juicers. That's Flarion's picking up the Mew. A lot of players kind of abandoning Mew after some recent nerfs, not Flarion's. bringing it out here in game number 1. And a game that was dominated by Nemesis now seems to be swinging the other way. Orange Juicers taking a ton of great fights.
Yeah, they've stalled a little bit with that great advantage they were able to pick up from the start. Zug moving in here, but the overheat will get the secure. Of course, the solar beam attempt from Flareons didn't quite get there, but for Nemesis, that's just like, okay, thank goodness we got that, because things aren't really going our way right now. We need something to stabilize.
Yeah, they need something badly here. Obviously, they have that tier 1 goal zone up, so there's still a way that they can kind of even up this score, but it still wouldn't get there, right? Nemesis behind by over 100, which is a scary place to be for some of these teams. It means that if things go right at Rayquaza, but you're not able to take it, you could still be behind.
Moving back, not even going for the reset. I was going to say, Zugrug's going to dodge that reset. I thought it was pretty calculated for them. We are under 3 minutes, Spraggles, and really, scoreboard lead, Orange Juicers. Level lead, Orange Juicers, but just by a little bit, Nemesis has an opportunity to close that gap.
They absolutely do, and it looks like we have them positioned up here at Regieleki. Nemesis is in a great spot. They have a ton of information. Sableye is finding out exactly where Orange Juicers are, and it looks like they are nowhere to be found. They could possibly be running to score. Crustle being sent back to the home base for that very reason, and now Orange Juicers actually making their way up top, and it looks like they're hiding in the tall grass, waiting for a big ambush. Let's see if they can find them.
That's the advantage of Rex, though. I mean, moving through just by Sableye, you get that notice that there's maybe at least one player there. Now Asinwell needs to get out of dodge. We've got 10 seconds till Ray, and getting caught here is not good.
That's right, 10 seconds until our first Rayquaza of our grand finals. Dodrio zoning out this Crustle, as you see members of Orange Juicer with some aggressive positioning here at the Rayquaza pit. They are tapping Rayquaza while Sableye runs to score. This is going to put Nemesis not up, but very, very close. 223, 198. No one deciding to start this fight. Dodrio in some trouble right here. The Unite move might come out just so they're able to get away from this, but it looks like they have been saved. No, they haven't! They get caught by the Sableye!
And now we've got a potential back cap. LGC actually
been saved. And some close. 223, 198. No one deciding to start this fight. Dodrio in some trouble right here. The Unite move might come out just so they're able to get away from this, but it looks like they have been saved. No, they haven't! They get caught by the Sableye!
And now we've got a potential back cap. LGC actually peels back from it, realizing this is going to be a problem. They're actually going for the Hundo Burger score. But now everybody's been pulled to the middle by Orange Juicers. Are they going to do anything with that? Zugrug is there, and Yeet is still standing. Machisel goes for the engage on them, but the Rubble Rouser is going to get the stun in. Popping that Unite move by Machisel. Can't still close the door on Yeet. Draining Kiss back the other way. Machisel still standing. No longer. The lead is in the hands of Nemesis. They're up by 70 and some change points. And now Orange Juicers has the pressure on them with 1 minute left.
Yeah, Orange Juicers needs to make a play here, but it's not too far gone. They have a Unite move on the Dodrio. However, Zugrug getting caught right here, needing to take the hyperspace hole home. And we're going to see how Nemesis wants to play this fight. Less than a minute on the clock. Yeet's in trouble, caught by the Dodrio. The Unite move goes right back the other way, but they are not able to take down the bird.
The Electro Ball chase down actually keeps LGC from collapsing on Kratos the rest of the way, who's going for a back cap score. We're into the middle here. Asinwell sees 3 ahead of them, make it 4. Rex is just hanging out there trying to see what kind of work they can do. Hooper gets the KO. Rayquaza's starting to get hit. Machisel's on top of it, so is Zugrug. Flareons and Roland are all there. Now Zugrug's going out to space. LGC coming back in for the smoke, though. Rayquaza gets in. LGC darts in. We're charging up, but overheat is getting low. Secured by LGC! Trainer is the difference! And now Nemesis has a chance to really blow the doors off this thing.
We talked about how they underestimated Orange Juicers here. Well, it doesn't look like they have here in game number 1. Nemesis, the points are going to rain in. They're looking to score. The plan to take Rayquaza, it looks like it was a little half-baked on the side of Orange Juicers. They were trying their best there. Then they decided, oh, maybe we don't want this. Maybe Dodrio can score. Then Trainer runs in and presents this really unfortunate situation for the Juicers. They're going to need to figure out how they're going to out-secure a Blaziken and a Zoroark, and they were not able to make it happen.
Listen, one of the strengths in Pokemon Unite is not only understanding what your characters can do, but also the limitations of the other team. There was not good rip potential on the side of Orange Juicers, which allowed them to play a little bit more slowly, put the onus on Orange Juicers with that Sableye back cap, and finally stressed them to a point where, like you said, it was kind of a half-baked plan. Were they in on it? Were they not?
Yeah.
We couldn't even tell, and because of that, Here comes Trainer LGC on the backswing, darts straight in. We had the overheat primed and ready by Metallic, and after that, it was just curtains.
And now we're taking a look at some of these big moments right here. Obviously, we had that early push where they sent 4 members down to this bottom path for Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers felt like they had a lot of the very early game, and then Nemesis took control.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis really kind of hit a stride after a moment there, once they were able to a little bit get a shutdown kind of on the Machisel, right? Stall them out early. And then mid-game, all Orange Juicers.
Yeah.
All Orange Juicers.
Yeah, huge stuff for Orange Juicers until Nemesis made some massive plays here in some of our final moments. We had the Hoopa Unite move, and you were even talking about this. They've got this Hoopa Unite, but they don't really have a plan for any of this. While they let Trainer score in the bottom path, that now puts them up. Now the Orange Juicers have to make a play. They decide kind of Rayquaza, kind of not Rayquaza, long enough to where Blaziken is back, Zoroark is there, and Zoroark secures. LGC with the big-time MVP.
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is a perfect example of the player of the game screen not really drawing context to what LGC was able to achieve that game. That damage was impactful. The score, of course, matters. 5 knockouts, sure. But it was the way they were moving around the map, pressuring the map with Rex, being a good counterweight to what that Sableye does. And in that final moment, close the door on the main objective, and that's what you need out of your big-time players.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, we have a great win here for Nemesis, but they're not elated. Job's not done. They got a long ways to go, but they plan on bringing Orange Juicers out to where they want to play, dragging them out to deep waters, which they're gonna need to do because Nemesis has to take them down here, and then they have to reset this whole thing in our grand finals and do it once again. We've seen it happen. We saw it happen last NAIC.
We have. Now, and Zugrug is actually on the Orange Juicer side, is actually the team that was like, okay, this can be done. But again, Nemesis has been the most consistent team 2 years by CP in NA, but they have no hardware to show for it. I think Nemesis as a collective needs to rally and make this a statement win for themselves.
Absolutely. They want this win. They want this championship more than anything. Taking a look at our bans here. Cramorant, Umbreon, Leafeon, and we have this final ban once again. Phalanx is not making it into our grand finals. I think teams are starting to really respect this Pokemon. Some of the big picks, of course, coming out. We've got Hoopa once again, Trevenant. We're seeing a very similar setup here, right? Crustle, Sylveon. Now we've got the Blaziken on the side of the Juicers.
And Metallic is heavy hovering that Lucario Trainer, great Scyther player, maybe Zoroark. I mean, literally, it's the world's your oyster at this point. Welcome to Dallas. Locking in the Zoroark again, and why not? Rex pivoting up and snagging the Comfey, and that's what the kids call a problem.
Yeah, the kids are always calling that a problem, and the kids are right in this sense. Zoroark, Comfey, an unbelievably powerful combination, even though when we saw it earlier from Luminosity, Overlord Zoroark, one of the most famous out there, it wasn't as devastating as before. I think a lot of teams are figuring out how to play around this combination. There's one other Pokemon that they might need to worry about, and that's Tyranitar rolling through in the gutter.
Look, I don't want to say how big brain I am, but I've said this is where you pick Tyranitar. It's not first, it's not in the middle, it is on the orange side, last pick, because you have all of the information you need to know, is Tyranitar worth the time investment that Pokemon needs? Nemesis looks at this and goes, yep, chick.
Well, I mean, there are some really interesting options on the side of Orange Juicers to deal with Tyranitar. And first of all, you've got Slow Beam on Slowbro, one of the best shutdown moves in the game. However, you also have Zoroark on the other side. They've set up a really great situation for themselves, Nemesis has, because you've created 2 massive slow beam targets. Do you take down the raid boss Tyranitar, or do you take down the Zoroark with the Comfey collar? It's such a difficult choice because the other one being up could be disastrous.
The good thing is that Nemesis set up for themselves is we already know Trainer LGC can go off the reservation. It doesn't actually need a heal support to have them be impactful on Zoroark. And because of that, you never know if the Comfy is going to be riding LGC or picking up Metallic and going in and creating kind of the Megazord that's going to run through your team. Orange Juicers has a lot to think about. Their communication is going to be critical because they have to be able to prioritize these targets quickly and then execute on that call.
That's exactly right, and it's going to be tough for them for sure. However, we've seen teams dispatch Tyranitar today. To be fair, a lot of them had stronger early game compositions, which we really don't see here from the Juicers as we head into game number 2 of our grand finals. Orange Juicers, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. Nemesis 2 wins away from resetting this bracket. Orange Juicers needs to shut them down so that they can win these grand finals and become your champion.
Roland going on the invade here, and Zorua is an easy one to bully for sure. Rex, we already know, is in the top path. However, that is secured by LGC. Roland going to populate a berry. Is somebody going to grab it? No. Okay, we're hitching a ride. Rex is here, and Roland is now up against it. Dropping their slow smoke is Rex. K-opener to Nem.
That's right. Nemesis picks up the K-opener. A fun fact about Tyranitar, it currently only has a 46% win rate and a 62% ban rate here at NAIC and in the final stretch.
Very counter to Phalanx, which is finally getting banned, which had like, what, a 14% ban rate and a 75% win rate across the regional finals and the final stretch as well. I mean, those are crazy statistics, and glad we're finally seeing Phalanx find its way on the ban list.
Yeah, I mean, it has been incredible here. Big plays from Zorak, just wiping through all of those wild Pokemon and picking up a KO on the Trevin. Of course, it has the Comfey, and it's continuing to dash in, looking for another KO.
You are going with Hyper Voice here. Zorak in deep waters. Trainer's going to have to try and get out. Kratos is on the chase. The ugliest Pokemon on the planet, Combustion, can't follow up. So the Electro Ball is going to sort out Yeet. And Trainer here now just ready to take another buff if it would have populated.
Yeah, Trainer actually able to make it out of a very difficult situation with the help of that Comfey and some very tricky maneuvers. Combustion almost picking up that KO with a beautiful Blaze Kick, setting up something massive, but not able to make it happen. Trainer's still here and picks up the KO on Mew.
Well, here come Asmo will try to just shrug off Zugrug as they want to get more points in. Asmo has an opportunity there going through the burn ticks here, so they can't quite get their points in. However, they might get knocked out as Roland's kind of being persistent and relentless. Zugrug cutting him off from the other way with the Scald build of Slowbro, and Crustle just too thick.
Crustle way too thick, making its way back. It looks like possibly its Focus Band had to save it right there. Trainer going in once more, looking for another KO. And there they pick it up. Another one from you.
And now Trainer intelligently not hitting Roland there so they could pick up the berry from them. They just back out. Very intelligent and silently Metallic level 6. That is not where they want them, but at least they've been able to find value in other parts of the map.
Yeah, that's not exactly where they want this Tyranitar. You're 100%. But at the same time, they're doing pretty great when it comes to this Zorak Comfey, so I think they will take it here as the points are heading into this top goal zone. Really nice stuff. And another KO for Trainer.
Yeet now getting the pressure put on by Roland, and finally we have a KO back the other way. We get the BOGO deal. You get the Zorak, you get the Comfey for free. Now Metallic, just a paltry poopy tar, has to sit on pad and try to defend this thing because there's a lot of juicers around.
Yeah, now Regieleki getting chipped up here by the juicers. It looks like they're going to send this towards this tier 1 goal zone right here, and once they do, they're going to have to decide how they want to score this. This is going to be 20 points into the goal zone, and then a possible 40 more if Blaziken decides they want to score in the top path.
They're actually giving up that top path goal zone so the Metallic can go through the central and get to Tyranitar as soon as possible. Overheat comes through, but it's Trainer LGC on Zorak, baby. Is there anything else to say? Registeel's getting low. Now Kratos is getting gapped a little bit. They're going to have to reset. Registeel itself is resetting, but this is just more time into the hands of Nemesis to get this Tyranitar going.
Yeah, this Tyranitar is almost online here at 6 minutes. They need it. There it goes, just ticking over to 9, and we're going to see how Nemesis fights with it. They've been fighting pretty good without it. So I'm worried for the Orange Juicers once this thing jumps into the battlefield. It will be doing that in just 1 second. Big time Sand Tomb and the Secure on the side of Nem.
And the securing the KOs too, popping the Comfy Unite, so there's tons of HP in the tank, and they're all over this goal zone. They're smothering it like chicken. And now more KOs for Trainer LGC. I feel like I'm stun locked into that phrase.
Insane stuff. I mean, Trainer is on an absolute tear right now, just putting on a clinic, while at the same time, we now have Tyranitar online. Level 10, heading to the top path. Things are looking bleak for the Juicers.
Metallic being level 11, having caught up completely from all of the work that the Juicers did, keeping that Tyranitar down in the early stage. The game is gone, and now they need to find a different way in. A KO on LGC would be a heck of a way to start, but Nemesis not willing to play ball.
Yeah, Nemesis doesn't want to take this fight for this moment here. They're just ready at any moment to jump in with a massive Sand Tomb. Obviously, the Juicers know this as well. They don't yet have the Slowbro Unite to do something about it or the Zoroark currently, so they are in some trouble.
They are in some trouble indeed. Trainer LGC moving through. Kratos has a good target. Metallic pops the Tyranitar Unite, and they're trying to be beasts moving from east to west and see if they get on the goal zone. No, they actually just settle back down and wait for Yeet to show up to see if they can backdoor them a little bit. Hyper Voice is there, enough to space out the Juicers, and this Regieleki just hanging out, wondering what it has to do to get some attention.
Yeah, and now we can see they're moving in Trainer once again, but now getting caught by that slow beam. This is the counter that we talked about. Big time Scald on the Tyranitar as they're pushing forward, picking up a double KO, turning this thing around, another Scald, and here comes Mew looking to get some damage with that Electro Ball. Sylveon up into the air. Sylveon getting hit by a massive Solar Beam, and now Nemesis has to run away from this fight.
The fact that Yeet was still standing though, and yes, they gave up some KOs, again, they purchased themselves some time. So in all of that, the Juicers now are still fighting. They're using Unite moves. We just saw the rings unbound as they reset themselves, go through, and now LGC is back, picking up a quick KO, but they're getting real low, stunned out and put down by the Hoopa. Regieleki's on the verge and taken by Zugrug, and now Nemesis is wondering, what is the problem with our mid game?
Yeah, and here we go. They're walking forward. That looked like it was going to be a pretty decent fight for Nem, but at the same time, as soon as that slow beam hit the Zoroark, things went very, very badly for Nemesis. And this is something that we have talked about. Nice secure here for Nem. No one in this bottom path. However, in this top path, we got 50 going in this goal. Huge overcap for the Juicers.
Very well done to keep this thing closer than how it's felt up until this point. And we know what the recipe for success is, and it's exactly as we drew it up. Prio target, identify quickly, execute, and then move to the other target, right? Pick one, everybody collapse, and then focus attention somewhere else. That's how they got that big KO on LGC to begin with, and immediately got Metallic right after.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, Pokemon in Pokemon Unite don't become any less useful when their HP is low. It's only when you knock them out. So prioritizing a high-value target and, you know, taking players down one by one is an amazing strategy.
Right now, Metallic carrying the Comfy, and that's something we need to have, you know, kind of keep track of as we get to the late stage of this game, because it might tell us a little bit how Nemesis plans on going into this final fight, Spraggles.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to do here. I mean, it's so incredibly close on score. They've got the Tyranitar. It's not yet 13, as we're going to see how they want to play this. It's very important that they engage on this correctly, as it looks like the Juicers are just zoning out the Trevenant right now. The Scald will be able to lower its attack stat, and at the same time, if they can catch it outside of a Sand Tomb, I'm sure they're going to throw everything they've got at it.
All right, they're staging up for a play is Nemesis. We'll see if they can catch anybody. Azumarilla's there, they force out the Solar Beam. Orange Juicers, when are they going to engage?
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to play this. They are slightly behind in this moment. The Scald just looking for members of Nemesis. Nemesis deciding when they want to move in and make this fight happen. Here comes a big-time jumper with a Sand Tomb. There's the Slow Beam.
Slow Beam on top of the Tyranitar, forcing the Comfy Unite to get popped out. They actually reset through the portal, but LGC is left off the chains. They find their first target. Blaziken is down. LGC wants the next one. We're going back into the middle. Zugrug is so low. They hit the right target, but nobody was there to focus fire in on them. 2 players down now for Orange Juicers, but Nemesis are on the hunt. They're up by 20 points, and they want more. Can they find the next target? Flareon's is where they're going. Flareon's is on the chase. Metallic sees them, and they are throwing all the rocks in the world straight in their grill, and they're going to close out another huge goal zone. We pop the Hoopa Unite right back in the middle. It's a race to see if anybody can score. Azumarill goes with the rock tomb in the middle. Secured by Hoopa, but they still need to get their points in. Nemesis needs to pivot and break some of these these shields.
Nemesis needs to break shields, but they have a Tyranitar. If they can get a Sand Tomb down on a goal zone, they
throw kids out. Rug is their first in the Comfy Unite to get
happen. Here comes looking for members of Nemesis. Nemesis deciding when they want to move in and make this fight happen. Here comes a big time jumper with a Sand Tomb. There's the slow beam.
Slow beam on top of the Tyranitar, forcing the Comfy Unite to get popped out. They actually reset through the portal, but LGC is left off the chains. They find their first target. Blaziken is down. LGC wants the next one. We're going back into the middle. Zugrug is so low. They hit the right target, but nobody was there to focus fire in on them. 2 players down now for Orange Juicers, but Nemesis are on the hunt. They're up by 20 points, and they want more. Can they find the next target? Flareon's is where they're going. Flareon's is on the chase. Metallic sees them, and they are throwing all the rocks in the world straight in their grill, and they're going to close out another huge goal zone. We pop the Hoopa Unite right back in the middle. It's a race to see if anybody can score. Hasnable goes with the rock tomb in the middle. Secured by Hoopa, but they still need to get their points in. Nemesis needs to pivot and break some of these shields.
Nemesis needs to break shields, but they have a Tyranitar. If they can get a Sand Tomb down on a goal zone, they can also stop them from scoring that way. The points going top, making it 316 to 279. This game is so incredibly close. Mew moving towards that central goal zone. Tyranitar looking to see if they can defend, but they weren't there in time. The points rain in. Orange Juicers with another 100.
I cannot believe the Orange Juicers made that magic happen. Great sandbagging of the Unite move by Roland to pull everybody to the middle and give this team a chance. We still got 35 seconds, and we got a real chance at a push.
That's right. The push is happening here in this bottom path. 20 more points going in from the Trevenant as we have 50 with Zugrug in this top path. They are moving towards this tier 2 goal zone, and they're looking to fight. Trevenant moves in. Here comes the Sand Tomb. The scores need to happen. The points go in the main goal zone, 596 to 295, and only 10 seconds left.
There's not enough in the tank here. Comfy Unite is popped. They're fighting in the tall grass. Doesn't matter. Zugrug's back to Skull. They slow beam another target, and Orange Juicers gonna take game number 2.
Orange Juicers with a big win right here, and just another, example of Tyranitar not getting it done on the big stage.
I have to question here. Nemesis on the full chase to get Flareons. It's almost like they wanted a little bit, they wanted their, have their cake and eat it too type situation. They got 2 prime targets. They had everybody there in the kitchen sink that they could throw at this Rayquaza to absolutely burn it down, and they went on a 4-player chase for Flareons.
Yeah, they were just looking to shut this fight down here, but they were not able to make it happen. It's really interesting because Tyranitar is so unbelievably difficult to fight, but you have to have a team that agrees to fight it. Once you put it in 1 or 2 bad situations and a team picks it off, it's done there. And otherwise, people are just running away from the Sand Tomb. Reminds me a little bit of a Delphox Unite.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at how this game number 2 went. And early, it really felt like Nemesis had found a good recipe for success.
Yeah, look, Trainer on Zoroark with that Comfey, that was insane. They were just completely dominating this game. Then Tyranitar came online, and it seemed like it was over for the Juicers.
Yeah, they found a way, and here's what I'm talking about. All 4 players, 5 players, are they all there? They're chasing them down, trying to get the Flareons. They didn't even get the knockout, right? And now, because of that, Orange Juicers can have Roland pull all 4 other members through, and at that point, it was an easy secure.
Well, yeah, it was a scary one, I would say. That was very scary for the Juicers, but I think it was absolutely the right call. They were in the power position. They were the one that started it. They were the one who were, getting ready for those big secure moves. We had members of Nemesis running in there very late to the party, just trying to see if they could make something happen, as we have our player of the game, Kratos, on the Orange Juicers.
Blaziken, not only in Kratos' hands, but all across these teams, has been very, very good. And it's unsurprising that when you have Kratos, somebody that Rex said was like, he's kind of my player on the Juicers, I'm going to have to look out for, gets the MVP here on a top-tier Pokemon like Blaziken.
That's obviously a bit of a heartbreaker game for Nemesis. They have, as we've said before, a long and tough road ahead of them. They need to take down the Juicers in this best of 5. They need to reset this bracket because they're coming from the losers bracket, so we have an advantage to the Juicers. They've got to reset the bracket by winning a best of 5 and then do it all over again. That game was looking pretty solid until some of those final moments.
It's going to be a test of stamina between both of these teams. If this goes 5 games, resets, and goes another 5 games, at that point, these notes start becoming less and less relevant, right?
Yeah.
Because as we've seen in these grand finals with so many best of 5s, it almost like a microcosm of like develops within just these two teams in that moment. And that means, again, that these notes start diminishing in value.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to have to see how they want to play this, obviously. You know, Nemesis wasn't too stoked when they won last game, and obviously you can imagine how they're feeling right now. Again, it is a very long road ahead of them. Orange Juicers, on the other hand, must be feeling pretty good after a win like that. 2 more of those, and this thing is over.
Yeah, it's hard to get gassed up over a single win when you know to win the championship, you need to at least take 5 more.
Yes,
right?
Of course.
Not just play 5 more, win 5 more games. So Orange Juicers, again, have the easier path, and now that they've kind of gotten their win and maybe they're finding their mojo a little bit after having been on ice, like you mentioned, for a little bit, it might become tougher. I know we say it's tough to beat the same team twice, but this is one of the first times we've seen a team from the winner's side actually start motoring a little bit. Yeah,
that's a great point, as here we are getting ready for game number 3. Here is our draft. Nemesis is going to be on the purple side, banning out this Umbreon. We've got the 2 picks over to the side. So the Juicers, they're going to ban out Cramorant, and now our final ban for the side of Nemesis. We're going to see what they want to get rid of. Phalanx has been so incredibly popular, it feels like the first pick probably doesn't want to get rid of it. They'll get rid of something else, which looks like Metagross. I think that was just a pick on accident, it looks like, from what I could see with the cameras.
Yeah. The way they reacted to that happening was quite clear. Like,
yeah, it was like, hey, buddy.
Okay, all right. Well,
what you doing?
Well, they've got a lot of Pokemon they can pick from now.
Yeah, and a huge one is Leafeon. Leafeon crushing this tournament. We saw Overlord playing on it, doing some insane stuff. Trainer is like one of the Leafeons in NA, so we'll have to see how they want to play this. Over to the other side, Zugrug picking up the Trevenant, Flareon's picking up this Sylveon.
2 quality picks. I mean, if Tree's there, Zugrug's going to pick it, right? Flareon's, on the other hand, their Mew play has been really good, but pivoting to Sylveon because they know how good Yeet is on that. And please, Snipe Shot Inteleon.
Ooh, we've got ourselves an Inteleon. Have not seen much Inteleon, I think, at all on broadcast here today. A lot of teams sort of shying away from it, even though it's still an incredibly powerful choice. It is a Pokemon that you can hunt down, right? It's up there, it's right there with Decidueye. Luckily, it has more mobility than that bird, but at the same time, it is a Pokemon that you can take one of these massive carries, like a Dodrio, a Zoroark, or something, and just chase it across the map.
Absolutely. Locked in quickly is the Blaziken by Machisel, and Roland grabbing Blissey. So we're going to see how Nemesis closes this draft out. Like we said, Rex's Hoopa play is really leveled up. I'd be unsurprised to see them go there. And Metallic is one of the few players left in NA that is favoring this Gyarados in the top path.
Yeah, I think Gyarados is still really strong, but at the same time, it's obviously not performing like it used to be. It could just be the amount of, Unite Move charge taken away from it. It could be that it wasn't the absolute best pick to begin with, but it was still doing some real work for some of these top teams. We're going to have to see what it looks like here in game number 3, as Dodrio is the last pick for Juicers, excuse me.
Yeah, Kratos is a bird keeper trainer, right? They are playing the birds if it's there. We just saw them on Blaziken. Now they're picking up Dodrio. And a last pick Dodrio for Kratos, I mean, that's definitely in their comfort zone, in their wheelhouse, and a Pokemon that we've seen this team choose earlier, or this player choose earlier.
Yeah, for sure. Dodrio is a weird one right now. It does feel like a really powerful choice that you can get very late, and you kind of want to, because you don't want to be running into, a few really annoying Dodrio counters.
Rex playing leftovers on their Hoopa, if I saw that correctly. Is that a final preparation switch out we're going to see, or is that leftovers Hoopa?
It could be leftovers Hoopa. I mean, when you're running across the map, maybe you need some time to heal up after you're heading in for that jungle invade. So we'll have to see what they want to do with it. But at the same time, if you're running Trick Hoopa, and you're not attacking for a moment, you're actually considered out of combat even if you're providing shield, so they could be using this to heal while still inside combat.
Rex likes to get creative with the support picks. Of course, game 1, we already saw them lock in the Sableye to help facilitate Trainer LGC. Maybe we're going to see a Trick Hoopa game.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out here, as Trick Hoopa has actually been gaining in popularity in just about every region, and it would be time to see it here in North America in our grand finals as we head into game number 3. Nemesis, your purple team. Orange Juicers, your orange team. I'm sure they love being called the orange team.
Yeah, that's the side they prefer to be on, I suppose, as Rex is exactly where you said they would be. Across the map, just trying to be a bully on the Orange Juicers and keep Kratos from getting this Pokemon too easily. The buff is going to be well earned by this team. It doesn't matter because Rex is leaving with it.
Yeah, he's taking it, and he is running, which, you know, is pretty incredible. This is something that a lot of these supports can do, and it's especially a powerful play that we're seeing out of some other regions in the game. And now it looks like North America is more on board with this, you know, extremely aggressive, invading the enemy central area strat.
Well, it looks good, and they're going to be able to collapse on top of Machisel and Roland. I don't think they know LGC's coming. They're going straight after Machisel. That's a quick KO, and Roland now is just hanging out, almost walking towards the portal as if they're hoping it would bring them home, because they are looking at 2 players make a 3. Metallic bounding their way over across to get a stack in, and now Roland ticks over after a nice secure and really kind of puts the push to an end.
Yeah, and look at this here. Obviously, they were able to secure an assist earlier because we already have Gyarados at level 4 in this top path. We have Dodrio coming up here to make something happen, but there's Machisel with the big-time Blaze Kick, and Leafeon goes down.
Yeah, really close to be able to reset, and that was also a very fast Gyarados for Metallic as well, Spraggles, and that's going to be a problem for Orange Juicers because the best opportunity you have against Gyarados is the early stages in the game before it becomes Gyarados. And now Nemesis, again, they have an advantage. Can they leverage it well into the mid-game?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, right? How are they going to be able to handle this? We've got the Drill Peck here from the Juicers. Nice big secure there from Yeet. I mean, it's a really viable play. You're not sure that the Inteleon is there, and that water gun comes through with a huge burst of damage.
Yep, and now the Inteleon is online. The snipe shot is there, and it's just going to be pot shots at range. Kratos has 1 target now in my mind, and it's getting to the backline Inteleon. They know that LGC has to scrap in their face, but Yeet, if all goes well, is never even on the screen when they're hitting your squad.
Nice big Drill Peck. We see Asdevil getting caught right here, in a lot of trouble. Can they get the KO? They do. Snipe shot coming through. Not able to find their target, not able to get the wild Pokemon either. Dodrio moving in, getting a little aggressive, maybe too aggressive, is going to have to run back.
Fortunately, the Razor Leaf from Trainer actually couldn't box the Dodrio, so they couldn't pull it back to deal that second whip of damage there. But good recovery by Nemesis. I mean, they had some of their more squishy Pokemon exposed to Kratos, and were able to make sure that despite Asdevil not being there, they didn't lose any of them.
You know, I'm going to have to wonder how exactly the Juicers want to play this. It really does feel like Nemesis is making some big-time plays here up into the top path. We've already got level 8 on our Leafeon. We've got level 9 on our Inteleon right here. I love to see a lot of these NA teams start to get really aggressive with the enemy central area. We're seeing that from Nemesis in this game.
Yeah, Regieleki at half. Machisel actually forced it back off, using their Focus Blast, then moving in. Yeet trying to escape the Kratos. They're successful. Winding up a snipe shot. No, just an auto attack comes through, and Sylveon secures the Regieleki. It's marching towards Nemesis. The scoreline's pretty close, and they got a chance to defend here.
Yeah, they've got a chance to defend. Nice big snipe shot hits right into the Inteleon Unite move. We have Kratos moving in with Dodrio, but they are going to have to run. You know, Inteleon does have those snipe shots, but they also have those auto attacks inside their Unite that are just unbelievably brutal. And the quick snipe shot picks up a KO.
The 360 no scope rings true, and that Blaziken is buckled by the Inteleon. But Orange Juicers finding a way to get some value somewhere else on the map. Kratos picking up their Unite move now after dunking a couple points, and Rex quick on the rotation, but just not quick enough.
Yeah, not able to stop enough of it there, but the scoreline's still really close. 44-76 as we're about 4 minutes gone in this match. Up in our top path right here, you can see we are still fighting between these 2 goal zones, top and bottom. Tons of experience to be found, and we now have level 9 on this Gyarados, so we have the Unite move online.
That is 2 snipe shots that barely grazed past Roland here. And now we're popping some Unite moves. Bliss Assist to keep Blaziken up. Machisel charges up, but Overheat, nobody's home. Now Metallic's caught between all the players of Orange Juicers. Can they take any bodies with them on the way out? No. Perfect portal by Rex. Metallic doesn't take it. They bounce back through and says, I'm still here for the smoke, turning this place into the Lake of Rage. Kratos gets bounded on a pound, and we're floopy flopping all over the Orange Juicers.
Beautiful stuff from Metallic, picking up a triple KO in this top path. Regieleki here in 30 seconds. Orange Juicers just needs to continue farming, finding some experience. They have a goal zone up top and bottom, and they also have a score lead. They just took a pretty tough fight, as we can see Leafeon moving in, trying to get a KO right here, but maybe bit off more than they could chew, just having to run.
Yeah, in a great way. You could actually see they waited till Flareon's used the Hyper Voice on the Wild Mob and then went in to try and see if they could get a cheeky KO. Everybody's collapsing on top of Trainer. That's going to be a tough Pokemon to get out of there. However, Azenbo and Metallic are there. Metallic actually bounces backwards to get out with their Horn Leash towards the rest of the Orange Juicers. Now we have to pop the Rex Unite. The rings are unbound, and they look for a target. Zugrug on the backside, and now can they collapse on Metallic? They're trying to poach that target back to the squad, but it's the laser beam from space by the Hoopa in big form that is really spacing out the Orange Juicers. Meanwhile, we've got a 40 banger going downstairs. Kratos pops their Unite move, rip through half the Nemesis squad. Is anybody actually going to go down here? Zugrug poaching everybody back. Finally, 2 players down on Nemesis. Orange Juicers knocking the pulp out their fruit.
Yeah, Orange Juicers looking incredible in this fight as Yeet has now used their Unite move, and they are pushing forward with this Inteleon. Picks up one, but the Drill Peck comes down and cleans that up. Orange Juicers now looking to make something happen at Regieleki. Zoned out pretty well. They are going to lose Sylveon, but they've been focusing their damage on this Regieleki. It's getting extremely low. Here comes the Razor Leaf, and it is secured by Nemesis.
LGC, what a troll. Just hung out, shot the Razor Leaf out, timed it, and pulled it back. Kratos gets the KO for that insolence, but Hoopa deals it right back. Rex demolishing the 3-headed bird, and now Regieleki storming towards the Orange Juicers pad, but I think if they hang out, they're overextending their welcome, and I think they need to peel back now.
Yeah, it looks like Nemesis just going to have to peel back, using that Gyarados Unite move, trying to make something happen there in that moment. The amazing thing about that Gyarados Unite is you are able to get it back very, very quickly. Even after the nerfs to its Unite move charge, it still is back immediately. It should have it at Rayquaza, no problem.
Yeah, Rex actually just making sure Zugrug thinks twice about entering and trying to make a cheeky cheeky secure on the basement Reggie here, but Kratos pulls up, gets a knockout on Rex, and now they have LGC cornered. LGC is gone. Flareon's with the Hyper Voice. Now they're chasing on Yeet. They're collapsing pretty quickly. Drill Peck misses, but they're pulled right back and knocked out quickly. Now they need to defend this goal zone as they're all crash landing on top of the heads of the Orange Juicers. Rex with the secure here, with the save, as they're trying to prevent them from scoring, but points are going in regardless. The goal zone's gone.
Wow, goal zone gone. Broken here at 2 minutes 30 seconds. Amazing play from the Juicers right there, and you could see they were relentless trying to score right there, just continued pushing forward. They knew there wasn't enough Rex could do to stop them, using Phantom Force, just trying every trick in the book to push them off the goal zone, but with multiple targets, they couldn't make it happen, and now they are up big time. 44-11, and now we're going to have to see how Nemesis wants to play this fight, as Orange Juicers is in control.
They are in control indeed. Azenbo trying to turtle up around the rest of the squad because they know they're going to be needed to run interference. But they're going for a score. Nice wall down to make sure that the rest of Orange Juicers can't peel up, and they're going to get a hundo banger in and shrink this lead a little bit.
Yeah, they are. 144-11. Nemesis still behind right here, but Orange Juicers not making any aggressive plays. They're looking to see if they can catch someone. The Blaziken is very far forward, has a ton of information. They know exactly where the Leafeon is right now, and it's actually pushing towards the Blaziken. The question is, do they go in for a fight? Dodrio and Blaziken peel forward, not able to make anything happen. Right now, Nemesis just stalling.
Doing a good job, Trainer LGC did, to pull both of them out of hiding, Machisel and Kratos, and not getting knocked out for that effort is pretty important. Metallic going to charge a bounce, but again, we're just taking a deep breath here. Who's actually going to engage? Machisel gets out of the X Scissor, but is that going to be the impetus to kick things off? Not right now.
No, it doesn't look like it as we're continuing this fight. Huge Horn Legion Woodhammer. Here comes the Dodrio Unite move.
Kratos going straight up top to see if they can get a target. We have got the rings unbound. Bliss's Scissors right on top of him, but Yeet with a snipe shot.
Huge Horn Legion Woodhammer. Here comes the Dodrio Unite move.
Kratos going straight up top to see if they can get a target. We have got the rings unbound. Bliss's Scissors right on top of him, but Yeet with a snipe shot sorts them out quickly. They're trying to pivot onto the rest of the Juicers. 2 down now, and now it should be dominoes. We're going on top of Machisel. Machisel's gutted to the floor. It's just the Sylveon and the other pink blob, the Blissey, looking to sort it out. They pop their Unite move, but it's Metallic that's getting screamed at. But it's a KO streak of 2 by Rex on the other side. Orange Juicers just have Flareon standing. and they're already going for that back half action.
That's right. Here we go. Huge score the top path. 96 points go in. 240 to 211 as we see Nemesis trying to score in the bottom path. Dodrio running, trying to stop it right here. There is some time on the clock. There is something that they can do, but another 6 points rain in. 10 seconds left, and I don't think anyone from Orange Juicers can run and make another score happen in time.
Well, Kratos is peeling up, and no, that is too late. Day late, dollars short. And now Nemesis takes game 3. Buckle up, Buttercup. We're in for a marathon.
We may just be, and this is what happens in some of these grand finals. The team coming from the losers bracket, especially the team that was sent down there by the current team hanging out in the winners bracket, comes back up. They start winning some games, and they reset this bracket. You can see, once again, they're winning, but there's no time to celebrate. They are focused, not finished.
A lot of work to do for them. Again, they've just won 2 of the 6 games that they eventually need to win if they want to take this thing down. Orange Juicers are looking at it and go, all right, if we win the next 2 on the hop, this day's over. Let's take a deep breath and let's crown ourselves the champions. We're the winner's side. But again, despite this back and forth between these